Chapter 301. The next morning, Alvin and his companion sat on Achilles' back and left Lordaeron to continue moving north. In order not to affect the lives of the people in the city, Alvin and his companions first walked north for a distance out of the city, and almost saw the northern town of Brill, and then let Achilles turn back into a dragon. Maybe because he had a full meal yesterday, the little red dragon was full of energy today and flew very fast. He quickly jumped over the northern mountains and entered the Eversong forest. Green Shadow drank too much again yesterday. He yelled on the way back, and yelled to start the next game when he arrived at the embassy. Alvin tossed her for a long time before letting her go back to her bed to sleep. In the end, Alvin was about to lie down and rest for a while. As soon as he closed his eyes, he found that the sky by the window had turned pale. "Do you let me rest all day long?" Alvin scolded. As a result now, the rough-line druid is lying comfortably on Achilles' back, taking a leisurely nap. "The woods here are actually golden." Achilles' voice came from the front. The little red dragon seemed to be here for the first time, and felt that everything was new. In fact, not only her, but also Alvin and Solanlian were a little excited. This was the first place Alvin came to after crossing. It's a pity that Achilles flew too fast, and everything below was whoosh, and could not be seen clearly at all. But it must have been so long that the scene of the convoy that was attacked that year had long been cleared by the elves. "Look! Is Silvermoon City in front?" Achilles' voice seemed very surprised. Alvin also looked into the distance, but unfortunately, with his strength, he could not see anything clearly. "Yes, welcome to my hometown, Akali." Solanlian gently stroked the red dragon scales and said, "Very luxurious. I feel like I have returned to the past." Myla Green Shadow woke up at some point and stared at the front. It seemed that she remembered the eternal palace once ruled by Queen Azhara. "Our Quel'Dorii cousins have indeed embarked on a completely different path from us Quel'Dorii." After saying that, Green Shadow sighed. Alvin knew that Green Shadow was talking about the attitude of the elves on both sides towards magic, and hurried to smooth things over. "Isn't this good?" He smiled and said, "You see, because of magic, the chefs of the embassy are not tired at all, but the chefs of the Lordaeron Palace are tired and crying, so it can't be said that magic is really such an evil thing. It mainly depends on the person who uses magic." "What are you talking about?" Green Shadow asked curiously. "What are you talking about? Aren't you talking about your views on magic?" Green Shadow said expressionlessly, "I smell the aroma of wine. Didn't I say that Quel'Dorii doesn't make much wine anymore?" Alvin was speechless. What is this guy thinking about every day? Looking down, Alvin couldn't help but admire Green Shadow's keen sense of smell. At this time, they just flew over the winery next to Sunny Wind Village. "We're here." When Akali Tasha broke through the golden forest, a magnificent city stood before him. The little red dragon let out a clear dragon roar, and the sound quickly spread far away. Achilles flapped her wings and hovered over the city gate. At this moment, above Silvermoon City, several magical fireworks slowly rose, like bright stars blooming in the air. They exploded in the air, releasing colorful light, reflecting the entire Silvermoon City like a fairyland. Boom boom boom. In the fireworks, the golden gate of Silvermoon City slowly opened, making a dull and solemn sound. A group of well-equipped knights rushed out of the city, their armor flashing metallic luster under the reflection of the fireworks, and their uniform steps stepped out a shocking rhythm on the ground. The knights quickly lined up on both sides of the city gate, like an indestructible human wall, guarding the glory and dignity of the city. Then, King Anasterian Sunstrider slowly walked out of the city gate surrounded by his ministers. He was wearing a gorgeous royal robe, a dazzling crown, and a solemn and majestic face. Alvin looked at the crowd, Prince Kael'thas, his father-in-law, Archmage Ramath, and the elf he had been thinking about day and night. Calpurnia was there. "Your Majesty." "Father!" "Sister!" "We are back." Solanlian waved her hands, greeted her compatriots, and hurriedly called the little red dragon to land. Alvin also waved to everyone happily, a little surprised that even the king came out to greet him. It seems that he has received great attention from the leader, but he found that everyone's expression seemed a little strange. At this time, he suddenly remembered that Solanlian had become a void elf, so they wouldn't recognize each other. Then, the shadow of the giant dragon on the ground gradually expanded, and the little red dragon spread its huge wings and slowly landed with Alvin and others, shaking the grass on the ground to the side. The little red dragon flapped its wings a few times in the air and landed steadily on the square in front of the city. The huge impact made the ground tremble. After landing, Achilles' body began to change. After a while, the little red dragon in the red mist had transformed into a beautiful girl. Alvin and Solanlian had already come to the king. Now he could see clearly, and everyone's expression seemed to become even stranger. Look at Solanlian on the left and Myra Green Shadow on the right. Because they not only saw the changed Solanlian, but also saw a Caldorii. Since the Queldorii came to this continent, no Caldorii has visited Silvermoon City. But King Anasterian has lived for thousands of years after all, and he quickly recovered from the shock and smiled. Welcome. Solanlian, Alvin, and this Lady Dragon and Lady Caldorii. Thank you, Your Majesty. Solanlian stepped forward and answered. As you can see, we have completed our mission and are back home. Alvin, you already know them. This is Alcaratassa from the Red Dragon Legion, and the other is the Druid Myra Greenshadow from Teldrassil. After all, this is Silvermoon City, Solanlian's home court, and Alvin took the initiative to move to the side. He raised his head and secretly glanced at Calpurnia. I found that the elf was also looking at her sister in surprise. I believe everyone must have a lot to say. Let's go back to the palace together, and you can be with your family on the way. Thank you, Your Majesty. As soon as the voice fell, an orange storm swept in, directly opened its arms, and hugged Solanlian and Alvin, and the impact was so great that it almost knocked the two over. Needless to say, it was Calpurnia. Sister Alvin Akali, why did you come just now? And how did sister become like this? And, is this Lady of Green Shadow really from Teldrassil? And, what is a druid? You have so many questions, which one should I answer, ha. Alvin laughed, and when he saw the Archmage Ramath coming over, he hurried to greet him. Although it was awkward, he still had to show it. Dad, I'm back. Why is it so strange? It seems like I heard the sound of a cello. Ramatha's awkwardness was not much less than Alvin's, but this was not the first time Alvin called him. The elves who have lived for thousands of years still have some self-restraint. Let's talk while walking. On the way, Alvin reported to the king and Ramath what happened after everyone separated. When they heard that Solanlian was almost corroded to death by shadow magic, they all held their breath. In the future, never let my daughter encounter such danger again, you have to promise, Alvin. That's for sure, I was almost scared to death this time. Caponia quickly accepted her sister's changes. Haven't you noticed? My sister's magic affinity is stronger now. She is much stronger than before. Let's not talk about us first. How is your research on the portal going? Solanlian asked with a smile. Give me another 5 days, it should be done. His Majesty the King has sent a message to the Alliance, and the troops are already gathering in Silvermoon City. Caponia said proudly, you can take a break these days. Alvin, where do you want to go? Me? I'm thinking whether I should take this opportunity to destroy Zolamon. Chapter 302. Anasterian Sun Chaser received Alvin and his party in the Sun Chaser Hall. Solanlian looked around and whispered to Alvin that basically all the prominent figures in Silvermoon City had come out. It seemed that His Majesty the King gave Ramath a lot of face, and this face was indeed given enough. The whole reception was also very smooth, and it was nothing more than commending the soldiers who won a great victory in the last expedition to Watchtower. The Starwish family, the Windrunner family, and several other families that I seem to have heard of before were all rewarded. Of course, the most important one was the Starwish family, although the beginning of this incident was that the youngest daughter of the Starwish family ran away from home, and Ramath felt very embarrassed at first. But Silvermoon City is just located in a remote area, not isolated from the world. The elves are just a little lazy, but it doesn't mean that they don't like to listen to gossip. Especially since Silvermoon City has been here for thousands of years, the elves living there are all old neighbors. Even if there is gossip, it has been completely gone in the past few thousand years. As a result, there are constant news coming from the south, saying that Calpurnia and Alvin have wiped out the zombie Murlocs together, and then they say that they have quelled the rebellion of the kingdom of Alterac together. At this time, everyone still thinks it is nothing, because the long-lived elves don't care about the trivial matters of human countries at all. In their eyes, it is just a child's play. But the news that came later became more and more outrageous, such as the 5-color guardian dragons gathered a grim battle, the miracle priest smashed the demon soul, beat up. The news was exaggerated when it reached here. Deathwing rode Deathwing all over the sky, and finally plucked the scales of the old black dragon, and pushed Neltharion into the whirlpool of the endless sea with one finger, and finally defeated the shameful black dragon, and received the blessing of the dragon god. These exaggerated gossips soon spread to the court. His Majesty Anasterian didn't care at first, but when his son Kael'thas escorted the artifact, the scepter of Sargeras to Silvermoon City, and handed it over to the Archmage Ramath, the old king finally lost his composure. He pulled Kael'thas aside and asked about these things carefully. Kael'thas also thought it was too fantastic after hearing the gossip. But he said that Deathwing did appear and attack Dalaran. Although he did not experience the following events himself, he knew that these events did happen because the 6-member council of Dalaran had been paying attention to the actions of the miracle priests. Then, that old guy Ramath, who carried the artifact Sardra's staff around the palace every day, told everyone that it was given by his daughter and Alwyn. 2 days ago, he said that he would catch the human who kidnapped his little daughter and lock him up until he died. How come it seems that he personally asked his daughter to leave home to pursue true love? Then, there was the Battle of Stormwind and the Battle of Nethergard. Alwyn rode 2 dragons alone, saved the Alliance army, and thwarted the conspiracy of the tribe. The little daughter of the Starwish family, who had run away from home for a long time, actually used the long-lost teleportation technique to return to Silvermoon City at this time. She also persuaded me to send troops to support the Alliance, and finally used a mass teleportation to teleport so many warriors away. Anasterion has lived for thousands of years, and so many major events in the past 6 months still shocked him. Now Alvin was standing in front of him. He saw with his own eyes that his dragon turned into a girl and followed him. There was also an old Caldorii fellow next to him, and he looked a little familiar. He looked carefully at this legendary miracle priest. Half a year ago, he was still an unknown little priest. Alvin stood behind Solanlian, his face burning under the king's eyes. What is this guy doing? Why is he always looking at me? Alvin was a little speechless. Mr. Alvin Priest, I heard from Ramath that you will settle down in Silvermoon City in the future. This is really good news. Anasterion said, Silvermoon City welcomes you. Thank you, Your Majesty. In addition, you know that Silvermoon City is located in the north, so many news will be delayed. Can you tell us about your journey? I want to hear a story now. Alvin thought. He tentatively asked, Yes, but where to start? From the last time you left Silvermoon City. Anasterion said happily. How long will this take? Will it last until dark? Alvin looked embarrassed and looked at his father-in-law. He found that Ramath was also looking at him excitedly. He almost moved a small stool and grabbed a handful of melon seeds. Okay. I left Silvermoon City with Solanlian that day. As Alvin expected, this time it really lasted until dark. The elderly people in the Silvermoon City nursing home were fascinated by the story. Some of them would take up the conversation when Alvin talked about the key points or threw a joke, making the scene like a stand-up comedy. Some ladies soon couldn't support it anymore. Solanlian and others left first, and left with Calpurnia, Green Shadow and Ekalissa first. That's about it. After we left the Red Dragon Queen, we headed north. Alvin raised his water cup and gulped it down. He couldn't remember how much water he had drunk that day. For 2 meals, he asked the waiter to bring the food directly to the Sun Chaser's throne, and everyone continued to listen while eating. The key point is that after drinking so much water, Alvin didn't go to the toilet once. This is definitely not kidney deficiency, but the water he drank turned into saliva and flew away. After hearing the end of the story, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was not as fantastic as the legend, it was also very fascinating. Pa 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 pa. Pa 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 pa. I don't know who started the applause, and finally it broke out into thunderous applause. Until King Anasterion stretched out his hands and pressed down. Your journey is simply a legend, Mr. Elven Priest. Anasterion smiled and said, I haven't heard such a thrilling story for a long time. This is really. The king thought for a long time, and finally said, It's really awesome. Elvin almost sprayed the water out of his mouth. In fact, there is no word awesome in the Quel'Dorii language, but it is translated into this meaning, which is relatively vulgar, but very appropriate. It's late today, I think we should stop here. In a few days, the teleportation array will be ready, and Alvin can rest in Silvermoon City for a few days. Anasterion looked at the sky outside, which had darkened at some point, and then looked at the tired Alvin and said, About this, Your Majesty, I might go to Zoamon. Alvin suddenly thought of something that had been in his heart for a long time, and he had never let it go. What are you going to do in that demon cave? To be honest, the kingdom of Lordaeron gave me the land adjacent to Eversong Forest. That place is very close to Zoamon, and it is expected that they will be on guard against those forest trolls every day. Why don't I take the initiative to pull out this nail? Elvin said seriously, Of course, I also have some selfish motives. Half a year ago, they attacked our convoy escorting Zul'jin, killed my companions and Calpurnia's companions, and almost ate Solanlian. I have always wanted to seek revenge on them. Anasterion looked at Elvin and nodded constantly. You are a man of affection and righteousness. In fact, I wanted to join forces with Lord Darren to wipe out those forest trolls before, but the war in the south was imminent at that time, and there was really no force to deal with them. Since you are willing to come forward, of course I agree. The king stood up from the throne excitedly, and paced left and right. How many troops do you need? Alvin smiled. No need to bring anyone, I will just bring a few of my companions. Chapter 303. Everyone in the hall widened their eyes, and showed disbelief. Even Roman stood up. To be safe, let's take some people with us. We sent out the far walkers to attack them before, but these guys were as slippery as mice in an oil tank when they were in the forest. That's right, don't take it lightly. Silvermoon City has been fighting these guys since its establishment. If you are not careful, these cunning guys will succeed. Larissa Windrunner also said, I will go with you tomorrow. This lady is the mother of the 3 Windrunner sisters. Alvin had seen her in the watchtower before. She was also one of the commanders of the Silvermoon City troops at that time. Really, everyone. With our current strength, I think it shouldn't be a big problem. If it doesn't work, I still have a Calitha. Alvin spread his hands and continued, and I have sneaked into that place before, and I am familiar with the terrain. Besides, this action is actually largely my own willful behavior. I can't mobilize the army for my personal purpose. In short, don't worry. Alvin ended the topic. To be honest, he felt that he was terribly strong now. Just a few trolls should be easily solved. King Anasterian saw that Alvin insisted, so he didn't say anything. When the royal meeting ended, it was already late. When Alvin was at a loss, Ramath had already walked over with a smile. Alvin, let's go home. Alvin suddenly felt a warm current surge in his heart. Okay. The night in Silvermoon City is very similar to the day. This magical city is full of light sources that rely on magic to illuminate the city as bright as day. Except for the night sky, people can hardly feel that time has entered the night. However, there are basically no pedestrians on the road. Romans is not in a hurry to go home. Instead, he walks with Alvin towards home. On the way, Alvin and Romans talked about many things, about tomorrow's action in Zoamon, about the future of Draenor, and about his 2 daughters. Alvin, when do you want to marry my daughters? Finally, Romans couldn't help asking. After returning from Draenor. Alvin answered immediately. In fact, he had thought about this question many times before, and he had discussed it with Solanlian. The two agreed that they would get married after returning from Draenor. After all, the expedition is imminent, and many things are complicated. Romans nodded. Then I wait for you to come back. Please protect my 2 daughters. I will protect them with my own life. Roman said nothing more. When the 2 returned to the Starwish mansion, they heard laughter from inside the door. When they got closer, they understood that it was Calpurnia who was talking about Solanlian turning black, and was scolded by Solanlian, making him scream. Since Calpurnia returned to Silvermoon City, he has been living in the Sun Chaser Magic Tower in Silvermoon City for the convenience of research. This time, the research on the teleportation array was coming to an end, and Alvin and his sister went home again, so they moved back. Romance can be said to have become a real lonely man, an empty nester. Seeing that there are people at home now, Romance's eyes are hot, and he almost shed tears. Going in, including the Starwish sisters, Green Shadow, and Akalissa, they have all changed into women's robes in the style of Silvermoon City, which is very pleasing to the eye. The girl saw that Alvin was back and came to greet him, chattering and asking Alvin why he had been talking for so long. Romance saw that they were all around Alvin, and his father had no sense of existence at all. He shook his head and said that you should rest early, and went back to his room. Seeing that his father had left, Calpurnia could no longer hold back and threw herself into Alvin's arms, rubbing Alvin's chest with her orange hair. Hee hee, she smiled foolishly. Alvin touched her head, and was also overwhelmed with emotions. From being saved by her when he first crossed over, to walking together all the way later, although they were separated for a short period of time, it felt like they had spent several years. He also hugged the girl's soft body tightly. All he could smell was the fragrance of the girl's hair. Are you together with your sister? The elf asked quietly in Alvin's ear. Together? Alvin asked curiously, what do you mean? That's it. Calpurnia's face instantly turned red like a big apple. Hee guess? Humph, I know it even if you don't say it. You are together. You know all this? How did you do it? I am too familiar with the magic power of my sister. Now her magic obviously has your flavor, so you must have done it. Alvin's face turned red. What did you do? It's replenishing mana. Anyway, he was thick-skinned and pulled Solanlian over. Your sister's body needs my help to replenish her shadow magic. We are replenishing mana. The pure kind. Ah. So Lanlian covered her face when she heard the two talking about this topic. I want to replenish it too, Caponia said, while pressing his head against Alvin's chest, which immediately made him angry. Ahem, everyone should rest early, Alvin. Don't you have to fight Zul'Aman tomorrow? Ramatha's voice came from the air, and it was like a bucket of ice water poured directly on the heads of several people. Alvin was startled and looked around. Where is your father hiding? He's not hiding anywhere, his room is right there. So Lanlian lowered her head, and secretly pointed to a place. Alvin looked and saw that there was a wizard tower in Xingyuan's house. Romance was looking at him from the window of the room on the top of the tower. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Alvin's face was almost burning. He was in someone else's house, teasing someone else's daughter. It was exciting just to think about it. Alvin, you are going to fight Zul'Aman tomorrow? What's going on? So Lanlian suddenly asked. Ah yes, I haven't told you yet. I have to go to Zul'Aman tomorrow. After all, my fiefdom is in the south. If I don't clear it, it may become a disaster in the future. And they killed our people before, and almost ate you. I must go to help you vent your anger. Thank you. So Lanlian smiled. I thought you had forgotten it. But you can apply to His Majesty the King for troops for this matter. No need. Alvin shook his head. I thought about it. Tomorrow, Calpurnia will continue to return to the Royal Magic Tower to do her research. You stay home with your father-in-law. I, Green Shadow, and Akalissa can go. Caponia was surprised. No soldiers? Just 3 people? Yes, is this strange? Why are you all making such a fuss? Alvin laughed. Tomorrow I will go directly to the gate of Zul'Aman. If they agree to surrender, I will tie up Zul'Jin and send him back to Silvermoon City. If they don't surrender, I will turn Akalissa into a dragon and burn that place. Anyway, the trolls have almost cut down the surrounding forests, so there is no need to worry about the Silvermoon Forest fire. Chapter 304. Nothing happened that night. There were many rooms in Xingyuan's mansion, and Alvin also had an exquisite room. Although Alvin wanted to do something, he always felt that Romans was staring at him. It would be too embarrassing to be caught. So he simply emptied his mind, and sat on the bed to meditate. In fact, meditation is a very important part of the magic profession in this world. First, meditation can restore magic power, and second, it can slowly increase the upper limit of the total amount of magic. Of course, the third and most important point is to comprehend new skills. Of course, this is something that only very powerful mages can comprehend. Because Alvin has his own talent, he basically doesn't need to rely on meditation to learn skills. Now he has the blood of the Black Dragon and the Red Dragon, so his mental power has far exceeded the limit of mortals, so he doesn't need to meditate to increase the upper limit of mana. He wants to establish a connection with Zalatas through meditation. Sarthas is usually sealed in that strange world. Erwin went in once before when he was dying. The whole world has a beach on one side, an endless sea on the other side, and an endless sky covering the whole world. Sarthas is hidden in this world. I didn't see her entity last time. I wonder if she is also a skilled monster like an octopus. Every time this guy rushes out of the seal, he has to consume a lot of magic power, and there is a time limit. In the end, he has to return to this world when the time is up. I wonder if Sarthas lies on the beach, like a stranded octopus, and basks in the sun, when no one is around. Erwin thought to himself, and silently called her name in his heart. No reaction. This guy is like this, he only comes out when he encounters something that interests him, and at most he vibrates a few times. When I want to call her, she completely ignores Alvin. Since that time when Zalatath appeared in the temple, and killed a troll with thunder, Alvin has not appeared again. It's rare for Alvin to have some free time, so he wants to talk to her, and see how she is. After a long time of tossing, Alvin has no way to establish contact with Zalatath. He even recited a few sentences of the Diamond Sutra, but still didn't sense anything. Just when he was about to give up and lie down to sleep, the dagger suddenly vibrated. It's really annoying to keep shouting. Why are you looking for me? A voice sounded in Alvin's heart. Eh? You finally showed up? What have you been busy with recently? Have you eaten? No, I haven't eaten anything. If you have something to say, just say it. Nothing, I just want to chat with you. What to chat about? It seemed that Zalatas was in a bad mood and spoke with sarcasm, but Alvin could understand it. After all, he had been sealed for tens of thousands of years, and anyone would be in a bad mood. Just chatting. I want to see how you are doing recently, and how you feel. What? I'm going to die. What else can I do? Alvin was shocked. What did you say? Why do you want to die? I can't explain it clearly, come in. Before Zalata's voice disappeared, Alvin felt that someone seemed to grab the back of his neck and pulled him backwards, pulling him to the ground, and he lost consciousness after a flash of light. But Alvin woke up quickly the next moment, and found himself at the beach where he had been last time. He was standing on the beach at the moment. In front of him was a quiet, endless sea, with small waves constantly hitting the shore, submerging his feet, and then retreating. The sea water was a little chilly, but quite comfortable. Zalatath, where are you? Can you hear me? Zalatath. Alvin put his hands on his hands to make a trumpet, and shouted at the sea. Why are you shouting so loudly? A voice came from behind him. Unlike the rough voices that could not distinguish between men and women in the past, it was completely the voice of a young woman. Alvin felt his scalp tingling, showing a surprised expression, and quickly turned his head. 2 or 3 meters behind him stood a female Queldorii elf with blue hair and dark skin. Her heavy parts were wrapped with gray-white cloth strips, and she was wearing a blue-black robe with a high degree of exposure. Her arms and thighs were exposed to the air, and her skin was covered with black spells, which extended directly into the invisible places in her clothes, and then extended to her beautiful face. Beautiful, but weird. The elf was not wearing shoes, and stepped on the beach barefoot. Her feet were very beautiful, and covered with fine sand. Alvin was so frightened that he couldn't close his mouth. This was the image of Zalata's in his impression. You are Zalata's? Nonsense, I look like your image, don't I? You don't recognize me? Zalata sneered. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. You are really good, so I look like this in your imagination. Do you like elves in your bones? Alvin was speechless after being mercilessly depleted of XP by Zalatath. But he quickly remembered what imagined image meant. You read my mind again? Humph! Zalatath snorted coldly, turned around and walked towards a wooden house on the beach behind him. Alvin then realized when a small house was built here. It wasn't there when I came last time. Zalatath ignored him and entered the small house on his own. Alvin hurriedly followed and found that it was actually a wooden small house. It felt like a beach villa. He hurriedly ran a few steps to catch up with Zalatath and pushed the door into the room. The scene in front of him shocked Alvin so much that he was speechless. Because the layout of the room was so familiar to him. It was the same house he rented before he crossed over. Entrance, living room, sofa, TV, kitchen, bathroom, south bedroom, north study. Alvin turned left and right in surprise, touched this and that, and finally sat on the sofa dumbfounded. What's going on? It's the home in your memory. Sarthas walked barefoot and cat-like, went to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator door, and took out a can of Coke. Pop opened it, tilted his neck and drank it down, and then made a comfortable ah sound. How is this possible? You peeked into my thoughts, and then reproduced them in this world? What do you mean by peeping? Sarthas crushed the empty Coke can and threw it into a trash can with recyclable written on it. I read your memory openly, and then I found that you actually came from such an interesting world, so I recreated everything according to your memory. You? Alvin pointed at Zalata's in surprise, wanting to curse, but didn't dare. What's wrong with me? Ah! Alvin suddenly remembered something. He jumped up from the sofa like a spring, rushed to the study like crazy, and kicked the door open. Sure enough, it was the same as in the previous life. The lifting table, computer, PS, Xbox, and S are all available. He turned on the computer tremblingly, turned it on, entered the D drive, and displayed the hidden files, but nothing came out. Are you looking for the folder called Study Materials? Alatas folded his arms, leaned against the door frame of the study, and laughed. Chapter 305. I finished reading the content and deleted it. She put her hands on Alvin's shoulders, pressed down from behind, and whispered in Alvin's ear, There are so many cosplayers, no wonder you like elves. Ah! Alvin shouted, I'm done for. I'm really done for this time. He ran out of the study and fell into the sofa. The deepest secret in his heart was dug out by Zalatath, and he never wanted to come out again. Why are you running? I don't want to live anymore. Alvin said with a sad face. You, so many? Did you read them all? Not reading, but criticizing. I can't leave here, so of course I criticize frame by frame. You humans are still good at playing, like the one with rabbit ears. Please stop talking. Alvin yelled, interrupting Zalatath and covering his head with a pillow. I also played the games on your computer. I can play the standalone version, but not the networked version. Why is that? Maybe it's because there's no network here. Alvin suddenly thought of something, sat up from the sofa, and asked, So have you read my memory of the history of Azeroth? Yeah, it's a mess. The front part is still correct, but the back part is completely different. Yes, some of it was changed by me. Alvin shrugged. So, I'm really a villain? Will I have to enter the game later? Alvin looked up and found that the smile on Xalatatha's face had disappeared. Do you even know what it means to enter the game? He smiled bitterly. Yes, I think so. You hadn't entered the game when I came, but I guess you'd be there soon. After all, you've done a lot of bad things after you unlocked the seal. Sartharian was silent. The so-called entering the dungeon is a term in the game. It refers to those powerful characters who become bosses in the game and are ravaged by players in turn, and then their equipment is taken. From the plot point of view, after a character enters the dungeon, a good ending may be that he is beaten away by the player and keeps his life to make a comeback, while a worse ending is that the character is directly killed. For example, Deathwing was beaten away by Alvin this time. The next time they meet, he may really be beaten into the vortex and killed completely. So you don't know my final fate? I don't know. If you read my memory, you should understand that you were indeed the priest's partner at the beginning, but later you broke the seal and started to play tricks. Alvin thought about it, and seeing that Sartharian's brows were frowning and his expression was uncertain, he spoke to comfort him. But don't worry too much. After all, history has changed now, and you may not have the chance to be like in history. How many years have you been sealed here? Don't even mention whether you have the chance to go out. Even if you go out, I am here and will not let you do bad things. Sarthas thought about it, and seemed to gradually figure it out. She has been sealed in this world for an unknown period of time. Now these new things here are much more attractive than the outside world. There are Coke, computers, TVs, and movies here. It's much better than outside. Okay, you've been here for so long, go back quickly, don't delay me from watching TV series. Watch TV series? You still watch TV series? What are you watching? Balala the Fairies. Just as Alvin was about to complain, Zalatas reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Suddenly, he felt dizzy again, just like when he entered this world. Then, Alvin opened his eyes, and found that he had fallen off the bed, and was lying on the ground, sweating. In front of him was the panicked Acolytes. At this time, the sky outside was bright. Brother Alvin, what's wrong with you? Did you have a nightmare? The little red dragon was just pushing the door open and came in, just in time to find Alvin rolling off the bed, with a scream, and quickly ran over to hold Alvin's hand. "Aw, Akali Tasha?" When Alvin saw who was coming, he came to his senses. This Zaltas. He was so heavy-handed. Next time, I will set a startup password for my computer. Akali Tasha saw Alvin start to talk nonsense, and she was a little worried. She helped Alvin sit on the chair, and got him a glass of water. Then she sat on the stool beside her, and put her arms on the table, like a primary school student in class. "Brother Alvin, what's wrong with you? What is Zaltas?" Alvin remembered that Akali Tasha had actually seen Zaltas in the subway tunnel, so he told Akali Tasha about what he saw Zaltas when he was meditating last night. The little red dragon listened carefully, and the expression on his face gradually became terrified. "The last time we met, I was scared to death." She ate that scary octopus face in one go. "She's a scary person. I'm scared." "It's okay, I'm here, she won't do anything to you, and I always feel that Xalatath is going to become a homebody," Alvin said, rubbing the little red dragon's head lovingly. The little red dragon blushed, leaned forward, put his head on Alvin's chest, then hugged him, closed his eyes, and listened to Alvin's heartbeat. "Brother Alvin, I miss you so much. After returning home this time, I feel very bored and have no interest in doing anything. I will never leave you again, okay?" Akalatasa raised her head, and looked up at Alvin with two big ruby-like eyes. "Of course, I have a fief, don't I? I will build a big castle there, and we will all live in it, and never separate again." "Okay," the little red dragon said, and put his face on Alvin's chest again. The girl's body was very hot, probably because Alvin also had dragon blood. Both of them were a little hot, but not the kind of burning heat, but very comfortable. "Ahem, am I here at the wrong time?" A voice came over. Akali was startled and quickly jumped out of Alvin's arms. Looking back, a tall silver-haired night elf was standing at the door. "Sister Myra." Myra Green Shadow walked in, and gently hugged the shy Akali. Love between men and women is human nature. At a certain season, even animals will be in heat. This is allowed by nature. There is nothing to be shy about. Alvin was speechless. As expected of a druid, his views on this aspect are also very animalistic. "I heard Akali call you Myra. Just call your name." When did your relationship become so good? I don't know either. Maybe it's because I've been with the Green Dragon Legion for many years, so I have a natural affinity with dragons? Myra Green Shadow took Akali's hand and thought for a while and said, It may also be because you are Akali's grandmother. Alvin thought. But I can't tell them this. Why are you up so early? Where are Solanlian and the others? Still sleeping. Green Shadow said, Didn't you say yesterday that you would take me and Akalissa to Zolamon? Let's go, no matter where it is, we go early and come back early. Yes. There's no need to trouble Sister Calpurnia and the others for such a small matter. Myra Green Shadow nodded and began to take off her clothes. What are you going to do? Alvin asked in surprise. Transform. As Green Shadow said this, he was completely exposed to the air. Chapter 306. It's not convenient for Akali Tasha to turn into a dragon in the city, so I take everyone out of the city. The green smoke dissipated, and Green Shadow had turned into a cheetah. She jumped back and jumped into the yard. Come up. She lay on the ground and put one of her front legs on the side as a staircase. Alvin and Akali Tasha didn't refuse. It was indeed too conspicuous to turn into a dragon in the city. It would be much more convenient to have Green Shadow lead them out of the city. Solanlian and the others are still asleep. They may be too tired. Yoa, should we wake them up? No, the three of us are enough. Let's go! Green Shadow nodded. The cheetah didn't even open the gate. She went directly to the courtyard wall and jumped out on the spot. The cheetah and the two ran wildly in the Silver Moon City at dawn. There were no pedestrians on the road, only a few patrolling soldiers. Although it was strange to see a night blade leopard in Silver Moon City, they all nodded and smiled and made way when they saw Alvin on it. Many people witnessed the grand welcome ceremony yesterday and knew that this was the miracle priest who had just returned to Silver Moon City with the girl from Starwish. Green Shadow did not stop and quickly left the city. When they reached a deserted place, Akalitha turned back into a dragon, and the two of them changed and flew to Zolamon. The flying speed was still fast. It was estimated that in less than half an hour, Alvin could already see a large area of Zolamon. Just like half a year ago, hundreds of forest trolls were entrenched here, and smoke was billowing in the camp, as if some strange ritual was being performed. What should we do? Akaritas's voice came from the front, and she also saw Zolamon in front. These trolls cannot communicate, just burn them with fire. Yes. Alvin's purpose this time was very clear. Blitzkrieg, quickly destroy Zolamon, and leave no trolls here. The forest trolls and the elf-human coalition have been fighting for this land for thousands of years, and he also witnessed his companions being torn to pieces by the trolls when he first crossed over. If he hadn't arrived in time, even his fiancée would have been eaten alive by the trolls. These grudges must be avenged. And his fiefdom is just to the south of here, and he doesn't want such a group of cannibals to be eyeing his territory. Alvin originally thought that Green Shadow, a druid who loves life, would have any opinions on her decision. As a result, the Night Blade Leopard stretched his body and did 2 stretches. We were fighting trolls 10,000 years ago, but we still fight trolls now. How can these guys reproduce so well? Seeing Alvin's surprise, Green Shadow yawned, revealing his sharp teeth and bloody mouth, which was quite cute. What's so surprising about this? The history of Caldorii is a history of fighting demons, trolls, and insects. These things are just like flies and mosquitoes. You can never kill them all. I thought you would say that everything has spirits. Everything has spirits, except mosquitoes. As the two people talked, Akali Tasha was approaching Zolamon. At this time, the sun had jumped from the eastern horizon, and a ray of golden sunlight shone on Akali Tasha, who was running in the sky. Her scales flashed with fiery light in the sun, descending from the sky and swooping towards Zolamon. Erwin clearly felt that the little red dragon took a deep breath, as if she wanted to suck all the air in the world into her body. She opened her mouth, lowered her body, and flew over Zolamon from a low altitude. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a sound like a volcanic eruption, the little red dragon spewed out flames downwards, and the flames were like a hot river, rushing towards the places where there were many trolls and houses. The flames instantly devoured everything, the houses burned in the flames, and the trolls struggled in the flames. Soon, Akali Tasha passed Zolamon horizontally, and Erwin looked back and saw a burning line of fire burning in the Zolamon camp. But this was not enough. The dragon pulled up, turned a circle in the air, turned around and flew over Zolamon again, and another breath of dragon breath was spewed out. Another line of fire crossed with the previous one, forming a burning X. After that, Akalitrasa was like a tireless fighter, diving and bombing countless times, pulling up and turning, diving and bombing. Soon, the entire troll camp was engulfed in flames. The trolls began to take water from the lake in the middle to put out the fire, but the buildings in the camp were all made of wood or thatch, and they caught fire at a touch. Not only did the fire not go out, but many people died in the sea of fire. The flames of the red dragon were very fierce, and they would be burned to ashes almost the moment they touched it. Alvin was shocked. This was simply a battle between a bomber and a primitive man. The trolls below had no ability to resist at all. They had now given up Zolomon and chose to flee outside the base. In just a few minutes, the entire Zolomon base was almost burned to ruins. The last time the little red dragon and the black dragon princess attacked the orcs' trebuchet position at the dark gate, Alvin did not witness it with his own eyes. When he arrived, the battle was over and the huge base had been razed to the ground, so the feeling at that time was not as shocking as it is now. This time he experienced it from beginning to end, and he deeply realized that in this era, a dragon is simply an existence that mortals cannot contend with. While sighing, Alvin suddenly found that a group of troll soldiers were surrounding a tall troll and fleeing to the south. The troll in the middle looked very distinctive, wearing a red scarf on his head, and one of his arms was cut off from the middle. Alvin had seen this before, because it was too special. It was the warlord of the forest trolls. Zul'jin. Finally found you. Alvin was a little excited. This cunning guy escaped last time. I have let him out for so long. I don't know how many attacks he has planned. I finally found him this time. I must not let him escape again. Akratasa sensed Alvin's thoughts, glanced around, and also found Zul'jin, who was fleeing. She immediately turned around and flew over, and began to take a deep breath in midair. Akali, leave him to me. I want to catch him alive, and bring Zul'jin back to Silvermoon City. This is my first mission. Alvin patted the little red dragon gently, then turned around, and touched the big head of the night blade leopard. Green Shadow, can you help me stop those troll guards? This way I can free my hands to catch their leader. No problem. Green Shadow stood up and looked at the situation below. You get on me, I will take you down. At this height, I can jump directly to their side. Alvin nodded and climbed onto Green Shadow's back. Akali, you can go a little lower. Green Shadow instructed, and the little red dragon followed her request and went a little lower, looking like it was about to dive down at the trolls. Zul'jin and the others also noticed the red dragon's movements. They were horrified to find that this unreasonable and terrifying beast had already discovered them, and was roaring at them, and rushing down with its bloody mouth wide open. Chapter 307. It's over. Just when Zul'jin thought he was going to be buried in the dragon's breath, he found that the red dragon just passed by his head, and did not spit fire. Ha ha, I'm still alive. Zul'jin laughed crazily. His clan, army, and camp were all destroyed by this red dragon that came from nowhere. Why is there a red dragon here? He roared unwillingly. There was no dragon visiting this land in history. This was totally unreasonable. Someone must want to deal with us. Who is it? Is it Long Ears? Have they formed an alliance with the dragon? Beast. Zul'jin cursed while commanding the few remaining people to flee to the south. Where are you going, Lord Commander? A strange voice suddenly sounded, and Zul'jin stopped and looked at the source of the voice. In the woods, a huge night blade leopard walked out silently. The beast was very beautiful, with smooth dark blue fur reflecting light, a moon mark on the side of its front legs, and a pair of big eyes staring at him maliciously. There was also a man riding on the back of the night blade panther, looking down at him and his group coldly. Master Warlord, I'm asking you a question, where are you going? The man spoke troll. Zul'jin was a little surprised. Why did this strange man speak troll? What was his origin? Was it him who attacked his camp? Who are you? Why do you speak my language? Don't you recognize me? Master Zul'jin, I'm your adjutant. You're so stubborn. Alvin smiled. Zul'jin was stunned. Although the name was a little strange, he quickly remembered it. Half a year ago, he found a troll among his men who was educated by Zandalari trolls when he was a child, and promoted him to his adjutant. That guy was called Hard Mouth. But just after he was promoted, this guy seemed to disappear out of thin air. When he was found again, Hard Mouth was lying outside Zolomon, with a large part of his face burned by the explosion, obviously by the fire spell of Long Ears. Who are you? My adjutant Hard Mouth was killed by Long Ears half a year ago. Okay, do you remember this? Elvin deliberately said in a hoarse voice. Zul'jin wants to eat Zandalari-style elf barbecue. Zul'jin suddenly figured it out. The Long Ears that were captured as food at that time disappeared. The troll subordinates in charge of cooking said that it was the new adjutant Hardmouth who said Zul'jin wants to eat Zandalari-style elf barbecue. You, who are you? At that time, I controlled Hardmouth to talk to you, and I got the title of adjutant, and then rescued the elf. Elvin smiled and said, then we used a pyroblast to smash Hardmouth's head. Oh, by the way, the elf we rescued is now my wife. Damn human. Zul'jin was furious. You are too much. You fooled me. I will tear you apart. Go! Zul'jin roared and commanded his men to rush up. The trolls roared and surrounded Green Shadow and Alvin with various weapons in hand. Alvin didn't even look at these trolls. All he had in his eyes was Zul'jin. He rode steadily on the back of the Nightblade leopard Green Shadow, his eyes calm and firm. One of the trolls shouted, and his companions seemed to have received the signal, and attacked Green Shadow from all directions at the same time. These forest trolls roared, waving stone spears and axes in their hands, and rushed up. Green Shadow didn't even hide. Ping ping pong pong. All kinds of weapons either chopped or stabbed at Green Shadow, making a harsh sound of metal collision and emitting dazzling sparks. Zul'jin showed a grim smile on his face. But his smile didn't last long, because he was surprised to find that these seemingly ferocious weapons seemed so powerless on the body of the Nightblade leopard Green Shadow. The stone spears and axes chopped at Green Shadow's body, sparks flew, but even its fur didn't leave any traces. Green Shadow seemed to be wearing an invisible armor that no attack could penetrate. Roar, roar, roar! The moment the trolls were dumbfounded, Green Shadow suddenly roared and waved her claws fiercely around. The claws of the Nightblade leopard were like the scythe of the god of death, and every swing took the life of a troll. The roars of the trolls echoed in the forest, but they could not stop Green Shadow's steps. She slapped all the trolls that besieged her away in a few strokes, then aimed at a hapless guy who fell down, jumped high, and disappeared in the air in an instant. When she appeared again, she had already pounced on the troll, who fell to the ground with a big claw. There was a sound of crackling, and the troll spurted blood and howled in pain. It seemed that his bones and internal organs were crushed. After that, Green Shadow swung his big claws fiercely, and the troll's body was cut into 3 parts as if it was cut by a sharp blade. Blood and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. Roar, roar, roar! Green Shadow roared to the sky, quickly adjusted his state, and pounced on the next troll. The troll saw that the Nightblade leopard was extremely ferocious and easily tore apart the strongest companion among them, and all their psychological defenses were immediately broken. Wow! These guys finally collapsed under the flames and claws, dropped their weapons, and fled in all directions. Alvin jumped off Green Shadow's body. He touched the big cat's face as if rewarding him. Help me kill all those guys who ran away. I will catch Zul'jin. Yes, master. Green Shadow opened his mouth, licked Alvin's face with his tongue, and then jumped into the bushes to chase other trolls who ran away. Zul'jin's face was very ugly. He watched his subordinates being killed, but he had no way to do anything. If he used his best skills, he should be able to fight back to some extent. Ordinary people would be killed instantly. Just when he was thinking about how to get out, he found that the human stayed alone and let the Nightblade leopard go to hunt others. The opportunity has come. Zul'jin laughed in his heart. This careless human. He actually wants to face me alone. As long as there are no dragons and leopards, this guy is just a chicken without any protection. I want to catch him, and then rely on him to control the leopard. Ha ha ha. What's your name? Human? Zul'jin asked. Alvin Priest. You may have heard of it. There is a nickname called Miracle Priest. I will remember this name. Humph, you stay alone? It seems that you are very confident. The troll grinned and walked towards Alvin. Alvin knew that the battle was finally about to begin. But he was very calm at this time. Yes, I am quite confident. What about you? Are you going to turn into a leopard, a bear, or an eagle? Oh! Do you know how powerful I am? Zul'jin was a little surprised. He absorbed the power of the Loa gods into his body, which changed his body and enabled him to use the power of the Loa gods. This was a power he had just mastered recently. How could this human know it? But this question did not bother Zul'jin for too long, because he had absolute confidence in himself. For a dying person, everything he knew would eventually be buried with his death. Roar, roar, roar! The next moment, Zul'jin turned into a bear and rushed towards Alvin. Chapter 308. Although Zul'jin can also transform into an animal, this transformation is completely different from the transformation of Myra Green Shadow. Green Shadow is because of practicing druidism, while Zul'jin directly imposes the power of animal spirits on himself. The trolls have the tradition of worshipping gods in their society. For example, the Adalite priests that Alvin fought against in the Atakaha temple in the south before were the clans that worshipped the blood god Hacker, who was actually a giant wind snake. In the forest troll society in the north, there are also animal gods such as bears, leopards, and falcons. And Zul'Jin's method is to transfer the power of these magical animal spirits to himself in some way. The giant bear that Zul'Jin turned into was not as big as Green Shadow, but it looked quite majestic. He roared and rushed up, and the strong impact made the trolls have a confidence that they could directly smash humans. But the strange human had a smile on his face, and did not move a step. Humph, arrogant human. Die! Zul'Jin bared his fangs, and rushed forward aiming at Alvin's head. He wanted to blow the human's head off with one blow. Closer. Closer and closer. Zul'Jin's grim smile looked even more cruel on the giant bear's face. Suddenly, Alvin stretched out his hand, and the black shadow energy gathered quickly like mist, flew out of his palm like a black dragon, and rushed straight to Zul'Jin. The black dragon's body had two spirals of shadow energy intertwined, and swirled together, emitting ominous energy. Zul'Jin had never seen such magic before. After years of fighting with the Long-Eared and human coalition forces, he knew that the most difficult enemies were the mages. In a war in the early years, a group of humans and Long-Eared mages jointly cast a huge magic that severely damaged the troll army at that time. He knew it was powerful, and when he saw Alvin's magic, he dodged to the side, but the black magic came too fast. Zul'Jin didn't care about his appearance, and rolled over, and the shadow magic rubbed Zul'Jin's fur, making him sweat coldly. Seeing that the attack missed, Alvin immediately selected the skill icon of Dark Word Pain in his mind. Zul'Jin rolled over several times, and without thinking about anything else, he immediately got up and continued to charge towards Alvin, but as soon as he raised his head, he saw another ball of dark magic coming towards his face. Ah! Zul'Jin had nowhere to hide this time, and was directly hit by the shadow magic. He felt as if his whole body was pierced by countless needles. Damn human! I'm going to tear you apart! Paralysis. Zul'Jin was angry, his huge body shook, and a wave of magic waves spread from him. You curse your mother when you can't beat me? Alvin was also a little angry. You're paralyzed. He was about to pull his cheeks apart and continue to curse, but suddenly he felt his body stagnate. Huh? Alvin suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his body, as if a small electric current was flowing through it. This guy was shouting paralysis? I thought he was cursing. It turns out that it really means what it says. Although this feeling of paralysis is not very fatal, it affects Alvin's magic accuracy. He waved his hand and cast a dispel magic on himself, dispelling the paralysis effect. Zul'Jin saw that his magic was instantly dispelled by Alvin, and he roared unwillingly. Then he jumped forward and turned into a cheetah in the air. Rage of the Claws. Zul'Jin shouted and rushed towards Alvin. Time seemed to freeze. Alvin still stood there motionless. Zul'Jin's body drew a graceful arc in the air, and his cunning eyes seemed to reveal the joy of victory. His claws were about to touch Alvin's shoulders in the next second, and he could almost feel the temperature of his skin. His heartbeat accelerated, his breathing was rapid, and his muscles were tense, ready to tear Alvin into pieces in the next moment. Boom! A loud noise suddenly sounded, and the sudden impact broke everything. A red shadow fell from the sky, as fast as lightning. With an indescribable speed and strength, she kicked Zul'Jin sideways. Zul'Jin's huge body rotated in the air, and his hoarse screams echoed in the air. Zul'Jin felt a sharp pain in his chest, and a crackling sound rang out, and several bones were broken instantly. Then his body flew out like a meteor, spinning and hitting a huge tree. The tree that two people could hug together made a loud noise under his impact, and then it broke in the middle, and the treetop swayed and fell down with a loud noise. Then Zul'Jin fell to the ground and rolled on the ground. The sturdy troll shook his head and stood up with great effort. Zul'Jin, who had just stood up, suddenly felt a surge of hot blood in his chest, and a large amount of blood spurted out with a puff. His 4 legs could no longer support his body, and he fell down again with a loud bang. His eyes were full of confusion, and the severe pain made Zul'Jin feel as if his body was about to explode from the middle. Human! I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you! Zul'Jin yelled, relying on his willpower, and stood up despite the severe pain and dizziness. His 4 legs trembled, and he opened his eyes that were already confused by blood and looked forward. A red-haired human girl stood beside Alvin. I wanted to see what tricks he had. Why did you kick him to death in one go? Alvin sighed, he touched Akali's hair, and said helplessly. Who made him shout and scream? I thought he was very strong, but I didn't expect him to be defeated in one go. The little red dragon smiled awkwardly. After she put Alvin and the other man down, she went back and sprayed 2 rounds, burning all the trolls that could still be seen into ashes, and then immediately returned to Alvin. Seeing the cheetah Zul'jin pounce on Alvin, the two were too close. If he came down in the form of a dragon, he might accidentally hurt Alvin, so he simply transformed into a human form in the air, and kicked Zul'jin away with the momentum of falling. He's still alive. Alvin walked towards Zul'jin. At this time, the troll was breathing less and breathing more. He turned back into a troll, and curled up on the ground. His body was full of scars, and blood gushed out of it, mixing with the soil. Zul'jin curled up on the ground and groaned in pain, but there was no surrender in his eyes. I don't accept it. This is a sneak attack. You don't follow martial ethics. I didn't dodge. Cough, 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 cough. Although he was seriously injured, it was obvious that Zul'jin did not surrender. The troll vomited blood and roared. A burst of golden light rose from Zul'jin's body, healing his wounds. Zul'jin was lying on the ground, cursing, when he suddenly noticed something strange happening to him and raised his head in surprise. He saw that Alvin had stretched out his hand, and holy light was emanating from his palm. He had healed himself. What's going on? Aren't you dissatisfied? Come on, round 2. Chapter 309. Zul'jin rolled away from Alvin, got up, and stared at the 2 people in front of him from a distance. What is your conspiracy? Why did you save me? Didn't I tell you? It seems that you are not convinced of your failure. I will heal you. Let's do it again. I will beat you until you surrender. Don't think I don't know your plan. Insidious human. Zul'jin pointed at Akali Tasha. You want her to entangle me, and then you release that terrible magic from a distance to torture me, right? I won't be fooled. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. I will burn you to death. Seeing that the troll was still stubborn, the little red dragon was so angry that flames spewed from the corner of his mouth, and he was about to attack. Akali, listen to me, let me take care of him myself, and see what other tricks he has. Alvin smiled and pulled Akali Tasha behind him. Don't attack, he wants to fight alone, so let him do as he wishes. Arrogant human. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Watch this. Zul'jin roared and rushed forward, and at the same time his body began to change, his muscles swelled, his bones made a slight crackling sound, and feathers emerged from under his skin like flames, covering his whole body. The head also changed. A sharp bird beak replaced his nose, and his arms turned into feathered wings. When he landed, Zul'jin had turned into a huge dragon eagle. The dragon eagle exuded a scorching temperature, opened its mouth wide, and let out a deafening scream. Flame vortex. Around Zul'jin, countless small flame tornadoes suddenly appeared. These tornadoes were like spirits of fire, spinning around Zul'jin and making a hissing sound. Alvin! Die, die, die! Zul'jin's voice echoed in the air like thunder. Then, he spread his wings and set countless fiery tornadoes towards Alvin, as if to burn the whole world. Come on! Alvin protected Akalissa behind him, and was about to choose the skill true word, barrier in his mind. A shadow suddenly appeared on the ground, and then the shadow became bigger and bigger. Alvin looked up, and was immediately surprised. Damn, a flying bear in the sky! A huge bear with silver fur fell from the sky like a hill. Myra Green Shadow quickly dealt with the trolls fleeing everywhere, and quickly returned to Alvin's location. She originally moved in the form of a night-blade leopard, jumping and jumping at a very fast speed. As a result, Green Shadow looked down and saw a dragon eagle summoning magic to attack Alvin. The anxious Green Shadow reacted immediately. She kicked the air hard in the air, adjusted flexibly in the air, turned her direction, and instantly turned into a giant bear. This was not an ordinary trick, but a unique fighting skill of Green Shadow. Mount Hyjal. The silver giant bear sat on the dragon eagle with amazing strength and speed. Zul'jin let out a painful whine, and his entire body except for his head was pressed under the giant bear's buttocks. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he was obviously seriously injured. All the flame tornadoes also stopped at this moment, and the dragon eagle's eyes began to blur, and his consciousness gradually began to move away from his body. No martial ethics. You came prepared? Zul'jin tilted his head, and fainted completely. Alas! Alvin covered his face with one hand, and looked at the green shadow sitting firmly on the dragon eagle. This time there is really a bear. Alvin, are you okay? I see this guy is going to attack you. The green shadow said, moving his butt and coming to Alvin's side. Zul'jin below has regained his troll appearance again, his body stretched into a big letter shape and pressed into the ground. It's okay, thank you. I will save this unlucky guy first. This time Zul'Jin's injury was more serious than before. His bones were basically broken, and his internal organs were squeezed. Alvin really took some effort to save Zul'Jin. Cough, cough, cough. Zul'Jin opened his eyes, and saw Alvin with a worried face, and rolled on the spot again. What happened? Why did I lose consciousness just now? Zul'Jin took a fighting stance and asked in confusion. You were almost killed by my companion, but it doesn't matter, I saved you. Come on, I promise no one will disturb us this time. Alvin was a little sorry. One after another unexpected events interrupted the one-on-one duel between the two. This Zul'Jin was really unlucky. The troll was confused, but he soon saw the giant bear behind Alvin. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and showed a fearful expression. Despicable human. What is your conspiracy? Didn't you say it was a one-on-one duel? What happened to me just now? It's okay, it's all over. I promise there won't be any more accidents this time. Come on. Round 3. Ah! Zul'Jin went crazy. Despicable and insidious used to be his byword, but now he felt that these words combined were not enough to describe the human in front of him. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Human! Zul'Jin's anger finally erupted like a volcano. His eyes flashed with wild light, and his already long face was longer than Mount Hyjal. He waved his arms and danced a strange dance, muttering something in his mouth, as if releasing some voodoo spell of the trolls. Suddenly Zul'Jin began to change. Feathers grew on his body, his beak became sharp, and his feet became claws. Bang, bang, bang. His wings suddenly spread out, and he floated in the air with his wings flapping. Zul'Jin has completely changed into an eagle. Wind. Rage. Repel my enemies. His wings began to flap, stirring up a strong whirlwind that began to spin around him, and every flap made the air thunderous. Lightning. Flash. Punish those enemies who use magic. The originally clear sky suddenly became dark during the field class, and dark clouds began to gather in the air, as if summoned by some powerful force. Lightning began to flash in the dark clouds, and thunder rumbled. The lightning jumped in the dark clouds, illuminating the eagle's eyes, making it look even crazier. Come on! Human! Don't you like to use magic? Try to hit me with magic. My lightning will turn every guy who releases magic into ashes. Ha ha ha. Let my strong wind tear you apart. Let's see what you can do now. You can't use magic, otherwise you will be electrocuted, and can only be blown by the strong wind on the spot. It's really tricky. What should I do now? Alvin frowned, watching the changing colors of the wind and clouds in front of him. He was a little surprised this time, because the magic effects on the scene were much more gorgeous than in the game. It's time to show the traditional skills of the priest. As he spoke, he slowly pulled out Xal'atath from his arms. A priest who can't stab people is not a good priest. Alvin shouted and rushed into the wind. The storm whistled in his ears, carrying Zul'Jin's ridicule and provocation. Come on! Come on! Let the lightning and storm send you to hell. Zul'Jin flapped his wings, and controlled the tornado to attack Alvin. Alvin's steps became faster and faster, and his body seemed to have turned into a flash of lightning. He summoned some golden feathers, and when the feathers touched his legs, the speed instantly increased, avoiding all the tornadoes. Green Shadow and the other two watched worriedly from behind, and wanted to go up to help, but Alvin said that he wanted a one-on-one duel to decide the winner. No! No! Why can't you just die? Seeing Alvin approaching with a dagger, Zul'Jin was shocked and angry. Aren't you a spellcaster? Why don't you cast a spell? Why not? But no one could answer his question. Alvin was approaching quickly, suddenly jumped up, flipped the dagger in his hand, and stabbed it into the eagle's abdomen. This knife was very decisive, and only the handle of the dagger was exposed. Gog gaga! Zul'Jin's eyes flashed with surprise and pain. His magic power began to fade, and his wings could no longer flap the air. He fell from midair. Alvin pulled out the dagger and dodged to the side. Bang! Zul'Jin, who turned back into a troll, fell to the ground, holding his stomach. Despicable priest. Instead of playing magic, he played surgery. Chapter 310. Seeing Zul'Jin lying on the ground with his body bent, blood oozing out from under his body, the troll that was originally fierce and aggressive immediately became listless. Needless to say, Alvin knew that Xal'atath must have secretly stolen some of Zul'Jin's soul energy, otherwise this guy couldn't have been stabbed to death with one knife. But now is not the time to let him die. Alvin used the Holy Light spell to save him again. How many times has he saved him? Alvin himself can't remember. This guy is really a bit pitiful. If he turned into a bear, or a leopard to fight Alvin, it would take a while. As a result, this guy turned into an eagle fanning the wind, and only struck lightning at the caster. It seems that he is indeed the natural enemy of the mage profession, but doesn't he know that priests have always practiced both magic and martial arts? Zul'jin lay on the ground. The holy light dissipated from his body, and the troll slowly opened his eyes, and saw the human and his companion standing in front of him. "Sorry, you look so handsome when you turned into an eagle just now, I couldn't help but stab you." Alvin scratched his head and said sincerely, come on, if you have any tricks, show them quickly, let's go to the 4th round." This time Zul'jin didn't roll to distance himself, but stood up, then knelt down in front of Alvin with a thump. "Mr. Priest, I surrender, I really surrender, I know how powerful you are, please don't torture me, woo-woo," Zul'jin cried. The troll with snot and tears cried loudly, and kowtowed while crying. After a few kowtows, his head was broken. "I was wrong, I was totally wrong. I shouldn't have gone against you, woo-woo." Alvin was a little confused. He didn't expect Zul'jin to cry after being beaten by him. He wanted to see what tricks the trolls had, but now it seems that Zul'jin said he didn't want to fight him at all. "I surrender. I don't want to fight anymore, and I won't run away. Whatever you say, it's up to you." "Whoa. Don't cry," Alvin said speechlessly. "If you don't want to fight, then don't fight. Why are you crying? Now I'm going to take you to Silvermoon City." As he was talking, the giant bear Green Shadow suddenly lowered his head and said in Alvin's ear, "There are a lot of people coming up from behind, but I don't know who they are. Could it be that the trolls who escaped came back to rescue people? Green Shadow, keep an eye on Zul'jin." Alvin quickly issued an order. "Akratasa, take me to the sky." "Yes," Akratasa said as her body began to change. The next moment, she turned back into a giant dragon. She flapped her wings and took Alvin up to the sky. But looking around, there were only giant trees in the forest, and no one could be seen. "Alvin! It's us! Alvin!" A familiar voice came from the woods below. "It's Sister Solanlian and the others," Akratasa suddenly said in surprise. "It's us! Alvin! Akalissa!" Alvin could hear it clearly now. It was indeed Solanlian's voice. Why did she come? Alvin immediately let the little red dragon land. When he got closer, he could see clearly that it wasn't just Solanlian, but also the Windrunner sisters who came, and they brought a large number of troops, which seemed to be hundreds of people. Seeing that it was not an enemy, the little red dragon immediately descended and transformed into a human form, and Alvin also jumped off the dragon's back. "Alvin!" Solanlian came up and threw herself into Alvin's arms. "Why are you here?" Alvin was still wondering, but Solanlian gently twisted his waist. "Huh? How come you really brought a collie and Green Shadow with you? I was scared to death when I woke up in the morning and saw that you were not there. You should have told us, it was too risky. Fortunately, I found out early, and you were not in trouble. I immediately reported to His Majesty the King, and then I brought the soldiers here." Solanlian looked back and found that Green Shadow was not around. "Where is Green Shadow?" Her voice was a little trembling. "Don't worry, Green Shadow is watching Zul'jin in front, and we have already captured Zul'jin." Alvin hugged Solanlian. He could feel the elf's worry. "Don't worry, Green Shadow is fine." "You said you caught Zul'jin?" A long-haired elf came over. Alvin took a look and quickly recognized that this person was the second sister of the Windrunner family, Sylvanas Windrunner. She was the later Banshee Queen. But now she is still the second sister of the Windrunner family. It is said that her power is even stronger than that of the eldest sister Illyria. She also inherited her mother's title. At a young age, she is already a ranger general of the Far Striders. The elf waved his hand gently, and a team of elven rangers rushed forward silently. Soon, the roar of the giant bear and the screams of the elves came from the front. Alvin frowned. He was not worried that Green Shadow would suffer, but these rangers were too reckless. Soon, a whistle sounded, and one of the elves who had just run to the front ran back. There was some blood on his body, and it seemed that he was injured. He whispered something in Sylvanas' ear. The elven ranger frowned. "That giant bear is my companion, Kaldorii druid Myra Green Shadow. I forgot to tell you that she has a very violent personality after turning into a giant bear. You'd better not provoke her," Alvin said coldly. "My people don't know this. Please tell me in advance next time." Sylvanas said, winked at the ranger, and then ran forward with the guy. "Your people should learn etiquette first, instead of fighting right away," Solanlian retorted. "Windrunner and Starwish have always been at odds with each other, and Sylvanas and Solanlian are even more hostile." Sylvanas heard it, but didn't stop, just snorted. This bastard. So Lanlian pulled Alvin and said, "Let's go too." "Why is this woman so weird?" Alvin asked quietly. "Humph, this guy and I have a bad relationship. We have made military achievements by coming back this time. As a general, she has basically no chance to show her face. Of course, she doesn't like us." So Lanlian said as she walked, "Also, Zolomon has always been a thorn in the eyes of Silvermoon City, but because of insufficient troops, and not understanding the reality inside, Silvermoon City has never dared to act rashly. Sylvanas once led the troops to attack there, but returned in vain and lost many lives. So I destroyed Zolomon, and she thinks I stole her credit? It's possible. It's like staring at the cake for a long time, but it was eaten by someone else. Soon, everyone came to the place just now. A group of Farstrider Rangers had surrounded Green Shadow and Zul'jin, staring at Green Shadow with a fierce look, and several elves were obviously injured. Green Shadow still looked like a giant bear, faithfully carrying out the task assigned to her by Alvin, blocking Zul'jin behind her, and making a low roar in her throat, full of threats. There were many elven arrows scattered under her feet. Chapter 311. When Alvin saw the arrows on the ground, he was instantly unhappy. He took 2 quick steps, and pushed away an elf, who was surrounding Green Shadow in front of him. His hand was a little too strong, and he pushed the elf to the ground with a scream, and the hood fell off, revealing a head of silver hair. Alvin took a look at the elf, and felt that he seemed a little familiar. But he didn't pay much attention, and walked directly to the giant bear, gently stroked the giant bear's smooth silver fur, and looked up at Green Shadow. "What's going on? Did they hit you?" Green Shadow lowered his head, and licked Alvin first, his voice a little aggrieved. "These people came up and surrounded me, asking me to hand over Zul'jin, but this guy is our prisoner. You asked me to watch him. Of course I didn't agree. These guys shot me with bows and arrows, but I was not injured, and I also injured a few people." Green Shadow looked at Alvin, only to see that he frowned, and seemed a little angry. "I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. Why are you apologizing? You didn't do anything wrong." Alvin smiled, and gently touched Green Shadow's bare nose. "Well done, these people are impolite and lack lessons. Sylvanas, this is our companion. Take care of your people. Apologize to Green Shadow immediately. Otherwise, I will tell His Majesty the King what you did." So Lanlian heard the conversation between Green Shadow and Alvin nearby, and immediately became furious. She turned around and said to Sylvanas, "Tell your people to get out of here immediately. Otherwise, I will let you know how powerful I am now." "Humph, how do we know that this giant bear is your companion? I don't remember there is such a beast among your companions." Sylvanas sneered. "Those trolls like to worship some strange beast gods. Who knows whether this thing is an enemy or a friend? She protects Zul'jin so much. I have reason to suspect that she is an accomplice of the trolls. What's wrong with us? We have destroyed Zolomon and almost wiped out all the trolls inside. That's why we captured Zul'jin." Alvin's emotionless voice sounded as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. "Do you understand now? Can you let your people withdraw? I'm going to take my captives back to Silvermoon City. Destroy Zolomon? Don't joke." Sylvanas sneered. "Just you few? I have fought with these trolls for hundreds of years. Those cunning things are like bugs that can't be killed. I won't listen to your nonsense here." While she said this, she turned her head and winked at the silver-haired elf who fell to the ground just now. The elf nodded and ran towards Zolomon with a few people. It seems that she went to confirm the situation. I don't need to explain anything to you. Your people have also confirmed it. The conclusion will be reached soon. Now I'm leaving. Alvin is not in a good mood towards this Sylvanas now. When I met her in Watchtower, my first impression of her was actually quite good. I didn't expect her to be so arrogant. No wonder the Starwish sisters and Windrunner don't get along. But when I think about the first time I met Solanlian and Calpurnia, the sisters were also stubborn, similar to Sylvanas now. Maybe these noble ladies of Silvermoon City are born with high eyes. It seems that I am still powerful. I melted the sisters of the Starwish family, hee. Alvin pulled up the dejected Zul'jin and walked towards the encirclement of the elves. Green Shadow followed behind, making a dong-dong-dong sound when walking. The ranger standing next to Sylvanas immediately surrounded Alvin and tried to stop him. Akaratassa stood in front of Alvin, staring at the guards blocking the way, and flames spewed out of the corners of her mouth. "Whoever dares to stop us, I will burn him to ashes." It must be said that the little red dragon spoke these few words of Quel'Dorii in a clear and fluent voice, and it seems that he has worked hard in his daily life. At this time, the silver-haired elf, who was sent out to check the situation just now came back. She was terrified and shouted from a distance. Sister, sister, gone, all gone. It turned out that this was the third sister of the Windrunner family, Varisa Windrunner. Alvin couldn't help but look at her a few more times. He and Solanlian carried out the mission of saving the Red Dragon Queen in the wetlands, which resulted in Varisa and Ronan not meeting each other. It seems that a pair of mandarin ducks were separated. I don't know which boy will get the advantage in the future. Sister. Varisa's voice was trembling. Gone, Zolamon disappeared, all burned to ashes. What do you mean? Zolamon caught fire? Sylvanas asked in surprise. Where are the trolls? Why did they burn down their hometown? All gone, not a single troll left, only charred corpses. Varisa had obviously never seen such a scene before, and she felt nauseous while talking, retching several times and almost vomiting. It seems that Zolamon, which was razed to the ground by fire, really shocked her too much. How? Is it possible? Sylvanas knew that her sister would never lie, and she was a little panicked. Could it really be these people who did it? Tell your people to move away. Alvin came up. He patted Ecolatras's shoulder, and the little red dragon cooperated by spitting some fire from its teeth, and then closed its mouth. My red dragon is not as good-tempered as I am. If you irritate her, I'm afraid there will be more burned trees and charred bodies here. Sylvanas looked at Alvin, her face turned red and white, and finally waved her hand, signaling the people blocking the road to withdraw. Humph, I'm really sorry, it's all a misunderstanding. The miracle priest is really powerful. 3 people flattened Zolamon. This sentence was almost said by Sylvanas with gritted teeth. As the Ranger General of Silvermoon City, he has never taken down the last stronghold of Zolamon in the long war against the trolls. He once captured Zul'jin. As a result, this terrifying guy broke his chained arm with his own hands and escaped, resulting in the war not being ended in his hands. But now, this human priest, with a dragon and a druid, has captured the arrogant Zul'jin alive, and also removed Zolamon, a stronghold embedded in the south of Eversong Forest. It seems that this miracle priest is really not an ordinary person. Please, I think His Majesty the King will be very happy to hear this news. Sylvanas said, slightly turning aside, and Elwyn dragged Zul'jin out first. When Solanlian passed by Sylvanas, she said with a smile, Oh, my fiancé has made such a great contribution. I wonder what kind of reward His Majesty the King will give. Some people don't get pink-eye disease because of this. Of course, congratulations to Mr. Elwyn, but no matter what, the fiancé is not married yet, and it is uncertain whether they can finally get together. Some people, be careful that the duck in your hand flies away. When Solanlian heard this, her face immediately fell. What do you mean? Do you still want to snatch things from me? Since childhood, you have always liked to snatch things from me, right? Sylvanas sneered. I think I am no worse than you, and I also have a sister. Chapter 312. The return journey was smooth, but slow. Although the expedition was made by the Farstrider Rangers, these agile elf hunters move very fast in the forest. But no matter how fast they are, they can't compare to the little red dragon flapping its wings directly into the sky. In addition, the little red dragon and the green shadow were willing to carry Zul'jin, and Alvin couldn't hold him all the time, so he handed him over to the troops in the end, and then everyone returned with the main force. Zul'jin was very honest, probably because the base camp was gone, and he was repeatedly defeated by Alvin and others, and suffered too much, so he slept in the prisoner car the whole time. Although the journey was boring, it was not boring. Solanlian and Sylvanas basically kept their mouths open, and they talked to each other, from comparing whose toys were better when they were young, to comparing whose grades were higher when they were in school, and comparing whose contributions were greater after work. There was nothing to compare with the previous ones. Both of them were noble ladies from Silvermoon City, and they were basically the same. The Elven Rangers who were traveling with them also had indifferent expressions on their faces. It seemed that it was not the first time they saw the two bickering. They must have been used to it. However, the last topic involved Alvin, because the two began to compare boyfriends. This game was undoubtedly a crushing game for Solanlian. As if to demonstrate, Solanlian pulled Alvin to rub his ears, and made Alvin blush. Sylvanas was embarrassed and her face turned red and white. Finally, she was defeated and simply stayed away from him. Fight me! Looking at the escaping enemy, Solanlian made a face at Sylvanas' back like a chicken that won the battle. Alvin thought that the matter was over, but something unexpected happened again. This is what happened. It was noon, and they were close to the town of Tarkaran. Sylvanas ordered the troops to go to Tarkaran to rest and have lunch. Eating lunch was originally a simple matter. Now was not a war period, and the elves were also relaxed. They took out their dry food and gathered in groups of 3 or 2 to chat and eat. But Alvin and his men were not regular soldiers, and they did not bring any food with them. After taking a look at the elves' food, which was just hard bread and dried meat, they really had no appetite. Alvin took Green Shadow to the small river north of the town to catch a few fish, came back to clean them, and borrowed a kitchen in the town to make a pot of delicious fish soup. When the fresh smell of the fish pond wafted out, the elves were a little restless and gathered around. Seeing this, Alvin was embarrassed to eat alone. Anyway, it was a big pot, so everyone shared it. Seeing the elves surrounding the pot in 3 layers, Alvin was very pleased even though he didn't eat much. "Thank you, Mr. Alvin." A crisp voice came from behind, sounding a little familiar. Alvin looked back and recognized it. It was the youngest of the Windrunner family, Varisa. "This is a rare guest." "You're welcome. It's a pity that the pot is too small, otherwise everyone can drink the fish soup." "Yeah." Varisa was holding a small silver lunch box in both hands, and was slowly drinking the soup in it. She looked back and seemed to be looking for her sister, but she didn't find her. "My sister said that she wanted to apologize to you. What happened in the morning was a misunderstanding. She and Sister Solanlian would quarrel whenever they met. It was not intentional to go against you. It can be seen that the relationship between the two of them is really not good. The fish soup is delicious. Then you should drink more. Can I be your follower?" Alvin was a little confused. "What did you say?" The silver-haired elf was a little shy, lowered his head, and dared not look at Alvin. His fair skin had reddened to the tip of his ears. I want to be your follower." The voice was very small, like a mosquito. If Alvin had not recently increased his power, I am afraid he would not have heard it. "What is a follower?" It's not that Alvin is confused, he really doesn't know. It's to follow you and listen to your command, just like Sister Solanlian and Calpurnia. But they are not my followers, but my fiancée. After Alvin finished speaking, he found that Varisa lowered her head, her face became redder, and even her shoulders began to tremble. "Ah! Did I say something wrong?" No, that's not what I meant. You don't have to marry me if you follow me." Alvin quickly made up for it. "What I meant is that I don't have any followers, such as Ekalissa and Green Shadow. We are all friends and partners, not my followers." "Well?" Varisa nodded and let out a long breath, as if she was sitting on the sofa at home after a hard day's work. "We talk later." She hopped away, and quickly disappeared into the crowd, and then was pulled away by someone. Alvin didn't see clearly, it seemed to be Sylvanas. "What are these two doing?" Alvin whispered. "They are looking for an opportunity to get close to you." Solanlian's voice came. Recently, Solanlian looked like a mature woman. She lifted her hair, and was full of temptation in her gestures. "Humph, this Sylvanas took advantage of my absence to steal my girl." Alvin shook his head. "You think too much. She just came, and said she wanted to be my follower. I don't even know what a follower is. Followers are people who can choose the person they admire to follow. It's equivalent to a private army." "Ah? This is the first time Alvin has heard of it. You can still have a private army? Doesn't the country care about this?" "Of course. The Starwish family, the Windrunner family, and your Lord Darren are also private soldiers of the Holy Light Church. Strictly speaking, the Knights of the Silver Hand are also private soldiers of the Holy Light Church. Usually everyone is busy with their own affairs, and they go to help the country when the country calls for it. This is normal." Solanli paused and continued, "But this Varisa, as the youngest daughter of the Windrunner family, can obviously be a lord herself, but she insists on being your private soldier. I know Varisa, she has no scheming. In my opinion, it must be Sylvanas' conspiracy." "I see. But I don't seem to need any private soldiers. I can't afford so many people. Although you don't have a nominal private soldiers, but look, you took Green Shadow and Ekalissa, and the 3 of you flattened Zolaman, which was entrenched in the south of Silvermoon City. The power of your private soldiers is too strong. And your black dragon is not around. To me, although you don't have private soldiers, your strength is actually a force that cannot be underestimated in this world." So Lanlian thought for a while, and said, "Now you still have a territory. Recruiting people should really be put on the agenda. If I really get so many people, I have to pay them wages, but I am so poor, what can I do?" Alvin scratched his head, a little distressed. Running a territory? This touched his blind spot in knowledge. "Don't worry, I'm here." So Lanlian confidently straightened her chest. At this time, if she wears glasses and a professional suit, she is simply a strong woman in the workplace. Chapter 313. It was then that Alvin realized that he was no longer in a state where one person could feed the whole family. He had a territory, people, a fiancée, and Akalissa, and everyone around him needed his care. Now he had changed from a small captain to RL, Alvin thought excitedly. He had to plan his tactics for future battles, and distribute the equipment he found from corpses. He must not let the situation of no more brothers after the Sword of the Brotherhood comes out happen. But I didn't know where the legendary Sword of the Brotherhood was now. Nefarian, who was supposed to enter the dungeon, had been recruited by me. I would go back and ask him if he had the legendary weapon belonging to Anduin Lothar. If so, I would find a way to get it for him. It should be suitable for Akalissa to carry it on his back. Well, in that case, I would find another set of beautiful clothes for Calpurnia and Solanlian. By the way, the quicksand coat is pretty good. When we go to Kalandor and open the Wall of Scarabs, we can go to the ruins of Angela to find it. That bright red color, that level of exposure. Alvin drooled unconsciously as he thought about it. Also, I want to get a set of druid equipment for Green Shadow. I wonder if she can transform with me. It's a bit of a waste to have to expose her clothes every time she transforms. Well, there are many beautiful leather armors, such as the ancestral hot pants, the desire breastplate. Add to that Green Shadow's innocent and sacred expression, the contrast is simply amazing. Thinking of this, Alvin couldn't help but chuckle. Alvin, what are you thinking about? Why are you drooling? A voice came from the side, but Alvin didn't seem to hear it. Look at his expression. He seems to be thinking about something terrible. Myra Green Shadow, who had turned back into human form, said lightly. Alvin! So Lanlian screamed in the priest's ear, and finally called his soul back. Here I come! Alvin wiped his saliva with his sleeve. I've decided. When I come back from Draenor, I will go to Kalandor. Kalandor? What are you going there for? I wanted to find a quicksand coat for you to wear. Alvin couldn't say this anyway, so he said righteously, I just felt that there are evil forces in the southwest of Kalandor ready to move. I was inspired by the holy light, and must eradicate the terrorist army there, and let the holy light spread to every corner of Azeroth. What evil? What are you talking about? So Lanlian heard what he said was mighty and domineering, but she always felt that something was wrong. Myra Green Shadow's face changed. Did you feel it too? Kaldori seemed a little excited, changing his usual calm look. He grabbed one of Alvin's hands and said anxiously, Master, did you feel it too? The evil in the southwest of Kalandor? What are you talking about? So Lanlian was completely confused. She did not experience the famous Quicksand War in history, but Myra Green Shadow was indeed an eyewitness of that event. Alvin was also a little confused at first, but seeing Green Shadow's serious look, he thought about it, and knew that she was talking about the Quicksand War. It was about 1,000 years ago, in the Silithus area in the southwest of Kalandor, a group of terrible Karaji insects attempted to occupy the world under the instigation of the ancient god Thun, and were then suppressed by the Night Elves and the Bronze Dragon Coalition. That war ended with a tragic victory for the Night Elves, and the Coalition finally sealed all the Karaji in the Beetle Wall near the Temple of Angela. There should still be druids of the Cenarian Circle stationed there. As a disciple of Storm Rage, Myra Green Shadow must have participated in that war and survived. Well, I feel it. Alvin hurriedly followed Green Shadow's words and continued. The seal of the Beetle Wall is beginning to weaken, and we have to go there. Moreover, I am also very interested in Teldrassil, and want to see the tree city where the Kaldori live. You won't regret it, Master. Myra Green Shadow got the answer he wanted and smiled. I believe my teacher and his wife will welcome you. My wife? Oh, sorry, her name is Tyrande. She is also the high priest of the Temple of the Moon and the actual ruler of the Kaldori. Like you, my wife is also a priest. I believe you will have a lot in common. Teldrassil? So Lanlian also nodded. That place is the city you built after we left Kalandor, right? To be honest, I also want to see it. Okay, then it's settled. When we bring the Black Dragon Legion back from Draenor, we will go to Kalandor. Quicksand Coat, here I come, Alvin said in his heart. A few people talked and laughed along the way, but they didn't know that there was a pair of green eyes staring at them in the distance. Stupid. You didn't succeed even if you were asked to be a follower. Sylvanas looked at her sister unhappily, and said angrily. Look at Calpurnia Starwish. She ran away from home. Verisa felt a little wronged, and whispered, You were surprised that Calpurnia ignored the Quel'Dorei tradition, ran away privately, and ignored the doctrine. What did you say? Sylvanas came over. She seemed to hear that her sister had some different opinions. Nothing, nothing. Verisa smiled, and shook her hand. There are still 3 days before Calpurnia's portal is ready. You don't have much time. You must take down Alvin within these few days. Why should I take down Mr. Alvin? Verisa asked boldly. Look at Sister Solanlian. She has obviously done that with Mr. Alvin. In this kind of thing, isn't it always the sister who goes first? What are you talking about? Sylvana's face was red all the way to her neck because of what her sister said, but after thinking about it, it seemed to be true. In a fit of rage, he slammed his head into Verisa's forehead. The silver-haired elf was so shocked that he covered his head and screamed. Let's not talk about the fight between the Windrunner sisters. In the afternoon, the mighty team entered Silvermoon City. King Anasterion was getting up when he received the war report. When he learned that the forest troll tribe that had fought with his kingdom for thousands of years was completely wiped out, he jumped out of bed excitedly. For thousands of years, the trolls have not been completely wiped out and have always been entrenched in the jungles of the south. He originally thought that this situation would continue forever until his son Kael'thas ascended the throne. But he didn't expect that he was flattened by the miracle priest in just the time of having breakfast in the morning. The battle report described in detail that he rode a dragon, raised Zolamon to the ground, and captured the troll leader Zul'jin alive. Quick! Call Archmage Ramath over. I have something important to discuss with him. The king loudly issued an order, and soon met his old friend Ramath in the study. The two of them closed the door tightly, and it was unknown what they were plotting. In short, when the door was opened, Ramath's face was full of satisfaction. Chapter 314. One night later, King Anasterion met with Alvin and his party in the Sun Chaser Hall again. Alvin didn't care, but Akalissa was a little impatient. At this time, the little red dragon just wanted to eat. His Majesty sat on the throne, and the princes and nobles of Silvermoon City stood on both sides of the hall. Alvin looked around and knew a lot of people, even including Duchess Maidlon, who had met him once when he first came here. It should be said that this woman is well maintained. You can't tell her age from her face. Alvin couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Then he felt a little hand patting and pinching his back. Alvin sucked his teeth in pain, and when he looked back, he found that Solanlian was squinting at him. Mr. Alvin. He was about to explain, but he heard the king calling his name, and hurried forward. Anasterion was in a good mood today. On his left stood Kael'thas, and on his right stood his future father-in-law Ramath. His Majesty, hello. Anasterion stood up from the throne, took a few steps forward, and held Alvin's hand. Someone in the hall had already started to exclaim. For thousands of years, no one had ever been able to get His Majesty to stand up and greet him. His Majesty took Alvin's hand and pulled him onto the throne, then faced the surprised crowd in the hall and cleared his throat. Miracle Priest Alvin Priest, you helped Silvermoon City solve the huge hidden danger that has existed since its establishment, defeated the longtime enemy of the Quel'Dorii, the forest trolls, and captured the enemy leader Zul'jin alive. This achievement is the greatest achievement since the establishment of Silvermoon City, nothing else. Oh. A warm round of applause and cheers broke out in the hall. The elves and trolls have been fighting for thousands of years, and countless people from each family have died at the hands of trolls. Although there are still some barriers between nobles, trolls are indeed the common enemy of all elves. Now that they know that the enemy has been completely wiped out, Zul'jin has been captured and taken back to Silvermoon City, and the hatred in the family has finally been avenged. How can they not be excited? Miracle Priest. Miracle Priest. Miracle Priest. The cheers in the throne hall are one after another, so loud that they almost overturn the roof. It is rare to see these elves who are naturally indifferent so excited, which is also a great spectacle. His Majesty raised one hand and made a downward motion, and the cheers in the hall slowly stopped. He smiled happily, still holding Elvin's hand, and turned his head to say, Dear Elvin, you have made such a great contribution to Silvermoon City. Tell me, what reward do you want? Elvin's forehead was black, thinking that you asked me in front of so many people. Isn't that moral kidnapping me? If I speak at this time, how unclassy will it be? Finally, he had to bite the bullet and said, Your Majesty, I already have the best things in the world, that is, my two fiancées, the two daughters of the Starwish family, Calpurnia and Solanlian. I really can't think of anything else I want. As Elvin said this, he looked at Solanlian and Calpurnia. The two held hands and looked at Elvin, with tears in their eyes radiating arcane light. It seems that heroes are also difficult to resist beautiful women. The king laughed, and there was another burst of laughter in the hall. However, if you have made such great contributions, if there is no reward at all, then Silvermoon City is unreasonable. Anasterion said solemnly, I will make the land in the south of Eversong Forest, which was originally Zolamon, your territory, and grant you the title of Earl of Queldorii. Give me another fief? Elwyn was a little unresponsive. Ramath stepped out and bowed first. Thank you for the reward from His Majesty the King, Elwyn. Why don't you thank His Majesty the King? Ah, thank you, His Majesty the King. And, His Majesty the King continued, I will hold a grand wedding for you and your fiancée, and I will personally be your witness. The time is set when you return from the world of Draenor. Oh. The hall fell into a deathly silence at first, and then a stronger cheer broke out again. Silvermoon City has not produced any new nobles for a long time, let alone held any large-scale events. This time, His Majesty the King not only gave Alvin a fiefdom in person, but also personally held a Silvermoon City royal wedding for Alvin. It seems that this human will become a force that cannot be ignored in Silvermoon City. And I heard that Alvin was given a piece of land in Lordaeron, which seems to be in the south bordering Eversong Forest. Now Silvermoon City has given Alvin the land of the original ancestor Amon, so wouldn't he have connected the two pieces of land together? That would be a vast land from the south of Eversong Forest to the north of Stratholme. But Alvin didn't think so far. Thank you, your majesty. Alvin, Solanlian, and Calpurnia thanked Anasterion together. The king smiled and took Alvin's hand again, whispering to him affectionately, Don't just thank me, your future father-in-law blocked me in the study for a whole morning to ask for a reward from me. Ahem. Roman's voice came from the side. That's the reward Alvin deserves, and that land has been polluted by the troll voodoo spell, and only a priest like Alvin can purify it. Ha ha! Whatever you say is what it is. The king waved his hand, and left the throne with a big laugh. I'm leaving first, so I won't disturb your family reunion. When the others saw His Majesty the King leave, they also came up to congratulate Alvin and Romans and left. Thank you, father-in-law. Alvin took Solanlian and Calpurnia to Roman's side. Looking at the Archmage, Alvin was moved. Romance nodded, You're welcome. These are what you deserve. Now that your two fiefs can be connected, it's history. This way you, my daughters, and your followers can have a place to stay. Father-in-law, speaking of territories, I'm too young to manage any territories. Besides, I'm going to Draenor soon. It's a complete waste to give me this land. Alvin's eyes turned. How about this? Anyway, I have no parents. The Starwish family is my home. My things are of course the Starwish family's things. This territory is fully entrusted to father-in-law to manage. This? Romance's eyes lit up, but he was still a little embarrassed. It seemed not good to take his son-in-law's things. Alvin quickly winked at Solanlian and Calpurnia. I think what Alvin said makes sense. Solanlian said immediately, After all, we are about to go to war, and we still have to ask father to take care of the family affairs. Moreover, we really have no experience in building a territory, and more importantly, we have no money. We still need father's support for these. Roman's eyes twitched unconsciously when he heard his daughter's words. Chapter 315. Alvin felt a little embarrassed. It was true that a daughter who is married off is no match for her father. She had to use her father's money to build the territory in the early stages. Sister is right. Dad, I want a very high magic tower. It must be taller than the Royal Library of Silvermoon City, so that my sister and I can study magic in it. Roman's eyes twitched even more. Please leave me an area. The master promised me that he would go to Teldrassil after returning. I want to take a young branch of Teldrassil and plant it here, and purify the filth here. Myra Green Shadow suddenly came over and said. Romans felt like half of his head was about to explode. Alvin, come and explain, master, what's going on. And me. I want a lot of delicious food. And a mountain as a nest. Before Alvin could explain, Akalissa came over and said. Looking at the bruised Romans, Alvin thought it would be better to finish it all at once, otherwise his father-in-law would be angry if he asked for it later. In fact, we need a lot of mountains. I promised the Black Dragon Princess Onyxia that I would help her keep the dragon eggs. Then, there may be some red dragons and black dragons living here to hatch these dragon eggs. The Archmage Ramatha's eyes were almost rolling up. However, Ramath still tried his best to meet the needs of his daughters. The Starwish family has always had a small population, and although Ramath is in a high position, he actually has no territory. Now that he has such a large territory, he must take good care of it. After returning home, Romans gave a few instructions and locked himself in the magic tower to study the plan carefully. Alvin was a little embarrassed at first. After all, it was his own business. It was not good to let his father-in-law pay for it and work for it. He wanted to help, but was stopped by Calpurnia and others. Let Dad do it. Don't look at his distressed face. but he must be very happy in his heart. Since Calpurnia said so, it would be bad for him to help, so he just handed it over to Romans. As a result, just as they sat down, 2 uninvited guests came to Xingyuan's house. When the little maid reported that the Windrunner sisters came to visit, Solanlian and Calpurnia's eyes almost popped out. What are these 2 doing? They haven't been to our house for hundreds of years. Now they come here, they must have ulterior motives, Solanlian said, glancing at Alvin. Although Calpurnia didn't know what happened, she and her sister always had a tacit understanding, and she knew what happened by looking at her sister's expression. Calpurnia, who was always good-tempered, also pouted. I knew it. Sylvanas is the most sinister person in their family. She just wants to suppress us. I want to see what they are going to do today. Don't get excited. Alvin, shut up. The 2 sisters said in unison, then jumped up and ran to the door angrily, saying that they wanted to meet Windrunner to see what they were up to. As a result, Alvin waited for a long time, but didn't see the 2 come back. They are bickering at the door. Green Shadow suddenly said. Can you hear it from so far away? Green Shadow opened his eyes, and gave Alvin a look that said, what do you think? Then he yawned and closed his eyes again, as if he had fallen asleep. I go check at the door. Alvin was a little helpless. Why do these ladies from Silvermoon City always quarrel when they get together? When he got to the door, he found that it was not only the Windrunner sisters who came, but also a wounded saber-toothed tiger. What's going on? I've said it many times. If your pet is injured, you should go to a veterinarian, not Alvin. Alvin is a priest, not a veterinarian. But Harper's injury has been treated, but he still can't cheer up. I suspect he has some invisible injuries that the veterinarians can't find out. He has no choice but to come to Mr. Alvin. I think you are just looking for trouble. I won't believe you. Please go back. We want to see Mr. Alvin. You have no right to stop us. I won't let you see him. I want to see him. Although the youngest of the 4 elves, Calpurnia, is more than 500 years old, this guy's level is not even as good as a 10-year-old human child. Alvin felt that if they continued to argue like this, there would be no result, so he took a few quick steps and shouted from a distance, Stop arguing. I'm coming. Alvin? Why are you here? Go back. Caponia opened her arms and stopped the Windrunner sisters from approaching Alvin, just like playing basketball defense. Mr. Alvin, please help me take care of Harper. What happened to it? Verisa was guarded by Calpurnia and could not get close, so she had to jump behind her. Stop making trouble. What's going on? Alvin gently pulled Calpurnia's hand. The elf wanted to make trouble, but Alvin whispered in her ear, Wouldn't it be solved if we quickly finish the matter for them? It's better than quarreling here. Humph, I think they have ulterior motives. Alvin touched Calpurnia's head and smiled at Sylvanas and Verisa. What's going on? Is Harper the saber-toothed tiger? Are you their pet? Sylvanas nodded. The Windrunner family is a family of rangers. Some rangers keep pets to help them fight like hunters. The 3 of us sisters each keep a saber-toothed tiger, but for some reason, after Verisa's saber-toothed tiger was injured once while fighting outside, it became depressed, didn't eat well, and had no energy to do things. This really treats me as a veterinarian, Alvin thought. I think this kind of problem should really be found by a veterinarian. I don't know much about animals. It can be said that I am much worse than you hunters and rangers. No, I have this feeling. Only you can help Harper. If it doesn't eat, it will die. Verisa had tears in her eyes, and felt like she was about to cry. Alvin said helplessly, Okay, I try. Don't blame me if it doesn't work. After that, Alvin quickly cast a true word silence on Harper. It's strange that this skill can save a seriously injured human, but it has no effect on this saber-toothed tiger. The red saber-toothed tiger Harper was still lying on the ground, squinting his eyes. When the light came on, he just opened his eyes and looked, and then closed his eyes quickly. It seems that he is not sick. Is there something on his mind? Alvin was a little speechless. What else could a hunter's pet beast have on his mind? Is it not eating well? Is it not sleeping well? The key is that there is no way to communicate with it. But seeing Verisa's expression of you should think of a way quickly, Alvin's heart moved. When I used the mind vision skill to get the animal's vision before, I could actually have some synesthesia. I could feel the animal's thoughts, joys, sorrows, and anger to some extent. How about giving it a try? I can try again, but you still shouldn't hold too high hopes, Alvin said, and when he saw the Windrunner sisters nodded, he cast the spell. Soon, his inner vision was synchronized with Harper's, and he could indeed feel the loneliness of the saber-toothed tiger, and the feeling of lack of interest in doing anything. Is this still a sentimental tiger? What's wrong with you? Your master is worried about you. Alvin asked Harper in the letter. The saber-toothed tiger looked up at Alvin, and seemed to find that this human was talking to his heart, and stood up in surprise. Chapter 316. When Alvin saw the saber-toothed tiger Harper suddenly stand up and look at him, he thought to himself, this is possible. Can they really communicate? Harper seemed a little excited after he stood up. He shook his fur, then bit his front legs and kicked his hind legs to do a few stretches, grinned and barked a few times. The sound was almost the same as that of a cat, without the majesty of a tiger at all. It seemed really weak. So Alvin continued, do you understand what I say? If you understand, just say something to me, and see if I can understand you. Before Harper spoke, his stomach made a gurgling sound for more than 10 seconds. Alvin didn't even need to ask, he must be hungry. Are you hungry? Don't you want to give you a chicken leg first? Don't just give me a chicken leg, I haven't eaten for several days, at least give me a whole roast turkey. A young voice sounded in Alvin's heart. It sounded a bit immature, and Alvin was startled and shouted, so you can talk? So Lanley and Sylvanus and others were surprised to hear Alvin's words. Verisa was overjoyed and said, Mr. Alvin can really talk to Harper. What did he say? Maybe your strange magic took effect. I can communicate with you in my heart. Let's not talk about it for now. I've been hungry for several days. Bring me a roast turkey. Okay, well, we've communicated. Calpurnia, hurry, go to Kaliana and get a roast turkey, otherwise she will eat it all. After Alvin commanded the elf, he turned to Verisa and said, Harper said he can't speak human language either. We are in a telepathic state now. It's okay, I communicate with him first. After a while, the roast turkey arrived, and Echolissa followed. Harper came up and started eating with a grunt. It seems that what the Windrunner sister said was right. This Harper really hasn't eaten for a long time. After a while, a huge roast turkey was eaten by the saber-toothed tiger. Seeing that the pet finally started to eat normally, Verisa was so happy that tears almost flowed out. She hugged Harper and patted his head and fur, and kissed the big cat's face again and again. Seeing that the big cat was full and burping, Alvin said happily, Are you full? If there is any situation, you should report it as soon as possible, otherwise the magic effect will wear off. I think your master loves you very much. You have food and drink when you want. The master didn't say anything about your good work. What else can you ask for? As a result, the saber-toothed tiger Harper squatted there and said nothing, as if he was organizing his words, with the vicissitudes of life on his face. My elder brother, my second brother, and I went out to fight with the master some time ago. I got injured and feel a little uncomfortable. Ah, this tiger has a sense of honor. However, how come there are elder brothers and second brothers again? But he looked at Verisa and suddenly remembered that the three Windrunner sisters probably each had an animal as a pet. Maybe the pets of Illyria and Sylvanus were his elder brother and second brother. Alvin was a little surprised. Fight? Who? How come you still forgot? Isn't it just fighting orcs? Harper said, Originally, my elder brother always followed elder sister Illyria to fight outside. He has been out for several years, but some time ago, my second brother and I also went. At that time, we fought orcs with you. You said in Nethergard? You went there too? Yes. My second brother and I went with Miss Sylvanus and my master Miss Verisa. Although we won the battle, I was not careful and got stabbed in the buttocks. Then we came back to recuperate. Alas. Then your wound should have healed a long time ago? Even if not, the word of serenity I just used must have healed your buttocks directly. In fact, the wound has healed a long time ago. Then there is no problem. Your injury is also a glory of the battle. For a man, it's okay to have a scar, especially your scar is on the buttocks. Do you want a reward? I can talk to your master. How about getting you a roast chicken? How about getting you a roast dinosaur? When Harper heard that Alvin wanted to roast a dinosaur for himself, his big head shook like a rattle. No, that thing is very disgusting. We can't eat it. The whole body is full of bones, and there is no meat. Harper paused and spoke again. Actually, I didn't do it for the food. In fact, the food at home is pretty good. It's mainly because of my two brothers. When the eldest brother was here, the eldest brother took care of me. Later, when the eldest brother went to war, the second brother took care of me. I felt a little wronged. Alvin was confused now. What does this mean? Don't you want your brothers to take care of you? It's not that exaggerated. You said that you can give me orders on important matters, but the key is that you still ask me to do this, and that when I get home. Who can stand this? What did you do? When I had nothing to do, my second brother asked me to patrol. I thought there was no need to patrol in Silver Moon City, otherwise people would think I was a stray cat. I told my second brother that there was no need to patrol the city, it was very safe, and then my second brother asked me to go to the city to catch mice. I'm not a cat. I'm going to the battlefield to fight the enemy. How can I catch mice? Alvin had to work hard to hold back his laughter. He almost bit his tongue and asked again, okay, letting you catch mice is also a training for you. You see, you went to war together, but you were the only one who got injured on your butt. You still haven't learned the skills well. There's no harm in practicing more, but I have a question. Are there still mice in Silvermoon City? Yes, there are. I heard that this city was originally built on the ruins of the Troll's City. At most, I can catch 40 or 50 mice a day. Looking at Harper's proud look when he spoke, it seems that he is quite proud of his performance in catching mice. Okay, then I will talk to your master later, and ask your second brother not to always send you to catch mice, okay? Alvin continued, it's not easy for you to meet me once. Tell me, if you have any other requests, just say it all at once. I will try my best to help you solve them. Well, thank you, Mr. Pastor. Harper raised his head, as if thinking about whether there were any other requests. Alvin took this opportunity to translate the conversation with Harper to several elf girls. Ah? She went out to catch mice? It always licks my face. Verisa shouted, and immediately felt uncomfortable in her stomach. It seemed that she was nauseous. Just now you hugged the tiger's head and kissed his face. Capernia teased. Look, my green shadow is the best. He doesn't do disgusting things. He is clean and furry. He just likes to drink. Alvin looked back at Harper, and found that he lowered his head. His eyes seemed to be avoiding something. Have you thought about it? If there is nothing else, I will leave. Seeing that it was hesitant, Alvin issued an ultimatum. Chapter 317. Yes. And? That, how should I put it? What should I put it? I'm telling you, your eldest brother is not at home, so it's normal for your second brother to make the decision. It seems that your strength is indeed not that good. What's the saying? If you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer. I let you catch mice to train your sensitivity. If you have something to say, just say it. If you don't have anything to say, I'm leaving. I know, I should listen. I just reported the matter from my second brother. I still have an eldest brother, right? This, too, is a bit of a problem. Alas, I feel very wronged. What did your eldest brother do to you? You are still wronged. Here, look, Can you imagine a red tiger being shy? Anyway, Alvin got goosebumps. Harper pointed to the trees and flowers in the yard. Look, the ice and snow are melting, everything is reviving, and it's spring. Wait, why does this sound so familiar? Alvin asked inexplicably. Is it the mating season for the animals in Eversong Forest again? Harper grinned and showed what he thought was a charming smile. Flirting Alvin laughed and came up to ask, You mean, you are lonely and want to find a partner? Harper looked at Alvin embarrassedly, then at Verisa, and nodded. So Lanlian and Calpurnia on the side were already laughing so hard that they couldn't even straighten their waists. Verisa's face turned red, and she squatted down with her face covered, burying her face between her knees. Sylvanas looked indifferent, but seeing her pointed ears turn red and twitching, she seemed quite embarrassed. Although the elves didn't understand what Harper said, they roughly knew what happened by listening to what Alvin said, and seeing the shy look of the saber-toothed tiger. Alvin almost couldn't help laughing several times, and now even his gossiping heart was burning. He squatted next to Harper, touched the saber-toothed tiger's head with his hand and said, You tell me more. Do animals, like you who work in the hunter-pet industry, also have to have a relationship? Harper rolled his eyes. Of course. Before we become pets, they are first animals. Animals have the instinct to reproduce and thrive. Look at the words I use, instinct, the kind that even my master can't stop. Then go find a partner. Your master can't stop you, right? Just go to the street and see someone with a cat, grab that person and run into the woods. Alas, the master doesn't care, but my brother does. Your brother? Ms. Aurelia's pet? He doesn't let you find a partner? Harper nodded agreeably, and said with a painful face, Yes, otherwise I wouldn't be so frustrated. This touched on the knowledge blind spot. Alvin really didn't know much about the hunter profession, and there was no hunter among his partners. Otherwise, he could consult about pets finding partners. Why doesn't your big brother let you date? How should I know? Harper shook his head violently. The key is that he already has a girlfriend. And there are several. Who can I complain to? I know everything. There are several in Silvermoon City. There are also some in Eversong Forest. I also saw it when I went to war last time. My big brother has developed several girlfriends in the military camp. Those guys looked at my big brother strangely when they saw him. Ha 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 ha. Alvin finally couldn't help it, kneeling on the ground with his hands on the ground and laughing. Even tears came out. At this point, he basically understood. It means that Harper is the third brother in the family, and is disciplined by the eldest and second brothers every day. The second brother always lets him go to the street to catch mice, and the eldest brother stops him from dating, which makes the boy feel frustrated. Alvin wiped his tears and continued to ask, "Then why can your eldest brother date, but not you? Does your second brother date?" "Yes, he didn't say anything when my second brother dated, and the whole family only cares about me." Harper became angry again, digging the ground with his two claws, and soon dug out a small pit, but seeing that this was not his home, he silently pushed the soil back into the pit to fill it up. It shouldn't be like that. Although your butt is injured, you have contributed to the family after all. It's more than enough to give you a big medal to hang on your butt. Didn't your eldest brother really say anything? Harper thought for a while and said, "It seems that he said that I'm a little young and I need to wait for another 2 years. But I don't think that's right. Look at it outside. Even the rats on the street are in pairs. Who doesn't have a partner?" Alexstrasza, the life binder, agrees. Alvin laughed and pointed at the little red dragon and said, "Hey, don't talk nonsense. The daughter of Alexstrasza, the life binder, is here. Do you want her to ask Her Majesty the Queen if she agrees with you to have a relationship?" Harper looked at Akali Tasha, took a breath, and said guiltily, No, how can you really ask? That's what I mean, you understand the spirit. I also figured it out. Your elder brother thinks you are not old enough, so he doesn't agree with you dating. You are starting to make a fuss. Then you tell me yourself. On one side, the life binder agrees with your instinct, and on the other side, it's your elder brother. Who do you listen to? Harper thought for a while, and finally whispered, "You still have to listen to your elder brother. He scratches you and it hurts." "What kind of animal is your elder brother? Why does he scratch you?" "My elder brother is an owl." "Oh yes." Alvin suddenly remembered that the statue of Illyria at the gate of Stormwind City seemed to be carrying an owl. Good guy. This Harper's elder brother is also a famous person on the statue. "I'm sorry." "Yes, just listen to your elder brother. You are young, and you can be chopped on the buttocks on the battlefield. If you have a girlfriend, won't the little tigress be heartbroken? I also think you should wait until you are older and stronger before you have a girlfriend, don't you think? It's a bit wrong to go on a hunger strike for such a small matter." "Well, that's the only way for now." "Well, the Red Dragon Queen really agrees, but my elder brother just doesn't agree." "If he doesn't agree, then don't agree. Then I won't look for a girlfriend for now." "Right? A good man has ambitions in all directions. There is a lot to do in the vast world. Put your limited time into unlimited adventures." Alvin patted Harper's head and stood up. "Humph, you make it sound easy. A full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. You have a lot of feminine smells on you. I can see it. Which of the women in this room doesn't like you?" "Wait, a room full of women." Alvin thought, the Starwish sisters and the little red dragon are fine, but why did Harper include the Windrunner sisters? Alvin squatted down again and hugged the tiger's head affectionately. "Please elaborate on this." Chapter 318. Alvin crouched down holding Harper's head, but at this time, the only sound that entered Alvin's mind was the call of the saber-toothed tiger. "It seems that the magic has failed." Alvin patted the saber-toothed tiger's head and stood up. Although he was curious about Harper's words, even if he asked something, it would only add to his troubles. "Okay, the problem is solved." Alvin smiled and said to the Windrunner sisters, "You should have guessed it from my conversation with him. The eldest brother doesn't let him find a girlfriend, and the second brother always lets him go out to catch mice. These are all trivial matters. Just sort them out." Barisa was a little embarrassed. She thought her pet had some disease, but it was all abstract reasons, making it seem like the Windrunner family was also abstract. Sylvanas nodded and bowed to Alvin, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Alvin." She paused and then said, "I heard that the teleportation array will be ready in 3 days. I hope everything goes well by then." "Yes, I believe it should be fine. I have great confidence in the strength of the Alliance." Alvin has actually been thinking about going on an expedition these 2 days. According to the context of history, the skull of Gul'dan should have been taken from Nazul by Deathwing, who arrived in Draenor, and then he took the dragon egg to Guldrand in the north to find a place suitable for hatching black dragon eggs. But now that Deathwing is missing, the skull of Gul'dan should still be in Nazul's hands. In order to avoid pursuit, he will finally go to the Dark Temple in Shadowmoon Valley, which was once the Temple of Karabear, to wait for the intersection of several planets to open the portal. In this way, the next action target can be basically determined. Then we will take our leave first. I hope you can visit Windrunner's house when you have time, Sylvanas said with a smile. So Lanlian and Calpurnia heard it, and came to Alvin one by one, hugged his arms on both sides, and said arrogantly, "Okay, wait until we come back, after the wedding." "Humph, goodbye." Sylvanas turned around, called her sister, nodded to Alvin, and left the door of Starwish's house. Verisa turned back while walking and thanked Alvin again. Alvin waved his hand. After seeing off the Windrunner sisters, Alvin and his friends returned to the hall of their home again. When Romans came back, he went into his magic tower, but no one came to disturb them. Alvin and his friends had dinner first, and Calpurnia was about to leave to go to the Royal Library to continue his research on the teleportation array. Before leaving, Calpurnia told Alvin to rest assured that according to the current progress, the teleportation array would definitely be ready in 3 days. Alvin completely believed in Calpurnia's ability. If there was anyone in the world who could crack the secret of space magic in the Book of Medivh, it would probably be Calpurnia. She had demonstrated her talent in this field more than once. Back in Silvermoon City, Lanlian also had her own work to do. After being away for so long, she still had a lot of work to do. She kissed Alvin on the cheek and went to work. In an instant, Alvin, Little Red Dragon, and Green Shadow were the only 3 people left in the originally lively home. Green Shadow was still the same, sitting on a chair by the window with his eyes closed. I don't know if he fell asleep. His chest rose and fell regularly with his breathing. The breeze with the fragrance of flowers and plants blew in from the window, blowing the long silver hair of Caldorii away and making it float. The Little Red Dragon Akalissa stood up gently, tiptoed to Alvin and sat down. "Brother, we haven't been alone for a long time." Akalissa gently leaned her head on Alvin's shoulder. "It's only been a few days since we've been apart, but it feels like many, many years have passed. Dad and Mom are by my side, but I always miss you. Brother Alvin, do you miss me?" Alvin lowered his head and looked at Akalissa. She is now very different from when they met before. With the blessing of the Red Dragon magic, the Little Red Dragon is taller, more mature, and has lost her childish appearance, but her eyes are still pure. Thinking of that time, Akalissa couldn't even speak, but still followed him on adventures, saved his life several times, and finally gave him blood. A warm current surged in his heart. He gently hugged Akalissa's shoulders, and the Little Red Dragon's body shook slightly, but soon returned to normal. Her body was very hot, not sure if it was because she was a red dragon or because she was nervous. Alvin turned his head and kissed the Little Red Dragon on the top of his head. "I think so. I have been thinking that it would be nice if my Little Red Dragon was here. We have been together for so long, and I am really not used to you not being here." "Well?" Akaratasa smiled, but she kept her head down, ashamed to let Alvin see her. "Then I will never leave you again, even if my parents urge me." "Haha, how can that be possible?" Alvin rubbed Eclatase's head affectionately, messing up the girl's hair. He fixed her hair again. "When Her Majesty the Queen misses you, we can go to see your parents together." "Yeah." A breeze blew, rustling the leaves in the yard. Akalissa raised her face and suddenly said, "Brother Alvin, I like you." Alvin was shocked by Akalissa's sudden confession. He lowered his head and saw the clear and serious red eyes. He suddenly thought that he was engaged and preparing for the wedding, and the Little Red Dragon just followed him without saying anything. It was indeed a bit unfair to the girl. "I like you too, Akali." Alvin hugged Akali's little head with both hands, and put his forehead against the girl's forehead. "Marry me?" I don't know." Hearing Alvin's proposal, Akalissa's tears flowed instantly. "Of course I am willing to marry you, but I am a dragon. I don't know if I can get married." Alvin had never thought about this. Can dragons and humans get married? Of course. Green Shadow's voice suddenly sounded. The silver-haired Caldorii had opened his eyes at some point, and was looking at the two of them with a smile on his face. When Akalissa saw that she was confessing her love to Green Shadow, she cried out "Ah," turned her head, and got into Alvin's chest, locking her whole body in Alvin's arms. Alvin's blood surged. Although Akalissa was still a young dragon, after transforming into a human, her figure was first class. With such a big girl squeezing on his chest, Alvin also became hot. "Green Shadow, when did you wake up?" Alvin was also a little embarrassed. "I was half asleep and half awake the whole time, I heard it all." Mila Green Shadow stood up and walked to the two of them, reaching out to touch Akalissa's red hair. "Don't worry, humans and dragons can get married." Really? Akaratasa was overjoyed. She turned her face away from Alvin's arms and asked anxiously, "Of course, I won't lie to you. Don't worry. The book in the Caldorii library recorded a story about a bronze dragon and a human. Since bronze dragons can do it, you red dragons should be able to do it too." Since meeting Green Shadow, Akalissa has always felt that they met too late for some reason. It seems that there is some potential connection, which makes Akalissa respect Green Shadow's opinion very much. Now that Green Shadow said so, the little red dragon's hanging heart finally let go. Tears kept flowing from her eyes. She pounced on Alvin and threw him to the ground and hugged him tightly. "Great! I can marry you!" While shouting, she closed her eyes and kissed Alvin's mouth. Chapter 319. Wow! The voice of Green Shadow came from the side. But Alvin could not care less. It was hot and passionate. If Alvin did not have Akalissa's blood, he would have been burned, but at this moment, Alvin was extremely happy. After a long time, the two separated. After the excitement, Akalissa suddenly remembered that she had kissed Alvin just now, and her face became even redder. She hugged Alvin and refused to let go, and refused to raise her face. "Thank you, Green Shadow." Alvin looked at her gratefully. As expected, an old man in the family is like a treasure. Of course, it is not that Green Shadow is old, but that her knowledge is really profound, worthy of being a night elf with almost eternal life. "You're welcome, Master," Green Shadow said with a smile. Hearing Green Shadow call him Master again, Alvin suddenly felt sorry for her. She is a powerful druid, the former guardian of the sky and the mother of dragons, but she was kidnapped by me and became my pet. "Green Shadow, don't call me Master anymore. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have forced you to seduce me." Green Shadow smiled and said, "Master, what's wrong? Did you suddenly change your mind today?" "No, I just feel that I used that method to kidnap you to my home as a pet. But now I know that you are a powerful druid, and I always feel that it was not good for you to do that." Alvin was a little embarrassed. After all, what he did at that time was not glorious. Looking at Alvin's embarrassment, Myra Green Shadow covered her mouth and laughed for a long time. "Master, do you really think I will be kidnapped by you for some petty gains? I used to run in the wilderness or linger in dreams all day, and my memory was very vague. I even felt that my time was still. After meeting you, my time began to flow, and the whole world became vivid," Green Shadow said, sitting next to the two. "And I feel very familiar and comfortable when I am with you. Although you are much younger than me, I always feel that we seem to have known each other for many years." Alvin was a little flattered. He always thought that Green Shadow was confused, but in fact, he knew everything. "So please continue to be my master." As he said, Green Shadow also leaned against Alvin. "Now, please keep your promise and reward your pet." "Reward? What reward?" Hee. Green Shadow quickly kissed Alvin on the cheek, and then his whole body began to change, turning into the appearance of a night-blade leopard, rubbing his smooth fur against Alvin, warm and itchy. "Of course you will reward me with your holy light massage technique," the night-blade leopard said as he lay comfortably on the ground, cushioned his two front paws together, and then put his chin on it to support his head, and even closed his eyes, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. Alvin had no choice, but this was what he had promised her before, so he gathered the holy light in his hands and carefully massaged the night-blade leopard from head to tail tip. Listening to the comfortable humming sound coming from the beast's throat, Akali Tasha said that she wanted it too. When Green Shadow was done, he would go to the yard and turn into a giant dragon for Alvin to massage. "No, your body is too big. Even if there are 100 of me, I may not be able to finish massaging it in a day. And your scales are too hard to be massaged. If you want to massage, you still have to keep your human form." Just kidding. Asking Alvin to massage a dragon as big as a building with iron-hard scales all over his body would really tire him to death. Something is better than nothing, and the little red dragon agreed immediately. Amid the comfortable roar of the night-blade leopard, Alvin, like a bathing uncle in the bathhouse, reached out and patted her back twice, indicating that she was done. Immediately afterwards, Alvin turned around and massaged Akali Tasha, who was lying on the sofa. This massage directly opened the door to a new world. The little red dragon blushed and panted, and almost spit fire from her mouth to burn the floor. After one time was over, she wanted to do it again. After massaging again, Alvin patted her back and prepared to take a break. As a result, Green Shadow, who had turned back into human form, lay down beside the little red dragon and said that you can't favor one over the other. The little red dragon massaged twice, and he also wanted 2 times. As a result, Green Shadow received another holy light massage. For Alvin, it is definitely easier to give a human massage than a night blade leopard massage. Green Shadow's night blade leopard form is not small. This is the first time that Green Shadow has received a massage in human form. Feeling Alvin's fingers moving and massaging her body, she buried her head in her arms, and her face was already red. She unconsciously made a comfortable humming sound in her throat. Just now, when she was in the beast form, she could make sounds at will because the sound was also the roar of a beast, but now, hearing the sound she made was really too embarrassing. I have lived for tens of thousands of years, and I have never felt so embarrassed. But I didn't want Alvin to stop, so I had to endure it. When it was over, Alvin was shocked. The green shadow of her skin, which was originally a little blue, became even bluer. He thought she was sick from the massage, but he didn't know that it was the high-speed blood flow under her skin. Finally, when the massage was over, the dragon and druid, who were originally extremely powerful and had just destroyed the entire Zolomon in the early morning, fell asleep on the sofa. Alvin found that this set of holy light massage was very mana-consuming. After so many times of massage, he was a little overwhelmed and felt dizzy. Seeing the two people fall asleep, Alvin found a quilt to cover them. It seems that they slept too late last night, drank alcohol, and got up very early in the morning, so they tend to feel sleepy in the afternoon. Looking at the two beautiful girls snuggling together and sleeping soundly, Alvin was also a little sleepy. So he leaned against the sofa and closed his eyes. I didn't know how long I slept. Erwin had many strange dreams, such as fighting with orcs, being hunted by the father of black dragons, and getting married. Some were not very real, but some were very real. For example, there was a dream in which I came to the beach hut where Xalatath was sealed. Xalatath was wearing a swimsuit and prepared a massage bed with a hole in the front for putting his face in. She insisted that Erwin give her a massage. This is a sealed world. I want to run but can't. As a result, Erwin massaged Xalatath several times in my dream. After waking up, I found that I felt more tired after this sleep. After opening my eyes, I found a pair of eyes with arcane light in front of me. Solanlian? Are you back? What happened to you? Why did you fall asleep here? What happened to the two of them? Solanlian pointed at the little red dragon and druid, who were sleeping together. At this time, Green Shadow suddenly started talking in his sleep. Well, master. You are so good. At this point, Alvin's jaw dropped to the ground. Green Shadow, what nonsense are you talking about? You can't even speak clearly in your sleep. I was just massaging them. You know, it's the holy light massage technique. Humph. Solanlian curled her lips, grabbed Alvin's collar, and said angrily in his ear, I don't care, come to my room. Let me check. As she said that, she pulled Alvin up from the sofa and took him to her room. As Solanlian closed the door, there was a sound of the door being locked. Green Shadow, who should have been asleep, smiled. Chapter 320. 3 days is neither fast nor slow. Since crossing over, Alvin has never rested for such a long time. During the day, the Starwish sisters have work to do, so Alvin takes Ekalissa and Green Shadow out to play. Either flying over the Eversong forest or riding Green Shadow in the forest. The threat of the trolls has disappeared, and they can play to their heart's content. When passing by the ruins of Zolomon, they found that many elves were working here, seemingly restoring the land polluted by the trolls' witchcraft. Later, they learned that these people were the craftsmen found by the Archmage Ramath, who were going to build a castle here as a town in Alvin's territory. Another time, they flew to the north of Silvermoon City, and Alvin learned that the north of Silvermoon City was close to the sea, separated by a not-so-wide strait, and across from it was a small island with magnificent scenery. The island is also a giant building in the style of Quel'Thalas, in which a huge energy flow surges from the ground and rushes straight into the sky. Alvin guessed that was where the Sunwell was. Sure enough, when Alvin asked about it at night, Solanlian, who was as soft as mud, told him that it was the Sunwell, the source of all elves' power. The name of the island was Quel'Dana's Island, which had never been open to outsiders. Calpurnia and Ramath were there. This might be the only time that Silvermoon City would open the Sunwell to the outside world. In the last 2 days, Calpurnia and Ramath did not go home. Solanlian said that it was the last critical moment. Calpurnia had to maintain the energy balance of the teleportation array in the Sunwell, and she might not be able to go home starting tomorrow. So Elwyn moved into Solanlian's room openly. On the last day, as Solanlian said, an elf came to the house to deliver a message, saying that Miss Solanlian also rushed to the Sunwell and would not be back today. But on this day, when Elwyn was flying in Eversong Forest on Ekalatrasa, he found that a large number of Alliance soldiers gathered in the south of the forest. Turalyon and other sons of Lothar came to Silvermoon City as agreed. Because Illyria's ranger troops were also among them, they were very happy to return home. Elwyn was also very happy. They landed immediately and met Turalyon, Khadgar, Illyria and others in the military camp. Turalyon was still the same, with golden hair and handsome face, but he had a beard on his chin, looking more mature. Khadgar was still cheerful. In fact, he was not very old, but he looked older because of the influence of magic before. He carried a staff on his back and a sword on his waist. Illyria was chatting with the Windrunner sisters, who came to pick her up. Finally returning to her hometown, Illyria even knelt down and kissed the ground under her feet. I heard that you wiped out the forest trolls. This is really a great achievement. Turalyon wore thick plate armor and hugged Alvin. The metal armor plates collided and made a crackling sound. It's nothing. My first mission was to escort Zul'jin to Silvermoon City. Unfortunately, he escaped halfway and killed many of us. This time, I can be regarded as completing the original mission. Alvin knocked on Turalyon's plate armor, making a muffled sound. The armor looked really heavy. I don't know how these knights fought wearing such thick equipment. I want to thank you. Illyria once told me that Zul'jin has always been a major concern for Silvermoon City. Turalyon said, his eyes swept towards the Windrunner sisters, full of love. It seems that he and Illyria have confirmed their relationship. Let's go. Let me know if there is any news on the way to Silvermoon City. Turalyon brought cavalry and griffin riders, and the speed of travel was very fast. Khadgar sat on the horse, bouncing and said, there is no news. Oh, your senior brother Uther seems to be engaged to Princess Gialia. Thinking of the big leg running around upside down, Alvin shuddered. What's wrong? Any questions? No, I just think they are quite suitable, haha. The king met with the sons of Lothar, and the Archmage Ramath also returned from Quel'Dana's island. He told everyone that the teleportation array was ready, and they could set off at this time tomorrow. The welcome ceremony ended soon, and the generals of the alliance gathered together, just in time for the combat meeting. Alvin spent the whole afternoon in the royal meeting room. In the past, he had adventured with a few companions, and had never participated in large-scale military operations. Knowing that he could not get a word in, he listened quietly on the side. Turalyon and Khadgar were very well prepared this time. They interrogated a large number of orc captives, and basically found out the situation in Draenor. Khadgar took out a sheepskin scroll, opened it, and spread it on the table. Alvin took a look and thought, wow, isn't this the map of Draenor? He looked carefully, and it was quite accurate, similar to what he remembered. It's just that some place names and terrain are not consistent. After arriving in Draenor, we have to set up a temporary camp first, and then start looking for traces of the tribe. They probably don't know that we can invade their world. After finding the tribe, we have to act secretly and defeat them in one fell swoop while they are paralyzed and careless. Khadgar pointed to a castle in the lower right corner of the map and said, according to our strong captives, this place is said to be the junction of the magic network of the entire Draenor world. If Nazul wants to do something, such as opening a space portal, he will definitely be here. Alvin looked at the map and clicked. Nodding, thinking, yes, that is the Black Temple, which is the former Draenei holy place, the Temple of Karaber. There is a problem. Ramath suddenly said, our teleportation array can only ensure that everyone is teleported to the world of Draenor, but it cannot guarantee the landing point. After all, we have never been there, and do not have specific coordinates. So you are saying that we are likely to sit on Nazul's head? Donna's Trollbane said. This bald warrior is Turalyon's deputy, and the deputy commander of the Alliance army. He is a real warrior, reckless but brave. Yes, there is such a possibility. Isn't that better? Donna's laughed proudly. This saves us the time to find him. If we can really land on the head of that orc, I can assure you that the last taste the guy asks before he dies will be my fart. Ha ha ha. The rude warrior caused everyone to laugh. But we still have to be ready to fight at any time. Khadgar stopped smiling and touched his white beard. A fight may break out the moment you are teleported, so be prepared. The combat unit is in front, and the baggage is behind. If there are enemies after you arrive, it is best to eliminate them all. Don't leave anyone behind and block the news that we have entered their world. Chapter 321. Khadgar's words make sense. Turalyon put his hands on the map, suddenly raised his head, and looked at Alvin, who had been silent. Alvin, do you have any ideas? Hearing Turalyon suddenly calling him, Alvin quickly pulled his mind back from his memories. What's wrong? Khadgar saw that Alvin was a little absent-minded, and was a little worried about him. He remembered that the miracle priest seemed to be less than 20 years old. Although he had repeatedly created legends, he would probably be nervous when encountering such a situation. "It's okay, brother, Master Khadgar." Alvin smiled and stood up. He decided to tell everyone what he knew to minimize the losses in the early stage of teleportation. "I've been having a strange dream these days. In a dream, I came to a strange world. Everything around me was different from our original world. I always thought that I might be going to war soon. I dreamed about it at night, but when I saw Master Khadgar's map, I could be sure of one thing. These dreams are omen dreams. I'm afraid that the Holy Light wants to convey some news to me through dreams." Seeing that Alvin was serious, Turalian's expression also became serious. "Tell me in detail, what kind of dream is this?" Alvin closed his eyes, carefully recalled the Draenor in his memory, and came to the side of the map. That world is desolate and miserable. Plants began to die and the land began to crack. It was like a doomsday scene. He pointed to the east of the map. "This is the Dark Portal, the place with the strongest magical energy. Gul'dan once opened the Dark Portal here, and later Nazul also opened the Space Rift here. My Black Dragon entered Draenor from here. Here is where Master Khadgar pointed out just now. In my dream, it is a huge black fortress. Its name seems to be the Dark Temple. It is the intersection of another magic network in this world. Similar to the power of the Sunwell that we need to open the teleportation array, Nazul also needs huge magical energy to open the portal. Their world is not like us with the Sunwell. They can only rely on some special means." "What special means?" Khadgar asked, stroking his beard. "For example, some special astronomical events, such as the conjunction of 9 stars, the intersection of the celestial spheres, etc." Alvin Moon didn't know how to explain it, so he had to say it according to his own understanding. "I don't know if these people can understand it." "I understand." Khadgar suddenly jumped up. "It's the same for us. The movement of special celestial bodies will greatly affect the success rate of spell casting." "I understand. No wonder they didn't open the portal to kill us again. In other words, the orcs need artifacts, plus some special events. This makes sense. They are waiting for another opportunity. Waiting for the opportunity of the intersection of the celestial spheres." Khadgar excitedly wandered around the room. As expected of a great wizard, his comprehension ability is strong. "And then? Elvin?" Turalian ignored the excited Khadgar. He knew that if this old friend got high, it might last for a while, so he just left him alone. "What other revelations did you get in your dream?" "Here, the north is called Goldrand, and this is called Nagrand." Elvin pointed to several places and said, "The scenery is different, and there are many more, but I can't tell which ones are dreams, and which ones are revelations." He thought for a moment and continued, "The most important point of this operation is to take the artifact, the skull of Gul'dan, from Nazul. Without this artifact, he can only be trapped in Draenor. And if we want to return to Azeroth, we must also take back this artifact and give it to Calpurnia. From the beginning, there was only one way to go for this mission. Kill Nazul, take the skull of Gul'dan, and wait for the intersection of the celestial spheres before we can return to Azeroth. We in the tribe, only one side is destined to survive, either be killed, or stay in that broken world and become dust in the stars with the explosion of the planet Draenor." After Alvin finished speaking, the whole hall was silent. In fact, everyone had long anticipated the danger of this operation, but still placed their hopes on the magical Quel'Dorii girl Calpurnia Starwish. If she can lead everyone to travel freely between the two worlds, it would be great. But as expected, all this is just wishful thinking. It is easy for everyone to go there, but it is difficult to come back. "It sounds exciting." Turalian laughed. "This meets the requirements of the son of Lothar for adventure." His hearty laughter melted the almost frozen air. Everyone laughed along with him. "Yes, I believe in the power of the Alliance. It's time to let the tribe know that we will kick their door open and beat them up." Trollbane laughed loudly, causing everyone to laugh. "This is probably to face death with courage." "Yes, as long as we find my Black Dragon, we can get the help of more than 10 dragons. With the Black Dragon, we will definitely win a great victory. By the Holy Light, your dream is so real, Alvin. You are really the darling of the Holy Light." Turian patted Alvin on the shoulder. "I believe that the Holy Light will not let you have these omen dreams without purpose. I guess the Holy Light must want us to win." Alvin felt a little guilty. Although he pushed it to the Holy Light, in fact, these were all memories of his previous life. He didn't know what the Holy Light was thinking. But having said that, he could only bite the bullet and cheer everyone up. The Holy Light has been guiding our path, so the final victory must be ours. Alvin spread his arms and raised his head high, looking like a charlatan. Oh 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 oh! Everyone cheered. In the evening, Caponia and others unexpectedly went home. It seemed that several people were very tired. As soon as Calpurnia entered the room, she threw herself into Alvin's arms, shouting that she was exhausted and wanted to have a good meal, and then have a good sleep. She raised her head and told Alvin excitedly, "I have figured out all the parts about space magic in the book The Art of Medivh. Isn't it amazing? Awesome too awesome." Alvin hugged Calpurnia and was very happy in his heart. "I have always believed in you. Has my Calpurnia become stronger now? Of course. I will definitely make you look at me with new eyes when I return." Calpurnia continued, "The teleportation array has also been fully debugged. We will go to the Sunwell tomorrow, and can set off at any time." "Yeah." Alvin rubbed Calpurnia's head, and looked at his family around him. Solanlian, Green Shadow, and Akalissa. For a moment, he was filled with mixed feelings. "Everyone, we will set off tomorrow. You heard it during the day. This operation is extremely dangerous, so we must put our own safety first. Although we are very powerful, those orcs may have some strange tricks. We must be careful. Don't nag, we know." So Lanlian interrupted Alvin's chattering, and stretched out a hand with the palm facing down. For Azeroth. Seeing this, Calpurnia also stretched out her hand, and pressed it on her sister's hand. For Azeroth. The elf also imitated her sister. For Azeroth, for Azeroth. Green Shadow and Little Red Dragon also stretched out their hands, for small hands stacked together, and 8 beautiful eyes of different colors looked at Alvin at the same time. Alvin took a deep breath and stretched out his hand. For Azeroth, for the Alliance, for my lovers. Chapter 322. The next morning, when the sun just rose, Alvin and his companions had already boarded the ship bound for Quel'Dana's island. Several Quel'Dorii transport ships loaded with Alliance soldiers sailed to the other side of the strait. Since the elves settled in the north and signed a contract with the Arthi Empire to fight against the forest trolls together, not so many humans have set foot on this land. The huge golden magic tower, the city walls higher than Silvermoon City, and the sentries everywhere, the guards here can be said to be extremely strict. The big ship drove directly to the port on the other side of the strait. When you come out of the port, there is a wide road in the middle leading directly to the city gate. After entering the city gate, you will reach the Sunwell area. Of course, it is called the Sunwell, but it is actually not a well, but a pool with powerful arcane energy. It is not placed in the wild. The elves built a huge building on the Sunwell to protect the Sunwell. The structure inside was different from what Alvin remembered. There were not so many dilapidated places, no need to go around, and no demons or undead dragons. Alvin was still very excited to see the Sunwell in its complete state, and he couldn't help but hold Calpurnia's hand tightly. "Don't worry, everything is ready." Calpurnia thought Alvin was still worried about the teleportation array, but Alvin didn't explain much to her, just nodded. When walking down a spiral staircase from the second floor, Alvin began to feel a little familiar. The spiral staircase was decorated with golden and red, and it surrounded a circular hall, which was supported by several stone pillars. The hall is surrounded by golden translucent curtains. This place is somewhat similar to the Sunwell in my memory. However, unlike Alvin's memory, this hall is much larger. When Alvin passed through the curtains and entered the hall, although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the magnificent scenery in front of him. A pool of calm water, the water is very clear, and huge arcane energy emerges from the water. Even if Alvin is not a mage, he can feel the fullness of magic here. The pool is shining with golden light. The closer you go to the center of the Sunwell, the more golden light you get, and finally forms a dazzling white light that makes it impossible to look directly at it. There are many magic devices arranged around the Sunwell, and many Quel'Dorii mages are guarding here and adjusting these devices. There are also many strange magic circles on the ground. Alvin doesn't know what they mean. They are somewhat similar to the magic circles that Caponia usually draws. Blue runes flash on them, and they should not be activated yet. This is the device and magic circle I set up here. They allow me to safely use the power of the Sunwell to open the teleportation array. It will not cause the Sunwell's energy to be wasted or out of control. Caponia whispered to Alvin. Soon, the team assembled, and Caponia also stood in a small magic circle beside the Sunwell. She was going to activate this large magic circle there. The entire hall was almost filled with soldiers from the Alliance, but it was quiet and silent. Maybe everyone knew that this expedition might be a dangerous battle. Turalian patted Alvin on the shoulder. "Talk to our army. Usually I talk, and everyone is tired of it. Everyone will listen carefully to the words of the miracle priest." Alvin did not refuse, nodded, and took a few steps forward. Warriors of the Alliance, I, Alvin Priest, on behalf of General Turalian, the commander of the Alliance Expeditionary Force, hereby announce that we are about to embark on an unprecedented journey. We will cross the teleportation array and enter the world of the orcs. This is a world that is about to collapse, but we must face it. Our enemies are powerful and cunning, and their power may exceed our imagination. But we cannot retreat, because behind us is our world and family. The orcs invaded our world twice, and destroyed our world to pieces. Our cities were destroyed, and our relatives and friends were killed. We will never allow this to happen again. We will never let our families be threatened. Our mission is to protect our homeland, no matter what the cost. So, we are going to expedition to Draenor and take our enemies are completely destroyed. I know that each of you is a warrior, and you have the courage and determination to face any challenge. We are a united team, and we must trust and support each other. Only in this way can we win this battle. Remember, we are not just fighting for ourselves, we are fighting for our families and our homes. Our enemies may try to destroy our beliefs, but we can't let them succeed. We will use our courage and determination to prove our worth. I promise you that I will definitely lead everyone to complete the mission and return to our homes. Now, let us go hand in hand, cross the teleportation array, and meet our destiny. Let us fight together for our homes, for our families and honor. For the Alliance. For the Alliance. For the Alliance. For the Alliance. The shouts in the hall continued, and the warriors raised their weapons and shouted loudly. Turalian looked at the people who were mobilized and patted Alvin on the shoulder with satisfaction. He also took 2 steps forward. Let's go! His mobilization was very brief, only 2 words. Alvin, take good care of everyone, everything is up to you. The Archmage Ramath gave each of his 2 daughters a hug, and finally gave Alvin a word, and stepped back. Calpurnia was still wearing her red robe, but compared with before, it was embroidered with various mysterious runes and patterns, and it was shining with strange light near the sunwell. She held her sulfur staff. The tip of the staff exuded a faint blue halo. Her lips moved slightly, and she began to chant a complex spell. As the spell sounded, the magic circle began to respond. Blue light slowly emerged from the lines of the magic circle, like a nimble snake, moving through the magic circle. The blue light became brighter and brighter, gradually covering the entire magic circle, forming a huge blue light shield. Covering the entire sunwell, a magical thing happened. The arcane energy of the sunwell was absorbed by the blue light shield, making the energy of the light shield stronger and expanding in all directions. The soldiers of the Alliance army stood in the magic circle, and their eyes also revealed tension. These soldiers came from different races, humans, elves, dwarves, and the dwarves' beloved griffins. The griffins were also disturbed by the scene in front of them, and their dwarf masters were trying their best to calm them down. The blue light flickered more and more violently, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. Calpurnia's voice became louder and louder, and the power of the spell surged in the air. Suddenly, a strong blue light shot up into the sky, enveloping the entire Alliance army. The soldiers felt dizzy, as if they were in a huge vortex. Alvin knew that the teleportation array had begun to take effect. This was similar to the effect he had used before. He held hands with Solanian, Little Red Dragon, and Green Shadow, and only prayed that they would not be separated because of the teleportation. The blue light flickered faster and faster, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. It lasted for about 5 minutes before the light gradually dissipated. When Turalian opened his eyes, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. The surrounding scenery was completely different from the continent of Azeroth. The sky was a strange purple, the earth was dry and cracked, and there were huge cracks, and thick smoke was billowing from the cracks from time to time. The mountains in the distance towered into the clouds. There was no snow on the top of the mountains, just dirt hills, and between the mountains were patches of barren desert. The soldiers looked at everything around them in surprise, and for a moment, they were a little overwhelmed. "We've arrived in Draenor, brother." Khadgar's voice rang out. Chapter 323. Brothers, pick up your weapons, and be ready to fight at any time. Griffin Knights, ride your griffins, and help us see where we are in the sky. Turalian commanded loudly, and drew his great sword. Illyria, count the number of people. See if everyone has arrived. Illyria? After shouting twice, no one answered. Turalian felt something was wrong. He pulled a soldier beside him and asked, "Have you seen Illyria?" At this time, Khadgar pushed away the crowd and came out. "I counted the number of people, and there are many fewer. Illyria and Trollbane are not here, only Kurdran and I. Damn, maybe the teleportation array randomly teleported us to different areas." Looking at Khadgar's bitter smile, Turalyon knew that his old friend was not joking. Where's Elvin? He and his followers are not here either. Khadgar said with a wry smile, God is really playing a big joke on us. Anyway, now we can only trust ourselves and our comrades. Turalyon patted Khadgar on the shoulder. I need you to confirm where we are now. Khadgar spread his hands. I don't know. I need to climb to a high place, a castle, or a mountain, and see the surrounding scenery to confirm. Turalyon was helpless, but he also understood that his request was a bit unreasonable. You will have this opportunity. Just as he was speaking, a shout of killing suddenly came from the front. Commander! It's the tribe's patrol. The brothers in front have already fought with them. A messenger ran towards Turalyon, saluted and shouted loudly. These orcs came at the right time. They should tell us where this is. Turalyon turned his head and laughed. Tell the brothers in front to capture a few alive, and don't let any escape. While Turalyon was busy capturing prisoners, Alvin was not idle either. He was attacked by a huge monster the first time he woke up. Fortunately, Green Shadow reacted very quickly. When the monster's bloody mouth was still a few centimeters away from Alvin's head, she transformed into a moon-blade leopard and used all her strength to knock the monster away. She stood in front of Alvin and protected him under her body. Alvin climbed up in surprise. Thank you, Green Shadow, you saved my life again. He stood behind the moon-blade leopard and had time to look at the monster. The monster was knocked away by the huge impact of Green Shadow, belly up, and twisted violently to turn itself back. It was covered in blue and white scales, and stood on all fours. It had a small head but a thick and long tail, and looked like a giant gecko. The monster had large eyes that protruded on both sides of its head, which looked very abrupt. Alvin's eyes blurred, and the monster suddenly disappeared, followed by a rapid rustling sound. Get out of the way! He couldn't tell why, but an ominous premonition surged in his heart. He used all his strength to push the Green Shadow forward, and fell to the side. Bang! A loud noise was heard, and the big gecko appeared where the two had just stood. This time, the monster used all its strength to pounce, and knocked a pit out of the land. What's going on? Green Shadow was startled. This sudden disappearance and reappearance caught her off guard. Druids can detect wild beasts, but when it disappeared just now, Green Shadow completely lost its trace. It's a leaping beast. Alvin suddenly remembered that there is such a beast that can tear space by nature, travel through a space tunnel similar to a wormhole, disappear from one place, and appear from another place. In fact, Xalatath had used a similar spell before. They can tear space and launch a surprise attack on us from any angle. Alvin loudly synchronized his intelligence with Green Shadow. I just didn't expect these beasts to grow so big. He didn't forget to complain. Now that we know the true identity of the monster, it's easy to deal with it. The weakness of this monster is the moment it suddenly appears. Just as he finished speaking, the monster disappeared again. This time, Alvin and the other person were separated. Who would the monster choose to attack this time? But he soon got the answer. Just like the feeling just now, Alvin felt a chill on the back of his head again, mixed with a faint rustling sound. I knew it was me. He rolled on the spot and barely moved away, and the big gecko suddenly appeared, opened its big mouth and bit him, with such force that it directly buried his head in the soil. Alvin quickly selected the skill icon of Mind Scream in his mind. Shocking shadow energy rippled from Alvin's body. The monster was quickly affected by the magic, pulled its head out of the soil, and ran around like a gecko swimming on the wall. Green Shadow certainly would not miss this opportunity. She quickly jumped up and pierced the neck of the leaping beast with her steel-like claws. The monster struggled madly, and its thick tail spread out around. But the moon-blade leopard quickly retreated after the fatal blow, retreated to a safe place, and just watched the monster gradually turn over its white belly, for legs up in the air, and finally motionless. Well done, Green Shadow. Alvin touched the face of the moon-blade leopard affectionately. Roar! Green Shadow roared, then stretched out his tongue to lick Alvin. He looked along the trajectory of the fireball, and it turned out that the leaping beast had climbed up silently again, twisting its head that was about to break off. Looking at the horrifying hole on its neck, Alvin was very surprised. What a tenacious beast it was, but its final struggle failed. The huge fireball hit the leaping beast and blew it to pieces with a bang. A broken claw flew up and flew around like a brick, almost hitting Alvin on the head. He quickly dodged to the side. Looking back, he saw an elf with an orange ponytail coming out of the bushes, holding the sulfur staff tightly in both hands. Caponi? Seeing the person coming, Alvin ran a few steps and hugged the girl in his arms. Caponia's body was wet and cold, as if she had just been pulled out of the water. Her teeth were chattering, and it seemed that she was frozen. After finally seeing Alvin, Caponia could no longer hold on, and hugged him tightly and cried aggrievedly. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." "What happened?" Alvin combed the elf's hair to both sides of her face, revealing her fair and beautiful little face. Big tears were pouring out of her eyes, and she seemed to be very scared. "It was the monster just now. There were so many, they ate many of us. I just heard the voice of Green Shadow, so I ran towards you. I couldn't save everyone, these beasts moved too fast, my fireballs couldn't hit them, woo-woo. You are safe now, Calpurnia, I will protect everyone." Alvin hugged Calpurnia tightly, and chose the skill of Holy Nova in his heart. The warm holy light burst out around Alvin, wrapping up the two people and the leopard. It seems that the teleportation array has teleported everyone to different places. We must quickly find everyone back, otherwise this place is full of dangers, and no one knows what will happen. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Alvin kissed the elf's cheek. "Let's go find our lost companions." Chapter 324. The dense forest was growing wildly. Alvin suspected that even orcs had never set foot in such a ghost place. He pulled out the dagger in his arms, and cut off the thorns and branches on the roadside, moving forward with difficulty. Calpurnia followed him closely. The thin little wizard held the staff in her arms, and looked around tremblingly, as if a leaping beast would jump out of the surrounding jungle and attack her at any time. Green Shadow walked at the back, always alert to the possible dangers around. According to Calpurnia, she just escaped from here to Alvin. The elf's robe was torn by branches and her body was scratched in several places. Alvin was heartbroken and hurried to treat her. It would be a pity if the scars on her white legs were left. Calpurnia said that there were more than 20 people who were teleported together. After landing, they were attacked by leaping beasts before they could figure out the situation. There were two of them. The Alliance army had never had the experience of fighting this kind of monster from another world. They were stunned by the surprise attack and the strange space spells of the monsters, and many people died tragically in the monsters' mouths. The panicked Caponia quickly counterattacked after reacting, but although Caponia claimed to be a great fire mage, the long casting time made it impossible for his magic to hit these agile guys. He almost accidentally injured his own people with the firestorm. The whole scene was extremely chaotic, and people kept dying under the sharp teeth and claws of the beasts. In a panic, she suddenly heard the roar of the Green Shadow, as if a drowning person grabbed the last straw to save her life. She desperately fled in the direction of the sound, and just saw the dying leaping beast trying to launch a sneak attack while Alvin was not paying attention, so she blasted the monster to pieces with one shot and successfully joined Alvin and his team. Alvin pushed the bushes on both sides away with all his strength. The flying insects and strange-looking small animals fled in panic. Finally, an open area appeared in front of him. But the bloody smell in the air and the tragic scene almost made him vomit. Armor and weapons were scattered all over the ground, as well as broken human limbs. Not a single one was intact. Alvin turned around and hugged Calpurnia, covering her eyes with his hands. He didn't want her to see this cruel scene again. Calpurnia seemed to have understood something. Her body trembled violently, and she hugged Alvin tightly with her eyes closed. Green Shadow squatted down and carefully examined the wounds on the body. The long life made this druid have amazing resilience. It was indeed done by the leap beasts. Those beasts only ate the internal organs of the human body and left the rest. These broken bodies were only broken, but they could still be pieced together. These beasts seemed to be playing games, or rather, grinding their teeth. Alvin sighed and said he activated the holy light to save the souls of these dead people. Logically, in any corner of the universe, the souls of the dead will eventually go to the Shadow Realm. Suddenly, the bushes opposite Alvin shook slightly. Who? The Green Shadow stood up quickly and waved at the shaking plants. A blue-white arcane beam of light fell from the sky and hit the bush, burning the branches in the middle, and the leaves fell. Is this the druid's moonfire? Alvin admired, drew out his dagger and ran over, chopped down the branch that was hit by the moonfire, and then a shadow rushed down. As a result, the magic hit the ground hard, and there was nothing behind the bushes. Run away! Green Shadow started to chase, but was stopped by Alvin. Don't chase, be careful of an ambush. Alvin put away the dagger and turned left and right, but there was no trace of anyone just now. Is it an orc? No. Green Shadow shook her head. She could clearly feel the humans and animals around her. As long as they were these two types, they would definitely not escape her radar. It felt strange just now. I only know that it was a humanoid creature, but it was not an orc. Orcs are disgusting creatures. As long as I get close to them, I can smell the stench on them without radar. Not an orc? Alvin frowned. It doesn't look like one of ours, otherwise why would he run? In any case, we have to find this guy. If we find him, we will know where we are. Alvin touched Calpurnia's long hair. Can we move? We have to leave here and catch the guy who is spying on us. Calpurnia raised her head and had a different look in her eyes. She nodded fiercely. Okay, let's go. I go in front, and Green Shadow will go behind. Use your perception ability to help us point the way. The three of them walked through the dense forest under the leadership of Alvin, just like before. Alvin regrets it now, because in his previous life, he didn't play every version of this game. For example, he hardly played the WD version with a complete Draenor map. His current understanding of this continent is only based on the Outland, after the Shattered Draenor world in the Burning Crusade version. This place looks like a primeval forest. Could it be Tanan jungle? What did you say? Alvin? I'm wondering if this is a place in my previous dream of foreboding, but this dream is really not very clear. I should have drunk more wine and slept more in those 2 days. This is all my sister's fault. Caponia raised her staff and suddenly said, "Ah? Why do you blame your sister?" Seeing that Caponia didn't answer for a long time, Alvin looked back curiously, but found that the elf's face was flushed, and even the tip of his ear was bleeding. Alvin looked at Calpurnia, and even if he was dull, he probably understood that she knew what he and her sister did in the room every night during those days. No way, no way. How did Calpurnia know? Did they install cameras at home? Seeing Alvin's face full of disbelief, Calpurnia said in a voice as low as a mosquito, "My sister told me when she came to see me on the last day." Oh my god. Alvin wiped the cold sweat from his head. These two sisters really talk about everything. I have always heard that girls would talk about many explicit topics when chatting at night, but I didn't expect that they would really talk about such private things. Alvin touched his head awkwardly and said something strangely. Don't blame her, it will be your turn in 2 days. Time seemed to freeze, and Calpurnia's face became even redder. Even Green Shadow was shocked. Ahem, the master is even more shameless. Green Shadow, tell me which direction we are going. Alvin quickly changed the subject, and at this time, Calpurnia whispered again, I can be there anytime. Now it was Alvin's turn to blush. He pinched Calpurnia's cheek, and said nothing more. Keep going forward, that person is moving straight forward, there should be a clear destination. Green Shadow felt it, and synchronized the information he got with Alvin. It looks like their camp. Let's go, whether it's a human or a ghost, let's go meet them. Chapter 325. That guy moved very fast, and Alvin and the other two had to work hard to keep up with him. Green Shadow wanted to transform into a leopard and run with Alvin and the others, but he refused because he was afraid that the Nightblade leopard would be too big a target, and the noise would be too loud to alert the other party. Strangely enough, although they were walking the same route, Alvin did not find any traces of anyone passing by here. It seems that the other party is also a high-level hunter, who is good at hiding his whereabouts in the jungle. We are almost there. There are many similar creatures ahead. Green Shadow suddenly reminded, and she gently pulled Calpurnia and Alvin while speaking, signaling them to slow down. Shoo! Green Shadow made a gesture to lower her voice, and quietly walked in front of the two people without making any sound. It seems that Green Shadow is serious. Alvin thought to himself. He nodded to Green Shadow, and followed him to move forward slowly. Sure enough, when they moved forward about 30 meters, the dense forest came to an end. Alvin crouched in the bushes, peering through the branches. His heartbeat quickened as he saw the scene before him. The camp was larger than he had expected, with tents scattered across the open ground like giant mushrooms. He noticed that the people in the camp were tall, even a head taller than the average human. They had unique horn-like structures on their heads, in various shapes, some twisted like spirals, others straight like spears. Their skin was blue or gray, and the women were slender and graceful, wearing light clothing that seemed to be made of some shimmering material, contrasting with the blue-green plants around them. Their eyes revealed a calm and firm temperament. The men looked stronger and stronger, with clear muscle lines and their skin showing an unusual luster. What shocked them most was the appearance of the buildings. Their appearance did not match any architectural style he had seen in Azeroth, and they looked more like alien spaceships. The surfaces of these buildings were covered with complex geometric patterns and flashing light spots, as if they were the crystallization of some advanced technology. He noticed that there were some invisible energy lines connecting these buildings, which emitted a faint light in the night, giving people a mysterious and advanced feeling. Calpurnia and Green Shadow were stunned by everything in front of them. They never thought that they would see other humanoid creatures besides orcs and Draenor. Alvin was also surprised, because he found that he knew these people. These are the Draenei, Germans for short, also known as the Hoof Scratchers, a new race that joined the Alliance during the Burning Crusade. Wait, joining the Alliance means that these guys can also communicate with humans, and have the same outlook on life and values. They are friends. Alvin wanted to rush to these Draenei for help immediately, but he calmed down. The situation was unclear. Who knew what these guys were thinking now? What if they mistook me for an orc? Let's observe first. Alvin bent down to Calpurnia and Green Shadow, and then hid in the dark bushes. He observed the Draenei camp and found that it was a harmonious and orderly small society, with men, women, old people, and children, and there were dozens of people. The Draenei lived quietly inside, and everything seemed peaceful. However, suddenly the tranquility was broken. From the depths of the forest on the other side came a chaotic sound of footsteps and terrified shouts. Alvin heard it, and immediately looked in that direction. He saw several Draenei rolling and crawling out of the forest, their blue faces full of fear. These people were shouting something, a little far away. Alvin couldn't hear what they were shouting, but even if he was close, he was not sure if he could understand it. Strictly speaking, this was not a foreign language, but an alien language. The people in the camp immediately took action. The elderly and children were quickly led into the house, while the men and women quickly picked up their weapons. Their eyes were firm and nervous. Alvin and Green Shadow looked at each other, and found that each other's faces were also full of confusion. They didn't know what made these Draenei so panicked. At this moment, two huge leaping beasts rushed out of the forest like a derailed train. They were huge, muscular, and had skin as hard as stone. As soon as they appeared, they pushed down several trees on the edge of the forest. They used their leaping ability to disappear at the moment of pushing down the trees, and then suddenly appeared on the other side of the camp, immediately starting to massacre the Draenei. The Draenei looked at the two huge creatures in horror, and they immediately started a fierce battle with the leaping beasts. Their hammers and axes collided with the hard skin of the leaping beasts, making a harsh metal collision sound. Every attack was accompanied by the shouts of the Draenei people, and the roars of the leaping beasts. After a while, blood and mud splashed, and several Draenei were injured. However, from the cooperation of the Draenei, it can be seen that this may not be the first time they have fought against such a large beast. This performance is much better than the performance of the Alliance soldiers just now. Although some people were injured, no one died. Until one of the leap beasts hit a house. The screams of children rang out. It seems that the people hiding in the house were crushed by the collapsed house. The Draenei formation was in chaos. Someone immediately went to rescue the people who were crushed under the house. Seeing this, the leap beasts made arrogant cries and attacked more unscrupulously. In an instant, several Draenei were knocked off and fell heavily to the ground. It seemed that they were breathing less and breathing more. The air was filled with an atmosphere of tension and fear. Two leap beasts could put a Draenei village in such a crisis. Alvin slowly pulled out his dagger and held it tightly in his hand. His eyes were fixed on the battlefield. He found that although the Draenei were afraid, they did not retreat. They tried their best to defeat these two powerful creatures, but without the help of magic, no matter how many Draenei there were, they would not be able to hold out for long. Their defenses were beginning to crumble. Alvin knew that if they did not help, the Draenei might not be able to withstand the next round of attacks from the leap beasts. He turned to look at Calpurnia and Green Shadow beside him, and whispered to them, "Get ready. Calpurnia and I will deal with the one that's close, and the one that's far away will be left to you, Green Shadow." Alvin closed his eyes, and began to concentrate. He selected the shadow with skill in his mind, then took a deep breath, and suddenly opened his eyes. Raising his hand, Mind Whip was released instantly, pointing directly at one of the leaping beasts. Caught off guard, the leaping beast suddenly felt the impact of a powerful shadow force, and its movement speed suddenly decreased. It was almost impossible to maintain the rhythm of attack, and even moving was very difficult. The leaping beast immediately became ruthless, as if it wanted to compare with the shadow to see who was more powerful. It did not choose to activate the leap ability immediately, but competed with Alvin like a cow pulling a cart. This was exactly what Alvin wanted. When Calpurnia saw Alvin take action, he began to chant the spell, and now he had finished chanting. The air began to be filled with hot flame energy, gathering at the top of the sulfur staff. Calpurnia shouted softly, and the firestorm broke out instantly. The flames that fell from the sky quickly engulfed the leaping beast affected by Mind Whip. The screams of the leap beast were heard in the flames, followed by a huge explosion. It turned out that Calpurnia was not idle. She was afraid that the beast would not die immediately, So she directly added another pyroblast. A huge fireball as big as a washbasin drilled into the flame storm and blew the leap beast into pieces. Chapter 326. On the other side, Green Shadow was not idle either. She flashed and leaped high from the bushes like a ghost. She quickly transformed into a huge night blade leopard in the air and appeared in front of another leaping beast. Green Shadow's eyes flashed with a cold light. With a low roar, she pounced on the vital part of the leaping beast's neck. The leaping beast saw that the situation was not good and quickly used its leaping ability, and its body disappeared on the spot. Green Shadow saw that the attack missed and roared angrily. Several battles have allowed Green Shadow to accumulate experience in dealing with such beasts. She knew that these guys would not disappear for long each time, and would soon appear in the blind spot of her body to launch a surprise attack on her. Green Shadow calmed down and carefully felt the ripples in the air around her. As expected, almost at the same time as the leaping beast disappeared, Green Shadow quickly noticed that there was something indescribable about the air beside her. She jumped on the spot without any hesitation. The Night Blade Leopard's agile body drew an elegant arc in the air, and at this moment, the figure of the leaping beast suddenly appeared where she had just stood. The leaping beast obviously did not expect this scene, and a trace of astonishment flashed in its eyes. However, it did not have time to think more. Because at the moment it reappeared, Green Shadow had adjusted its position in the air and rushed towards it like a black lightning. Her movements were swift and precise, as if she had completely anticipated all the movements of the leaping beast. Green Shadow stretched out her body, stretched out her two front legs, and her black claws flashed with cold light. Just when the leaping beast was surprised to find that it had pounced in vain, and was about to leap again, Green Shadow's claws had already pierced its heart. At this critical moment, a black shadow energy suddenly flew out from the depths of the forest. It was Alvin who used Mind Whip again. The speed of this shadow energy was even faster and more violent than Green Shadow. It almost arrived first. With a bang, the leaping beast was hit by Mind Whip first. Before the beast could roar in pain, its voice stopped abruptly because its neck had been pierced by Green Shadow's claws. A big blood hole appeared on the neck of the leaping beast. Green Shadow broke away with one blow and quickly retreated, staring at the leaping beast struggling violently. Sure enough, the leaping beast screamed, its body violently straightened, and its big tail swept left and right, directly pushing itself into the air. It trembled a few times in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground, and never moved again. The town returned to peace again, and the Draenei with weapons around were dumbfounded. They didn't understand where this giant leopard came from, and who released that terrible magic. They held their weapons tightly, their palms sweating, staring at Green Shadow, praying that the leopard was not coming to attack them. Green Shadow was slightly angry when she saw the Draenei pointing their weapons at her, and surrounding her. She walked forward, and the Draenei's encirclement retreated. Finally, Green Shadow stepped on the corpse of the leaping beast, raised her head and roared. The blood of the beast dyed Green Shadow's claws red, which looked quite harmful. The Draenei showed a look of fear and retreated again. Only a few brave ones stood in front with their weapons raised and did not retreat. At this time, Alvin also pulled Calpurnia out of the bushes. He patted the fallen leaves and dust on his body and walked towards the Draenei. Calpurnia was also very nervous. These tall and strong aliens made her feel very oppressive. She had to hold the sulfur staff tightly with both hands and followed Alvin to the crowd. Seeing the two people coming out of the forest approaching, the Draenei were in chaos. They just saw with their own eyes that the two people cooperated to kill a terrifying leap beast in seconds. A muscular male Draenei with two long horns on his forehead walked in front of the crowd. "Stop! Outsiders! Who are you?" This guy spoke the alien Draenei language. Green Shadow and Calpurnia looked at each other and couldn't understand it at all. But the same words entered Alvin's ears and were immediately recognized by his brain. His own language Goldfinger is really useful, Alvin thought. "Don't be afraid. We are not enemies." Alvin opened his mouth to speak, and the language he spit out was automatically converted into Draenei. Alvin can actually speak an alien language. Not only Calpurnia and Green Shadow were surprised, but even the Draenei on the opposite side were stunned. Several Draenei looked at each other, lowered their voices, and communicated a few words quietly. Finally, the leading male Draenei said, "Who are you? Where are you from? What do you want to do?" Alvin nodded. These three classic philosophical questions, but it's normal. According to normal history, the Draenei and Draenor originally coexisted peacefully with the orcs, but the orcs became violent and aggressive after drinking the blood of demons. This group of wild orcs destroyed the Draenei's homeland, massacred their people, and drove the Draenei out of their Karabeir temple. Now these Draenei looked pale, thin and malnourished. They were probably refugees, otherwise they would not have set up camp in a remote forest. He tried to speak sincerely. My name is Elven Priest. I came from Azeroth. We came here to attack the orcs, but our people got separated. We were attacked by the two lead beasts just now, so I wanted to come here to ask for your help. The Nightblade Leopard over there is also my companion. Elven spoke these words clearly and loudly, and several Draenei heard them. His sincere attitude worked, and the expressions of several Draenei began to relax. The old people and children also slowly came out of the room with courage. There was also a child who ran to the side of Green Shadow, and wanted to touch Green Shadow's furry paws. But soon the child was pulled back by his mother and beaten twice. The leading Draenei heard it, although he was a little skeptical, but still waved to the people behind him, and asked everyone to lift the battle preparations. Sorry, outsider, the village was attacked just now, I have to be careful. Where did you come from? Were you also attacked by the beast? Yes, we came from another world. Azeroth. We were attacked by the beast just after landing. About 20 of us died, but we also killed a warp beast. We just killed 2 more, so a total of 3 warp beasts have been killed so far. Hearing Alvin's words, the Draenei were in chaos again. People whispered to each other, and some old people began to kneel on the ground and cry, and stretched out their hands to kneel down to Alvin, which confused Alvin. Thank you. The Draenei man also showed an excited expression on his face, and his blue face seemed to be congested and turned bluer. Since we settled down here, more than a dozen people have been killed by those beasts. Thank you for avenging our brothers and sisters. The rough skin of the Draenei man was full of traces of time. When he smiled like this, the wrinkles on his face were stretched out. You said you came to attack the orcs, just you few people? Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded, and the originally messy camp became silent in an instant. The Draenei man frowned, and he knew who was talking without turning his head. The person who was talking usually gave him a headache. Uriel, you are so rude. He turned his head, and looked helplessly at the Draenei woman standing behind him. Then he turned around and explained to Alvin, I'm sorry, we were actually hunted by orcs and settled here. Orcs are indeed our enemies. That sounds good, but why don't you tell outsiders that we were scared by orcs, and hid in such a remote place? Uriel? The Draenei male was angry. This Uriel has always been a destabilizing factor in the village. Although she is the best hunter among the young people, she is also a complete thorn. Her family members died one after another in the battle against the orcs. The pain of losing her family tortured the child all the time. She once vowed to drive all the orcs out of Draenor, but the Draenei were too weak, and they could do nothing except flee. Uriel did carry a blood feud, but who didn't? Chapter 327. Alvin's eyes fell on the Draenei woman named Uriel. He didn't look closely, he just felt that the name sounded familiar. Her skin was like a sapphire under the moonlight, smooth and delicate, revealing a kind of cold beauty. A pair of light blue eyes were large and bright, like 2 shining stars. She was tall and slender, with smooth lines, and her lower limbs were the iconic sheep's hooves of the Draenei, which were both powerful and elegant. Her hair was like silver stars, pouring down from the top of her head and falling on her shoulders, and 2 spiraling gray horns emerged from her hair. She was wearing a tattered white armor, which seemed to be worn out quite badly. The armor on the chest looked very thin, and it couldn't cover the hot body under the armor at all. The skirt armor was even shorter, and the slender legs set off the graceful figure of the Draenei woman. A one-handed hammer was hung around her waist, and there was a bow on her back, showing her identity as a warrior. Elwyn swallowed his saliva. This kind of dress was either too poor or too romantic. Brother Nerid, I don't mean to offend you and the guests. I just want to ask a few questions. Uriel ignored the Draenei man, who was so angry that his beard was blowing. It seemed that the man's name was Nerid, so he didn't have to introduce himself. She walked slowly to Elwyn, nodded slightly to show politeness, and then said, Hello, Uriel, from Shadow Moon Valley in the south. I saw your team being attacked by wild beasts in the forest just now, but unfortunately I couldn't save them. Later, I saw you found that place. I could feel that there seemed to be a familiar energy in you, so I took the initiative to lead you to our village. Uriel smiled, showing her white teeth. Alvin noticed that she had a few canine teeth, which was a bit cute. At the same time, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that it was this Uriel who was peeping at him and led him here. It seems that my bet was right. You saved this village, which proves that you are not enemies, but whether you are friends or not depends on your performance. Uriel? You are too rude. Nerid said angrily beside him. He lowered his voice, and was obviously a little impatient. We are indeed here to attack the orcs. Alvin didn't want to get entangled. He was now very worried about Solanlian, the little red dragon, Turalian and others. He only wanted to quickly gather with the troops, so he didn't have any antipathy towards Yrel. Maybe it's because she's a beautiful girl. Our troops came to this continent through teleportation, but unfortunately, teleportation has scattered us to different places. I need to find my troops now, so I need to know our current specific location. Do you have a map? Can you show me where it is? Uriel nodded, took out a worn map from her bosom, and spread it out in front of Alvin. As the best hunter in the village, she always carries a map with her, but she is too familiar with this land and basically doesn't need it. The map is very worn and yellowed, but it is very detailed. It marks the geographical features, towns, and important magic nodes of this continent in detail. Uriel tapped the map with her finger and said, "This area is called Tanan Jungle, but it's just a previous name. Since the orcs started the war, almost all the forests here have been cut down by them to make war machines." Uriel pointed to a point on the map and said, "This is our location, the Temple of Shanner. If your target is the orcs, I suggest you go northeast, where there is their base camp. A large fortress, they call it Hellfire Citadel, and it takes about 3 days to get there from here." Elvin looked at the map carefully, and had a general direction in his mind. The entire map was similar to the Burning Crusade period, but he vaguely remembered that when he was playing the game, the Temple of Shanner in the lower left corner had been destroyed a long time ago, and later it seemed to be called the Ruins of Shanner. Does this mean that this village will soon be destroyed by the Horde? It seems necessary to remind these poor Draenei to continue migrating, but where else can they escape to? Elvin looked at the map again, and sure enough, in the center of the map, there was a circular fortress drawn, which seemed to be the Hellfire Citadel. If according to historical development, Turalian and his companions would set up a camp, Glory Citadel, southeast of Hellfire Citadel after arriving in the Draenor world, which means that he needs to move eastward to join them. Alvin spoke slowly, his voice echoing around. "Yrel, Nerid, I know you are full of doubts about us. But the Alliance will prove that it is friends with the Draenei." Yrel just raised his shoulders slightly when he heard this, with disdain on his face. "How do you prove it? How do we know that you are not another group of enemies, who come to rob our land, and kill our compatriots?" Alvin took a deep breath. The Alliance was unfamiliar with this place, and urgently needed the support of the local Draenei. He had to convince these people to believe in the Alliance. So, he began to tell the story of his own world. The continent of Azeroth. In the continent of Azeroth, we have suffered 2 invasions by orcs. It was a tragic war, and the invasion of orcs brought great disasters to our world. Countless lives disappeared in the war, cities were destroyed, and the earth was stained with blood. There was grief in Alvin's voice, as if he had returned to that war-torn era. But we were not defeated. We fought back and fought a desperate battle with the orcs. In the end, we severely damaged the orc tribe at the Dark Portal. However, we are not satisfied with just defeating the orcs in the continent of Azeroth. We know that if the threat of orcs is not completely eliminated, they may attack other worlds. Therefore, we went on an expedition to Draenor. Our purpose is very clear, that is, to completely defeat them, and let peace return to all worlds." Alvin looked at Yrel and Nerid, hoping that his Draenei expression was clear enough and sincere enough so that they could understand what he said. Everyone listened to Alvin's story quietly, and their expressions gradually became serious. Yrel also began to re-examine the thin alien in front of him, and his suspicion of them gradually decreased. Alvin's words were very sincere, and the Draenei also knew that the orc army had gathered at the Dark Portal twice, and at that time the orcs' encirclement of the Draenei also slowed down. They speculated that the orcs must have divided their troops to the other side of the Dark Portal. The story told by this human just corresponds to the battle of the orcs on the other side. If the Alliance is also fighting with the orcs on the other side of the Dark Portal, then the Alliance should not be the enemy they imagined. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Alliance can prove with actions that we can fight against the orcs with you and protect this land and your compatriots," Alvin said sincerely. Nerid was silent for a while, then slowly said, "I will consider what you said. However, you must take more practical actions to prove your sincerity." Elvin nodded. The fate of the Draenei was tragic. They were originally a kind and lawful race, but the cruel fate made these people displaced and became timid and suspicious. "Yes, it's a good start now." He looked at the villagers around and said, "I see that many of you are injured. I can use holy light magic to heal you." Yrel's eyes lit up instantly. "Are you the messenger of holy light?" Chapter 328. Yrel's voice trembled a little. Her voice was loud, and the Draenei who were close by could hear it, which immediately caused a big stir. People were whispering to each other, and the scene was chaotic for a while. Many people who had just been hiding at the door and window to watch the excitement also ran out of their homes, and surrounded Alvin and others. "Why are you all so enthusiastic all of a sudden?" Alvin, who was tightly surrounded by the Draenei, was a little flattered. These people obviously had no ill intentions, but a group of tall and strong Draenei surrounded him together, which was quite imposing. "Do you really know the Holy Light spell?" Nerid bowed down and tried to put himself at the same height as Alvin, so that he could appear more humble. "I don't mean to offend you. Although I don't know much about spellcasters, I just saw that you seem to be using shadow energy. Aren't you a warlock?" It seems that the world of Draenor has not yet produced shadow priests. Yrel stared at him with big eyes, and the villagers beside him were also nervously waiting for him to speak. This atmosphere made Alvin a little nervous. "Yes, I am a priest, but I can use the power of shadow and holy light at the same time." Alvin separated his hands, just like the first time he went to Starwish's house to show the Archmage Ramath. The left hand condensed shadow magic, and the right hand condensed holy light magic. The two different magic elements quickly gathered in the air, and turned into a black and gold light ball in a form visible to the naked eye. The Draenei villagers exclaimed. Caponia laughed secretly, thinking that these people really had never seen the world. If they knew Alvin's true power, they would be scared to death. "Well, I really want to see how these big guys are shocked by Alvin. Maybe it's rare, but I'm definitely a genuine priest. The spokesperson of the Holy Light. He is the son of prophecy." Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, like a thunderclap. The Draenei fell into greater chaos, even more chaotic than when they were attacked by the lead beast just now. Everyone looked at him with awe, and the villagers who were close to him stretched out their hands, wanting to touch Alvin's body, and some even knelt down to Alvin. Although the Draenei warriors led by Nerid tried their best to surround Alvin in the middle to ensure that he would not be injured in the chaos, these villagers were like seeing an idol, and could not stop him at all. Alvin stood there, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, being touched here and there by a group of blue-skinned Draenei. He couldn't hide, so he had to hold Calpurnia tightly in his arms to prevent others from touching the elf. This girl had thin arms and legs, and only he could touch her. Roar, roar, roar! The roar of the night blade leopard sounded, and the green shadow, who had been standing quietly behind Alvin, quickly shocked the villagers with a roar and dispersed the chaos. The villagers saw the night blade leopard, who had just killed a lead beast with great power, was angry, and retreated in fear. The green shadow acted quickly, stretched her neck, and accurately picked up Alvin holding Calpurnia. The weight of the two people was not a burden to the green shadow. She picked up Alvin as easily as a mother cat picking up a kitten, turned her head, and put the two on her warm and solid back. Quiet! Yrel lived up to her reputation as a female man. She pulled out her warhammer and hit a brick that had just been knocked off by the lead beast with a duong sound, smashing the big rock into pieces. The fragments of the stone shattered and flew everywhere, further dispersing the people. "I'm sorry, Mr. Alvin, the villagers are too excited. You are also quite excited. If this hammer hits someone, it will probably kill them," Alvin thought. Yrel threw the warhammer casually, and it fell to the ground with a loud noise, then turned around and knelt on one knee to Alvin riding on the green shadow. "After watching your magic just now, I am almost sure that you are the prophecy circulating among our people, the son of Holy Light, who will bring salvation to the Draenei." After Yrel finished speaking, the people around him, including Nerid and others, also knelt down. Yrel is right. Nerid's face was also filled with unconcealed excitement. Our leader, Prophet Velen, once prophesied that a son of light from afar would lead the Draenei to end their life of escape and save us from the dire straits. The legendary son of light can use both shadow and light magic at the same time like you. Alvin was completely confused. Velen also prophesied about himself. He knew about Prophet Velen. He was the leader of the Draenei and a prophet. He was originally one of the three giants of the Eridar, and worked with Kil'jaeden and Archimonde. Later, he was unwilling to join the Burning Legion with his other two colleagues, so he secretly took his people away from their home planet Argus, and went into exile all the way to the world of Draenor. As a result, they still could not find peace in Draenor. After learning about it, Kil'jaeden immediately corrupted another group of creatures in the world of Draenor, namely the orcs. The orcs drank the blood of demons, and became violent and warlike, becoming the minions of the Burning Legion. They carried out Kil'jaeden's orders, and almost massacred Velen and his people. Now the Draenei in the Shanner camp are all Velen's people, and the three words Draenei are actually translated as exiles. Please stand up first. Elvin was at a loss, and it was really stressful to be kneeled by so many people. Everyone looked at each other, and finally Nerid said, "The Son of the Light, let everyone stand up." Everyone stood up one after another. Prophet Velen. Where is he now? Uriel shook his head, with a painful look on his face. When we were fleeing, he led people to stay behind to resist the orc army, which helped us create an opportunity to escape. Now his life or death is uncertain. Please help us find the prophet, Son of Light. Yes, please help us, Son of Light. People in the crowd kept shouting, and there were women crying heartbreakingly, as if Alvin could immediately lead them to kill all the orcs and avenge them. Everyone, please be quiet, Alvin said loudly. Seeing that the Draenei here were so pitiful, he also felt compassion. If history develops, the Shanner Temple where they are now may soon be found and destroyed by the orcs, turning into the ruins of Shanner, and no one knows how many people in this village can survive. If they stay here, they may be killed, so it is better to take these people with them. Anyway, Alvin is going to move eastwards to find the glory castle that should exist, and the Alliance also needs the help of these local natives. With them as guides, the Alliance will have in-depth geographical knowledge about this continent, which greatly increases the Alliance's chances of winning against the tribes fighting the locals. He pressed his hands down, and the villagers finally quieted down, quietly waiting for Alvin to speak. I don't know if I am the Son of Light that your prophet said. I think we may have to wait until we find Velen to find out. But I don't recommend you to continue camping here. Please believe me, the tribe will soon find you and destroy this place. You need to leave as soon as possible. Chapter 329. We know that staying here is not a long-term solution. Nerid sighed and touched his bald head. The orc scouts are getting closer and closer. It's only a matter of time before they find us. But the question is, where should we escape to? Alvin patted Green Shadow's neck gently. The Nightblade leopard lowered its body, as if it had a telepathic connection with him, allowing Alvin to jump off her back. He came to the map that Iriel had spread out, looked at it carefully, and then pointed at a place with his hand. I will take the initiative. Attack the orcs' Hellfire Citadel. Alvin said firmly. No matter where my companions are, they will definitely find a place to set up camp after they arrive, and look for traces of orcs at the same time. Hellfire Citadel is the largest orc base here, and my comrades must have noticed them a long time ago. As long as I launch an attack, the louder the better, they will definitely find me. In this way, the orcs will be busy defending, and will not come out to trouble you again, and the Draenei will be safe. While we are fighting the orcs, you can go to the Alliance camp. As long as you get there, the Alliance will definitely protect the Draenei. But, Uriel was shocked. She couldn't imagine that Alvin, with only 2 people and a leopard, dared to attack a war fortress carefully built by the orcs. Since the orcs began their expedition, the Hellfire Citadel has been the largest logistics station supporting the front line, with countless soldiers, supplies, and weapons. The wall is thicker than the Temple of Karaber. What's the difference between these few people attacking Hellfire Citadel and committing suicide? I admire your courage very much, but we cannot agree with you to do this. Uriel shook his head. Perhaps you have not seen the fortress. The icon on the map cannot represent the strength of the fortress. Even when the Draenei are at their strongest, we are not sure that we can take it down in one battle. Yes, such an action is completely suicidal, Mr. Alvin. Even if you are the Son of the Light, I oppose you to do this. This is irresponsible for your own life. Even Nerid shook his head, and I absolutely do not agree with you that you go to war and let us Draenei run for shelter. Even if we really have to fight, we Draenei will follow you. That's right. Fight the Horde. We have been hiding long enough. The crowd echoed Nerid's voice. Ha ha ha. Alvin laughed loudly, making the Draenei dumbfounded. I don't know why he laughed. When I say attack, I don't mean the 3 of us will attack the city. I'm not stupid. What I mean is that I will launch a feint attack and release magic to attack Hellfire Citadel from a distance. When the orcs see that we are few in number, they will surely rush out of the castle to kill us. This is my chance. As long as the orcs dare to leave the fortress, I will kill them. As long as the orcs mobilize troops on a large scale, my comrades will find me and even seize the opportunity to cooperate with me. Alvin dared to think so because he fully believed in the abilities of Turalian and Khadgar. Turalian was decisive in dealing with things, and was very good at seizing any small mistakes of the enemy on the battlefield to gain an advantage for himself, and he had the ability to expand the advantage into a winning position. Not to mention Khadgar, the wise mage always stays awake. No matter what kind of desperate situation, he can always come up with a good solution. You know, in the original history, the sons of Lothar, regardless of their own safety, resolutely chose to close the dark portal at the last moment of survival, so as to ensure that the explosion of Draenor would not affect the world of Azeroth, and they all survived after experiencing the explosion of Draenor. With these people as a backing, Alvin dared to take this risk. And he has another thing to rely on, his dragon. Although I don't know where Akali Tassa and Solanian are now, as long as I launch an attack, my unique shadow magic will be easily identified. A Calitha will definitely appear to help him. He and the little red dragon have a blood pact. Although he can't know her exact location, Alvin is sure that a Calitha must be nearby, not to mention the black dragon. Although he didn't feel the presence of the black dragon princess Onyxia, if other black dragons were nearby and could see the battle here and come to help, maybe Hellfire Citadel could really be taken down. He didn't believe that the orcs now had any power to fight against him and a group of dragons. Alvin stood on tiptoe and patted Nerid and Yrel on the shoulders with a smile. Don't worry. I'm willing to take a gamble, and I have a hunch that I have a great chance of winning. Ha ha ha. Nerid showed a helpless expression, and Yrel knelt down on one knee to her again. I, Yrel, will follow the Son of Light to launch an attack. I come too. We all come. A group of people knelt down again. Alvin was surprised and said, there's no need for so many people. This time, we mainly use magic to bombard their fortress from a distance to provoke them to fight outside the city. But I feel much more at ease that you can come together. His heartbeat quickened. These Draenei were just brave and had pure hearts. For such a race, their fate was so tragic. I really didn't know why. Maybe everything was a test given by God to the prophet Velen and his people. Thinking of this, Alvin felt a pity in his heart. He reached out his hand and gently stroked the long curly horns on Yrel's head. The village, which was originally excited, suddenly became silent. Even the Draenei warriors, who had just screamed for a fight, opened their mouths and couldn't speak. A group of people looked at him motionlessly, just like the characters in the Time Stop series. The sudden silence confused Alvin. What switch did I turn on? Is it the monkey's immobilization spell? Where can I go to pick peaches? Alvin, what happened to them? Caponia also saw that something was wrong. Alvin had been speaking alien language just now, and he and Green Shadow couldn't understand it at all. But now, even if she didn't understand, she could see that Alvin seemed to have caused trouble. Otherwise, why did these Draenei suddenly stop moving? The elf's words made Alvin sure that he was not lucky enough to travel into the Time Stand Still series. Friends, what happened? Why are you looking at me? Mr. Alvin. The horns of Draenei women cannot be touched by the opposite sex. Nerid was the first to recover from the shock and stammered. Ah? Alvin realized that his hand was still rubbing Yrel's horn. Sorry, I'm used to eating skewers. The female man Yrel's face has turned blue and red. Chapter 330. The horns of the Draenei look very hard, but they are actually colder and harder than you might imagine. Especially the rings of lines on the horns, which look rough and not round at all, and are definitely worth a plate. Alvin took back his claws from Yrel's head. He was a little embarrassed, and pretended to drive away mosquitoes, waving them over her head a few times. Just now it seemed that a bug was about to fall on your head, and now I've driven it away, this unlucky bug. Alvin smiled awkwardly, and took his hand back. However, in full view of the crowd, no one saw the bug that Alvin mentioned. The Draenei villagers looked strange. Some were surprised, some were praying, and some were half smiling. Alvin scratched his head. He didn't know what it meant to touch a Draenei woman's horn. Could it be that in the Draenei worldview, touching a horn was equivalent to being a hooligan? It can't be that outrageous, right? But it's better to just get over it now. He was about to say, please tell me which direction to go to Hellfire Citadel without delay, when a little boy's childish voice rang out in the crowd. Is the Son of Light going to marry Sister Yrel? Shoo! Pa! Don't talk too much, kid. Woo woo woo. The Draenei boy was slapped by his mother and cried. Then the young mother apologized to everyone and took the crying child back home. The door was slammed shut, leaving people looking at each other in bewilderment. Alvin broke out in a cold sweat. Touching the horns means getting married? What kind of custom is this? Haha, the kid is cute. I didn't hear what he said just now. Alvin smiled awkwardly and looked down at Yrel. This glance scared him. The Draenei lady, who was originally rude and violent, smashing things with a hammer, now had a blue face. She avoided Alvin's eyes and didn't dare to look at him. The whole person also shrank a circle. Originally, he was kneeling on one knee with his upper body straight, but now Yrel's whole body shrank together, as if he had experienced a strenuous exercise, and the whole person was trembling slightly, shaky, and seemed to fall at any time. Erwin looked at his hands. Have I mastered the bone-melting palm? That? Nerid is worthy of being the captain of the village militia. He immediately stood up and announced to everyone, "Let's stop here today. Everyone, disperse, follow the Son of Light's words, pack up your luggage, and give up the big items directly. We will travel light, and be ready to set off at any time." Then he made a gesture of invitation to Erwin. "The Son of Light needs to communicate with us in detail about the attack route. Come on, let's go to the reception room." The villagers also heard it just now. Knowing that the team will set off again to find the Alliance army mentioned by the Son of Light, they did not dare to delay. They greeted Erwin and went home to pack up. Nerid whispered to a few people to follow him, and then led the way. Alvin saw that Yrel was still stunned, so he stretched out his hands to help her up. Yrel came back to her senses, shouted in a low voice, and hurriedly broke free from Alvin's hands. Her face turned even bluer. "I go clean up the temple first," she whispered, not knowing whether Nerid and Alvin heard her, and turned and ran away. Alas, Nerid looked at Yrel's back and smiled bitterly. He was also surprised. For so many years, she has always been an unstable factor in the village. I didn't expect that she would be shy now. "Mr. Son of Light, let's go to the temple. Just call me Alvin." "It's always Son of Light. I don't even know you're calling me." Alvin laughed. "What happened just now?" "Okay, Mr. Alvin." Nerid shook his head, and the tentacles hanging down from his face also swung, which was quite interesting. "I don't know if these tentacles are placed inside or outside the quilt when they sleep. It's okay. I can't blame you. We Draenei have a custom that only the man she loves can touch a woman's horns. Touching a woman's horns casually will be considered a blasphemy against women, and women have the right to kill him." Alvin almost fell down after hearing this. "Mr. Nerid, you seem to have said something very shocking." Calmly, thinking about Yrel's hammer, a cold air rushed up from Alvin's back. He looked around and wondered if it was too late to escape now. Green Shadow had turned back into the form of a night elf, otherwise it would be inconvenient to follow Alvin. The Draenei had never seen a druid. Seeing the huge night blade leopard suddenly turned into a human, the villagers were all amazed. Luckily, Caponia brought a small bag with spare clothes in it. She took out one and let Green Shadow wear it casually, but it looked very tight. The mage robe made Green Shadow look like a Cheongsam. On the way, Alvin also translated what happened just now to the two. When they heard the custom of the female Draenei horns, they both nodded thoughtfully. "Fortunately, you didn't touch the male Draenei, otherwise you might be the one who would get married." Green Shadow's words almost choked Alvin to death. Calpurnia covered her mouth and laughed, then said, "Alvin, tell me the truth, do you like people with blue skin?" Seeing that the two ladies were looking at him, and waiting for his answer, Alvin pretended to be angry and rubbed their heads. "Don't think about it, I'm not an avatar." The Shatter camp was not big. The three followed Nerid to bypass the house that was destroyed by the leap beast just now, and saw an independent building on the slope. The building was not big, and its shape was a bit like a spaceship, with an arc-shaped roof, raised eaves, and even the gate was oval. There was an unknown or on the door, which emitted a faint light. It seemed to be the lighting equipment of the temple. That's the Temple of Shanner. The Draenei are also a race that believes in the holy light. This camp is named after the temple. Nerid said, as he walked up the steps of the earthen slope. "We all lived in the Karabair temple in the south, but the orcs attacked us. We suffered heavy casualties, and were forced to abandon Karabair. Our group of people fled here. I believe there are other survivors, but we are now exhausted from dealing with the pursuit of the tribe, and have no more manpower to find the lost compatriots. There will be a way. I believe they will be safe and sound under the protection of the holy light." Alvin comforted him, because he remembered that even after Draenor was broken, there were still many small Draenei villages scattered throughout the world, so they must still be alive. "We're here." Nerid stepped onto the last step, stood on the main hall of the temple, pointed in a direction and said, "That's Hellfire Citadel. Although it's a bit far away, you can vaguely see the terrible building and the black smoke rising from it." Alvin looked in the direction he pointed, but it was too far away to see anything. Green Shadow and Calpurnia looked at each other, and both of them looked serious. "How is it? Did you see Hellfire Citadel?" "It's a little far away and hard to see, but it's definitely big." Calpurnia stretched out a finger, squinted one eye and used it to make a straight line with the distant building. "It looks like I have a chance to try out my new skills, hee." Alvin was a little surprised. He hadn't seen her for a while. Could it be that this little girl had learned some shocking and powerful spells from the Book of Medivh? Just as he was about to ask, the door of the church suddenly opened to one side, like a spaceship, and Yrel walked out. "The temple is ready, everyone please come in." Chapter 331. Eh? Why did you change your clothes? You still smell good. Oh. Nerid curiously circled around Yrel, and thought her behavior was a little unusual, but the poor militia captain was hit before he could finish his words. Yrel flew back with a hoof, and kicked directly on Nerid's calf. This time, Nerid hugged his calf and bounced on the ground like a spring, and his tentacles also bounced up and down regularly, as if they were very flexible. Mr. Alvin, please follow me in. Yrel ignored the captain flying all over the ground, and led Alvin and others into the temple. Alvin sucked his teeth. This hoof was really powerful, that is, the Draenei are strong. If this happened in Azeroth, I am afraid that a Kodo beast would be kicked to death. But Nerid's words also reminded Alvin that Yrel's clothes had indeed been changed. Just now when she was outside, she was still a silly girl with a dusty face and ragged clothes. In just a short while, she actually dressed herself up and looked pretty good. Although the clothes didn't look new, they were very clean. But he didn't dare to look at it for too long, in case he got kicked, it would be too bad. So Alvin hurriedly helped Nerid up with other militiamen, and when he looked up, he found that Yrel had already entered the temple without looking back, and everyone hurried to follow. After entering the temple, Alvin found that the interior of the building was much more spacious and gorgeous than it looked from the outside. The top was made of light yellow transparent crystal, and the sunlight could penetrate in and sprinkle on the altar and statues inside. The layout of the hall was simple. The hall was covered with mats, and many wounded were lying on them. It seemed that the Draenei used this place as a hospital. There was a huge statue in front of the crystal wall at the front of the room. Alvin looked familiar. It looked a bit like a Tangram puzzle like a Naru. Under the statue, another male Draenei was kneeling on one knee. This person immediately attracted Alvin's attention. He was tall and wore a silver plate armor in the Draenei style. Some parts of the plate armor had been broken. It seemed that he had accompanied its owner through countless battles. The man seemed to be praying to the statue. A long warhammer made of purple crystal was placed beside him. Hearing the footsteps of Alvin and others, the male Draenei stopped, stood up, and turned to the crowd. "Welcome, Yrel, Nerid, and friends from afar," said the Draenei with a smile. Like Nerid, he also had many tentacles on his chin, many of which were hanging directly from his cheeks, which looked quite scary at first glance. "I am the garrison commander Murad. Please forgive me for being here to greet you. My legs are not very convenient. In the last battle, Murad was seriously injured. Now he is our highest commander," Nerid whispered. "Hello, Mr. Garrison Commander. I am Alvin Priest from Azeroth. These two are my companions Green Shadow and Star Wish. It's a pleasure to meet you," Alvin said, and naturally extended his hand to Murad. Murad didn't understand what was going on, but he quickly reacted and extended his hand and shook hands with Alvin. When he held the hand of the young outsider in front of him, a warm holy light came from his palm and entered his body through Murad's hand. This power was like the caress of the Mother of Life, quickly repairing the injuries in his body, making his body emit a faint golden light. Yrel and others looked at the miracle in front of them in surprise, and saw that Murad, who was originally seriously injured, soon recovered, and his whole body also exuded the original powerful energy. "What happened, brother?" Nerid supported the trembling Murad. "What did you do to him?" The militia captain shouted to Alvin. "Don't be nervous, brother." Murad smiled and said, "I want to thank Mr. Alvin. He used the holy light to heal the injuries in my body. This is really a miracle." He patted his chest heavily, and the plate armor made a duangwing sound, indicating that his injuries had recovered. "Except for the prophet Velen, I have never seen such a powerful priest. It seems that Yrel is right. You are really the son of the holy light predicted by Velen. To be honest, I didn't believe it at first. I am glad to see you recover, Mr. Garrison Officer." Alvin pulled his hand back. "It seems that this Murad is the commander here." "Murad? This name sounds familiar. Who is it?" Alvin couldn't remember. "Forget it. Let's talk about business first." He told the garrison officer Murad about his idea of attracting the attention of the Alliance army by feinting an attack on Hellfire Citadel, hoping to lead the refugees in the Shanner camp to join the Alliance. The garrison officer nodded. "Before you came, Yrel had already told me roughly. I know that you easily dealt with 2 elite beasts, and I also believe that you and your alliance have great power. I agree with your plan. I will lead the garrison forces of Shanner to participate in your action. I hope to successfully attract the attention of your friends." Happiness came a little suddenly, and Alvin was a little confused. "You agreed so easily?" "Yes." "No trials?" "No. Normally, shouldn't you say you're willing to help me first, but some of you got separated, so I have to go find the separated people first. Then you said you didn't have weapons, so I went to help collect weapons. Then you said your people were kidnapped by orcs or monsters, so I had to go and rescue that person, and when I got there I found that the person was locked in a cage, so I had to kill a bad guy with a key, then take the key, open the cage, and bring this poor guy back, and every few steps, an enemy would rush up to fight me, and the person I rescued had no fighting power at all and was particularly easy to die. Finally, it was all over, and then I could attack Hellfire Citadel? It's not over yet. You said you would fight with me, but I was the only one, and you all cheered me on, and finally you said I was the white wind of the new world, and the blue star that guided the way. Everyone was shocked. Why? Why do you want to do this? I looked at Murad, then at Alvin. You think too much. We can solve those small things by ourselves. Why should we trouble the Son of Light to do it? Also, what is white wind and blue star? Murad asked, scratching his big head. Ha ha, it's not important. Alvin laughed dumbly. It seems that things in real life are much simpler and more direct than playing games. In that case, regarding the attack on Hellfire Citadel, I want to take action immediately. Is that okay? Alvin said. I am very worried about my friends. Chapter 332. Guardian Murad is very straightforward. These Draenei seem to be simple and honest guys who like to speak their mind. When they doubt you, they reveal all kinds of distrust in their words, but once they recognize you, they completely treat you as a good friend. To be honest, Alvin likes to make friends like this. Murad picked up his big hammer and patted the plate armor on his body. Even through a layer of armor, Alvin could imagine how explosive this guy's muscles were. Draenei are very efficient. Once they have made a decision, they will act immediately. Murad thought for a while and began to place orders. Nerid, take your people and see if the villagers are ready. Be ready to go at any time. You are responsible for protecting the civilians and let everyone move eastward. Yrel, take the rest of the people to the door to meet me. We will follow Mr. Alvin to Hellfire Citadel to launch the attack as planned. Action now. Brothers and sisters. Yes. Nerid and Yrel shouted at the same time. The two who received the order immediately turned around and left, assembled their own teams, and went to perform their tasks separately. Murad and Alvin and his party also left the temple, and came to the gate of the camp. Alvin was quite surprised by the Draenei's high efficiency. On the way to the destination with the garrison officer, he saw the villagers packing their things in an orderly manner, and gathered in the square in the center of the town. Nerid and his Draenei militia were helping everyone deal with some large items, but it seemed that many things might be abandoned. When Alvin passed by, the Draenei crossed their hands in front of their chests, and saluted Alvin. It seems that his image, as the Son of Holy Light, has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. After a few people waited for a while, hurried footsteps sounded behind them, and Yrel arrived with the troops. Although it was called a troop, there were only more than 20 people, and the rest were responsible for protecting civilians. However, Alvin felt that it was enough, because he would not really lead these people to attack the city wall. Mr. Alvin, we can set off. Nerid will lead our civilians to the east, and they will explore the location of your alliance companions. Everyone set off quickly and headed northeast. On the way, Maldra made detailed deployments. Their personnel were basically warriors and hunters. Only Murad was a warrior who knew some holy light spells, a bit like the paladin of Azeroth. I believe he and Uther and others will definitely be a topic of conversation. The warriors were basically arranged to be Alvin's guards. After all, protecting the caster is the most basic principle of a military formation. Alvin was grateful for Murad's arrangement, but he privately felt that it was unnecessary. With Green Shadow, he was not worried about being attacked by the orcs. This road is not short. Even if we speed up, it will probably take more than 2 days to get there. Murad came to Alvin's side as he moved forward. We actually know about the orcs' invasion of you. To be honest, I thought your world would be ruined like ours, but I didn't expect that you not only defeated the orcs twice, but even came to Draenor. To be honest, I can't believe it. You have created such a brilliant record. This also lets us know that the orcs are not invincible. Those orcs are actually very powerful. Our soldiers don't have much advantage over them. In the early stages of the war, we suffered heavy losses, and almost all of our southern lands fell. Fortunately, the Holy Light did not abandon us. Many heroes emerged in our team, and they led us to victory. Alvin said with lingering fear, especially in the later stages of the First War, if it weren't for their warlock Gul'dan taking a large number of troops away from the main force of the orcs, causing the orc strength to be greatly reduced, I'm afraid the outcome of that war would be difficult to predict. It was also in that war that our heroic marshal, Sir Anduin Lothar, died there. pray for the passing of the heroes. I can imagine the cruelty of war. My scouts have personally seen a steady stream of orcs pouring into the dark portal. They are as numerous as a tide of darkness. Murad suddenly thought of something and continued. You just mentioned the orc warlock Gul'dan. This reminds me that I want to ask you about someone, a woman. Alvin was a little confused. What kind of person could he think of when he mentioned Gul'dan? And a woman? Garona. Have you heard of this person? Famous. This name is notorious in Azeroth, especially in Stormwind City. Why are you asking about her? Garona is my niece. Alvin was silent. What's going on? Isn't Garona a half-orc? How did she become Murad's niece? Alvin had heard of that Garona more than once. She was a senior assassin of the Shadow Council under Gul'dan. She was first sent to Azeroth by Gul'dan to serve as a liaison with the Guardian Medivh. Later, Garona got together with Medivh and got pregnant with his child. Medivh was really hungry, which might be related to the fact that Medivh had never seen a woman in his magic tower of Karazhan. As a result, Medivh was worthy of being a guardian. He hit Garona with one shot, and Garona got pregnant with his child. At that time, she also made friends such as Khadgar, the former king of Stormwind, Lane, who is the current king, and the father of the child brother Anduin Wrynn. The love of humans for her, and the torture of orcs for her won Garona to the human camp. Garona, who had become a spy for the Alliance, was later captured by the Horde and threatened that if she did not kill King Lane, she would kill the baby in her belly. As a result, Garona really did it. Maybe a mother is willing to do anything for her child, even if it is a bad thing that hurts the world. King Lane was killed by Garona, and she became a sinner of the Alliance. Later, this guy disappeared, and no one knows where he went. There is a legend that he went to Kalimdor, and it seems that he went to hunt down Gul'dan. Yes, that two-headed ogre, who was once Gul'dan's deputy. After Gul'dan's death, this guy escaped and accepted the call of the old gods, becoming the leader of the Twilight cult. It is said that he was attracted by the old gods, and went to the ruins of Ankila in Kalimdor. When he was in Alterac before, Alvin had dealt with the Twilight cult. The ogre who was killed by him in the Alterac palace should be a subordinate of the Twilight cult Gul'dan. Can you tell me in detail? Alvin's gossip heart was aroused. Anyway, we have plenty of time on the road. What's going on? How did Garona become your niece? Chapter 333. Orcs, it's because of these despicable and cruel orcs that this happened. Villager Murad clenched his fist angrily, and smashed it hard on a tree beside him. The thick tree trunk made a dull sound, and a pile of leaves fell. Blood flowed from the fist of the Draenei garrison officer, and he turned his head and asked, Can you tell me first, what did she do? Why do you say she is notorious? Seeing Murad's serious expression, Alvin knew that he was really angry, so he told him everything about Garona. He also heard some things in the middle, especially the disappearance later, and explained them to Murad one by one. The more Murad listened, the more indignant he became. If Alvin hadn't stopped him, I'm afraid Murad would have been injured before the battle even started. Alas, I once had a sister. After listening to Alvin's story, Murad took a while to continue. But later my sister was captured by orcs, they raped her, she became pregnant, and gave birth to Garona. Murad looked painful, as if he didn't want to recall that past. It was a long time before I rescued my sister, but she had been tortured to the point of madness and could hardly speak. She told me that she became pregnant and gave birth to a half-orc, half-Draenei daughter, who was taken away and left this world. Then I began to track down the whereabouts of this niece. Although I had never seen her, she was my sister's daughter after all. It was not until later that I heard that she was taken to your world by Gul'dan, and there was no news of her since then. I didn't expect that she would cause such a big disaster. Holy Light, why do you treat us like this? Alvin was silent. The orcs were so cruel. How many lives and women were destroyed by them on the land they ravaged? I am afraid that the number is too numerous to count. Murad's sister was just a tragic epitome. Their misery even continued to their half-blood children. How should these children deal with themselves? They were not orcs, and could not integrate into the orc society, but would they be accepted by the Draenei or humans? This was all the sin of the orcs. Damn orcs. We must kill them all. A woman's voice came from the side. It was Yrel. She knew about this long ago. This was a sad past that Murad never wanted to mention. His sister was also a good friend of Yrel. She rescued her good sister with her own hands, witnessed her being tortured by the orcs into a ghost, and saw with her own eyes how the collapsed sister ended her life. Yrel's family and friends all died at the hands of the orcs. She was so angry that she just wanted to yell at the sky to vent. Alvin sighed, and his anger was also burning at this moment. Orcs, demons, they all deserve to die. Alvin gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, we won't let these rubbish go. I will let them know what despair is." He turned around and translated what happened just now to Green Shadow and Calpurnia. The two of them also got angry on the spot, and even Green Shadow, who was always emotionally stable, was surprisingly angry. In my nearly 10,000 years of life, I have fought against demons countless times. I know how cunning and powerful demons are. They can even corrupt the Emerald Dream. These orcs affected by demon blood are the same as their masters. Green Shadow cursed. The Night Elves are the race that knows the Burning Legion best. They hate demons, and demon minions more than other races. Elvin, I can't wait to show my powerful flame model on the heads of the orcs. Calpurnia also waved his fists, and seemed very confident in his new spell, which aroused Elvin's strong curiosity. He wanted Calpurnia to tell him what kind of magic it was, so that he wouldn't keep it a secret, but Calpurnia just smiled and said that he couldn't tell. "I want to give you a surprise. You just need to know that it is a powerful spell." In this case, Elvin didn't ask any more questions. In this way, Elvin and his team moved forward under the leadership of the Draenei until the sun went down and the forest was completely dark, and everyone stopped. The Draenei hunters acted very quickly, and set up several simple tents very neatly. Yrel arranged patrol and night watch guards, and then walked back. Along the way, Alvin saw Yrel's ability to command the team, and found that she was actually quite prestigious among the Draenei. He could feel that the soldiers' respect for Yrel was from the heart, and a recognition of her ability. After the forced march, people like Alvin and Calpurnia, who usually lacked exercise, felt sore in their legs and feet. The Draenei took out the food they brought with them, and shared it. Alvin didn't know what the food was. It looked like a kind of cornmeal bread. Anyway, it didn't taste good. But now, he was too tired and needed to replenish energy, so he ate it anyway. Calpurnia yawned after eating, his eyelids were fighting, and he went into the tent and fell asleep. Although the elf is over 500 years old, in their world, Calpurnia is still a little girl. After running such a long distance today, the girl must be exhausted. Green Shadow was also a little sleepy. This druid was also a person who slept a lot. She could catch up on sleep while walking before. The continuous and intense marches in the past 2 days made her exhausted. She greeted Alvin and went to sleep in the tent. After a while, Alvin opened the tent curtain and found that the two girls were already asleep in bed. It was so beautiful for beauties to hug each other. He closed the tent curtain, found a stone outside, and sat down, thinking about the next plan. "What are you thinking about?" Yrel's voice came. "Can I sit?" She pointed to the opposite side of Alvin. "Of course, welcome, Ms. Yrel." Alvin nodded quickly, and stood up to greet her with a smile. "Just call me Yrel. No need to call me madam." Yrel threw her hammer aside, and it landed with a dull sound. Then she loosened her armor and sat down. "Are you used to the food?" "Not bad." "Stop lying. I saw you frowning while eating. You were savoring it carefully. Did you vomit a few times after swallowing it?" "I was chewing it again, wanting to savor it more." "You're so disgusting." Yrel sat on the stone and looked at Alvin. "Do all the men in your world love to talk nonsense like you?" At this moment, the sun had completely set, because this place was very close to the orcs, and there was no campfire in the camp for fear of being discovered. But it was still clear, because there was more than one moon in the night sky of Draenor at night, and the silver moonlight sprinkled on Yrel's face, making the blue Draenei look even more hazy. "I touched your horn." "I'm sorry," Alvin suddenly said. "I don't know your customs. So you don't have to care about me." "What if I care?" Yrel lowered her head at this moment, put her hands together, and was so nervous that she didn't dare to breathe. She took a few deep breaths, and seemed to be mentally prepared. "I'm not angry about that." Yrel raised her head, and said with a smile. It was the first time that Alvin saw Yrel smile, and found that she was actually very beautiful when she smiled, but she was too masculine at ordinary times. "A long time ago, the prophet Velen said a prophecy about you, the prophecy of the Son of Light, and of course, about me." "About you?" "Yes." Yrel nodded. "Mentor Velen once told me that the Son of Light will lead us to victory. I will fight with the Son of Light, and become the Son of Light's maid, and spend a long time together. He also said, I will have a mixed blood child." Chapter 334. You should also take a rest quickly. We will be responsible for the night patrol. Don't delay tomorrow's trip. Seeing Alvin's astonishment, Yrel smiled with satisfaction again. She stood up, patted the dirt on her buttocks, picked up the hammer and ran away quickly, leaving Alvin alone sitting on the stone with a look of shock on his face. Prophet Velen, this mysterious guy, How can he be like a matchmaker and help girls with marriage? The business is too broad. Looking at Irel jumping away like an antelope, Alvin shook his head. Now is the critical moment of the mission. I have to stay focused. Women will only affect the speed of my magic release. He leaned back against the tree trunk, put his hands on the back of his head from behind, looked at the two moons in the sky, one big and one small, and suddenly remembered that he had promised the elf that he would take her to Mulgore to see the moon in the future. If this mission is completed smoothly, everyone can go to Nagrand to see the moon first. The moon there is also beautiful. Damn, I just wanted to focus. Why did I start to have random thoughts again? The night in the forest is still quite cold. Alvin looked around. Except for a few people on patrol, the Draenei also returned to the temporary tent to rest. He stood up and wanted to go into his tent, but when he thought of the two girls, Green Shadow and Calpurnia, sleeping in each other's arms, he couldn't bear to disturb them. The hand that was stretched out to the door curtain froze in the air. Why not stay outside for a night, Alvin thought. Just when he turned around, a slender arm stretched out from the door curtain, grabbed Alvin's hand, and instantly pulled him into the tent. Alvin uttered a low cry, and his body was pulled into the tent by this force. His feet stumbled and his body fell forward uncontrollably. A scream sounded, and Alvin felt that he was embraced by a warm and soft jade. In the dark temporary tent, the black hair fluttered and brushed across his face, feeling cool and refreshing. He fell, but it didn't hurt at all, because he pressed on a girl. Hearing the girl's low groan of pain, he quickly moved away. Why did you wake up? Alvin was surprised. And what are you doing? He didn't need to see the touch and smell to know that it was Calpurnia. Lie down and don't talk. Don't wake up Sister Green Shadow. This kind of marching tent is very small, and there is only a sleeping space inside. Calpurnia moved to the side, let Alvin turn over and lie between herself and Green Shadow, then rested on one of his arms and looked at him in the dark. It's too cold outside. You can hold me to keep warm. Calpurnia's voice was almost inaudible. Alvin's blood rushed to his head, and the word stay focused had long been thrown behind his mind. He just wanted to hug the elf tightly now. Calpurnia was motionless like a good baby, but she was also stiff as a little wood in Alvin's arms. Alvin stroked Calpurnia's hair with his palm, lifted her face, and kissed her in the dark. Calpurnia made a whimper, opened her eyes wide, and struggled twice, but Alvin's hand had already reached the back of her head and supported her head. There was nowhere to escape. Calpurnia closed her eyes, as if resigned to her fate, letting her beloved man take it. After a long time, Alvin left, and Calpurnia half opened her mouth and panted quickly. I let you go today. The moonlight in Nagrand is the most beautiful in Draenor, and I want to take you there. Alvin whispered in Calpurnia's ear, and the hot air from his mouth blew into the elf's ears, and the pointed ears trembled. The elf cried again, threw herself into Alvin's arms, and pressed her head tightly against his chest. The ears are a weakness, just like her sister Solanlian. Alvin smiled foolishly. Humph, I'm the one who let you go today. The elf raised her head in Alvin's arms, looked up at the man, and said with a pout. Still stubborn, I'm letting you go. Alvin whispered, stretched out his hand and scratched Calpurnia's pretty little nose. Ouch, I'm letting you go. As she said, she stretched out her hand to tickle Alvin. Please let me go. Green Shadow's helpless voice rang out, frightening Calpurnia so much that she went into Alvin's arms, not daring to breathe. Alvin was also embarrassed. He lay between the two of them, but with his back to Green Shadow. Feeling a pair of green eyes staring at him from behind, Alvin looked back and saw that the eyes were really close. Green Shadow lay on his side, supporting his face with one hand, his long silver hair flowing down his cheeks, looking at him with a smile. What a coincidence, you woke up too. Yes, there are two people who just won't let each other go, and I'm so anxious. When Calpurnia heard Green Shadow's words, thinking of how Alvin had embarrassed him, she stretched out her little hand and touched Alvin's waist and pinched him. Alvin grimaced in pain, but dared not make a sound. He could only suppress his embarrassment and show Green Shadow an ugly smile. Both of you are not allowed to move. Green Shadow pulled Alvin's other hand over, pressed him to lie flat, and rested his head on his arm. Now let's see how you move. Sleep. After saying that, Green Shadow closed his eyes. Alvin and Calpurnia did not dare to say anything. They looked at each other, and nodded with a wry smile. I want to go to Nagrand, which you just mentioned. Green Shadow said with his eyes closed. The next day, when the sun rose, when Alvin and the other two came out of the tent, they were seen by Yrel. The Draenei girl showed a complicated expression on her face. How was your rest? Murad smiled. If we walk faster today, we can see Hellfire Citadel at sunset. The Draenei were very efficient, and had cleaned up the camp in a short time. Everyone ate something for breakfast and continued on their way. The team was moving faster today than yesterday. Calpurnia was not in good physical condition and soon fell behind. After all, the road in the forest was more difficult to walk than usual. Everyone walked from day to dark and stopped at noon to rest for about half an hour to eat and drink water. Seeing Calpurnia's pale face and shaky appearance, Green Shadow wanted to turn into a leopard and take her with him, but Alvin rejected this proposal. After all, they were very close to the orcs now. If they turned into a leopard, it would be a big deal if they were discovered by the enemy. In the end, Alvin had to carry Calpurnia on his back and continue to move forward. Calpurnia's face turned red and embarrassed, but Alvin was very persistent, so she had to cling to Alvin's back like a little rabbit. I don't know how long they walked, and when the sun was about to set, they finally came to the edge of the forest. Murad stretched out his hand and gestured for everyone to stop moving forward. Alvin also put Calpurnia down and looked out through the forest. Although the dense trees blocked his sight, he saw the huge red building in the distance at a glance, and could still feel the hot breath coming towards him. The majestic orc fortress. Hellfire Citadel, like a sleeping giant, lying there quietly. Chapter 335. This location is great. Alvin observed the surrounding terrain. They were at the edge of the forest, and the land ahead was completely plain. The land there was a burning red, and the surface had long been cracked, looking desolate and dead. We will launch the attack near here. If the enemy chases us out, we will retreat into the forest. They should not be able to do anything to us. Once we enter the forest, it should be the world of the Draenei hunters. That's right. Yrel took out the map and pointed to the lower left position of Hellfire Citadel on the map and said, "We are here now. This is the southwest of Hellfire Citadel. As far as I know, the orcs' defense here is relatively weak. They have deployed their main forces in the east because it is facing the Dark Portal. Although the Dark Portal is gone, I'm afraid they are still worried that the door will open at any time." That's great. At that time, my companions and I will launch magic attacks on the fortress at the same time. Although it may not cause any harm to them, it can at least make the scene very grand. My alliance comrades will definitely notice it. Alvin nodded and expressed his thoughts. We have arranged our people. Murad ran over with a sledgehammer, looking a little excited. When do we act? When it gets completely dark, at midnight, we will launch the attack. We can take a break during this time. Murad nodded. Yrel put away the map and went around to pass on the message to the Draenei, while Alvin translated the previous conversation to Caponia and Green Shadow. Don't worry, Alvin. This time my magic will definitely scare you, Caponia said proudly. She was full of confidence now. Although her fire spells might not be very advantageous when hitting moving objects, now she was using a fortress-sized object as a target. It was the perfect battlefield for a turret-type mage like her. What new spells did you learn? You've aroused my curiosity. You know tonight. It will definitely surprise you. Seeing that Caponia was keeping him a secret, Alvin simply stopped asking. He completely believed in Caponia's power, not to mention that she now had the blessing of the Book of Medivh. Even if she learned some forbidden spells, Alvin would think it was normal. By the way, Green Shadow, I remember you know some spells, like Moonfire or something. Can you come with us tonight? Alvin was thinking about this on the way. When he saw Green Shadow cast Moonfire before, he remembered that druids actually have some magic, but the magic of druids in this era is not very strong. The fact is just as he expected. Green Shadow said with some embarrassment, I know very little magic, that is, Moonfire and Anger, but it's just a show, it really has no power. Alvin said, it doesn't matter, you don't need such powerful magic, as long as the skill effect is gorgeous, and can be seen from a distance. Seeing this, Green Shadow said that he would use Moonfire. After all, it would be hard not to notice a beam of light falling from the sky. The matter was settled, and Alvin sat down contentedly, meditating while waiting for midnight to come. After a while, Alvin was confused and didn't know where he was. When he reacted, he found himself in Salada's beach house again. This was not the first time he came here. He was familiar with the place. He opened the door and shouted, Salada's, I'm here. Ah! A scream came from the room. Salada's was wearing a nurse's uniform, which was short and sexy. Salada's squatted on the ground with his face covered. Why didn't you knock on the door? Salada's is quite playful. It seems that she has peeked into my memory again, or peeked at some videos that she shouldn't watch. Alvin suppressed his smile and pretended to be injured in his leg. Ah! My leg is injured. Doctor? Nurse? Ah! Miss Nurse. Please help me. He staggered a few steps, and then fell on the sofa in the living room. Humph. Sarada snorted coldly, stood up, and quickly chanted a spell. The nurse's uniform on her body flashed and changed into the most common blue-purple robe, still barefoot. But Alvin still saw it. The nurse's uniform was so short that it couldn't be any shorter, with black stockings and high heels underneath, and a stethoscope on her neck. Although it was only seen for a moment, Alvin had already deeply engraved the picture in his mind. "What are you doing here?" Sarada said depressedly. Alvin hadn't appeared much recently, and she had relaxed her vigilance a little. "I usually read a lot of books in Alvin's memory, and learned a lot about his original world. I think some things are interesting, so I want to try it myself to see what the actual effect is when I put it on. As a result, I was caught by Alvin. I don't know. I meditated for a while. I have to fight in the evening. I don't know how I got here. The layout of this room is exactly the same as the home in Alvin's previous life. Even the softness and hardness of the sofa are the same. Every time he comes, he feels very strange and nostalgic, as if he has found the feeling of his previous life. Sometimes, Salada's dresses like the girls in his previous life, wearing t-shirts, skirts, or yoga pants. No wonder you haven't interacted with me recently. You didn't respond when I called you. It turns out that you were playing at home." Salada's blushed. "You are already very strong now, and you won't need me in the future. And I have seen your memory. If I go out, I will become a villain and have to enter the base, so I decided not to go out in the future. It's good to be here." Saladas went to the refrigerator, opened the refrigerator door, took out 2 bottles of Coke, and threw one to Alvin. Alvin opened it and tasted it. It really tasted the same as the Coke in his previous life. He immediately showed an incredible expression. "This is originally transformed from your memory, so of course, the taste is the same as your memory." Sarthas answered his inner questions as if he could read his mind. "Aren't you going to go out?" "Let it be, it's been so long anyway, and it's not so boring here now." Sarthas took a sip of Coke. "Even if I want to go out, your strength must meet the standard, and then I can absorb enough souls. This is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Maybe you will be like this for the rest of your life. It's useless for me to worry. Collecting souls? Why does it sound so evil? You don't want me to kill a lot of people to feed you souls, do you? Then you have to be willing. If you don't want to, can I force you?" Sarthas said unhappily, "Bad people's souls are fine, and strong souls are even better. But usually I use my power to lure my holders, and trick them into giving me souls. Now you ask me directly how to do it, but I can't do it. So why do you want to remove the seal for me?" Sarthas took a sip of Coke and rolled his eyes at him from behind the Coke can. "You are not greedy for my body, are you?" Puff. Alvin sprayed out a mouthful of Coke. This guy even learned this kind of joke? "It's so dirty, here, wipe it off." Alvin took the tissue handed over by Sarthas and wiped the spray. "But I have one thing to remind you. You have been a little bit arrogant recently. You should know that this world is not what you think. Don't think that you are great just because you have the blood of 2 dragons. Let me tell you, it's far from it." What do you mean?" Alvin was about to ask when he suddenly found that Zalatas pushed him hard and pushed him off the sofa. He felt dizzy for a while, and when he came to his senses, he found himself lying on the ground in the forest, and Calpurnia was kneeling beside him and pushing him. "Alvin, wake up, it's almost midnight." Chapter 336. Alvin rubbed his eyes hurriedly. 2 bright moons, one large and one small, were already hanging high in the sky, and the bright moonlight was reflected on the people around him. Looking against the light, everyone's face was covered by shadows, and everyone had a serious expression on their face. Only their eyes emitted a shocking light in the darkness. It was Calpurnia, Green Shadow, Urel, and Murad. "Those patrolmen from the Orc Gate just passed by, and will not come here again in a short time. I arranged my people around. If someone approaches, they will immediately send a signal to notify us." Murad's tall and strong body stood beside Alvin and stretched out his hand to him. Alvin reached out and grabbed the Driniai's big hand, which was rough and powerful. He lifted Alvin up in one hand, and his eyes swept to the others. "We will protect you to the death, don't worry." Urel raised his warhammer and placed his other hand horizontally on his chest, in front of his heart. "This is the most important oath of the Driniai, which means that no one will retreat from the fight. Alvin, we are all ready. You are about to see the most terrible fire in the world." The usually well-behaved Calpurnia also became serious. She clenched her fists, and the sulfur staff on her back emitted a faint burning energy. Green Shadow's eyes were also wide open, standing in the moonlight like a goddess statue. I don't know if it was Eldon's illusion, but he felt that the moonlight was converging on the druid. Hurry up and solve the problem. Take us to Nagrand. Green Shadow said, blinking at Elvin. Elvin quickly regained consciousness. He took a deep breath. The mission begins. In the vast night, two dreamy-eyed warriors stood on both sides. Their postures were upright, like two indestructible statues. In between them, Alvin, Calpurnia, and Myra Green Shadow stood facing the Hellfire Citadel, every 2 meters from left to right. The low and beautiful ancient Caldori language sounded, and Green Shadow began to chant the spell first. She stood quietly, and her figure looked particularly mysterious in the moonlight. Alvin had seen Green Shadow's body before, and knew that her body was covered with strange and elegant moon and beast tattoos. Following the ancient magic rules of Caldori druids, those tattoos are not only beautiful, but also contain endless power in nature. Green Shadow suddenly opened her eyes. Her tattoos began to light up, and even the gray moon face pattern on her face emitted a silver light. As the spell in Green Shadow's mouth became more and more urgent, she began to absorb the arcane energy in the moonlight, and these energies slowly gathered into her body like a trickle. Her arms gradually rose above her head, as if welcoming some kind of divine advent. The magical ancient Caldori spells echoed in the night sky like the sound of nature, causing the surrounding elements to resonate. Moonfire, she whispered. Mutations began to occur, and arcane energy began to gather frantically above the Hellfire Citadel in the distance. Under the moonlight, these energies gradually formed the shape of a moon. The moon exuded a soft and mysterious light, like a bright pearl in the night sky. Oh my god, she created a moon? Yrel and Murad looked at the situation in the castle in the distance nervously. The scene at this moment was enough to shock the Dreamy. The artificial moon immediately attracted the attention of the orcs in the city. The urgent alarm sounded, and the orcs in the city began to shout and prepare for the unknown attack. But things developed too quickly. Suddenly, the moon emitted a dazzling light and began to rain silver flames on the castle. The arcane energy instantly turned into a bright moon fire, which hit the wall of Hellfire Fortress directly. The wall was instantly damaged by the impact of the moon fire, and the blue-white arcane flames burned fiercely. The orc guards on the wall screamed miserably, caught off guard by this sudden attack, and were injured one after another. However, Green Shadow's magic did not stop there. She continued to raise her hands high, and her eyes emitted a brighter light. She took a deep breath and continued to increase the strength of the spell. I saw that the artificial moon began to move slowly above the castle, like a rail gun, crossing the wall horizontally. The moonlight formed a thick circular beam of light. Wherever the beam of light reached, the orcs and their fortifications were instantly burned to ashes. This is not moonfire. This is the moon goddess orbital cannon. Alvin was also refreshed. If such a moon appeared above his head and chased him and poured fire into his neck, he would probably not be able to bear it. I really underestimated Green Shadow. He is worthy of being the former guardian of the sky. The voice of Green Shadow's spell gradually became lower, and the magic was coming to an end. She seemed a little weak, and the light in her eyes dimmed. It seemed that this magic consumed a lot of her physical strength. But it was enough. The broken walls of Hellfire Fortress really burned with fire, but it was not the flames of hell, but the fire of the moon. It's my turn, Shadow Charge. Don't give the orcs a chance to breathe. Alvin quickly selected the Shadow Charge icon in his mind. Just when the green moon just disappeared, Alvin's Shadow Charge magic was like an invisible beast, carrying violent darkness and destructive power, quickly gathered into a group, and crashed into Hellfire Fortress like a black comet. At that moment, the entire fortress seemed to be shaken by an invisible force, and the ground began to tremble violently, as if the earth was wailing. The shadow energy fell to the ground and exploded in the middle of Hellfire Fortress. The violent shadow energy raged like a storm, instantly tearing the stone wall of the fortress apart, and the broken stones scattered like raindrops. Those originally extremely solid stone walls were as fragile as paper in front of the Shadow Charge magic, and were torn apart in an instant. The flames in the fortress instantly brightened under the power of the Shadow Charge magic storm, and the wind helped the fire burn again. Well done. Destroy. Go to hell, orcs. Yrel raised his hammer high and shouted crazily in front of the Hellfire Citadel shrouded in shadow flames. The orcs in the fortress were instantly devoured by the power of Shadow Charge magic. Their screams echoed in the darkness, and then disappeared into the endless darkness. The originally blazing flames were instantly extinguished by the power of Shadow Charge magic, leaving only endless darkness and cold. Alvin's Shadow Charge not only destroyed the material structure of Hellfire Citadel, but also the violent shadow energy ran around in the fortress, sweeping towards the orcs hiding in it. The orcs in the fortress instantly lost their will and courage to fight under the power of Shadow Charge magic, and the severe pain that broke out in their bodies made their eyes full of despair. At this moment, Hellfire Citadel is no longer an indestructible military fortress, but a hell on earth. But the tragedy of the orcs has not ended yet. Today is destined to be the orcs' day of suffering. Above their heads, the magic energy gathered again, but this time it was no longer the cold moonlight or the violent shadow, but a more desperate flame with the momentum of burning everything. What the orcs didn't know was that at this time, at the edge of the forest far away from Hellfire Citadel, Calpurnia was holding up the sulfur staff and waving it gently, chanting unknown spells, and the ruby on the top of the staff was flashing a fiery red light in the dark. As her spell deepened, a fiery breath began to fill the air. Suddenly, a burning dark cloud appeared above Hellfire Citadel, as if the sky was torn open. The flames rolled in the dark clouds, and the hot breath rushed to the face, making the air in the city distorted. Visible white smoke rose from the city, and the walls and the ground began to crack rapidly, as if being burned by invisible flames. Something in the city had begun to spontaneously combust, and even the water source began to boil and evaporate under this scorching heat. The water vapor combined with the rolling dust in the air to form billowing white smoke. These white smokes raged in the city like an angry dragon, making the entire Hellfire Fortress shrouded in a white world. Just in the attack just now, the orcs had opened the city gates and ran out of the city, searching for enemies and staying away from the hell of Hellfire Fortress. The orcs inside and outside the city looked up at the sky, their faces full of fear and disbelief. They had never seen such powerful magic, and for a moment, the entire Hellfire Fortress fell into a dead silence. Caponia's originally blue arcane eyes had begun to turn into the red of flames at this moment. Her spells were getting faster and faster, and the ruby on the staff was getting more and more dazzling. Her orange ponytail seemed to be lifted by the heat of the flame, and the hair tie also burned under this heat. The elf's long hair spread out like flames, and the goddess of fire defense descended. Not to mention Yrel and Marad, even Alvin was surprised. Is this the magic that the elf said before that made me look at it with new eyes? Is she summoning a fire cloud? Alvin could not guess her true intention, and could only wait quietly for this unknown disaster to come. Burn! Oh! Caponia whispered. Chapter 337. Ao's ashes? Flame Phoenix? Kael'thas's famous skill? Why can Calpurnia also summon the Fire Phoenix? A series of questions emerged in Alvin's mind, but the magnificent magic of the elf quickly brought him back to reality. The fire clouds kept flashing black and dark red flames, and it seemed that two black and red eyes appeared in them, peeking at the Hellfire Fortress below. The terrifying heat released by the clouds spread to the surroundings like an invisible wave. The city wall cracked with shocking cracks under the influence of heat, as if the skin of the earth was struggling painfully. Suddenly, the already restless clouds began to roll violently like boiling water. The rolling trend became more and more violent, and the clouds quickly gathered in the middle, forming a golden ball like a burning sun. This sphere seemed to be condensed from the hottest flames, and it kept rolling. Suddenly, two wings with golden flame feathers opened above the sphere. The feathers on the wings flashed with charming golden light, and each feather seemed to be made of the purest flame energy. They burned and jumped, exuding a sacred and inviolable breath. As the wings spread, a golden fire phoenix raised its head proudly. Its head was raised high, as if it was looking down at everything in the world. The fire phoenix made a loud cry, and the cry was like the sound of nature, and like the wrath of thunder, echoing between heaven and earth, shaking people's eardrums, as if announcing its birth to the world. The feathers of the bird were all golden yellow, like the most gorgeous sunset glow burning on its body. The edges of each feather shone with golden light, which was a manifestation of the highly concentrated flame energy. It flapped its huge golden flame wings gracefully, and each flap would bring a fierce hot wind. Wherever the hot wind passed, the dead branches and leaves on the ground turned into ashes in an instant. Its claws were sharp and powerful, shining with a metallic luster, as if it could easily tear the earth apart. Its tail feathers dragged behind it, like a gorgeous skirt woven from flames. Alvin, do you look at me with new eyes now? Ha ha! Caponia held the sulfur staff horizontally with both hands and jumped happily, but her feet softened and she fell to the side. Alvin hurriedly supported her. The elf was lying in Alvin's arms. This magic almost consumed all her magic power. She struggled to point her staff at the Hellfire Fortress in the distance. Burn, burn, Fire Phoenix. As if receiving the order from the master, the wings of the Fire Phoenix in the air suddenly fluttered, and countless golden flame arrows shot out from its wings like a rainstorm. Each arrow contained scorching heat and destructive power. They cut through the air and fell on the Hellfire Fortress like a golden meteor shower. In an instant, the outer wall of the fortress began to collapse, and the flames spread from the hit point like a waterfall, quickly engulfing the entire fortress. The flames were blazing, the smoke was rolling, and the whole scene seemed like the end of the world. The orc warlocks in the fortress tried to fight back with various magics, but in front of this terrifying magical creature, their efforts seemed so insignificant. Caponia, what kind of magic is this? Alvin asked while holding Caponia. She told Alvin that it turned out that the Book of Medivh recorded many powerful ancient magics of the High Elves. Especially before the explosion of the Well of Eternity, that was when the magic of the elves reached its peak. Many of the most powerful elven magicians at that time gathered around their queen, the Light of Light. Azhara. They, and the queen's maids called themselves the Upper Elves. Later, because the magicians overused the power of the Well of Eternity, it eventually led to the collapse of the sky and the earth. The endless burning legion invaded Azeroth from the portal of the Well of Eternity. Many of Azhara's mages, the so-called Upper Elves, were almost corrupted by demons and became new Satyr demons, or were directly killed. Many ancient magics have been lost. However, the Book of Medivh recorded a large number of ancient magics. Because of limited time, Caponia only learned one of them, which was the magic of summoning the Fire Phoenix. Because they couldn't figure out many problems, they specially consulted Uncle Prince Kael'thas. His Highness was also very shocked. He said that he had seen this magic when he was young and was surprised by the genius wisdom of Caponia. After research, the two finally understood the complete theory of the magic, but they only learned it in theory and had no practice at all. Because this magic is so terrifying, the summoned Fire Phoenix will continue to destroy as long as it exists. There is really no way to conduct this kind of magic experiment in Silver Moon City. So this is also the first time this magic has been released. Oh my god, so Kael'thas' Fire Phoenix was taught by Calpurnia. Alvin felt that his worldview was about to collapse. He didn't know whether he had created history or history was just like this. At this moment, the two Draenei were already crazy. Murad was okay, he was more mature and steady. Yrel had already knelt on one knee in front of the Fire Phoenix raging in the Hellfire Citadel in the distance, tears streaming down his face, and he didn't know what he was praying for. It seemed that he was too excited because of his revenge. I don't know what to say. Murad came to the side of the few people. I feel that our guards are completely in vain. Your magic is too powerful. Now I completely understand why you dared to chase directly to Draenor to attack the tribe. We have done our business. Now it depends on whether my friends can see the fire here. Alvin smiled, hugged Calpurnia and fed her water with a kettle. This was the magic spring water that Alvin asked Calpurnia to make during the day, and it really came in handy. If you can't see such a scene, you must be blind. Murad pointed at the phoenix in the sky. That bird is just like the sun, lighting up the night sky. Alvin looked over and saw that, as Murad said, the goal this time was perfectly achieved. At first, he wanted to make a big noise so that the Alliance could find him, but he didn't expect to overdo it. Now, not only is there a lot of noise, but if he tries harder, he may directly destroy the Hellfire Fortress. It's just that the power of this magic is too great, the casting time is too long, and even your own people may be injured when it is cast. It seems that there is no chance to use it normally. Caponia sipped the spring water, and the magic power in his body was gradually recovering. He said to Alvin with a little regret, "It's normal, the glass cannon, powerful spells also have their drawbacks. You are our killer weapon, haha," Alvin said with a smile. "Alvin, someone is coming, over there. Look!" Green Shadows suddenly became excited and pointed to the northwest sky. Alvin looked up while sleeping, and could not see anything clearly in the dark sky, except for a small dot. But Alvin's cheeks suddenly became hot, and the blood in his body seemed to be flowing faster, and the heat in his whole body was indescribable. He was moved. Could it be? It's Akali Tasha and Miss Solanlian. They are here. The Green Shadow cheered. Chapter 338. It is indeed a Calitha. Alvin, who had a blood pact with the Little Red Dragon, also felt that it was indeed the Little Red Dragon approaching at a very fast speed. It is my companion. My dragon is coming. Alvin excitedly hugged Calpurnia and jumped 3 feet high. In this wild place far away from home, it was such a happy thing to see his family members not injured and reunited intact. Seeing the 3 people jumping around happily, the Draenei had not yet reacted. "It is my dragon and another fiancé," Alvin said to Yrel, his eyes full of excitement. "They must have seen the fireworks we set off here and came to find us. That kind of creature. We saw it not long ago," Yrel suddenly said. She put her hands on the pergola and said in amazement to the small dot that was gradually getting bigger in the distance, "That kind of terrifying creature, Is it your dragon? Yes, it's my dragon. Hey wait, you said you saw it not long ago? Alvin suddenly reacted. There are no dragons in Draenor, and the Draenei here should have never seen a dragon, but Yrel said she had seen a dragon before. Could it be? He grabbed Yrel's shoulders, who was a head taller than him, and shook the Draenei lady excitedly without noticing that his hands were stung by the cold armor. You said you saw a dragon before? When? How many? Were they black? Yrel was a little scared by Alvin's impatient look and the excitement in his eyes. It was the first time that a man hugged her like this. She was so nervous that she couldn't speak clearly. Aye. Another big hand came over and gently held down the arm that Alvin was shaking Yrel. It was Murad. The garrison officer smiled and said, Alvin, don't worry. If you keep shaking like this, Yrel's face will bleed. Ah. Good. Sorry. I'm too excited. Please tell me, when did you see the dragons? There were my dragons among those dragons. We got separated and I want to find them back. This is very important to me, please. Alvin kept talking, a little incoherent with excitement. He let go of Yrel, but his eyes were still staring straight at the silver eyes of the Draenei lady. Yrel took a deep breath. It was about 20 days ago. When we went out for reconnaissance, we found that the tribe withdrew from the dark portal to Hellfire Citadel, and then a group of black dragons rushed in before the dark portal exploded and fought with the orcs. She carefully recalled the scene at that time. Even though more than 20 days had passed, the terrifying strength of those flying beasts in the sky still made her shudder. Those black beasts were like the gods of death in the sky. They wreaked havoc in the air as the orcs fled to Hellfire Citadel, leaving the tribe helpless. This is the power of the black dragons. And then? Where are they now? I don't know. We were afraid of being affected and didn't dare to go too close. Later, the black dragons seemed to have suffered some counterattacks, so they left. My people said that someone saw them in the north. North? Gorgrond? Alvin frowned. What are they doing there? He was about to continue asking when Caponia's cry suddenly rang out beside him. My sister is on Akali's back. They also launched an attack on Hellfire Citadel. The elf hugged Alvin's arm and shouted, and Alvin looked in the direction. Sure enough, Akalissa flew directly above the fortress and circled around the Fire Phoenix, as if observing this magical creature. So Lanlian stood on the dragon's back, constantly summoning blizzards to smash the orcs on the ground. The Fire Phoenix was busy bombing the fortress with devastating bombing. Seeing a red dragon appear, the Fire Phoenix cried loudly at Akalissa, and the cry penetrated the clouds, as if announcing its existence to the world. However, it did not show hostility to the approach of the little red dragon, and continued its bombing mission after the cry. The little red dragon, as if responding to the Fire Phoenix, also made a low dragon roar, and then began to show her power. She sometimes swooped in the air, sometimes circled, and blew hot dragon breath at the fortress. At the same time, Solanlian summoned a blizzard in the sky, turning Hellfire Fortress into a world of ice and fire. The collision of fire and ice, is this the legendary world of ice and fire? Alvin wiped the sweat from his head. Today, the orcs of Hellfire Fortress finally lived to the end. Ao's power has weakened, and my magic time is coming to an end. Damn! My eggs! Capernia suddenly slapped his head with both hands, with a horrified expression on his face. What do you mean? Green Shadow asked. This magic has a time limit. Capernia was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. The life of the Fire Phoenix has been gradually decreasing since its birth, and it will eventually die and turn into an egg. After a period of time, this egg will turn into a phoenix and be reborn. But if the egg is broken, the Fire Phoenix will really die. Ah? Alvin was also surprised. If the egg is broken, can't you summon another Fire Phoenix? No. My magic has a long cooling time. It can't be used for the next 6 months. Me, my Phoenix egg? Woohoo. The magic worked. I was so happy that I forgot about it. The Book of Medivh clearly wrote that the egg should be protected. Woohoo. Caponia was anxious and tears flowed down. Alvin also took a breath of cold air. Several groups? A cooling time of half a year? Then this egg must be kept by my side and taken good care of? He stroked Caponia's long orange hair. At this time, her hair band had been burned. The long hair draped over her shoulders made her look more mature than the ponytail, but her face with tears still looked childish. I find a way, Alvin said. He wanted to try to see if he could have telepathy with Akalissa. Now he could only rely on Akalissa and Solanlian. With the blood pact, they could sense each other's existence and had some simple synesthesia. Alvin didn't know whether this idea could be realized, but he had to give it a try. Alvin closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began to recite Achilles' name in his heart. The fire phoenix began to change. It's getting smaller. Green Shadow's voice sounded in Alvin's ears, but he couldn't care about it now, because he found that a warm power was gushing out from the depths of his heart, like a warm river, slowly flowing through his body. His heartbeat began to become stable, and his worries gradually dissipated. He had a feeling that Achillesa heard his call, and her spirit was connected to him. Akali, the fire phoenix is Calpurnia's summon. Please catch its egg. At that moment, Alvin transmitted his thoughts to the little red dragon, and then their mental connection was broken. Now we can only trust them. Alvin smiled bitterly. Chapter 339. Caponia knew that Alvin had done his best. Now they could only trust each other and their companions. She looked in the direction of the fire phoenix, clasped her hands together in front of her chest, and moved her lips gently to pray softly. The sound was like a whisper in the wind. The magic effect of the fire phoenix gradually weakened, and its vitality was like a burning flame, which had been constantly fading since its birth. Finally, in the last cry, the golden bird turned into a dazzling light and disappeared. And a golden phoenix egg appeared in the original position of the fire phoenix. The egg fell from the sky and fell to the ground. At this critical moment, Akali Tasha seemed to have been prepared for a long time. At an ultra-low altitude flight, Solanlian on her back raised her hand and accurately caught the precious phoenix egg. Then they flew towards the direction where Alvin and his companions were. Alvin and his companions saw this scene and cheered at the same time. They heard us. They heard us. Caponia shed tears of excitement. She wiped her tears while waving her staff at the little red dragon flying from afar. Alvin and Green Shadow were also very excited. The three of them stood in a row, waving their hands at the edge of the forest, hoping that Solanlian and Achillesa would notice them. The result was positive. Achillesa had received Alvin's message and felt his specific location. She quickly told Solanlian. Solanlian and Achillesa were teleported to the northwest of Hellfire Citadel together. Their landing point was far from the main force, and at first both of them were confused and had no idea where to go. And they soon encountered a patrol of the tribe and some beasts, but these guys were no match for the two girls. After easily dealing with them, Solanlian learned that there was a Hellfire Citadel next to her, but she decided to stay put for now, because she believed that Alvin would definitely find a way to find them. Soon, she noticed a huge firework erupting in the sky above the Hellfire Citadel in the southwest. When she saw the Luna orbital cannon, she didn't know who launched the attack on the orcs because she had never seen the magic of the druids. But when the shadow crashed onto the orc's head, she understood that it was Alvin who attacked Hellfire Citadel. Just as they were about to set out to help Alvin, the fire phoenix appeared. She had heard her sister talk about this magic before, and knew what it was like, but when she really saw it, she was still surprised. Is this still her innocent and lovely sister? Group teleportation, and now this kind of ancient magic. Her power is probably about the same as her father, the Archmage Ramath, or Prince Kael'dat's. Seeing her sister and Alvin together, Solanlian's heart was relieved. She immediately went to the battlefield with Achillesa to help Alvin. But the battlefield was in a mess, and the entire fortress was in a sea of fire. Where could they find Alvin? When they were at a loss, Achillesa's voice suddenly came. Sister Solanlian. It's Alvin. I feel him. He asked us to catch the phoenix egg. After saying that, the little red dragon immediately took action and turned to fly in the direction of the fire phoenix. Solanlian had noticed early in the morning that the power of the fire phoenix was gradually weakening. She suddenly remembered the legend that the fire phoenix was constantly reborn, and immediately understood what was going on. In this way, the two cooperated to catch the phoenix egg steadily. Brother Alvin. Alvin! Akali Tasha had turned back into a human form in midair, but retained a pair of dragon wings behind her, and Solanlian cast the magic of slow fall on herself. Akratasa, Solanlian, I'm so glad that you are okay. Alvin stretched out his hand to the sky, and the two girls gradually fell down. One of them grabbed Alvin's hand, caught the two girls, who fell from the sky, and pulled them into his arms. Sister! Caponia shouted as he rushed towards Solanlian. It's great that you're all right. Woohoo! There are many scary leap beasts here. Fortunately, Alvin and Sister Green Shadow killed them. Ah! Sister, where is my phoenix egg? Caponia pulled his sister, wiping her tears while asking. Don't worry, the egg is fine. It just got smaller, look. Solanlian said, flipping her palm. A golden egg suddenly appeared in her hand. Caponia took it and looked at it, a little skeptical, because the size of the egg was about the same as a chicken egg. Is it so small? Alvin scratched his head. Such a big phoenix. Is the egg so small? This is better. It's easier to carry. Caponia rubbed the egg on his face, feeling the temperature inside. You have to hatch it well, and turn back into a phoenix. She spoke to the egg, and then carefully hid it in her pocket. Brother Alvin, I heard what you said to me just now. Did you hear what I said to you? Akaratasa leaned forward. Her big ruby eyes flickered beside Alvin's face, looking expectant. Actually, I didn't hear your voice. Alvin said awkwardly. Just now I felt that I was connected with your spirit for only a moment, and I immediately passed the message of protecting the phoenix egg, and then our connection was broken. Ah? Hearing Alvin's words, Achilles' mood was obviously a little depressed. I didn't hear it. She lowered her head and twisted her hands together. Don't worry, it must be that we haven't practiced enough. I think as long as we practice this aspect frequently, I think we can definitely achieve telepathy anytime and anywhere. Yeah. The little red dragon smiled again and nodded. I recognized the fire phoenix and shadow clash. What kind of magic was that moon at the beginning? So Lanlian was indeed the most mature among these people. After recovering from the joy of reunion, she immediately raised her question. It's Green Shadow's magic. Alvin said, pulling Green Shadow's hand. I would like to introduce you to everyone again. Our Green Shadow can not only transform into an animal, but her magic attainments are also very powerful. The magic just now was Green Shadow's Moonfire magic. Green Shadow was pulled into the middle of the crowd by Alvin. She was introduced so solemnly. Even though she was the oldest among everyone, she was still a little embarrassed. No. Just ordinary magic. I'm still better at transformation magic. You don't know, Sister Green Shadow killed elite beasts by herself. Caponia said solemnly, and Sister Green Shadow is very warm after turning into a night blade leopard. I know this. Alvin raised his hand and said, it was because Green Shadow felt so good that Solanlian told me that she wanted to raise a druid. Ouch. It turned out that Solanlian blushed when she heard that Alvin sold herself out, and pinched Alvin lightly. I'm sorry. She took Green Shadow's hand and said, at that time, I really wanted to keep you. It doesn't matter. Green Shadow shook his head and said with a smile, it's better to say that I should thank you. If Alvin hadn't kept me, I would still be sleeping in the wilderness now, and how could I have experienced so many interesting things? Don't you think so, Master? She said to Alvin with a bright smile. Well, haha, anyway, everyone is finally gathered. I'm so happy. Alvin quickly changed the subject. What about these two? Won't you introduce them? So Lanlian had noticed that a group of locals with horns on their heads gradually gathered around Alvin. It seems that they are new friends that Alvin made after coming to Draenor. Ah! I forgot. I introduce them to you now. Alvin turned around, holding Murad in one hand and Yrel in the other. They are our new friends in Draenor. This is the garrison commander Murad, and this is Yrel. They are Draenei, and have also been invaded by the orcs. I promised them that I would take them to the Alliance. So Lanlian is worthy of being the former ambassador. She often travels between Silvermoon City and various countries, and has rich experience in diplomatic relations. She immediately entered the state of a diplomat, and learned about the situation of the Draenei through Alvin's translation. At this time, a Draenei guard ran over from a distance. Another attack on Hellfire Citadel. Looks like it's from the Alliance. Chapter 340. It's Turalian and the others. Elvin reacted quickly, and hurriedly climbed to a high ground at the edge of the forest, looking at the burning Hellfire Citadel. Or maybe the name of Hellfire Citadel was very predictable, and now the blazing Hellfire is really burning, although the flames of magic gradually began to fade. For the orcs, their suffering may have just begun. A team of familiar figures has rushed into the chaotic castle gate. This team of soldiers is slender, and wearing light armor. Some of them hold bows and arrows, and some hold daggers. The leader is wearing a green cloak, and green hair can be seen floating outside the cloak. That's Illyria. It's her, and her team of far striders. So Lanlian quickly recognized the world-famous son of Lothar. Illyria Windrunner. Just now, the orcs took the initiative to open the city gate to escape the fire, and the rangers had already rushed into the gate in the chaos, trying to seize the gate. The orcs reacted suddenly, and found that they had finally found their opponents. They launched a counterattack in a hurry, and the troops on both sides started a brutal fight at the gate of Hellfire Fortress. However, the orcs, who had been stunned by several waves of sudden attacks overnight, were already in extreme chaos and unable to organize an effective offensive. They relied almost entirely on their numerical advantage to barely fight the Alliance's new forces to a draw. Although the successive attacks had almost collapsed the orcs' communication system, the orcs in the city began to gather at the city gate. Many orcs on the city wall put down their repair work, raised a weapon, and started running downstairs. If the gate was lost, the Alliance army would drive straight into the fortress. At that time, everything would really be over, and the tribe's defense force in this area would be completely removed. Illyria can't hold on any longer. Those orcs are as numerous as ants. Alvin, let's go too. Even if Solanlian doesn't like the Windrunner family, they must unite under the current circumstances. Let's go! Alvin couldn't help it any longer. He had just recovered his magic power through the magic spring. The Alliance comrades have appeared. Now is the time to support them and expand the victory. Akaratasa, Solanlian, Calpurnia, you three support us from the sky. Green Shadow, you and I will launch a surprise attack from the ground. He quickly issued an order, and turned to Urel and Murad and said, take our militia and fight with me. Join the Alliance army and occupy Hellfire Fortress. Yes. The people who received the order immediately started to act. A shocking dragon roar immediately broke out on the small hillside, and Akalisa quickly turned into a giant dragon, kicked the ground with her feet, flapped her wings, and took off into the sky with the Star Wish sisters. Be careful. Don't worry. Alvin shouted, and rode on the back of Green Shadow, who had turned into a night blade leopard. I go first. Follow me after your team is assembled. Go. We be there soon. Alvin crouched down, pressed his body tightly against Green Shadow's smooth back, and pulled out Zeladas from his arms with his right hand, and held it tightly. Green Shadow, let's go! The night blade leopard was now in tune with Alvin, and the druid, who felt Alvin's eagerness to fight, was aroused by the beast in his heart. The big cat, like a hill, roared, and the huge streamlined body shot out like a sharp arrow, as fast as lightning, and suddenly rushed in front of Akali Tassa. It's a pity that Xalatath is too short, not like a spear or a guandao, otherwise he could imitate Zilong or Eri. As soon as Irvin had this thought, the Xalatath in his hand trembled violently, as if protesting to Irvin. But I still like you the most. Let's kill a few more orcs together. In order to appease Xalatath, Irvin whispered, Xalatath can't give up at this time. Roar! Green Shadow roared, without turning his head, and said in front with the unique hoarse voice of the night blade leopard, Master, the timing of your confession is very inappropriate. But I like you too. The content is very provocative, and the voice is very rough. It's like a muscular man speaking with the demeanor of a queen. Green Shadow mistakenly thought that what Irvin said to Xalatath just now was talking to her. Alvin rushed into the enemy formation with a forehead full of black lines. The strong Green Shadow directly knocked away the 3 orcs blocking the gate of Hellfire Fortress. Alvin then fired several instant holy fires, opening a gap in the orc formation that was about to surround the elf troops. Illyria, we are here. Where is Turalian? Alvin and Green Shadow cooperated to harvest a few more orcs. The huge night blade leopard rushed left and right in the orc group. Its sharp teeth and claws were its most ferocious weapons, and it quickly broke up the orc formation. Illyria also saw Alvin in the crowd and was happy. I don't know, we are separated. The elf was about to speak when suddenly an inspiring horn sounded in the distance outside the city. The sound was loud and long, as if announcing the arrival of victory. It's Turalian. They're outside, Illyria said, then turned around and jumped up, slashing an orc's neck with her dagger, twisting her body in midair, and kicking him with her long legs. The orc fell to the ground with blood gushing from his neck. Alvin cheered in his heart. Sure enough, the kung fu of these elf rangers was first class. Illyria was working, rotating the dagger in her hand, inserting it back into the scabbard, taking off the longbow and feather arrows she carried with her from her back, and shooting them into the sky as she landed. The arrow flew into the air, and quickly exploded into a ball of red fireworks. She was sending a message to Turalian and others outside the city. She was still alive and fighting. But an orc suddenly rushed out from behind the elf, holding up a 2-handed axe, and slashing at Illyria with a bow and arrow. At this time, Illyria had no way to fight back, so she could only raise her longbow to block. Be careful, Alvin warned loudly, but the huge axe still instantly shattered Illyria's longbow. Illyria was directly knocked away by the huge impact and fell to the ground. The orc warrior went crazy and rushed up again with the axe, ready to attack Illyria again. Suddenly, a blue-white ice arrow shot from the sky and hit the orc warrior squarely. The ice magic exploded, and the magic power spread, freezing a piece of the orc's chest. The orc's movement stagnated. He was slowed down by the ice magic. Before he looked up at the sky and saw where the person who attacked him was, he suddenly felt that his vision changed. Everything turned upside down and became taller. When he understood it, he found that just at this moment of distraction, the elf in front of him had drawn a dagger and chopped off his head cleanly. Illyria looked up at the sky and saw a huge red dragon flying overhead. When the dragon flew past, she could see clearly that there were 2 elven mages standing on the back of the red dragon, and the magic of the frost arrow was dissipating on the Sargeras staff of one of the mages. "So Lanlian, thank you," Illyria shouted loudly. So Lanlian's voice also came from the dragon's back in the distance. "You're welcome." Chapter 341. Forkaraber. Charge. Ah! It turns out that when aliens charge, they also shout slogans. When Alvin heard the Drenii language, he knew that Murad and Yrel's militia had arrived. Who are these people? New enemies? Aurelia was also startled when she saw a group of dark blue tall men with horns on their heads rushing into the city gate. She quickly drew her dagger and took a fighting stance. "Don't be nervous. They are local Drenii, my new friends and the orcs' mortal enemies. I promised them that the Alliance would give them shelter, and now they are here to help us." Alvin quickly suppressed Illyria's weapon. "You are here. Quick! Help us guard the city gate. Our reinforcements will be here soon." He sat on the tall Night Blade Panther and shouted loudly to the garrison officer in Drenii, which was very eye-catching, and Murad noticed him immediately. "Yes, sons of the light. We will defend the city gates to the death. Brothers and sisters, it's time to wash away the shame. Kill them." Although the Drenii are gentle, they are more ferocious than orcs when they really fight. Moreover, these tall and strong guys are even bigger than orcs, and they are also muscular. They quickly fought with the orcs, who kept rushing in from the city. Murad swung his purple crystal hammer with both hands. Alvin saw with his own eyes that this guy was praying while smashing an orc's head with the hammer. That Yrel showed the demeanor of a female man. She held the hammer with one hand, picked up a shield dropped by an orc on the ground, and pushed it hard in front of the team. However, she did not use the shield as a defensive prop, but as an offensive weapon. Swinging the hammer in one hand and hitting people with the shield in the other hand. One unlucky orc was hit on the head by Yrel's shield, and his head was smashed into his chest. Alvin was extremely frightened. Well done. The addition of the wild Drenii made the rangers of Illyria more powerful. With these German tanks as meat shields in front, these elven rangers can better play their advantages, constantly wandering in the battlefield, stabbing the enemy with bows and daggers. Suddenly, the formation of the orcs was in chaos. Countless orcs, who blocked the city gate with their bodies, were directly knocked away by some huge force. Then, a group of knights in heavy armor rushed in. "Make way for the knights to pass," Alvin shouted loudly, asking the Drenii militia to retreat to both sides of the city gate. He didn't want these honest Drenii to be accidentally injured by their own people. The heavily armored knights shouted loudly, waving their weapons, and rushing into the city quickly. The huge impact of the warhorse was like a steel knife piercing into the Hellfire Fortress. "Illyria! Alvin! I'm so glad you're all right." A knight took off his helmet and laughed. "Donnas!" Illyria called out his name in surprise. "I chat with you later. Let my boys run happily first. Go, go, go!" The second-in-command of the Alliance army always went into battle in person, and charged in front. He loudly commanded his cavalry troops, put on his helmet, waved to Alvin, and rejoined the charge. Looking at the heavy armor and the helmet that couldn't even be seen, Alvin was a little surprised. These people were really amazing. Even wearing such heavy armor, they could move easily. Wouldn't that kind of helmet feel stuffy? Wouldn't you go bald if you wear it for a long time? But Daneth Trollbane seems to have a bald head or a Mediterranean hair. I wonder if it's because he wears a helmet. At this time, the little red dragon flew over his head again. Seeing that the large cavalry of the Alliance had entered the city, so Lanlian, Calpurnia, and Acalissa immediately stopped the bombing, otherwise they might accidentally hurt their own people. "Alvin, there is a strong fortification in the city. The orcs are retreating there. It seems to be the center of this fortress. The orcs may have to hold on." So Lanlian shouted to Alvin on the dragon's back. "It seems that they are looking down from a high place, and still see a lot of deployment and mobilization of the orcs. Leave that place to me. You go find Turalian and tell them I went to see it first. Okay, be safe." So Lanlian's voice came from a distance. Acalissa had already taken the Starwish sisters to meet Turalian outside the city. "Green Shadow, let's go! Go and open the tortoise shells of those orcs. Roar!" Green Shadow roared. The battle at the city gate has basically ended, and the Alliance is cleaning up the last remnants of the orcs. She didn't make enough noise just now, and when she heard that she could continue to make a big noise, the big cat ran quickly and chased the defeated orcs. "Illyria, You guard the gate, and come to me when Turalyon comes. Take good care of the Draenei. They are all pious and gentle warriors. Alvin's voice came, entrusting the Draenei to Illyria. Originally, the Elven Ranger also wanted to go, but now, looking at these blood-stained Draenei with horns on their heads and tentacles on their chins, and smiling at her, Illyria felt a headache. Alvin was full of confidence at this time. He did not expect to achieve such a great result this time. Originally, he just wanted to make some noise so that everyone could find him. He never thought that this noise would almost turn the entire Hellfire Citadel upside down. Now he has a dragon with him, strong magic, and Xal'atath and Green Shadow to help him. These orcs are simply not his opponents. It seems that the mission in Draenor should be over soon. As long as Nazul is captured or killed, and he is not allowed to open the portal to escape to the Twisting Nether, there will be no birth of the Lich King. There will be no tragedy in Stratholme and Northern Lordaeron. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Although he knew that Nazul must have gone to the Temple of Karaber in Shadowmoon Valley at this time, and was not in this Hellfire Citadel. But he was able to pull out all the tribal forces in this area so quickly. This progress was too smooth. Soon, Alvin and Green Shadow chased the remaining tribal soldiers all the way, and came to a circular building. The orcs' architectural style is as rough as their character. Every place reveals practicality without any gorgeous appearance. With thick white brick walls as the outer wall, the roof is high in the middle and low around, just like the hat of a Qin Dynasty official, which is also red. Yes, it looks a bit like the orc base in Warcraft 3. Countless orcs are piled up at the door, and fighting with heavy cavalry. Alvin frowned. If the heavy armored knights of the Alliance cannot rush up, they will immediately become fish on the enemy's chopping board. Sure enough, what he worried about happened. Several knights were surrounded by orcs. The knights dodged left and right, but the orcs were not stupid. They took weapons, and greeted the horses' legs. Some of the poor horses had their legs cut off, and some were directly stabbed to death. They fell down one after another, and the knights also fell off the horses, and became the dead souls under the swords of the orcs. Alvin shouted loudly, and urged Green Shadow to charge towards the orcs, while blasting the Holy Nova. He wanted to charge directly into the orc base. Chapter 342. After Alvin's power increased greatly, the effect of Holy Nova was also very strong. The orcs gathered in front of the base were quickly swept away. But the remaining orcs held swords in their hands, and crowded in the dark doorway. They had the advantage of terrain, and their height and strength were also far superior to their opponents. Green Shadow's huge body could no longer go deeper. Alvin patted Green Shadow, and quickly jumped off her back. At the same time, Green Shadow also changed back to the appearance of Kaldorei, and put on the clothes handed by Alvin. The two did not stop. Alvin held up Xal'atath, quickly selected the skill icon in his mind, and kept pouring out spells, smashing terrible magic on the orcs' heads. The strong corrosiveness of shadow magic quickly awakened their terrible memories of the warlock Gul'dan. Seeing that the human in front of them seemed to be able to use witchcraft like Gul'dan, they all screamed and fled into the base. Some of the frightened orcs were injured and fell down due to Alvin's spell, while others rolled down the stairs because they were too flustered. The remaining ones, who were not injured, had already forgotten the order to defend the base gate, and only wanted to escape. Alvin was proud, and thought he could rush in directly, but he didn't expect that a deafening roar suddenly sounded in the dark doorway. The orc soldiers, who had just escaped, were screaming, and flew out of the doorway. They seemed to be hit by some powerful impact, which directly hit them in the air, and blood spurted out of their mouths. A huge orc who almost had to half bend his body to walk in the base came out of the gate. He has brown skin, wild mohawk hair, explosive muscles all over his body, wearing animal skin armor, holding 2 spiked axes in his hands. Cowards, orcs never retreat, only fight to the death. He raised his fist, and shouted loudly. It seems that this guy beat all the fleeing orcs away. I thought the guys who drank the blood of the devil would be so powerful, but I didn't expect them to be a bunch of poor guys. Brown-skinned orcs? Alvin's heart moved. He remembered that there were indeed some orcs who rejected Gul'dan's temptation and did not drink the blood of the devil, but why did such a guy appear here? Human! Your road has come to an end. I don't care who you are. This place is not open to you. Go home. The orc raised his axe, and pointed it at Alvin. There were little silver lights flashing on the cold axe. Alvin was happy. It was the first time he saw an orc standing in front of him, who did not start fighting immediately but chatted first, which aroused his interest. Orc, you didn't drink the blood of Manaroth? How do you know about the orcs? Who are you? The Alliance has captured many orcs, so they naturally know a lot about you. I not only know that the orcs became violent and warlike because they drank the blood of the devil, but also know that you changed from brown to green after drinking the blood of the devil. Alvin was not in a hurry. Now that the Alliance troops had entered the city, the orcs outside would be dealt with in a short while. It was only a matter of time before this place was captured. He didn't mind waiting a little longer. But I don't understand why you mixed with these green skins when you obviously didn't drink the blood of the devil. The brown-skinned orc was silent for a moment and nodded. You are right. I have never drunk the blood of demons. But I have my reasons for being here. My brothers died in your world, killed by you humans. Although I don't like them, I still want to avenge them. Alvin frowned. Since your brother has gone to the battlefield, his life or death is not up to others, but since you want revenge, I am willing to accept your challenge. Tell me your name, orc. Ganner, from the Frostwolf clan. The brown-skinned orc raised his 2 axes and pressed his body down, fully prepared for the battle. Wait! When Alvin heard the name, he immediately remembered who this Ganner was. You said your name is Gnar? From the Frostwolf clan? Who is Duroden to you? How come you, a human, know Duroden? He is my brother, who died in your world. Gnar said. His hand holding the weapon began to tremble. Come on. Duel with me. Let me see how powerful the Alliance is. As he spoke, the orc had already jumped up with 2 axes raised, ready to split the human's head. Wait! Alvin shouted. Idiot. Stop first. Duroden was not killed by the Alliance. He and his wife were killed by Gul'dan's assassin. What? Gnar, who was in the air, heard Alvin's voice, quickly retracted the raised axe, braked his whole body suddenly, and finally fell to the ground with a bang. The brown-skinned orc got up and asked with a dusty face, What are you talking about? Human? Tell me what you know. Alvin organized his words, and protected Green Shadow behind him. I said your brother Duroden, he was not killed by the Alliance, but by Gul'dan's assassin. Your brother did not drink the blood of the demon, but the Frostwolf clan was still forced by the Horde to send troops to participate in the invasion of Azeroth. Your brother began to suspect that Gul'dan had a deal with the demon very early, and he and his people were excluded by Gul'dan and were soon exiled. Later, Duroden met privately with your former chieftain Orgrim, and was killed by Gul'dan's assassin on the way home. What are you talking about? This is impossible, how can a human know these things? Ganner threw down his axe, and knelt on the ground with his hands on his head. All this made this reckless orc a little unacceptable. Because Orgrim said so. After the battle, he was not executed by the Alliance, but was captured. He said these things himself. Alvin didn't know whether it was Orgrim who said it, so he just put it on him. Anyway, there was no way to verify this Ganner. Draka, Duroden's wife, was also killed by Gul'dan's assassin. You even know Draka's name. Ganner's eyes widened, and finally lowered his head. It seems that what you said is true. If it weren't for Orgrim, other people wouldn't know Draka's name. What about the rest of the clan? They were exiled by Gul'dan early, but fortunately they were away from the war early, so they should still be alive now. I heard that they are lurking in the high mountains in the north, where the mountains are covered with snow all year round, and it is not so easy for the Alliance to find them. The snow is so strong that the mountains are covered with snow all year round, and it is not easy for the Alliance to find them. Mountain? Ganner smiled bitterly. It sounds very similar to our hometown Frostfire Ridge. Also, your old shaman Drekthar is still alive. He reconnected with the elemental spirits in Azeroth, restored the orc shaman heritage, and lived according to your original habits of the Frost Wolves. And your nephew, the son of Duroden, may also be alive. This? Ganner's small eyes almost popped out, and his face was covered with tears and snot. He stretched out his big hand and wiped it on his face. Are you telling the truth? My people are still alive? I have a nephew? Chapter 343. Drekthar, the blind shaman is still alive, but I only heard about your nephew. He may have been adopted now. Let me tell you one more thing. The Alliance will not kill all the orcs like your compatriots. The orcs captured in the last war were imprisoned, not killed. Alvin said seriously, so I will never show mercy in battle, nor will I want to capture any prisoners. To be honest, I hate you orcs. Ganner looked at the human in front of him, nodded, and finally knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Alvin, which surprised Alvin. Thank you for telling me this. I am ashamed of your kindness. It seems that I chose the wrong person for revenge. There is no honor in such a battle. I will return to Frostfire Ridge. The brown-skinned orc paused, picked up the axe from the ground, turned his head, and shouted to the orc base behind him. From now on, the Frostwolf clan will leave the tribe and wait for the wrath of revenge to come. Nazul? He turned around and grinned at Alvin. It was a standard stewardess smile, with 8 teeth exposed. Unfortunately, the orc's mouth was full of yellow fangs. Even if 8 teeth were exposed, it looked scary. Maybe one day, I will become your comrade. Can you tell me your name? You are a troublesome opponent, but if we become comrades, I will feel much more at ease. Alvin smiled and stretched out his hand. Alvin Priest, others call me Miracle Priest. Ganner did not shake hands with him. The orcs did not like this kind of sissy etiquette, but he still stretched out his hand and patted Alvin's hand. There are all scared cowards inside. No one can match you. The innermost one is the ogre magician Dingta. This guy is the apprentice of Nazul. He was left by Nazul to stop you. He is not easy to deal with. Now the city has been breached by the Alliance. The whole city is full of Alliance. If you don't follow me, you will be attacked by the Alliance. Elwyn said, why not follow me? Maybe your clan can become friends with the Alliance, and then you can come to my world to reunite with your nephew and others. We don't want to attack you kind orcs who have given up fighting. I'm not so shameless that I will follow you to fight my greenskin compatriots right after leaving the tribe. Ganner sucked his teeth and said, my enemies are only Nazul and his Shadowmoon clan. These poor greenskins are all crazy people confused by the blood of demons. It's not glorious to kill them. If I can't get out of Hellfire Citadel unscathed, it's just my own fate. I hope to see you again in the future, Elwyn Priest. Ganner said, roared, ran away quickly, and soon disappeared from sight. I thought a fight was going to break out. Green Shadow came up. Kaldorii picked up some leather armor discarded by the orcs, and put it on. He also carried a long stick on his back, which looked like a long-handled weapon. What did you say just now? Why did this orc run away? I have some connections with his clan. Alvin organized his words, and continued to say to Green Shadow, in fact, the orc tribe is not a monolithic entity. There are several clans that are closely related to each other, including the Shadowmoon clan of Nazul and Gul'dan, the Frostwolf clan of Gnar, the Wusong clan of Grum that we defeated and captured at the Dark Portal, and the Shattered Hand clan, and the Thunderlord clan. The only thing that can unite them is continuous victory, and continuous division of spoils. Once the war goes against them, the fighting spirit of these orcs will quickly collapse. You are very knowledgeable, Alvin. I really don't understand how you can have so much knowledge at your age. I always feel that there is a library in your brain. Unfortunately, I don't understand what you said about clans and the like. I have never heard of the names you mentioned. Of course, can I be your master? But it's normal that you don't know. After all, the war was fought in the eastern continent, which is very far away from where the Kaldorii live. Alvin laughed. It was even more proud to be praised by a beautiful Kaldorii elder sister, especially this elder sister was a living fossil, who survived the era of the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth. He stretched out his hand and stroked Green Shadow's hair like petting a cat, but suddenly realized that Green Shadow was now in human form, and he took his hand back awkwardly. Green Shadow didn't dodge at all, but a blush flashed across his face. He reached out and grabbed Alvin's hand, put his hand on his head again, and lowered his head to Alvin's ear. I like you to touch me. But your confession just now was too hasty. I will give you a chance, and we will do it again after the battle, dear master. Just now. Alvin stuttered, wanting to tell her that he was actually talking to Xalatath just now, and it was a misunderstanding, but the words couldn't come out when they came to his lips. He was afraid that if he said this, Green Shadow would beat him up and run away. Let's do business first. Alvin changed the subject, just now, before leaving, that Janner said that there was another ogre magician here, a disciple of the orc chieftain, who seemed to be called Dinta, and said the guy was not easy to deal with, so we should be careful. He looked outside, the shouting and killing had gradually subsided. It seemed that the war was coming to an end. What should we do now? Wait for the main force or continue to move forward? Green Shadow's face had regained its calmness, and looked at Alvin, asking his master to make a decision. Alvin said without thinking, of course we have to move on. Nazul is extremely cunning. Who knows what he wants to do by leaving this disciple behind? It would be best to capture this guy alive. I want to find out where the black dragons have gone. Green Shadow had heard him talk about black dragons before, but she herself did not have a very good impression of black dragons. After all, druids have been with green dragons for many years, and green dragons have always hated black dragons that harmed their own kind. The Kaldorii loved the house and hated the house and the black dragons, so they hated the black dragons as well. But since the Green Dragon Queen Insera accepted the return of the black dragons, she certainly had nothing to say. Okay, let's move on. Green Shadow looked at the dark door, which seemed to have a faint shadow energy gushing out. The ominous feeling made her shudder. The terrain here is narrow, and I can't turn into an animal. It's okay, just walk behind me and help me make a radar. Tell me in advance if there are enemies approaching. As Alvin said this, he had already stepped onto the steps and stepped over the dead orcs at the door. Green Shadow nodded and hurriedly followed his master. Chapter 344. A few minutes later, Alvin and Green Shadow were already on the stairs to the third floor. A large number of orcs gathered in this base. These big guys, frightened by the flames of dragons and phoenixes, crowded in among them, holding heavy spears and battle axes in their hands, but did not dare to rush up to Alvin. Many of them escaped from the last battle of the Dark Gate, and had witnessed the scene of the mysterious shadow caster in front of them instantly wiping out the large tribe army. Most of these greenskins were injured and bandaged with rags, and some were severely burned, and their fighting spirit was visibly low. Alvin did not want to talk too much about the miscellaneous soldiers. Those who want to die, come up. Those who don't want to die, roll out of the base, throw away your weapons, kneel on the ground and surrender to the Alliance. He waved the Xalatath in his hand, and the sharp shadow energy raged in the dim hall, and the indoor temperature seemed to drop by several degrees. Finally, the orcs could no longer withstand Alvin's intimidation. They shouted, threw away their weapons, and ran out. When they passed Alvin, they wanted to stick to the wall and move past him, fearing that this terrible guy would melt them with that weird magic. Alvin's deterrence was comparable to Gul'dan in the past, and even had the potential to surpass him. The similarity between them was that they were ruthless when slaughtering orcs, but Gul'dan still wanted to use the tribe and killed people just to establish his authority, while Alvin was fighting and had no psychological burden when killing. Why are these people so afraid of you? Green Shadow's eyes were full of incredulity. Caldori thought there would be fierce battles, and had already prepared for the battle. But the orcs surrendered like this, which really surprised her. Alvin shrugged, who knows? Maybe they were scared by the previous battles, but it's better this way. It saves a lot of trouble. The space inside the base is not small. If the orcs rely on the terrain to resist, Alvin may have to work hard. Now they can reach the third floor without any effort, and the two of them are relieved. The stairs spiral up along the wall. There are many windows on the wall, which should be the place where the guards shoot arrows. Alvin looked out from a window. From here, he could see most of the fortress from a high place. At this moment, Donnas and his cavalry boys had stopped charging, but slowly drove a large number of surrendered orcs to a square in the city. In the distance, the sword and shield flag of the Alliance could be seen fluttering in the wind. It should be that Turalian had entered the city, and was fighting with some stubborn diehards. The sound of metal colliding, the sound of flesh and blood bursting, and the sound of various people neighing and horses roaring, that sound could even reach Alvin. The little red dragon was still hovering overhead, constantly monitoring the movements of the fortress. By now, the matter had basically been settled, except for the ogre magician upstairs. After dealing with the ogre and finding out the whereabouts of Nazul and the black dragons, this mission was successfully completed. Thinking of this, Alvin's cheeks became hot, and the speed of the magic power flowing in his body seemed to be much faster. He unknowingly quickened his pace. The Green Shadow, following closely behind Alvin, seemed to feel the master's mood, and clenched his palms. The stairs finally came to the end, and the stairs led to an open space outside, which should be the rooftop. It's a rooftop. There are biological reactions. Only one person. Green Shadow's beautiful Caldori language came from behind Alvin's ears, as plain as an autumn stream. Thank you. It seems that the other party has been deserted by everyone. Alvin chuckled. He didn't care how many people there were on it. As long as they were not those famous figures in history, he should be able to easily eliminate them. He slowly walked towards the last few steps, trying to expand his senses as much as possible, trying to feel the magic fluctuations around him. But no matter what he did, the magic in the air was dead, without any signs of flow. That guy was just waiting there and doing nothing. No spells, no rituals, or even preparations. It seemed that he was just waiting for him quietly. Did this guy give up? A barely perceptible smile appeared on Alvin's lips, and he seemed to be a scared fool. Alvin walked up the stairs. As he expected, the final battle site was the rooftop of the base. The rooftop was leaky, and there was a red round rooftop, like a big umbrella on top. Looking around from here, you can see the entire Hellfire Citadel. A circle of torches illuminated the entire rooftop as bright as day. In the center of the rooftop, there was a tall throne. The throne seemed to be made of the skull of some beast. Alvin seemed to have some impression. In his memory, perhaps only the Gron and Gorgron in the north, or the primitive beasts in the dense forest, could have such a big skull. The backrest of this animal bone throne was ridiculously high, made of bones, and reached the roof. He could imagine the appearance of the once arrogant chieftain Nazul sitting on this throne. The guy might have planned the entire plan to attack Azeroth in this place. You missed, Shadowcaster. A hoarse voice sounded, and a huge figure slowly walked out from behind the back of the throne. The upper body was long, the lower body was short, the muscles were knotted, and there was a huge eye on the big bald head. A few sparse stubbles grew on the chin like steel needles, and it sounded like a bellows when it spoke. It was a one-eyed ogre, the disciple of Nazul mentioned by Gnar. The chief is right. You are indeed capable of coming to our world. Hee hee. The ogre's throat seemed to be filled with thick phlegm. His voice sounded disgusting. But you made a mistake. The chief left here a long time ago. Your efforts are in vain. As long as the chief opens the portal to other worlds, the tribe will continue to invade other worlds. You can't chase us forever. Hee hee, ha ha ha. That's really unfortunate. It's a rare guest coming from afar, but Nazul didn't receive him well and ran away first. Alvin sneered. It was certain that Nazul was not here. Even if the Alliance didn't come, the Black Dragon would not let him have a good time. No one could survive the air raid of more than a dozen Black Dragons, not even the tribe. He had to do his best to find ways to escape the pursuit of the Alliance and the Black Dragons. Since he's not here, we have to take over. This Hellfire Citadel belongs to the Alliance from now on, and you will be my captive. Tell me everything I want to know. Hee hee. The ogre laughed with his hoarse voice, and his strange big eyes seemed to have no eyelids. He just stared, looking very funny. The teacher left me here, of course, for my own use. I've heard of you, the Scourge of the Dark Portal, the Shadowcaster, but I show you what a real shadow looks like. It wasn't the first time that Alvin faced an ogre, but it was the first time that he faced an ogre mage. However, it was said that powerful ogre mages all had two heads, and this guy only had one head, so his strength should not be top-notch. So why did Nazul leave him here? My name is Dinta, from the Shadowmoon clan. The ogre said, biting his finger, and scratched a horizontal line on his forehead with the gushing blood. Two dirty bloodstains glowed with fire above his single eye. Chapter 345. Elven Priest, from Lordaeron. Lordaeron? I've heard of that place. It was almost like your Stormwind city that we ravaged. Yes, and the Horde has no chance. Now it's time for us to ravage you. There was no emotion in Elvin's voice. The ogre's trick to provoke him didn't work. Ha ha! Come on! The ogre laughed crazily, raised his two big hammer-like hands, and pushed them in the direction of Elvin, chanting an unknown spell. A ball of dark shadow energy quickly gathered into a dark blue ball and flew towards Elvin. It's a shadow arrow. Let me deal with him. Green Shadow, you step back. Alvin quickly ran to one side, and Green Shadow also retreated. The shadow arrow hit the place where the two stood, and immediately turned into a ball of black smoke, and a small pit had been crushed on the ground. Ha ha! The warlock is the real king of shadow. You stupid guy, I don't know where you learned some shadow magic, and you want to fight us? Dinta laughed loudly, waving his hands to the right like holding a plate, and another shadow arrow was shot at Alvin. Dark word pain. Alvin moved while selecting the skill icon in his mind, but an accident happened. His magic clearly hit the ogre, but it did not cause any effect on the enemy. Dinta blinked his eyes, and seemed to feel a needle prick, but the pain soon disappeared. Ha ha ha, you dared to cast a shadow spell on a warlock. Don't you know how high a warlock shadow resistance is? Dinta raised his hand again, his injured nails were uneven and tattered, and he chanted a strange spell again. Alvin cursed in his heart. Is this warlock shadow resistance so high? He was dissatisfied and selected the skill icon of Void Torrent in his mind again. I see if you can block it now. As he said, Alvin stretched out his hands, and the huge shadow energy condensed into a thick shadow ray and shot towards the ogre. Alvin was also casting a spell, but his speed was much faster than Dinta's. When the Void Torrent hit the ogre, the guy had not finished reading the spell. The huge impact pushed the ogre back twice, and the shadow energy quickly entered his body, burning a hole in his robe and burning a large area of his body. Alvin frowned. This move had always worked well before. He thought he could penetrate the ogre in one go, but it seemed that the other party only suffered some superficial injuries. This warlock shadow resistance seemed to be ridiculously high. Dinta was burned by shadow magic, and the burning pain made him almost scream out in pain, but the ogre was thick-skinned and had a bad temper. Once he got rude, he would fight the enemy to death even if half of his head was knocked off. He endured it, and continued to read his spell. The evil dog from hell. Devour my enemies. Alvin was surprised to find that a whirlwind blew up on the originally calm rooftop for no reason, and a ball of black lightning suddenly broke out in the center of the whirlwind. The lightning was like a sharp blade that tore through space, cutting a deep blue hole in the air, and an ugly hellhound came out of it. The hellhound lay on the ground, quickly identified the target, opened its round mouth towards Alvin, showing the circles of sharp teeth inside, and rushed up with a roar. Alvin was frightened by this terrible guy, and almost forgot that warlocks can summon demons. He really underestimated the enemy. Since he crossed over, he has never met a warlock, because the Alliance has not yet officially established the warlock profession in this era, and capable people generally choose to become mages. The magic of warlocks was originally reversed by some people who studied the orc spells privately. This group of people was not accepted by the world. They might still be gathered in the basement of a hotel in the Stormwind Mage District to do secret research. Seeing the hellhound pounce on him, Alvin, in a panic, quickly cast a power word shield on himself. Unexpectedly, the two tentacles of the hellhound trembled, a blue light flashed, and the shield on Alvin was lifted. But the hellhound burped. Dinta's hoarse laughter came from a distance. Fool! The hellhound can devour the magic in your body. All your actions will be blocked by the hellhound. Your magic will become the nourishment of the hellhound. That's the hellhound. Use your instant holy light spell to kill it first. Don't chant the spell, it will counter your magic. When Green Shadow's voice came, Alvin's originally panicked mood calmed down instantly. That's right, Green Shadow had experienced the great battle of the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth. She had fought with the Burning Legion and must have seen this kind of hellhound. Alvin quickly selected the skill icon of Flame of the Sky in his mind. True word, punishment. As his voice fell, a surge of power gathered in the air, hitting the hellhound's head like a cannonball. Although it did not cause any actual damage to it, the huge impact made the hellhound a little dazed, stumbling to the ground and entering a paralyzed state. Alvin quickly seized the opportunity, and 3 instant holy fires fell from the sky, smashing this disgusting hell visitor. No! Dinta roared, seeing his pet killed by Alvin. The ogre's only big eye turned red, and he was completely enraged. I curse you! Priest! After saying that, Dinta waved his hands again, and 2 magics came out of his 2 hands and hit Alvin's body. Alvin, who was hit, felt uncomfortable. He wanted to speak but found that his tongue was like anesthesia. He mumbled and couldn't even speak clearly. This time he definitely couldn't recite the spell. He began to feel pain in his body. The pain was different from the pain in the word of pain, but it was still very uncomfortable. It was the warlock's corruption and language curse. Alvin suddenly remembered and quickly cast a magic to remove the corruption, but he couldn't remove the curse. He only felt a numbness in his tongue, and was a little worried that he would become dumb in the future. Dingta saw that the corruption had no effect on prayer, but the language curse was quite effective. He was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Now let's see how you cast the spell. The ogre roared, go to hell. I suck you to death. A blue magic power came out of the ogre's hand, and hit Alvin like a wire. A wonderful feeling rose from Alvin's body. The magic power in his body seemed to be sucked away by the blue tube, like water in a swimming pool, and entered Dingta's body. It's magic absorption. This warlock knows a lot. In the surprised eyes of Alvin, Dingta once again got carried away. When I suck all your magic, that's when you die. Chapter 346. Dingta laughed wildly, his sturdy body bouncing with his laughter. Alvin felt the magic power in his body was fading, and the rough big hand of the ogre opened flatly towards Alvin, and the blue magic power slowly flowed to him. For the spellcasters in the vanilla era, who generally lack mana, the mana absorption of the warlock and the hellhound were natural nemesis. Especially these demon warlocks, who have thick skin and flesh, damage reduction and fear absorption of mana. The hellhound can devour magic effects, and counter the chanting of the caster. If you meet a warlock of the enemy camp one-on-one, it is better to walk away. However, Alvin didn't feel anything. He himself didn't know how much magic power he had. This kind of mana absorption might not be exhausted until dawn. Suddenly, a burst of light appeared on Alvin's body, and a natural fresh wind appeared, circling Alvin, and his tongue, which was originally tangled in his mouth, suddenly returned to normal. Alvin looked behind him, and saw that it was Green Shadow, who was stretching his arms towards her. I help you remove the curse. He nodded gratefully, and blocked the mouth of the ogre magician with a silence, interrupting the blue absorbing magic. Ah! Dingta was silenced, and the magic was directly interrupted. He was quickly attacked by the magic power, and his throat was hot, and he spit out a mouthful of black blood. This is impossible. Why does the priest have the skill of silence? There are many things you don't know. Since the ogre magician has a very high shadow resistance, there is no need for shadow spells. Alvin raised his hands and selected the skill icon of penance in his mind. Dinta's hellhound was sent back to the twisting void by Alvin, the corruption was eliminated by Alvin, the language curse was solved by green shadow, and even the mana absorption was countered. The ogre mage was a little furious, but he still believed in his strength as a disciple of Nazul. Dinta admitted that he was left behind by his teacher as a discarded child to stop the alliance, and everyone thought that they were doomed. But he did not feel unfair for this, but wholeheartedly thanked Nazul for giving him such an important task. As long as he could stop the alliance for a while, it would be a temporary victory. If he could kill a few key figures, it would be even more profitable. 3 golden balls of light gathered in Alvin's palm, and quickly shot towards the ogre under his traction. Everything happened in an instant. The ogre Dinta had no time to react, and hurriedly raised his thick arms to block. Roar! The golden ball of light exploded the moment it touched his body, blasting his arm into a bloody mess, revealing the white bones, and Dingtao let out a shrill wail. The ogre gritted his teeth, quickly took out a red bottle from his arms, uncorked it, and poured it into his mouth, then took out a magic stone shining with green light, and crushed it in his hands. The green magic poured out from the broken stone, and entered the ogre's injured arm, quickly repairing the damaged muscle cells, and restoring Dingtao's vitality. Blood bottle, and healing stone? You are really cheating. Alvin shook his head and looked at the ogre with contempt. I thought this was a duel, and you actually drank a big blood bottle. This is a duel, and being well prepared is also part of the duel. Damn human. The ogre was completely enraged. He began to chant spells again, with his big yellow teeth bared. Although the blood bottle and healing stone just now cured most of his injuries, the lost magic power could not be made up, and the lost strength and energy could not be recovered. Although the ogre now looked more crazy and terrifying, his momentum was far less arrogant than at the beginning. Dingtao's bloodthirsty eyes emitted a bloody light. Although his originally strong arms had been treated, a large piece of meat was still lost, and blood was pouring out. The ogre's arrogance also came up. He used his other hand to release a shadow spell on the wound, burning his wound with the power of shadow. There was a crackling sound, and Dingtao bared his teeth, as if he was enduring inhuman pain, and huge beads of sweat flowed from his big head. A burnt smell came over. This guy used shadow to burn his wound and scab it, which quickly stopped the bleeding. It's really amazing, human. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed what Teacher Nazul said, the ogre panted, and a hoarse voice came out of his throat, which was even more unpleasant than before. I have to say, I'm really lucky. I'm very happy to meet a strong enemy like you. Really? As far as I know, I shouldn't be the first group of outsiders to come to Draenor. Those black dragons should have made you suffer a lot, right? Hee hee, what's the black dragon? Those guys are just some big lizards, who want to find their dragon eggs. The teacher used a little trick to send the black dragon eggs to the nests of the Gron in Gorgrond, which attracted those reptiles to run to the north. The Gron there will not let them go. Gruul will tear those black guys apart. Alvin laughed in his heart. He didn't expect that it would be so easy to get the whereabouts of the black dragon from this big fool, but he still showed an expression of disbelief on the surface. How is it possible? Those Gron are just some beasts without wisdom. It is impossible to defeat those black dragons with just these guys. Dinta grinned and laughed. At this moment, he was still immersed in his infinite admiration for Nazul. Nazul is omniscient and omnipotent. He had expected all this long ago, so he left us a killer. Among those dragon eggs, there is a magic bomb made by the blood demon himself. Humph, I heard that the bomb was made according to the magic of the father of those black dragons. Using the bomb of the father of the black dragon to blow up these black dragons is really a black humor, ha ha ha. Dinta's words made Alvin's body tremble, not because of fear, but because of anger. He remembered that the terrible black dragon magic had destroyed a small island on the Lordamere Lake, and blew the solid fortress of Watchtower into ashes in the Battle of the Dark Portal. The tragic scene at that time was still vivid in his mind, and Alvin began to worry about the black dragons. Although Onyxia, his chief sister, plunged into the dark portal with her head, he was not worried about her. This black dragon sister was calm, cunning, and always suspicious, so she should not be easily deceived, but if her two unscrupulous brothers Nefarian and Sabrian were added, it would be hard to say. Cold sweat flowed down Alvin's head, and he wanted to go to Gorgrond immediately to catch up with Onyxia and the others. So Nazul sent the dragon eggs to the north, but he fled to the temple of Karaber in the south? This coward. Alvin cursed, and he quickly pulled out Xalatath and held it horizontally in his hand. He already knew everything he wanted to know, and now He just wanted to end the battle here as soon as possible. He could only leave you like this to delay us. I will tell him with facts that you guys are not a threat at all. If you are smart, surrender immediately. Otherwise, I will stick a knife into your dirty heart in the next round. Ha ha. Ha ha. Cough cough cough. Dinta laughed wildly. His body was shaking violently because of laughing, and the wounded parts of his body burst again. Blood flowed out, flowing down the ogre's body and dripping on the ground, making his already ugly appearance even more disgusting. Rip! The ogre stretched out his hand and tore his burnt robe and threw it on the ground, revealing his strong muscles. Then he patted a black round metal hanging around his neck. Look at what this is. Chapter 347. Ahem. Dinta's laughter was interrupted by a violent cough. He used his rough hands to tear off the black metal on his neck. You said I won't be a threat? Humph, arrogant human. This black dragon bomb will let you know what regret is. Ha ha ha. Ahem, ugh. Dinta tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm mixed with blood. He held the black metal. The big eyes on his head seemed to be unable to see everything around him. He just stared at the metal in his hand fanatically. It's this big one that blew the majestic dark gate into ashes. Guess what the probability is that I will detonate this thing now? You can survive? It's 0. Dinta's skin has been stained red by the blood. This guy has gone crazy. He didn't plan to run from the beginning. As long as the masters of the Alliance find this place, he will detonate the bomb and let those hateful alliances die with him. So he didn't sneak attack Alvin when he came up, nor did he set any traps. He fought a magic battle with the opponent in an open manner. After seeing Alvin's strength and confirming that he could not win, he decisively chose to detonate the bomb. Although he might only kill Alvin and the woman behind him in the end, but thinking that he might be the most powerful fighter in the Alliance, he would have no regrets if he could kill 2 at the most. Alvin was shocked. He saw the collapse of the dark portal up close, and it turned out that it was also blown up by this kind of bomb. He glanced around. The flag of the Alliance was still far away, and the little red dragon was also flying on the other side of the city. Everyone should be quite far away from here. It shouldn't affect them, right? As long as I turn on the dissipation and turn into the form of pure shadow energy, it should be fine. Only green shadow, she is too close, she will definitely be affected. If I turn on the dissipation, it means that green shadow will be completely exposed to the explosion, but if I don't turn on the dissipation, cannot withstand it. Green shadow. Run! Don't look back. In an instant, a surge of power surged in Alvin's heart, which was almost desperate, and he suddenly knew what he should do. I saw him stretch out his hand to cast a spell on green shadow, and the warm holy light wrapped her body, and then he pointed again, and the white translucent pure magic covered her like a veil. True word shield. Pain suppression. This is the last protection I can give her. Alvin roared and rushed to the tower. When Green Shadow saw the ogre take out the black metal at first, he didn't understand what he wanted to do, but when he saw Alvin yelling at him with his hair and beard standing up, he realized that the thing must not be a good thing. But if he ran away, what would Alvin do? The ogre had already started chanting a spell, and it was obvious that he wanted to detonate the bomb at the critical moment. Alvin also came to the side of Dinta. He kicked out, and wanted to kick the ogre off the rooftop to keep the explosion away from him. But he underestimated the ogre's flesh. Alvin kicked Dinta's belly, and the ogre didn't move at all, but the flesh on his belly trembled. Dinta's eyes showed a mocking look, and the spell in his mouth still didn't stop. It's almost there, it's almost there. He seemed to be able to see the despair in Alvin's eyes. This is my role, priest, your arrogance has ruined you, haha. Dinta raised the bomb above his head, and the voice of chanting the spell became louder and louder. He was ready to welcome his glorious moment. Levitation. Alvin suddenly cast a levitation spell on the ogre. In the surprised eyes of Dinta, his fat body seemed to lose gravity, and his 2 big feet left the ground, floating in the air like a balloon. True word barrier. Immediately afterwards, Alvin chose this magic in his mind, but it was not cast on his side, but released around Dinta's body. In an instant, the golden ball of light burst out, forming a huge golden barrier, wrapping the ogre completely. This barrier is like a transparent golden eggshell, isolating the ogre from the outside world. The surface of the barrier flickered with flowing light, as if countless mysterious runes were swimming in it. Dinta was startled. He was now floating in the air, with no leverage. He kicked the barrier with his feet, and struggled inside it. Even the ogre, who was not very smart, understood what Alvin wanted to do. This human had sealed himself, and the bomb inside this ball of light. His spells could no longer be stopped, and spells kept coming out of his mouth. Dinta had to use all his strength to try to break the golden cage, but no matter how hard he tried, the barrier did not move at all. Alvin looked at the trapped ogre, and showed a helpless smile on his face. He did not think that this Word of Truth barrier could completely hinder his magic, but he had already reached the limit of what he could do. Alvin once again used his energy in his thighs, exerted all his strength, jumped high, and kicked Dinta's fat ass with his back like Beckham. This time the power was so great that the ogre with the golden ball of light broke through the ceiling like a football and rushed into the sky. Alvin kicked Dinta away, and fled in the direction of the green shadow while shielding himself. The next moment, the ogre's spell was still completed. The black metal bomb in its hand shone with an ominous light, like a ghost under the night sky. With a low roar, the bomb suddenly exploded. The air seemed to solidify, and a powerful energy wave burst out from the core of the bomb, like endless darkness swallowing up all the light. The air in the golden spherical cover was filled with violent vibrations and hot energy generated by the explosion. The surrounding objects were instantly torn and twisted under this force. The cover itself also vibrated violently, and the golden runes of Biao Biao flashed violently, emitting dazzling light outward, greatly controlling the scope of the explosion. However, the power of the bomb was still too great. The shock wave of the explosion hit the golden light shield, and the runes on the light shield gradually blurred in the trembling, and finally shattered in an instant. The intense light was as dazzling as daylight, illuminating the entire battlefield like daylight. Dingta had already evaporated in an instant under the power of the explosion, and his fat figure disappeared like a piece of paper swallowed by flames. Now the barrier was shattered, and the power of the explosion surged instantly. The fierce impact force lifted him up, and his body rolled in the air, flew out from the rooftop, and finally hit the green shadow, who was also blown up. He opened his arms as much as possible, trying to use his body to block the next impact for the green shadow. However, the power of the explosion was too strong, and the two were caught in the vortex of the explosion together. Their figures became blurred in the light, and then they were thrown far away by the shock wave of the explosion, and finally disappeared. The battlefield was in a mess, dusty, and the vision was blocked. It was not until a moment later that the aftermath of the explosion gradually subsided. The huge base building in the center of Hellfire Fortress had disappeared, leaving only a circular pit several meters deep. Chapter 348. It must be a dream. The scene in front of Green Shadow changed. She calmed down and carefully observed the surroundings. She seemed to have entered a magical country. Unlike the vibrant green of the Emerald Dream, she was now in a blue forest. The blue here was not the blue of the sky or the sea, but a deep, peaceful, and even somewhat cold blue, as if it was rendered by countless blue flowers and blue grass. A faint halo filled the sky above the forest, and all kinds of strange creatures roamed here. And Green Shadow found that she had turned into a giant dragon, flying freely in the sky. It was worthy of being a dream. Druids can even turn into dragons. Green Shadow happily spread her wings and glided leisurely in the sky. Her body was covered with green scales, and each scale was like a carefully carved work of art, smooth and shining. Why was she here? I couldn't remember, but it was very comfortable and familiar here. It seemed that all the troubles in the world had nothing to do with it. But before long, the scene in front of Green Shadow changed rapidly, and everything began to become chaotic. Different dream fragments flashed back in front of her eyes. One moment, a group of winged demons were chasing her. She ran desperately, but she couldn't run fast. The next moment, she was in a dark abyss, surrounded by endless cold and fear. Suddenly, Green Shadow's body began to change. The huge dragon body gradually shrank, and the scales fell off one by one, and finally turned into a seed. Green Shadow's vision began to become blurred, but she seemed to feel that there was a man beside her. Green Shadow in the dream couldn't see the man's appearance, but Inu felt that he was familiar. The man was wearing a simple white robe with some simple, but mysterious runes embroidered on it. The man took care of her seriously. He cast a magic around the seed, and a soft golden light enveloped the seed, as if giving it the power to grow. The feeling was sweet and beautiful. Suddenly, Green Shadow woke up from her sleep. She felt hot, and found herself blown into a dense woodland, surrounded by smoke and dust. Green Shadow suddenly remembered that she and Alvin were blown away by the bomb in the hand of the ogre. In order to save himself, Alvin gave himself all his life-saving skills, and then he used magic to prevent the spread of the explosion, but the power of the bomb was too great, and the two were still injured. Where is Alvin? She struggled to get up. Her head was still dizzy, and she almost fell several times. Green Shadow finally stood firm by holding onto the branch, and finally saw a person lying in the bushes nearby. Green Shadow's heart tightened, and she saw Alvin covered in blood, his clothes almost torn apart, revealing his bloody body. She stumbled over, tripped, and fell beside Alvin. She ignored the pain in her body and crawled to Alvin's side to help him check his injuries. Alvin's breathing was very weak, as if it would stop at any time. Green Shadow was terrified. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she called Alvin's name in a trembling voice. Alvin, Alvin. But Alvin just lay there dying, without responding. Green Shadow's mind was blank. The Kaldorei, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, was shaking with his hands. She didn't understand why she was so anxious. She couldn't remember the last time she was nervous. Yes. Healing magic. Green Shadow gritted her teeth and began to concentrate her mind, trying to recall some healing magic she had learned. Although these magics were not powerful, she hoped to temporarily stabilize Alvin's injuries. Rejuvenation. Healing. Her hands began to emit a faint light, and the light slowly enveloped Alvin's body. But her hands were shaking, and the power of magic became unstable. The green light enveloped Alvin's body, and the magic entered his body, like a stone sinking into the sea, without even a splash of water. He tilted his body, coughed violently, and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Alvin's breathing became weaker and weaker. Green Shadow almost used up all the magic in his body, but it didn't have any effect on his injuries. He's going to die. When this terrible thought came to Green Shadow's mind, she could no longer maintain the calmness she had maintained for 10,000 years. Green Shadow's tears flowed down involuntarily, and the despair in front of her almost made her collapse. Finally, she lay on Alvin and cried loudly. This inexplicable guy picked her up in the wilderness, and used strange methods to trick her into becoming his pet. At first, she wanted to travel with him for a while, and then leave on her own, but after spending a long time with him, she found that the outside world was so colorful and interesting. After a while, she didn't want to leave anymore, and just wanted to stay with him forever. But now, he is just lying here motionless, and he is going to die? Don't cry, only you can save him now. Suddenly, Alvin's voice rang out, ouch, it hurts so much. Don't cry, it hurts me so much. He won't live for a few minutes. Hearing Alvin's voice, Green Shadow suddenly raised his head. Alvin. Are you okay? Because of his concern, Green Shadow didn't feel anything strange about Alvin's words. Alvin gritted his teeth and struggled to say, I didn't expect this guy to be so seriously injured this time. I told him a long time ago that it's not good to be too arrogant. There are many powerful people in this world. Ahem. Something's wrong now. He coughed up a mouthful of blood again. Seeing Green Shadow's surprised look, Alvin shook his head slightly. I won't have a few minutes, and Alvin won't have a few minutes either. You do as I say, and feed your blood to Alvin. Now we can only try our best. After saying that, Alvin rolled his eyes, and fell to the ground again, unconscious, and this time his breathing was even weaker. Now even Green Shadow understood. The scary guy who had appeared in the Temple of Silence had appeared. He had just occupied Alvin's body again, and asked her to feed him with her own blood. She knew before that there seemed to be another person living in Alvin's body, and that person seemed to know her. However, Green Shadow had always been indifferent, and had not chased Alvin to ask. But now this guy suddenly appeared again. It was obvious that Alvin was in danger. He ran out to save people, but Alvin was too weak. He disappeared after saying a few words. She also didn't understand why her blood could save Alvin. What was the reason? Could her blood be a panacea? But as he said, she could only treat the dead horse as a living horse. What else could she do besides this method? Green Shadow thought of this, and made up her mind. She stretched out her right index finger, and bit it hard in her mouth. The pain made her frown. Then, she pinched the wound with other fingers, squeezed out the blood, and put it on the edge of Alvin's mouth. When the drop of blood slipped from Green Shadow's fingers, and gently fell into the corner of Alvin's half-open mouth, a strange force began to permeate the air. A green energy seemed to emerge from Alvin's body. Chapter 349. Green Shadow's fresh blood seemed to have given Alvin new life. It trembled slightly on Alvin's lips, and then slowly seeped into his mouth. Green light emerged from Alvin's body, as if an invisible big hand lifted Alvin's body and floated in the air. Green Shadow was shocked by this magical scene. Why did her blood have such magical power? She lowered her head, and looked at her fingers that were still bleeding, and licked them gently. It was a little salty, just the taste of normal blood. It seemed to have no effect. Why did Alvin have such a big reaction? The strange things about Alvin continued. He floated in the air, and more green energy emerged from under his body. Green Shadow looked carefully, and found that it was a large number of green vines that broke out of the ground, circling and growing under Alvin's body, and finally formed a big bed, His breathing began to become stable, and his originally pale complexion gradually returned to rosy. The terrible wounds all over his body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scars gradually disappeared, replaced by smooth skin. Not only that, Alvin's body began to emit a faint light, like the light of nature. But suddenly, that magical power was exhausted and began to dissipate rapidly. The bed formed by the green vines began to wither, and the wounds on Alvin's body began to crack again. The dosage should be increased. Green Shadow was so excited that he directly put the index finger that was still bleeding into Alvin's mouth. It was like a baby found its mother. Blood entered his throat, and Alvin, who was in a coma, quickly began to suck. Alvin was stunned. Even when she poked her finger into his mouth, the cold feeling still made her wonder if her finger would be frozen. Moreover, this made Green Shadow feel awkward. A strange feeling emerged from her body. However, Alvin's condition improved again. This time, with the blessing of a large amount of blood, his wounds began to heal again. The vine bed actually began to grow upwards and became like a bowl. Green Shadow's fingers were sucked and could not move, so she had to lift her legs and step into the bowl. The vines continued to grow, and finally the edge was upward, turning into a large green pocket, wrapping the two people in it. Green natural energy filled the narrow pocket space, and the two people seemed to be soaking in a sea of natural energy. Alvin's injuries began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, except for the clothes that were still torn by the explosion, Alvin's external injuries had been basically repaired. Green Shadow then discovered that Alvin's clothes had all turned into rags and pieces of rags, and could not be called clothes at all. In other words, this guy is almost naked. Green Shadow's cheeks were a little hot. She touched her face. Did she have a fever? No, not only did she not have a fever, but she felt very comfortable. This abundant natural force not only healed Alvin, but also healed her. Her injuries were basically healed. Except for the blood on her fingers, it seemed that Alvin sucked away a lot of it, and she felt a little dizzy. She checked her body with surprise, and confirmed that she had indeed recovered. But then she realized that her clothes were no less than Alvin's, and her smooth body had been exposed to the air for a long time, and they had been sticking together for a long time. Green Shadow's heartbeat accelerated. She wanted to move away, but her fingers were hung by Alvin, and the vine bag was not that big, so there was really no place to hide. Finally, she had to make up her mind, and lie on Alvin's chest with a red face. Her body was hot, but Alvin's body was cold. He no longer sucked the blood on Green Shadow's fingers, so Green Shadow withdrew her hand. Originally, I thought Alvin would get better, but I found that although his injuries had recovered, the whole person seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar, curled up and shivered with cold. His lips were not bloody, and his teeth were chattering. Green Shadow was afraid, but now Alvin no longer sucked the blood from her fingertips. It seemed that the power of blood had also reached its extreme, and now it could only drive away the cold. You protected me just now it's my turn to protect you. She gently embraced Alvin in her arms, using her warm body temperature to dispel the coldness on Alvin's body. Alvin, who was in a coma, felt a warm current coming from Green Shadow's arms, and gradually, his body stopped trembling. In this warm embrace, he felt an unprecedented sense of security. Green Shadow whispered, "You are so lucky." The voice was like a whisper in the night wind, gentle and firm. In this dark forest, the two people accepted the arrangement of fate. The bag woven by green vines swayed regularly in the air, and it was Green Shadow who warmed the cold Alvin. Alvin also completely recovered from the serious injury at this moment, and also got great benefits. His originally exhausted body became full of vitality, and his magic became purer, as if it could purify all darkness. After an unknown amount of time, when the natural energy began to fade, the holy light began to overflow from the pocket. This holy power was stronger and brighter than before. The vines quickly dissipated, and the power could no longer support the weight of the two people, and finally fell to the ground. The dazzling holy light gradually dimmed, and the green vines gradually dispersed, revealing the two people inside. Alvin's knees were slightly bent, and he was already standing steadily on the grass. And the Green Shadow he held horizontally in his arms curled up in front of his chest like a kitten, with his arms tightly around his neck. The Green Shadow's head gently rested on Alvin's chest, and her long silver hair fell down like a waterfall, flashing a faint light, which was particularly eye-catching in the sun. "It's dawn." Alvin's cunning voice sounded. He looked at the Caldorii in his arms, thinking of the Green Shadow's appearance just now, and laughed secretly in his heart. How did this bad thing suddenly turn into a good thing? Green Shadow's eyes were tightly closed, and her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow in the sun, like a small fan. Her cheeks looked a little pale because of fatigue, but it was this paleness that made her look more attractive. Her lips moved slightly, making a lazy and sweet sound, like a spring breeze blowing over flowers, with a kind of intoxicating magic. It's so bright, so tired, I want to rest for a while. Alvin felt that although the current druid was in human form, she was really like a kitten, making people want to hold her in their arms and give her the warmest embrace. Okay, then when Akali, Tasha, and the others come later, you can meet people like this. I'm fine naked anyway, just treat myself as a wild man. Ah! Green Shadow screamed and jumped down from Alvin's arms, but her feet were weak, and she almost fell again. It was still Alvin who quickly supported her, but the place that was torn by Alvin last night was in pain again, making Caldoriae frown. Oh my god, it hurt so much. Chapter 350. Looking at the embarrassed Green Shadow, Alvin giggled, and finally dragged Green Shadow over without saying anything. After Caldoriae's symbolic struggle, he subdued her and carried Green Shadow on his back. What are you doing? Usually I ride you, but now you are uncomfortable, so you ride me instead. What Alvin wanted to say was that Green Shadow usually carried Alvin forward when she turned into a night-blade leopard or a giant bear, but after last night, the pure Green Shadow's mind was full of strange things. When she heard the word ride, her face turned red, and she struggled behind him. Alvin turned back and patted Caldoriae's hips. Don't make trouble. I can feel that Ecolatrasa and the others are in that direction. We have to find them quickly. They must be worried to death when we were out all night. This time it was really dangerous. I was indeed too arrogant. I didn't expect Nazul to leave such a terrible bomb. I must be more careful in the future. But this time I finally know where the Black Dragon Legion and Nazul are going. Anyway, I have a direction. Next I may have to go to Gorgrond in the north to find the Black Dragon Legion, and then go to the Temple of Karaber in the south. Green Shadow was perfunctory. As if she couldn't muster any energy, she put her cheek on Alvin's right shoulder, and hugged Alvin's arm with both hands. Seems to be thinking about something. What are you thinking about? Hey! Seeing that Green Shadow still had no reaction, Alvin waved his hand, and slapped her on the buttocks again, then shouted softly, If you don't talk again, I spank you. Ah! Green Shadow's face turned red, and then he regained his concentration. I have 2 questions I have always wanted to ask. What questions? The first question is, who is the person who sometimes possesses you? This time, it was he who reminded me and asked me to feed you blood, so that you were out of danger. Alvin nodded. He had roughly explained it to them before, but they probably didn't understand what was going on, so this time he carefully explained the cause and effect of the matter to Green Shadow, including the artifact Xalatath and her origin and seal. In short, Xalatath has no ill intentions at present. Some of my shadow magic still needs her to help me balance the magic power. She is a good helper. Green Shadow's face became a little unnatural. Is that the ancient god? I know the legends of these creatures, and I have even experienced it. Green Shadow lay on Alvin's back. Her body shrank, and the arm holding Alvin's neck tightened. A little tight. It seems that she is a little nervous. There were several old gods in this world. We Caldoriae once fought against the Karaji controlled by one of the old gods in Kalandor. We and the dragon army sealed them up after sacrificing countless lives. Are you sure that this Xalatath is really safe? Don't worry, Xalatath is different now. I wanted to talk to her about these things before, but she seems to be in a mess recently. I won't disturb her until she figures out what to do next. Green Shadow nodded, hoping that the old god in the dagger would not like to whisper in people's ears like her other old god companions. It is said that the father of the Black Dragon was also bewitched and driven crazy by an old god. Second question. Why can my blood save people? I tasted a little bit myself, and it feels like ordinary blood. Alvin was a little confused. This matter is not easy to explain, and it involves many secrets of the Green Dragon. Even if he wants to tell Green Shadow, he hopes that the Green Dragon Yinsula will come to explain it to Green Shadow in person in the future. There are too many things involved, and he is also afraid that if the secret is leaked, there will be trouble. Green Shadow, do you think there is such a possibility? You Caldoriae have almost eternal life, so your bodies must contain huge life force. Do you think that if I drink your blood, I will also share your life force? Alvin thought about it, and proposed a possibility, hoping to scare Green Shadow. It shouldn't be. Green Shadow shook his head. If you say so, then every Caldoriae is a big blood bottle. If anyone is injured, they just need to drink some blood. Then we wouldn't have so many casualties in the Quicksand War. This Green Shadow, who is usually confused. How can he be so sharp in such things? Alvin laughed dryly twice. It seems that this reason can't fool her. He rolled his eyes, and thought of another reason. Is it because you live in the Emerald Dream all year round, and have a close relationship with the Green Dragon, so you also have the natural healing power brought out by the Emerald Dream, or the power of the Green Dragon? Green Shadow thought about it, and finally nodded. I think so myself, because there is really no other good explanation. It must be that our druids have a special physique. When I return to Azeroth, I will go back to the Emerald Dream to ask my teacher. Yeah, that's right. Let's ask when we get back. Alvin was sweating profusely, but at least he got past the topic. The two were newlyweds, and Alvin deliberately found some fun and novel things to say to Green Shadow, making Caldori laugh from time to time. Green Shadow even felt that he might not have laughed as many times in his life as he had since he met Alvin. But Green Shadow was indifferent by nature, and no matter how interesting it was, he would just smile slightly and respond to Alvin with a few words. Someone is coming up ahead. Green Shadow suddenly leaned into Alvin's ear and said. So fast. Alvin was a little surprised. He could feel that Ekalissa and the others were still some distance away from him. It was impossible for them to be so fast. If they were not companions, then they were enemies. He quickly carried Green Shadow on his back and jumped behind the big tree beside him, hiding in the bushes. Hush. Maybe orcs. Let's wait and see. Alvin whispered in Green Shadow's ear. Caldori's ears were as sensitive as their Queldori relatives. Alvin's sudden action made Green Shadow's ears move cutely like a bunny's ears. The rustling sound of the leaves in the wind concealed their presence. The two held their breath and stared ahead. After a while, two tall figures gradually approached. They were two orc warriors. Their black armor flashed metallic light in the sun. Chapter 351. The orcs walked and talked. Their voices were low, but their tone was urgent, and they were obviously discussing something extremely important. Alvin listened carefully to their conversation and realized that these orcs had escaped from Hellfire Citadel. In the battle last night, the orcs took the initiative to open the city gates, and many orcs escaped from the city at that time. Now Hellfire Citadel should have fallen into the hands of the Alliance, and the remaining orcs should have been captured, and these lucky orcs who escaped were obviously discussing the next action plan. However, the orcs had different opinions on the next escape direction. An orc carrying an axe insisted on fleeing to the south, to Shadowmoon Valley, to find their leader, Chieftain Nazul. Alvin nodded. He now fully believed that Nazul was a powerful leader, and his strength and wisdom must enjoy a high reputation among the orcs. The ogre Dingtaw, who caused him a lot of trouble, was voluntarily staying, wanting to repay his teacher in the form of self-destruction. It can only be said that Nazul is very popular. Even at this time, there are still so many people willing to sacrifice their lives for him. So he can fully imagine the trust of this orc in Nazul. However, other orcs disagreed. They seemed to think that they should flee westward and return to their hometown of Nagrand. Don't you see clearly? The strength of the Alliance is too strong. Even if we find Nazul, we will not have a good ending in the end. If the ending is the same, I would rather return to Nagrand. I want to welcome the arrival of the final fate in my hometown. The two orcs kept arguing, but neither could convince the other. Alvin, who was hiding behind a tree, also understood. The orcs' chat also proved that what Gnar said was true. The tribe was not a monolithic entity. The successive failures had also reduced Nazul's prestige. If he tried harder, the tribe's own clans would fall apart. He originally wanted to let the two orcs go, but when he looked back at Green Shadow, he looked like he was revealing his beauty, and had to cross his arm to cover his key parts. He was also disheveled. Now he was a miracle priest after all, and the son of the holy light in the eyes of the Draenei. It would be too embarrassing to appear in front of everyone like a savage without any care. He rolled his eyes, and had an idea. He first signaled Green Shadow not to speak, then aimed at the orc holding an axe, and selected the mind control icon in his mind. Alvin's magic was activated instantly, and the next moment, he had taken over the orc's body. Not bad, not bad. Alvin looked at his strong body and excellent equipment, patted it, and was very satisfied with the armor made of fine steel. He stopped, threw the axe away, and began to take off his armor, that is, to take off his clothes. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Another orc saw his companion suddenly stop and start to take off his clothes, and thought he was crazy. We are running away. Why are you taking off your equipment? What if the Alliance catches up? Don't you want to live? The orc said in surprise, but his words did not have any effect. His companion continued to take off his clothes, as if he didn't hear him. He had taken off all the armor on his top, leaving only a vest. Throw away the equipment and run faster. Alvin continued to take off his clothes while talking nonsense. The orc's equipment is very simple and focuses on functionality. As long as the defense is strong and the flexibility is high, the appearance is not pursued. It has a primitive wildness. As he spoke, he untied his belt, and the armor on his lower body fell to the ground with a bang, and the orc's lower body was exposed to the air. You. The other orc was dumbfounded and couldn't understand what happened. He looked back nervously, as if he was worried about the Alliance's pursuers. He lowered his voice and said angrily, "Even if it's faster to run like this, you don't have to run naked. It's too late to explain to you. Don't just blame me, you should take off your clothes too." The orc heard it and stepped back several steps. He took his hammer in his hands with trembling hands and made a self-defense posture. What are you doing?" He had heard that some people in the military camp had some strange habits, so how could he run into one of them? "I won't take off my clothes." "If you want to, take off your clothes. I respect your lifestyle, but stay away from me. You want to run away after I offended you?" Alvin showed an evil smile and licked his lips with his tongue. He was now completely naked. Such a smile was shown on the terrifying face of the orc, and the effect was very shocking. "Don't come over here." Another orc couldn't stand it anymore, and turned around and ran with a hammer, but Alvin had been prepared for it, and instantly slid and knocked the guy down. "Ah!" The orc screamed and fell to the ground, his hammer falling. Alvin jumped and sat on the orc, slapping him a few times, causing bleeding at the corners of his mouth and little stars in front of his eyes. "Take it off." "No, don't." "Paw paw paw paw." Another series of slaps. This time the orc's face was swollen, and he kept slapping the ground with his hands. "I take it off. I take it off. Please stop hitting me." The green shadow on the other side couldn't hold back his laughter. What on earth was Alvin doing? If he wanted the equipment, couldn't he just knock the two people out? He had to be so perverted. But it was quite fun. Alvin saw that the guy had almost taken off his clothes, and nodded with satisfaction. "Get lost." You won't do anything to me?" "Nonsense. Do you want me to do something to you? Why don't you get lost?" The orc yelled, turned around and ran away, and soon disappeared. Alvin immediately lifted the magic of mind control. The controlled orc shuddered, and woke up from the nightmare-like control just now. He didn't know what happened just now, but he knew that his body moved uncontrollably, as if he had completely lost control of his body, and said some strange words. He was anxious in his heart, but he had no way to do anything. In the end, he could only watch himself stripped naked first, and then beat his companions naked. "Ghost, ghost!" The orc screamed, no longer daring to stay in this place, and fled in the direction of his companions. Green Shadow looked at all this in surprise, and finally shook his head. "You are so bad. Where did you learn this?" "Ha ha ha." Alvin was also very happy, and he laughed for a long time before he caught his breath. "I have no choice. Now we have no clothes to wear. If we go out like this, we will be like savages. If we kill them, our clothes will be covered with blood. I don't want to take clothes from dead people." He went to the equipment of the two, and looked at the armor. Although it is not the type of armor we usually use, it can at least cover it up. Otherwise, if I go back with that image just now, my miracle priest will really be over. Alvin said, and began to change into the orc's equipment. Green Shadow also smiled, and came up to put on clothes. As soon as the two were dressed, Alvin suddenly looked at the sky in the distance. "My little red dragon seems to be coming in that direction." Chapter 352. When the little red dragon brought Calpurnia to find Alvin and Green Shadow, they were shocked. The two obviously had not slept, and Calpurnia had dark circles under her eyes. As soon as they landed, they threw themselves into Alvin's arms and started crying. Alvin held one on each side, and persuaded them for a long time before they smiled. Calpurnia, who had recovered, wrinkled her nose and sniffed him, then jumped up with her hands covering her nose. After calming down, the stench of orcs began to spread, and Alvin hurriedly explained what happened to the equipment on his body. "If you don't believe me, chase over there, you will definitely see two naked orcs running." Hearing Alvin say this, the girls all laughed. There will be time to savor the joy of reunion later, and now it is necessary to inform Turalian and others of Nazul's whereabouts as soon as possible. Akali Tassa quickly turned into a dragon, took a few people and flew back into the sky, heading to Hellfire Citadel, which had been occupied by the Alliance. On the way, Alvin told Calpurnia what happened after he was affected by the bomb explosion. When he mentioned Green Shadow, he said that it was Green Shadow's blood that saved him. Calpurnia nodded thoughtfully, but she felt that Green Shadow's expression was strange. Alvin also learned from the elves what happened after Hellfire Citadel. When the explosion started last night, Turalyon guessed that Alvin was in trouble and quickly sent people to launch a rescue operation, but after searching, there was no trace of Alvin at the explosion site except the remains of the dead ogre. So Khadgar deduced that Alvin must have used some magic to protect himself, but was blown away by the shock wave of the explosion. Turalyon thought it made sense, so he immediately sent people to search around. Acalytha was so anxious that she started crying, because she could sense Alvin through the blood contract. Logically, as long as she was not far away, she should be able to sense the other party, but there was a period of time in the middle when Alvin's breath completely disappeared, which scared the little red dragon. A bad premonition surged in her heart. Seeing her crying so hard, Solanlian knew that Alvin might be in danger this time. But the elf did not give up. She didn't know how she communicated with the Draenei. The garrison commander Murad understood the elves' meaning and immediately took people out to look for Alvin. After all, Alvin was the son of holy light in their prophecy. It would be unreasonable if such a character was blown to death as soon as he appeared on the stage. However, things took a turn for the better in the morning. Acalytha, who had been crying all night, suddenly stopped crying and looked up in surprise, saying that she felt Alvin appeared in that direction. Solanlian was also overjoyed. She completely believed in the blood bond between the little red dragon and Alvin. After all, just a few hours ago, the two had staged a story of telepathic rescue of the Phoenix Egg. Solanlian asked Acalytha to take Calpurnia to find Alvin, and she went to report to Turiang and others. This time, I really made everyone worried. Alvin stroked Calpurnia's orange ponytail. You have been holding the elf since you found her, and green shadows sat elegantly on the side. Soon, 2 griffin knights came to greet them from the sky in front. They had known the little red dragon for a long time. Seeing that it was Alvin who came back, they happily went back to inform him. I didn't watch carefully last night. When Alvin returned to Hellfire Citadel, I realized how much damage the battle last night had caused to this solid fortress. A deep pit was left in the middle of the explosion. After one night, groundwater gushed out and formed a small pond. The Alliance had built a temporary command post in one of the relatively well-preserved buildings. When Alvin entered, the guards on both sides saluted. Inside, Alvin met almost all the generals of this expedition. Turalyon, Khadgar, Illyria, Daneth, Kurdran, and Solanlian. Surprisingly, Yrel and Murad were also there. Alvin! I'm so glad you're okay. Turalyon's eyes were wet when he saw Alvin coming in. He came up and grabbed Alvin's hand and pulled him to the middle of the crowd. Solanlian also rushed up and threw herself into Alvin's arms regardless of the surrounding sight. Little elf sister, please make way for us. Let the Alliance heroes go to us. Ha ha. There was a burst of laughter around. It turned out that Kurdran was speaking in a muffled voice. The magic explosion last night was very familiar. If nothing unexpected happened, the watchtower was destroyed by this kind of magic bomb. At such a close distance, you were able to remain unscathed. Alvin, I didn't believe them when they said you were a miracle priest, but now I really believe it. You really caused a miracle. Khadgar also laughed and said, you are right. It is indeed a bomb. Including the destruction of the dark portal at that time, it was also blown up by this weapon. I was really lucky this time. Luckily, Green Shadow saved me. I was really careless this time. I didn't expect that Nazul would leave such a terrible weapon. Now I think about it, and I'm really scared. Alvin smiled bitterly. He knew how dangerous it was this time. He secretly vowed to be absolutely careful next time. Thank you, Green Shadow. Solanlian took Green Shadow's hand and gently hugged Kaldori. Green Shadow smiled and shook his head. There were too many people. Being stared at by so many people was not something the druid, who had always lived in seclusion, was used to. Speaking of Nazul, I have learned some news from the ogre who ascended the tower. Alvin continued. He came to the table in the room. There was a map in the middle, obviously the one on Yrel. It seems that the Draenei have communicated with the Alliance leaders. The Alliance is naturally very happy about the joining of new friends. This map is from the Draenei. It seems that I don't need to introduce it. You should all know it, right? Alvin smiled and greeted Murad and Yrel. The two also came to Alvin's side. Murad hugged Alvin tightly with a bear hug, patted his back hard, and then let go with a laugh. Yrel watched quietly from the side. Our people are now with the Alliance. Mr. Turalyon is very good. We have a lot of common topics. I never thought that in faraway Azeroth there are warriors who use holy light to fight. Murad smiled innocently, not considering himself an outsider at all. As devout believers of holy light, He and other paladins had a good understanding. Although they did not speak the same language, they quickly established contact after Solanian's introduction. The simple and honest Drenii quickly gained the favor of the alliance and quickly became one. Seeing Urel's eager and restrained eyes, Alvin nodded to her. Various things came one after another, and he had not thought clearly about how to deal with this stubborn alien girl, so he had to put it aside for the time being. Everyone, I have important news to inform everyone. Maybe we have to act as soon as possible. Chapter 353. Alvin clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Seeing that everyone had gathered, he spread the map on the table with his hands and looked at it carefully. This Drenii map is very detailed. Our current location is here, the base camp of the tribe's invasion of Azeroth. Hellfire Citadel. His hand first went west along the location of Hellfire Citadel, then made a circle and moved southeast. The one who stayed here to fight me before was an ogre magician. That guy claimed to be a disciple of the tribe's chieftain, Nazul. He volunteered to stay and wanted to use that bomb to blow us all up. Although he did blow me up, fortunately it was a false alarm in the end. But this guy revealed something, and we may need to act immediately. Alvin cleared his throat and pointed to the place where his finger had just passed, saying, Nazul thought we would chase us early, so he left the people in Hellfire Citadel as abandoned pawns to delay our time. Now he has followed this route. We thought so too. My scout should be back soon. The team can set off soon after resting. Kurdran said beside him, my boys will launch a surprise attack on them from the sky to slow down their progress. Very good, our cavalry will catch up with them soon. Donnas, I think you are willing to kill a few more orcs? Turalian patted his deputy's shoulder. The bald man roared angrily and slammed his fist on the table. Alvin had heard that the deputy commander of the Alliance was ambushed by the horde on the way to Watchtower. He had witnessed how his soldiers died tragically under the iron hoof of the horde. In the end, he escaped back alone. The humiliation and unwillingness almost took his life, but he still resisted the urge to commit suicide and decided to avenge the orcs for the rest of his life. Last night, he stayed up all night and led the Alliance cavalry to charge and kill in Hellfire Fortress. In the morning, he came to the meeting room without even wiping the blood on his body. The blood on his body was heavier than the orc equipment on Alvin. You can sentence Nazul to death now. I won't let him go. After a long time, Donnas finally uttered a word from his throat. Old friend, I will go with you and help you to get ahead. Kurdran raised his hand and patted Donna's waist. He wanted to pat his shoulder, but the dwarf was too high to reach. Don't worry, we will get revenge. It's a bit bad here. Urel, who had been silent, suddenly said, what's wrong? Urel? Alvin knew that her hatred for orcs was no weaker than anyone in the Alliance, but why was she frowning? In front of here, Urel stretched out her slender finger and pointed to a circle on the ground east of Terraker Forest, saying, if the orcs continue to move forward, they will definitely pass by here. Oh my god! How could I forget this? Murad, who was standing next to him, saw where Urel was pointing and had an expression of sudden enlightenment on his face. Everyone couldn't understand what they said, but they could see that the Drenii seemed to have some different opinions. Alvin understood, but the two Drenii kept keeping him in suspense, and he couldn't hear anything. He was so anxious that he kept blinking. Stop keeping us in suspense. Where will we pass? This is the sanctuary of us Drenii. It is the place where countless Drenii ancestors are buried. Auchendown. Auchendown? Alvin suddenly remembered that in the previous life, there was a white area in the southeast of Tykaro Forest. There was a circular ruin in the middle. There were many elite monsters in it. There was also a bone dragon flying in the sky in the south. He had fought with the tribe many times here. The ground was full of white bones. There was also an entrance to a tomb leading to the underground in the north of the ruins. There were ghosts and so on. What happened to this place? Tell me about it in detail. This was once a holy place for the Drenii. Countless Drenii ancestors were buried here. I can still recall the golden dome and colorful glass. Our Drenii wise men would listen to the teachings of their ancestors and communicate with their deceased ancestors. Murad's eyes lost focus, as if he was recalling the happy life of the Drenii on this continent. At that time, we were stationed in the temple of Karabaer. The horde suddenly launched a war, and then we were cut off from all places. When Karabaer fell, I took the survivors to Auchendown. I thought that even if they were orcs, they were a race that respected their ancestors and should not attack our holy place. But I was wrong. When I arrived, the once glorious holy place of Auchendown was also invaded by orcs. Only a small number of people escaped. According to the survivors, Gul'dan sent a team of warlocks from the Shadow Council. They forced our people to find some artifacts, and finally caused a huge explosion deep underground in Ochendown. Murad wiped the sweat off his face as he spoke. These distant stories seemed to have happened just yesterday, and they still frightened the sturdy Drenii. The explosion at that time destroyed the entire ground part of Ochendown. The holy remains of the Drenii ancestors placed there for worship were all destroyed. Countless holy remains were destroyed and flew all over the sky. The entire Ochendown ruins were almost covered with bones. Yrel said, drawing a circle around Ochendown with his finger, "This area is still full of bones, and countless ghosts and skeletons are wandering there. We think that the ancestors who were disturbed at this time are angry. They will tear apart all the creatures passing by, and finally become monsters like them wandering there." Alvin listened and translated at the same time. When he finished speaking, the whole hall was silent. An area covered with bones? How cautious is this? I don't care about the enemies I can tear apart. But how do we deal with this kind of ghost? After a long while, Kurdran asked the question on everyone's mind. Everyone looked at each other, and finally everyone's eyes were focused on Alvin. "Why are you looking at me?" Alvin shouted in his heart, "I'm not good at dealing with the undead either." He had no choice but to ask the two Drenii present. "I have a question. Will these ghosts show mercy to you, because they are the ancestors of the Drenii?" Yrel shook his head. "The ancestors are angry. We did not protect the tombs of our ancestors, and let them be desecrated like this. Even if the ancestors attack us, there is nothing they can do. In their eyes, our sins may be as serious as those of the orcs." Alvin took a breath. How could these ancestors be so unreasonable? Then, can't you ancestors stop the orcs from advancing? When they kill all the orcs, how about it? Yrel shook his head again. "I'm afraid not. To us, those are our ancestors, but to the orcs, their evil warlocks are masters of playing with souls, and even souls will be abused by those guys. Alas, if I go up here, I will be beaten. Fighting back is disrespectful to my ancestors. If the enemy comes up, I will just kill them indiscriminately. How can this be justified? Which side does this Drenii ancestor stand on?" Alvin made up his mind. No matter whose ancestor he is, he rushed to block the Alliance's way and scattered his ashes. Chapter 354. Although Alvin wanted to kill the gods and Buddhas in his heart, he certainly couldn't say that he wanted to kill the ancestors of the two Drenii in front of him. So he could only comfort Yrel and Murad first, saying that if they met in the future, he would definitely persuade them with reason and emotion, and use his sincerity to move Draenor, and let those souls know who the real enemy was. After comforting the Drenii, Alvin turned to Turalian. That over Dinta also revealed something about the Black Dragon Legion that came to Draenor first. He came to the front of the map again, pointed to the north and said, according to Dinta, Nazul transported the dragon eggs to Goron in the north in advance and handed them over to the local Goron. The orcs played this trick of diverting trouble from the northeast beautifully, and directly led the Black Dragon Legion to the north to fight with the local Goron. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Some people didn't even understand why the Black Dragons came to Draenor. Alvin had no choice but to tell everyone about his agreement with the Black Dragon Legion again. Alvin didn't want to say more about this matter, but now it was right in front of him. It was obvious that he had to go to the north to deal with the Black Dragon Legion first, and he might have to split up with the Alliance troops. He had to reveal all the secrets. When Alvin explained the matter clearly, there was silence in the hall again, and even Kurdran, who always liked to make jokes, frowned. Everyone heard that the strongest fighter of the Alliance, Alvin, was leaving the team temporarily to go to Gorgon to deal with the Black Dragon Legion. Just now we were talking about the haunted Drenii graveyard ahead, but then we turned around and said we couldn't go there. Everyone was a little discouraged. "So, Alvin, you are going to the north to help the Black Dragon Legion first?" Turalian broke the silence in the room, and he tried to make his tone relaxed to ease everyone's mood. "Yes, but don't worry, I will let Ekalissa take me there. With her help, I can go back and forth very quickly, and when I come back, I will bring our Black Dragon Legion allies. If the speed is fast, I may be back before you reach the Black Temple." Alvin patted his chest and said confidently. In fact, he was not sure that he could go back and forth so quickly, but this statement obviously eased everyone's tension. After all, these people have seen how powerful Alvin and his red dragon are together. "Gron, you mentioned this name just now. What is this?" Khadgar, as expected, immediately grasped the key to the matter. The mage crossed his arms and looked at Alvin. "If the Black Dragon Legion has already caught up, and they can't solve these in a short time with their strength, Gron, do you need some help?" Gron is a unique creature of the Goldron in the north. A rock-like creature, said to be formed by boulders. The tallest one is even like a hill. But these guys are intelligent. I don't think they can communicate. I will find the Black Dragon Legion first after I go there. Alvin, I will go with you. Caponia suddenly said. The elf came up and hugged one of his arms, and shook it like a spoiled child. You have seen my power. If those Grand don't obey, I will use my fire phoenix to burn them to ashes. Alvin touched Calpurnia's head, and shook his head. I plan to take Alcartassa with me this time. The two of us are faster, and the Alliance needs to chase the tribe's large forces at the same time. You and your sister will be more useful if you stay here, he said, looking at Green Shadow, and found that Caldorii was also looking at him expectantly, obviously wanting to go north with him. Looking at her eyes, that were about to drip with water, Alvin almost softened his heart, but finally shook his head. Green Shadow, please stay too, please help me protect them. Seeing Alvin insist, Green Shadow could only sigh and nodded silently. Don't worry, we are very fast. I will come to find you as soon as I finish my business. Seeing that he was determined to leave, Solantlian knew that it was useless to say anything, so he also came over and whispered a few words. Seeing that everything on Alvin's side had been explained, Turalian began to arrange the deployment of the army. Except for some people who stayed to repair the camp, the others headed south in batches, aiming for Terraker Forest. Alvin lowered his body, and lay on Akalatras's back. The wind was blowing in his ears, and the red cracked ground on the surface was retreating rapidly. The little red dragon flapped its wings happily, taking Alvin to soar in the sky. This time, the two of them acted alone, and it seemed to have returned to the time when Alvin had just stepped into Silverpine Forest. But now the two of them are much stronger than they were then. If they enter the Shadowfawn Keep at this time, I'm afraid that the little red dragon will spit a few mouthfuls of fire in the sky to kill all the werewolves. Neither Alvin nor the little red dragon spoke. They both looked ahead with some seriousness. Alvin's eyes were wide open, and he didn't blink for a long time. Until his eyes were so dry that he couldn't hold it back, Alvin let out a long breath, laughing and saying, Not bad, not bad. I said that as long as you practice more, you will definitely be able to achieve telepathy. It turned out that Alvin was bored on the road, so he did telepathy training with the little red dragon. The previous few times were at critical moments. Alvin could vaguely feel the existence and thoughts of the little red dragon. If he could maintain telepathy at any time, it would be very beneficial for future battles. Akali Tasha was also very interested, so the two practiced while flying. Although it was practice, Alvin was also confused about how to do it. He carefully recalled that when he successfully established a mental practice with the little red dragon before, it was always at a very dangerous and critical moment, and he shouted the little red dragon's name loudly in his heart to succeed. Maybe the name is the starting point for communication. Let's try to recite each other's name in our hearts, and see if it works. Alvin gently stroked Akali Tasha's dragon scales, and the little red dragon nodded in front, and the two continued to practice. Sure enough, it worked this time. In Alvin's mind, he seemed to hear the little red dragon calling his name from afar. I heard it. Brother Alvin. The little red dragon shouted loudly in excitement, but once his mind was focused, the connection that had just been established in his mind was broken again. Ah! Why is it gone? Akratassa shook her head regretfully. It doesn't matter. As long as you keep training, you will definitely be able to do it. Alvin also withdrew his mind, patted his cheek, and looked at the land under the red dragon. The red wasteland seemed to have come to an end. Yellow land and green vegetation began to appear on the ground. It seemed that they were about to leave the area of Hellfire Fortress. Brother Alvin, look ahead. The little red dragon's excited voice came. Alvin looked in the direction she said, and saw a black and yellow barrier on the horizon in the far north in front of him. Chapter 355. This black and yellow barrier stretched for thousands of miles, spanning the entire field of vision, almost like a dark cloud, weighing heavily on the red wasteland. Alvin was a little surprised, but his visual range was far inferior to that of the little red dragon, so he urged Akali Tasha to work harder and fly to the vicinity to take a look. Upon hearing this, Akali Tasha immediately flapped his wings and shot forward. Every time he flapped his wings, he could leap forward a long distance. The surrounding air was squeezed, and invisible small tornadoes quickly formed, blowing Alvin almost off the dragon's back. He hurriedly lowered his body, and the huge wind pressure even pressed him against Akali Tasha's back. Fortunately, Akali Tasha only sprinted for a while, and when Alvin was about to collapse, the little red dragon had slowed down, so he could raise his head. When he raised his head, the scene in front of him shocked Alvin directly. I saw the high wall in front of me. In fact, the word high wall is not accurate. The black and yellow in front of me is not a wall at all, but a cross-section of the continent. At the junction of Goldrund and here, the whole Goldrund is like another plateau continent high above, and there is a highland difference of several kilometers between the two continents. It is equivalent to going from here to Goldrand. First, you have to climb this plateau. This cross-section is perpendicular to the ground at a right angle of 90 degrees. From a distance, it looks like an earth wall. There are countless protruding spikes on the earth wall. Each spike is like a huge stalagmite. The thickest part is probably so big that 5 or 6 humans can't hold it together. Countless huge black thorns grow in the earth wall, hovering above the spikes, looking like a terrifying mace. The man and the dragon were shocked by this creation of nature. The little red dragon had slowed down, and was flying horizontally along the earth wall. Alvin looked up at the sky and found that he could not see the end of the earth wall at all. It seemed that it had directly penetrated the sky. Although Achilles' figure was almost the same size as the red dragon queen at this time, she still looked very small in front of this natural creation that was so tall that we could not see the top and the tail. It seems that Goldrand is a plateau. If we want to go up, we have to fly vertically upwards. Akali, can we? Brother Alvin, you have to hold on to me. The little red dragon shook his body, not taking the height in front of him into consideration at all. 3, 2, 1, fly. The little red dragon flapped its wings violently, and flew vertically upwards along the cliff. Alvin hugged the little red dragon's neck tightly, his feet hanging vertically in the air, and his body shook involuntarily with the flight of Achilles. The huge wind pressure was like countless invisible hands, pressing hard on him, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. The wind was like a sharp knife, scraping across his face. His eyes were pressed so hard by the wind that he couldn't open them. He could only close them tightly, and let the wind whistle past his ears. Every time Akali Tasha flapped her wings, she made a huge sound, which exploded in Alvin's ears like thunder. The airflow brought by the flapping wings formed a series of powerful air vortices around the cliff. The stalagmites on the cliff seemed to tremble slightly under Akali Tasha's flight. Some of the protruding rocks were like sharp sword blades, and some were like huge monster claws. When Akali Tasha flew over, it seemed that she would scratch or hit her at any time. Although Alvin couldn't see the surroundings, he could clearly feel every flap of Achilles' wings. He could feel the tension of her muscles, and the burst of her strength. From the ground, Achilles was like a red meteor, drawing a gorgeous arc along the cliff. As Achilles continued to fly upward, the air around her became thinner, and the temperature dropped sharply. Alvin's body began to stiffen, but he knew that he couldn't relax now. Achilles seemed to have sensed Alvin's changes, but she had no good way at this time. She had to rush to the plateau first. Finally, Achilles saw the end. Her huge body rushed out of the surface of Goldrand like a rocket, then turned in the air and slowly landed on a flat rock. Alvin finally couldn't hold on, and fell off the back of the little red dragon, and his feet were still a little staggering when he landed. He gasped for breath and ran behind a rock and cried, vomiting until tears and snot flowed out. While vomiting, I felt a soft hand patting my back. Erwin wiped his tears, and looked back to see Acalitha's apologetic eyes. He forced out an ugly smile, took the water bottle handed by the little red dragon and rinsed his mouth. It turns out that not everyone can be an astronaut. I think I am not an ordinary person now, but I didn't expect that my body couldn't bear it after such a sudden blow, haha. What is an astronaut? It's a person who can fly to the sky and move around in outer space. I see, then Mr. Mediv is an astronaut. When Alvin heard this, he choked on the water, and hurriedly asked her what she meant. Sister Calpurnia said that it is recorded in the book of Mediv that Mr. Mediv can fly to the sky to see us. The little red dragon smiled and said, I'm really sorry, brother, it's too high here, I have to use this flying method to get up. It's okay, I have to practice more in the future, and I also want to take you to fly to the top of the world tree on Mount Hygel to have a look, haha. Okay hee, the little red dragon said, and threw herself into Alvin's arms. It was a rare trip for the two of them. She always turned into a dragon, and couldn't stay with Alvin. She had been waiting impatiently for a long time, and wanted to hug him as soon as she came up. Alvin patted the little red dragon's back lovingly, and only then could he see the surrounding scenery clearly. Although he still remembered what this place looked like in the game, it was called Blade's Edge Mountains at that time, but now it is still called Goldrand. Although it was a little different from what he remembered, the scene here still made Alvin exclaim at the great power of nature. Looking around, there were large mountains everywhere. The stone spikes on the cliffs just now were also all over the hills here, just like the soil exploded and then quickly solidified. The spikes extended irregularly around, like a mace. Akali, where should we go to find the Black Dragon army? Looking at the endless steep mountains and the yellow wilderness and oases between the mountains, Alvin smiled bitterly. Brother, You and Sister Onyxia also have a blood contract. You can feel her. Yes. Alvin patted his head. How could he forget about this? Just as he was sitting cross-legged on the spot, just when he wanted to concentrate on his thoughts to explore the black dragon, a huge sound came from the sky in the distance, which seemed to be a roar, and it seemed to be an explosion. The wind carried the sound, but it was not clear. Brother, you don't have to look for it anymore. Akalatrasa put her hands on the pergola and looked into the distance. There is a black dragon over there. Ah? Chapter 356. Alvin once thought about why he couldn't feel Onyxia's breath at all. At that time, he was very worried that the black dragon had suffered an accident, so he hurried to Gorgrond. It was not until today, when he really set foot on the land of Gorgrond, that he realized that the distance between the two sides was not a plain distance, but a three-dimensional distance. Gorgrond was much higher than other areas. It was simply the Qinghai Plateau of Draenor. It was normal not to receive the signal. But he didn't expect that he could find the trace of the black dragon so quickly, or he didn't need to look for it at all. With Alvin's eyesight, he could see several black dragons entangled in the air from a distance, as if two groups of black clouds were entangled together. He didn't dare to delay, and quickly let Ekalissa, who turned into a red dragon, take him to the battlefield of the black dragon. The two black beasts hovering in the sky spewed lava-like flames at each other from time to time. The flames were different from those of the red dragons. The red dragons had bright red flames, while the black dragons had black and red lava. The roars that resounded through the sky continued to be heard, and even the huge stone peaks on the top of the mountain broke in a tremor and fell into the bottomless valley. The two black dragons were huge in size, sometimes spraying each other in the air, sometimes tearing and wrestling with each other, and broken scales and burning lava kept spraying out of them. They fought each other as if no one was around, and didn't even notice the approach of others. It was not until Akali Tasha approached with Alvin that he realized that there were several black dragons not far away. They were watching the two dragons fighting nervously. They wanted to go up but didn't dare to, for fear of being affected by the fight between the two beasts, and could only watch anxiously from the side. The black dragons were startled when they saw the little red dragon. Then, they quickly took off and surrounded Ekalissa. Another small black dragon went to inform the two black dragons, who were busy fighting. Who are you? Why are the red dragons here? Leave. This is the territory of the black dragons. It's me. I'm Alvin Priest. I'm here for the black dragon army. What's going on? Where is Onyxia? Alvin quickly climbed onto the dragon head of Ekalissa and shouted while holding the dragon horn. His voice was full of energy and spread far away, even shocking the two fighting dragons. Alvin? It's the miracle priest. Boss. Mr. Alvin is here. Don't fight for now. The black dragons were overjoyed and flew over to the two big guys, who were still biting each other with the red dragon. The two guys separated after hearing the sound. They gasped and retreated to the sides. Some of the originally flawless scales on their bodies had been broken. One dragon had a nosebleed from its thick nostrils, and the other dragon had a big bump on its eye. Alvin noticed that the figures of these two seemed to be Nefarian and Sabrian. Nefarian. Sabrian? Is that you? Looking at the two embarrassed black dragon princes, Alvin asked tentatively, It's me. I'm Sabrian. One of the slightly larger black dragons responded in a low voice, and he tilted his head. Let's go down and talk. Down below is our temporary camp. After that, he flew down without looking back. The few black dragons watching did not say a word, but just followed him and left silently. I apologize for this rude guy, my dear brother-in-law. The other dragon smiled and spoke in a cunning voice, but the big bag on his eyes really made him look less majestic, but he called Alvin his brother-in-law right away, which still gave him goosebumps. But it's really inconvenient to talk like this. Go to our camp and let me entertain you. After saying that, he also flew away with Sabrian, and the remaining black dragons also swarmed behind Nefarian and left. Akaratassa seemed to swallow her saliva, and Alvin gently comforted her. Don't worry, these guys are not hostile now. Don't be afraid, we will follow them. The little red dragon then followed the black dragon army to land below. It's called a camp, but it's actually a temporary nest for several dragons. Gorgrond has many high mountains, and the winds are howling between the mountains and rivers, which has corroded many huge caves. The black dragon army found some huge caves between the mountains as a temporary camp. In order to facilitate the conversation with Alvin, the two princes also transformed into human appearances. Sabrian was still a dark-skinned middle-aged bearded man, while Nefarian was younger and more handsome, but still a little worse than Alvin. Of course, this was Alvin's own idea. But now both of them had bruises on their faces and looked embarrassed. Their subordinates were also clearly divided into two groups, following their bosses. Alvin felt something was wrong when he saw this posture. He looked around, but he didn't see the shadow of Onyxia, and he was a little anxious. What's going on? Where's Onyxia? The two black dragon princes looked at each other, and the malice in their eyes flashed. Neltharion just snorted angrily, but Nefarian sighed. Let me tell you, Nefarian said, brother-in-law, I get to the point directly. We were threatened. Onyxia went to negotiate with them, but was held hostage. We were discussing countermeasures, but there were some frictions during the discussion, so we had a disagreement and changed from a verbal fight to a physical fight. Onyxia was held. Who did it? Why was the powerful black dragon princess held? What do you brothers do for a living? When Alvin heard that Onyxia was actually controlled by someone, he was immediately furious. His important sister was in trouble, and these two people were still fighting like children. Don't you know how to prioritize things? There was a chaos at the scene. The Black Dragon brothers behind saw that their big brother was scolded by humans, and they immediately became angry and started shouting. Quiet! Sabrian roared in a low voice, and everyone on his side, and Nefarian lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. It's not that we didn't think of a way. That group of stone men controlled our dragon eggs. They threatened us, saying that if we didn't obey them, they would destroy all the dragon eggs. Sabrian clenched his fists angrily, and black blood gushed out of the nostrils that were just broken by Nefarian. Onyxia went to negotiate, but was detained by the leader of the stone men. He said. Seeing Sabrian hesitating, Alvin asked impatiently, what did he say? Uncle Black Sabrian let out a sigh. He wants to marry Onyxia as his wife. Chapter 357. What? Alvin the Three Corpses jumped up in anger. What is the stoneman boss going to do? Marry my sister, Onyxia, as his wife? That guy is slurred, although he can't express it clearly, but he can still express his meaning. Nefarian spread his hands helplessly and continued. When Onyxia and I went to ask for the dragon eggs, this guy said that if my sister didn't obey, they would crush all the dragon eggs. My sister was arrested on the spot. I was going to fight with them on the spot, but my sister persuaded me to come back. But after I came back, I thought about it, and still felt too aggrieved, so I wanted to take people to fight, but Sabrian didn't let me, so we started fighting first. Sabrian nodded. He's right, that's it. Fuck. Alvin punched the sharp stone beside him. The stone shook, but his hand was cut open, and blood immediately flowed out. This time he was really angry. He was not only angry at Gron, but also at Onyxia. This was the second time he saved Onyxia, who was always a worry. Gron was certainly hateful, but why did Onyxia agree? Were the dragon eggs really more important than herself? Others were saving a princess who was captured by a dragon, but he had to save a dragon? And this dragon was a real princess. This was really the opposite of Tion Gang. These Grons that jumped out of the cracks in the rocks. Are they so bold? Do they think they are Sun Wukong? How dare they snatch my female dragon? So, brother-in-law, what should we do now? Should we endure it or fight? To me, dragon eggs are certainly important, but when have our Black Dragon Legion ever suffered such anger? Just kill them all. Those stone men can't be our opponents. I will let them know that fire can burn them into pieces. What do you think, brother-in-law? Nefarian's repeated calls of brother-in-law upset Alvin. He glared at Nefarian. What brother-in-law, brother-in-law? Who are you calling me? Hey, do you think I don't know? Onyxia told us when we came here. We have a blood pact, let me smell it. Nefarian came closer with a sly smile, squinted his eyes, and pretended to smell it a few times, but Alvin dodged away with disgust. It smells like a red dragon, a black dragon, and another one, but I don't know what kind of dragon it is. I say you can do it, brother-in-law. Stop talking nonsense. Alvin was surprised that this guy could get so much information just by smelling it. Does he have a dog's nose? He was afraid that he would know more news, so he hurriedly diverted his attention. You just said you wanted to fight, but Sabrian disagreed, so you started fighting. How long has it been now? Onyxia was just detained, and then you came back to get reinforcements, so the fight started, right? The two men looked at each other. We have been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. Sabrian answered sincerely. I admire your honesty. Alvin slapped his head. Onyxia was detained for 3 days, and you fought for 3 days? Are you kidding? No way, we are evenly matched, but I promise, if it was just a little longer, he would not be able to hold on, and I would step on his body to rescue Onyxia. You can try it now. Come on. Stop arguing. Seeing that Nefarian and Sabrian started to quarrel again, Alvin quickly stopped their behavior loudly. Where are the dragon eggs? I don't know. The two shook their heads together. There are too many caves in this area, and we don't know where the stone men hid the eggs. We have been looking for them, but we can't find them. What about the leader of the stone men? Do you know his background? Gruel, I think it's called this name. His pronunciation is not accurate, but I think it should be this. Nefarian laughed. That stupid guy is indeed a big guy, but he is still much shorter than me, but very ugly. I thought orcs were the ugliest creatures in the world, but I didn't expect these guys to be uglier than orcs. Is he black and red, with short lower limbs and long upper limbs, and can walk on all fours like a gorilla, with broad shoulders and black stripes on his body? Yes. Do you know him? Gruel the Dragon Slayer. Alvin nodded. He didn't expect to meet this guy again. He recalled the boss he met in the game before, which was really a headache. You were right not to let Nefarian rush forward rashly. Alvin turned to Sabrian and said, I know you are powerful, but Gruel is not weak either. At least many of the other members of the Black Dragon Legion may be thrown to death by him on the sharp rocks on the top of the mountain. The Black Dragons were excited again, and did not take Alvin's words seriously. How do you know so clearly? Nefarian asked with a frown. He did not quite believe Alvin's words. Because I did some research before coming here. Believe me, I won't lie to you. He thought carefully, picked up a small branch, and drew on the ground. You have been here for a while. Take a look. Is the map of this area drawn correctly? Alvin used a small branch to draw on the ground, while recalling what he remembered about Blade's Edge Mountain. Nefarian and Sabrian also lowered their bodies, to see what Alvin was drawing. I have to say, brother-in-law, you don't have much artistic talent. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought this map was drawn by a young dragon. Seeing Alvin roll his eyes, Nefarian continued, but your ability is already very good. I believe this is comparable to a master painter in your human world. The shape is not much different. It's narrower here. It's not like this here. There is a mountain range here. Sabrian was indeed more mature. He also picked up a branch and continued to modify Alvin's map. After a while he nodded, this is almost it. Where did you meet? Nefarian took the branch from Sabrian's hand and reached out to point at the map. It should be here. Alvin looked at it, according to this location. Is this the Blade Tower Fortress? Isn't this the territory of the ogres? Why are we meeting here? Nefarian and Sabrian shook their heads in confusion. I don't understand, but there are indeed many ogres here. They seem to be allies or subordinates of the stone men. I don't understand. I have no interest in low-level creatures. They should be glad that I didn't burn down their dirty camp. Alvin curled his lips helplessly. This guy is really arrogant. He pointed to the upper right corner of the map with a branch and said, Have you been to this place? Sabrian tilted his head and looked at it. It's impossible to get close. There are many stone men here, who are slightly smaller than Gruel. They will throw those sharp stones into the sky. In order to reduce losses, I didn't let my lieutenant go to scout there, but from a distance, there are many huge caves there. That's right. Alvin stood up, broke the branch in his hand with both hands, and threw it to the ground. I guess the dragon egg is in here. This Gruel is quite treacherous. He separated the dragon egg from Onyxia. Onyxia was detained in Blade Spire Fortress, and the dragon egg is in Gruel's lair. Seeing that the two dragons were still confused, Alvin explained, The heavily guarded place in the northeast is Gruel's lair. There is a biggest hole in it. It is Gruel's home. The dragon egg must be hidden there. Let me think about what to do, Alvin paced left and right, and soon came up with a plan. Well, Mr. Sabrian, I need to sneak into the cave to investigate. You and your people wait for me in a safe place outside. If I confirm that the dragon eggs are in Gruel's lair, I will come out to inform you. And you and your people can go in and grab the dragon eggs. I don't think anyone in there can be your opponent. Don't you know how to transform? Just transform into an ogre or a Gron and sneak in to grab the dragon eggs first. At this time, I will go to Blade Spire Citadel with Mr. Nefarian. I want to see with my own eyes that Sister Onyxia is okay. Remember, Mr. Sabrian, you must act quickly. After taking those dragon eggs away, make some big noise for me, so big that we can see it in Blade Spire Citadel. Then, Mr. Nefarian, it's time for you to show your abilities. I be responsible for the safety of Sister Onyxia, and you be responsible for dealing with Gruel. This is really a good idea. That stone man will be a good toy. You will see the most dazzling fireworks in the world. The three looked at each other and laughed evilly together, which scared Ecolatrasa. Chapter 358. Alvin had lost count of how many times he had been on an infiltration mission. He and the human-transformed Sabrian team quickly shuttled between the huge stone buildings outside Gruul's lair, and the 2 moons in the night sky illuminated their way. Alvin counted in his mind. If he controlled the troll Harmouth to sneak into Zolamon for the first time, and then pretended to be an orc to sneak into Grim Battle, and pretended to be a goblin to sneak into Blackwing Lair, it seemed that he was always carrying out some missions that danced on the edge of a knife. If he was not careful, he would end up in an irreparable situation. But this time was different. He looked back at the team around him, Akalisa, Sabrian, and a group of black dragons. If they didn't have to confirm whether the dragon eggs were really here, this lineup could completely sweep across Draenor. To be safe, Alvin and his team had already started walking before they reached Gruul's lair. Sabrian seemed to have never done this kind of action before. There was even a happy expression on his face that didn't match his mature appearance. Their relaxed look made Alvin feel that this action was simply an outdoor orienteering. These Grons can actually build houses. I thought they were all uncivilized stone men, Sabrian said as he walked. Although these buildings were houses, their structures were very simple, and were simply built with stones. Shoo! Alvin turned around and made a gesture to silence the sound. The loud voice of the black dragon still spread far away in the silent camp. He quickly lowered his body, and pulled Akalisa to lean against the shadow of a boulder. There was a sound of ding-ding-dong-dong, and a silly ogre ran out of the house rubbing his eyes. He looked around and found nothing. He scratched his head and went back. After a while, he snored loudly, and it seemed that he fell asleep again. This is the territory of the Goron, but the Goron is huge and usually lives in caves. These houses are for the ogres. Those guys are also the natives here, but they worship the Goron as gods and are in the same boat with the Goron. Seeing that the wind was calm, Alvin waved his hand to signal everyone to follow him, and continued to move forward. He lowered his voice, and told the black dragon what he knew. And the stone men you mentioned are not very accurate. The ancestors of these Gron are indeed made of stone, like granite or something, and they are also very ancient species. It's just that they have slowly evolved into what they are now. They have lost their rock bodies. Like us, they are also made of flesh. They will bleed if attacked, and die if seriously injured. It's just that their boss, Gruul, is bigger and stronger. Humph, in my opinion, that Gruul is just a slightly larger ogre, nothing great. When we take back the dragon egg, it will be their death. Alvin agreed with this point. Even Gruul should not be a match for the 2 black dragon princes under normal circumstances. Also, after the war here is over, you have to go to Shadow Moon Valley in the south with me to help the Alliance defeat Nazul. Alvin suddenly turned around and said to Sabrian, with your help, we will be even more powerful. Help the Alliance? Why? The 2 eyes on Sabrian's black face were wide open, and even his hair and beard were blown up, like a Tibetan mastiff with blown-up hair. Alvin's face also sank. Mr. Sabrian, what you said is wrong. This should not be said by a black dragon prince, like you who has been baptized by the years, and fully tempered by the fire of war. He first praised Sabrian and raised his tone to attract the attention of several other black dragons. Several people pricked up their ears to listen to his lofty words. Perhaps you rushed into the dark portal with a passion, and came to Draenor, but you don't know the situation here. What I want to tell you is that this Draenor continent is in danger because of the curse of the devil, and the large-scale destruction of the orcs. Why did the orcs invade our Azeroth twice? It's because their own world is about to be destroyed. The only way now is to capture Nazul, and take back the skull of Gul'dan, so that we can open the portal and return to Azeroth. Elvin held Sabrian's arm with both hands and roared in a low voice. Do you want the Black Dragon Legion to also turn into dust in the collapsing Draenor? Collapse, collapse, destruction. Sabrian swallowed his saliva. He really didn't know these things. When he first came to Draenor, he just transported dragon eggs according to the order of the father of the Black Dragon, and didn't think much about it. Later, he just wanted to take back the dragon eggs and strengthen the Black Dragon Legion. Why is the world of Draenor going to be destroyed? I see. No wonder Onyxia always looks worried. She didn't tell us these things. She is afraid that you will lose your composure after knowing this. I promised her a long time ago that I would come to Draenor and take her and the Black Dragons back. She believed me, so she has been waiting for my arrival. Alvin's tone softened, and he said earnestly, Mr. Sabrian, the dark portal has exploded. You have no way to go back. You can only go home by being tied to me. And I have guaranteed you in front of the Green Dragon Queen before. What you don't know is that before entering Draenor, I also went to see the Red Dragon Queen Alexstrasza and personally promised her that I would bring you back. This. The expression on Sabrian's black face changed rapidly, and finally, he gritted his teeth. I understand. Mr. Alvin, the matter is over here, we will go to the place you mentioned immediately. Alvin sighed, and finally made things clear. He looked at Ekalatassa, who was looking at him with stars in her eyes, and gave her a thumbs up, meaning, awesome, right? As they talked, they continued to move forward, choosing the back wall of the stone chamber built against the mountain wall, and soon came to the entrance of the largest cave in the camp. The entrance to the cave was not a naturally formed cave, but a skeleton of a beast with a big mouth. The fangs on the mouth had been almost corroded by wind and sand. There were 2 black holes above the nasal cavity, which were probably the eyes of the beast. The cave was so big that even if Sabrian turned into a dragon, he could walk in without lowering his head. Humans standing here looked extremely small. According to Alvin's memory, this should be the location of Gruul's lair. On both sides of the cave entrance, there are 2 sleeping ogres sitting here. They should be the guards here. Unfortunately, they are completely useless. They just sit with their backs against the wall of the cave entrance and snore. This is it, Gruul's lair. The dragon egg may be deep inside. There may be ogres guarding it. Try not to fight if you can. The key is to find the dragon egg. Alvin continued, well, I will control an ogre to go in and take a look. After confirming the location of the dragon egg, we will kill it. Sabrian nodded and continued to hide behind the wall of the stone house near the cave entrance. Only Alvin lowered his body and stretched out his hand, aiming at the ogre, who was closer to him. Chapter 359. The effect of mind control was very good. When Alvin came to his senses, he had successfully controlled the ogre. He stood up and looked at the group of people hiding behind the house. He found that he was fixed in place, still maintaining a posture of holding his hands flat to guide mind control, which looked very funny. The little red dragon and Sabrian beside him waved to him. Alvin nodded and turned to walk into the cave. The feeling of controlling the ogre was similar to that of controlling the troll, just like playing a first-person perspective game, which Alvin was already very familiar with. Moreover, the controlled ogre was still asleep, and was controlled unconsciously. I am afraid that even if he woke up and found that he was no longer in the original position, he would only think that he was sleepwalking. The space in the cave was very large, as big as a football field, but the stench was unbearable. A fishy smell of wild beasts filled the air and condensed into a ball, which could not be dispersed at all. Alvin resisted the urge to vomit, raised his arms, and covered his nose, as he walked forward quickly. There were no patrolling guards in the cave, only a few ogres lying on the ground sleeping. Alvin noticed that the ogres here were basically 2-headed ogres. It was said that the intelligence and physical strength of 2-headed ogres were much higher than those of ogres with only 1 head. It seemed that this place was indeed unusual. The entire cave retained its original appearance. The walls in the front half should have been formed naturally, but the back half was obviously different. There were obvious traces of excavation on the surrounding walls. It seemed that someone had deliberately expanded the internal space of the cave. The route was exactly the same as Alvin remembered. Soon, a circular hall appeared in front of him. A huge beast skeleton was hanging on the roof. Some candles were lit on the skeleton, casting the shadow of the skeleton on the ground, which looked shadowy and extremely weird. Seeing this, Alvin hurriedly leaned against the wall, and slowly moved forward from the shadow, until he saw the whole picture of the hall. In the dim candlelight, 2-headed ogres were surrounding a magic circle, and casting strange magic. Behind them stood a taller 1-eyed ogre. Although he only had 1 head, it was obvious that this guy was the boss among them. He looked fierce, and his figure was closer to that of a Goron than an ogre. There were spikes like dragon bones on his back. He wore an asymmetrical shoulder armor, with only 1 side. He leaned on a black war hammer in both hands, and watched several magicians casting spells intently. Hurry up! Idiots! Nazul is still waiting for us to hatch these black dragon eggs. As long as these dragon eggs are hatched and belong to us, the Alliance will not be our opponent, But King Gruul, the king of the Gron, will not let us go, he will eat us all. Idiots! As long as we have these dragons, Gruul can only obey the orders of the tribe. Now the reason why the big fool can withstand those black dragons is entirely because they don't know that we hide these dragon eggs here. As long as we use magic to hatch these dragon eggs, Gruul will be useless. In the end, there will be only one winner, the tribe. King, you are so smart. Stop talking nonsense and work quickly. We don't have much time, these dragon eggs must be hatched as soon as possible. The tall ogre called the king roared and smashed the war hammer on the ground, shaking the candles above his head. Dust fell from the dragon bones and fell on everyone, but the mages were busy casting spells, and no one dared to leave their posts. There is also an unexpected gain, Alvin thought. It turns out that these ogres are also loyal to Nazul. That so-called Great King is obviously a spy of the tribe. No wonder they sent dragon eggs here. It turns out that they want to rely on the power of Gron to delay time so that they can hatch these dragon eggs into war machines of the tribe. But can dragon eggs be hatched normally in Draenor? Will strange freaks grow out, such as void dragonlets? In short, there is no time to lose. The news you want has been obtained. Now you should hurry back to report to Sabrian. Who is it? The guy in the shadow. Come out. A deafening roar sounded, scaring Alvin, and then a black shadow flashed. The huge ogre had already run over with a war hammer, and stood in front of Alvin in an instant, looking down at him. Ogre? What are you doing here? The ogre called the Great King put down the hammer in his hand, when he saw that it was an ogre. Great King. Alvin's mind raced, as he tried to come up with a suitable excuse. I wanted to see if you guys needed a midnight snack. Midnight snack? The ogre stared at Alvin, his single eye gleaming with brilliance, as if trying to penetrate Alvin's mind. Alvin tried his best to keep his expression sharp, grinning and drooling. He remembered someone had told him that when you want to pretend to be an ogre, don't be restrained, the dumber you act, the better. Sure enough, the king laughed. Very good. Ogre, you are very thoughtful. Go and get something to eat. We won't sleep tonight. Yes, Alvin said, turned around and ran away, looking more like an ogre than an ogre, leaving only the king's laughter behind him. A close call. Alvin swallowed his saliva, and before running to the door, he just turned a corner in the cave, and got out of the sight of the ogre king. Alvin lifted the magic of mind control. Ah! He exclaimed, and when he came to his senses, he found that he was falling backwards, and then was supported by Akali Tasha. Brother Alvin, what happened? It's okay, there's good news. The dragon egg is inside. But those ogre magicians are from the tribe. They are delaying time through Garanla and conducting a terrible magic experiment. They are using the warlock's vicious spells to hatch dragon eggs, and want to train the young dragons into war weapons for the tribe. We must act immediately. What? When Sabrian heard Alvin's words, his hair and beard stood up in anger, and his black face stared with a pair of leopard eyes, just like Zhang Fei from another world. The black dragon squad behind him was also angry, rubbing their hands and ready to take action. Let's go, let's rush in. These are all tribes, destroy all these guys. Alvin took a few breaths and finally recovered. He didn't dare to delay, and prepared to take action immediately. Leave it to us. The rest is the work of the Black Dragon Legion. You take a rest. Sabrian pressed Alvin down. Let your red dragon take care of you. The scene inside will be very tragic later. I think you better not see it. He gritted his teeth and said to Alvin solemnly. Seeing that the Black Dragon Prince was so persistent, Alvin stopped talking and sat down obediently. It's very spacious inside. You can play as you like, but don't make too much noise. Take the dragon egg back first. Don't worry. Sabrian nodded. Let's go. After that, he spat on the ground, shook his head, turned around and walked into the cave. His brothers followed their boss closely, and walked in a row. It looked like a gangster showdown in a Western movie. When passing by another sleeping ogre at the door, Sabrian didn't even turn his head, but just stretched out a finger. The ogre, who was dreaming sweetly, suddenly caught fire and turned into ashes in just a few seconds, without even having time to let out a howl. Chapter 360. The bad boys of the Black Dragon Legion entered the dark cave, and soon disappeared into the darkness. There was no sound or fire for a long time. From the outside of the cave, they seemed to be swallowed by the huge animal bones at the entrance. Akaratasa hid behind the stone uneasily, pursed her lips nervously, and stared at the entrance of the cave. Alvin, however, was at ease. He gently blew the dirt on a low stone on the ground and sat on it. Don't worry, there are only some ogres in there, which can't pose a threat to them. Alvin crossed his legs, put his hands on the back of his head, and lay on the stone, just in time to see two moons, one big and one small, hanging in the night sky. She suddenly thought, I wonder what Onyxia is doing at this time? Will she be locked in a small attic on the tower like in the story, and looking at the moon in the sky with one hand on her face? Hee, don't worry, we will come to rescue you in a while. I really want to see the surprise of the Black Dragon's sister when she sees me. Alvin was thinking about it. Suddenly, there were bursts of muffled noises from the cave, and there was a flash of fire. It seemed that the Black Dragon Bad Boy Army and the Ogre King had an encounter. There's a fight inside. Akaratasa stretched her neck and looked inside, and her voice became excited. After escaping from the orcs, the little red dragon has now fully recovered the strong curiosity and desire to explore that a young dragon should have. except for the trauma syndrome at the beginning. She supported her hands on the stone and exerted force. Her nails almost pierced into the stone, and she looked eager to try. Do you want to go in and take a look? Alvin sat up and asked the little red dragon. It's okay. Sabrian is inside. I don't think there should be any danger. If you want to go, go ahead. Akaratasa looked at the hole where the flames kept coming out, and then looked at Alvin. There was a burst of joy in her eyes, but it was soon replaced by calmness. She shook her head, and her long red hair looked like a flame burning in the ice under the moonlight. I won't go. I want to stay by your side to protect you. Alvin was a little surprised. When did this little guy become so responsible? He could resist not watching the fun and choose to stay outside with him. As if he saw through Alvin's thoughts, Akalisa smiled foolishly and said, when I came out, Sister Solanlian, Sister Calpurnia, and Sister Green Shadow pulled me and told me for a long time, asking me to be by your side to protect you at all times, and other things are not important. And, Akaratasa blushed, I also want to be by your side. The little red dragon said, and got up and sat next to Alvin. A fragrant breeze blew by, a strange fragrance, refreshing, but if you savor it carefully, it is strong and warm, a smell that Alvin has never smelled before. I didn't notice before. Has my little red dragon changed its gender? It doesn't smell like barbecue or some kind of food, but perfume? It's the fragrance of the flame flower. My mother gave it to me. The Red Dragon Life Guide says that this perfume can make males crazy. The little red dragon lowered his head and pointed with his index fingers together, like a simple little girl. Alvin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who wrote this Red Dragon Life Guide that Akaratasa regarded as a Bible? In addition to telling red dragons how to avoid black dragons, it also wrote how to seduce males. The key is that the Black Dragon Bad Boy Corps was here just now, all male, and they didn't go crazy. Or does the perfume of this flame flower only work on male red dragons? But looking at the little red dragon's appearance, Alvin's heart was beating fast. Thinking of the little red dragon's confession to him before, he always felt that he owed it a lot. Alvin raised his hand, gently hugged Akalisa's shoulders, and whispered, I will always be crazy for you. Ah! The little red dragon cried out, and a layer of blush quickly appeared on her face. She unconsciously twisted her clothes with her hands, and her expression changed, and she suddenly felt a little lost. What's wrong? I'm too stiff, brother. Do you like stiff girls? Stiff? Alvin was confused. What was going on? He hugged Akalisa's arms and felt that the girl was soft and warm. Sister Solanlian said so. The little red dragon lowered his head, his face red as if it was about to bleed. Solanlian? What did she say? Sister Solanlian said, she only realized after being with you, that her knees could touch her shoulders. Ah! After Akali Tasha finished speaking, she also felt something was wrong, and squatted on the ground with her hands covering her face, leaving Alvin in shock in the wind. Knees touching shoulders. Solanlian, you're throwing the wheel on other people's faces. Cough, cough, cough. Alvin coughed awkwardly twice. Even though he already had the blood covenant of almost 3 dragons, he still felt his face was burning, the kind that could boil an egg. He took a long breath to catch his breath. Thinking that things had come to this, he made up his mind, and pulled Akalisa up from the ground, and let the girl sit on his lap. Then he pulled away her hands that were covering her face, looked at her eyes seriously, and nodded, It's nothing, just practice makes perfect. As long as you practice hard, you can do it. Akalisa's already red face was dyed a layer of crimson. She looked even more beautiful under the moonlight. The little red dragon secretly glanced at Alvin, then nodded and pounced on Alvin. The power was so great that Alvin was directly pressed on the bluestone. Boom! Just when it was beautiful, a violent explosion came from Gruel's lair. Instantly, the black and red flames burst out from the cave mouth, forming a circular column of fire, which looked like the flames from a rocket jet engine, and burned several stone houses far outside the cave mouth into black. The ogres sleeping inside went to the shadow world in their dreams. The impact caused a strong wind pressure that blew Alvin and Akali Tasha off the big bluestone and onto the ground. The two hurriedly got up and found that the black dragon was waving its wings and flying out of the explosion flames, like a devil returning from the flames of hell. Then came the second and third black dragons. They were slightly smaller, but they all held some black dragon eggs in their claws. The leading dragon was burly, and it was the black dragon Prince Sabrian. He held something in his big claws. Alvin couldn't see what it was, but it looked like it was definitely not a dragon egg. Get out! You cowards! Son of Gruel and ogre maggots! Come out and face your fate! Sabrian was circling in the sky, roaring loudly. In fact, The explosion here had already awakened other Grons and ogres in the area. They ran out in panic, and when they saw the raging fire in Gruul's lair, they knew that the Black Dragon's raid had succeeded. But the Grons were not afraid. They angrily pulled out the giant stone spikes from the side of the mountain and shot them at the enemies in the sky with their powerful strength, but they were all dodged by the Black Dragons. Paw! Sabrian threw the thing in his claws down, hitting an unlucky ogre, and directly smashed the ogre's head into the cavity. Looking closely, what he threw down was half of the body of the ogre king in the cave, but there was only a head and an arm on the body. The ogres were all horrified. Seeing their leader being killed so easily, they lost all their fighting spirit. They threw away their weapons and scattered like locusts. Only a few angry Grons were left to fight back. Elvin! Go find Nefarian and Onyxia first. Sibelian's wild laughter came from the air. You will soon see the fireworks I promised. Chapter 361. When Alvin met Nefarian, who was lying in ambush in Blade Spire Fortress, the Black Dragon could no longer hold back his eagerness. The Black Dragon squad under him also spewed black flames from their nostrils and murmured hoarsely in their throats, just like their master. Sabrian succeeded. Alvin sat on Echolus's back and shouted loudly "I." But he could no longer hear the voice behind him, because when he just said a word, a dazzling light flashed in the mountains in the northeast, and then a huge explosion sounded, like 10,000 thunders exploding in people's ears at the same time. Following it was a strong gale that covered the sky and the earth, mixed with scorching heat. Echolusa tried her best to control her body to ensure that she was not blown away by the strong wind. Sabrian did a good job. Nefarian laughed, and Alvin didn't need to explain now. The huge mushroom cloud rising from the direction of Gruul's lair explained everything. It was a highly irritating cloud produced by the Black Dragon's unique shadow flame. For a period of time, that area would no longer be suitable for the survival of animals and plants. Elvin, do you dare to come with me? Nonsense, you go find Gruul later, I go save Onyxia first. Ha ha ha. Human, you have guts. Nefarian twisted his head, and the magma in his mouth began to drip uncontrollably. It looked like a giant beast that was about to devour the world. Black Dragon Legion. Come with me, attack. Ah! Nefarian twisted his body in the air and rushed out first. A dozen black dragons suddenly flapped their wings at the same time, launching an air raid on the collapsed fortress on the ground from high altitude, like black feather arrows shot from the sky to the ground, piercing the collapsed fortress. Akali, let's go too. The little red dragon and Alvin were in tune with each other. The Black Dragon Army's passionate fighting spirit also inspired the little red dragon's fighting enthusiasm. They also swooped down to the low altitude. Alvin stuck tightly to Akali's back. The turbulent airflow almost made him unable to breathe, let alone open his eyes. The short few seconds felt like a long time. Alvin felt that the little red dragon suddenly slowed down and took a deep breath. Then a warm heat flow was generated from Akali's abdomen, flowing along the slender neck to the dragon head, whoosh whoosh. A long flame spewed out of her mouth. As the little red dragon flew over the fortress at low altitude, a wall of fire more than 10 meters wide and hundreds of meters long appeared in the collapsed fortress. Alvin looked around. The black dragons had already launched a devastating attack, completely setting Blade Tower on fire. Gruul, come out! Hand over my sister! Nefarian roared while spitting fire. The angry black dragon gave up the air advantage and crushed a building with his body like a dragon meat bomb. He spit fire on the left side of the ground, kicked his legs on the right side, and then spread his wings and ran forward, crushing all the enemies in front of him. Roar, roar, roar! Soon, a huge roar resounded in Blade Tower, and a hill and a city began to move. Alvin rubbed his eyes. Indeed, he originally thought that Blade Tower was built in the mountains, but he didn't expect that the mountain was the legendary Gruul the Dragon Slayer. Nefarian was bragging. This was his first thought, because Gruul in front of him was a moving hill, much larger than Nefarian, but still much worse than Deathwing. Black Dragon. Outsider. Die! Die! The hill spoke, and Gruul seemed unable to speak a complete sentence, only uttering a few words intermittently. The sound was like the sound of stone cracking with a voice tone, which sounded extremely strange. Take off, Akali, take off! As the little red dragon pulled up the altitude, Alvin saw Gruul's full appearance. The guy's broad back was a brown ridge, full of sharp stones everywhere, and there was a round amber on his huge head, which seemed to be his eye. How to fight this thing? Alvin smiled bitterly. The difference between the game and reality is too big. Facing this mountain-like monster, you let a human hold a shield to carry it. Even if you feed this person 10 bottles of Winter Spring Fire wine, plus the world amplifier, it will only reach the height of Gruul's feet. Gruul, today is your death. Nefarian roared, and a mouthful of shadow flame sprayed on Gruul's face. Gruul closed his eyes, and let the flame burn on his face for a long time, then stretched out his hand, and wiped his face, just like washing his face. The flame is useless, Gruul muttered, as if mocking Nefarian's powerless flame. Brainless stone man. I will dig your eyes out. Not surprisingly, the hot-tempered Nefarian was enraged. He lowered his head, and took a half-step back, then suddenly charged at Gruul. His two big claws stepped on the ground and made a heavy dong-dong-dong sound, as if the ground was shaking with his footsteps. Gruul did not dodge, but supported himself on the ground with his two forearms and lay down, trying to withstand Nefarian's attack. Alvin, who was quick-witted, quickly covered his ears. A sound of landslides and cracking of the ground was heard, and the giants and dragons tore each other apart and rolled, crushing countless buildings and creatures. Even many of Gruul's descendants were crushed to death by him. The scene was in a mess, as if it was the Last Judgment. At this time, a voice sounded in Alvin's heart. Alvin, I'm here. He was surprised. It was Onyxia's voice. Alvin closed his eyes, spread his senses, and looked for Onyxia's trace in this chaotic battlefield. Suddenly, it was as if a flame was ignited in his heart, and he clearly felt a direction, over there. Alvin looked around and was definitely not wrong. He knew that this was definitely not an illusion, but the effect of the blood contract. He couldn't say why, but the tearing feeling told him that he had to go in that direction. It was a tower. Just like what he imagined when he was in Gruul's lair just now. She was locked in that tower. Alvin excitedly told the little red dragon that he already knew where Sister Onyxia was. The little red dragon followed his guidance, and really came to an inconspicuous tower in the north of the Blade Tower fortress. Akaratasa almost flew over to the tower. Alvin cast a levitation spell on himself without hesitation, and then accurately floated to the balcony on the top of the tower in the air. It's in the room. It must be there. The tearing feeling in Alvin's chest became stronger and stronger, like a burning flame, but he couldn't release it. He kicked the balcony door down and jumped into the attic on the top of the tower. A familiar figure was hugging her knees, burying her head in her arms, curled up in the corner, her long black hair flowing down like a waterfall, and two iron chains fell on her bare feet. The woman heard the voice and raised her face. Her beautiful face was no longer the iconic flaming red lips of the past, but looked a little pale. When she saw the man in front of her, 2 lines of tears flowed from her eyes, and quickly dripped from her smooth skin to the ground. Alvin, you finally. Before Onyxia finished her words, she was blocked in her throat by Alvin's mouth. Well, no. Onyxia struggled weakly, trying to push Alvin away, but she couldn't shake him at all. Alvin felt that the tearing feeling in his heart finally subsided, and he felt indescribably comfortable, but there was also a strange feeling that his power was flowing to Onyxia through his lips. He opened his eyes, and found that Onyxia was closing her eyes tightly, frowning slightly, and her body was shaking violently. This was not Onyxia's usual strong look at all. When he saw the iron chain on her bare feet, Alvin understood that it was the orc's props that restricted magic again. He immediately left Onyxia's lips, squatted down, and held her 2 white and tender feet in his arms. The woman, whose mind had gone blank due to lack of oxygen, trembled again. When she reacted, her feet were already in Alvin's hands. No, don't. Onyxia whispered, not knowing whether she didn't want him to touch the 2 chains or didn't want him to touch her feet. But the next second, Alvin wrestled with his arms, easily tore the 2 chains apart, and threw them beside him. This shameless thing that sucks magic from people. No wonder you are so weak. Onyxia was extremely surprised. Why did Alvin touch the magic-sucking iron chain with both hands, but nothing happened? How did you do it? Before she finished her sentence, Onyxia's lips collapsed again. Chapter 362. Onyxia woke up from a strong dizziness. She felt like a lonely boat in the sea, drifting to an unknown place in the strong wind and high tide. Alvin held the back of her head, and pressed Onyxia hard on his lips. Without the magic chain, power began to return to Onyxia's body continuously, and it was easy to push Alvin away. She put her hands on Alvin's chest and pushed gently, but the man stretched out another hand to cover her back and pressed her tightly against his chest. Forget it. Let him. Onyxia seemed to accept her fate, relaxed her body, raised her hands, hugged Alvin's neck, and began to respond to Alvin's demands in an unfamiliar way. When Onyxia was about to be out of breath, Alvin finally relaxed his hand on the back of her head. She opened her eyes, and found that the man was looking at her seriously. The distance was so close that she could feel his breath. Onyxia blushed. Sister Onyxia, I am very angry this time. Alvin wanted to criticize the Black Dragon Princess for her attitude of sacrificing herself to feed the tiger, but when he saw the originally strong woman being embarrassed under his burning gaze, his anger disappeared by half. Humph, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you actually… Onyxia wanted to put on her original strong appearance, but before she could finish her sentence, her mouth was blocked again. Are you honest? Alvin's hand inserted into Onyxia's hair at the back of her head, supporting Onyxia's head, so that her face was always facing him. The Black Dragon Princess was panting heavily. She had never been treated like this before in her life, and could even hear her own heartbeat. But for some reason, Onyxia felt very happy now. She suddenly realized that maybe she subconsciously liked Alvin's rough treatment of her. Thinking of this, Onyxia's face turned even redder. She stole a glance and saw Alvin staring at her with big eyes, still waiting for the answer just now, so she could only nod slightly. Oh, be honest. Do you know why I'm angry? I shouldn't have stayed there regardless of my own danger. Alvin sighed. You don't know how anxious I was when I knew you were in trouble. If you were in trouble, then what we did would become meaningless. He held Onyxia's shoulders with both hands and lowered his voice. The dragon egg is safe, but Sister Onyxia, please make your own safety the top priority in the future, okay? Remember, you are my dragon. Well? The Black Dragon Princess nodded, gently placed her hands on Alvin's chest, and pressed her side face against it. The fast and powerful heartbeat told her that Alvin was really excited. Thinking of the suffering and grievances she had suffered in exploring this strange world with the Black Dragon Legion in the past month, she couldn't help but feel sad. Her eyes were sore, and tears flowed down. Onyxia raised her head and nodded seriously. Master, I know I was wrong. I know you will come to save me. As she spoke, she stood on tiptoe again, passed her hand through Alvin's neck, hung herself on the man's neck, and leaned close to Alvin's ear. If the master is still angry, please teach your little black dragon a lesson. Brother, they are coming. Come out. The two's beautiful time was broken by Echolissa. A huge amber dragon eye appeared on the balcony and looked into the room. Alvin shouted that it was not good. Nefarian and Gruel were still fighting desperately outside. He was messing with someone else's sister in the house. If his brother-in-law knew about it, he would fight with him. He quickly let go of Onyxia, then turned sideways, passed his hands through the back and legs of the Black Dragon Princess, and with a little effort, he hugged Onyxia by the waist. Ah! Onyxia was suddenly hugged by the princess, and quickly hugged Alvin's neck tightly. Alvin was looking at him, gritting. Remember what you said? Save today's punishment for now. Save your brother first, then teach you a lesson. After saying that, he exerted force on his feet, rushed out of the room, jumped high on the balcony, and jumped directly onto Echolissa's back. The little red dragon flapped its wings and left the tower. The next moment after the three left, the giant and the black dragon, who had rolled into a ball, knocked down the tower like a bowling ball. Alvin put Onyxia down and looked down. The tower they had just built had collapsed, and Gruel sat on it and turned it into powder. He was scared. Gruel, surrender. You idiot are not my opponent. In a little while, I will knock out your eyes. Ha ha! Nefarian laughed crazily. He was stepping on Gruel, who fell on his back, and opened his bloody mouth to bite Gruel's one eye. Although he had the upper hand, the Black Dragon Prince looked very embarrassed, with wounds and tears all over his body. Many of his originally perfect dragon scales had fallen off, and some were cracked and damaged. Even his black wings had many holes, like torn stockings. To use the popular description now, he looked like a broken pair of stockings. In a flash, Gruel struggled hard, freed his arm that was stepped on by Nefarian, and swung his fist to hit Nefarian's big head, knocking the black dragon flying from his body. Then he stood up with the help of the ground, held Nefarian's head in his arms, and wrestled to one side, wanting to twist Nefarian's dragon head off. Not good. Onyxia saw that Nefarian was in a critical situation, and quickly jumped down from Echolissa's back. I helped Nefarian. Akali, protect Alvin. Black smoke poured out, and a huge roar sounded. Onyxia in the form of a dragon had already broken through the black smoke and fell from the sky, hitting the back of Gruel's head. A cracking sound was heard, and the spikes on Gruel's back were smashed by Onyxia, and even half of the boulder on the back of his head was knocked off. Ah! Nefarian, are you okay? Onyxia spread her wings and blocked Nefarian's way. Puff! Nefarian shook his head, spat out a mouthful of burning black blood, and barely stood up with his wings. But he was shaky, probably because of the concussion caused by the punch to his head just now. It's okay, Alvin did a good job, and rescued you. I'm glad you're okay. Leave it to me next, you go and rest. No, you can't deal with this guy alone, I have to go too. Now is not the time to make trouble. The two were still arguing, but Gruul over there had already stood up again, with his huge eyes wide open, looking at the two black dragons viciously. Black dragon, no more, all die, all die, all die. He recognized that the one who had just hit him was the female black dragon he had wanted before, and he was immediately angry and pounded his two thick fists on the ground angrily, like an angry gorilla. Gruul reached out and picked up two stone spikes from the mountain wall behind him, holding one in each hand, and posed for attack. Damn, this guy is not stupid. Seeing that he is going to 1v2, he started to use weapons. Alvin shouted. Chapter 363. The dragons in the world of Azeroth are all based on the background of Western fantasy stories. They usually fight with 4 claws, huge wings, sharp teeth, and sometimes they can spit fire or poison. But I have never heard of dragons using weapons. Although they are thick-skinned, Erwin still doesn't think that dragons can take advantage of Gruul, who uses 2 sharp boulders as weapons. This is just like the fact that Homo sapiens, who can walk upright, can hunt beasts that are much stronger than them with weapons. Erwin selected the icon of Holy Word Silence in his mind, and then cast several powerful healing spells. His target is Nefarian, the Prince of the Black Dragon. This guy was injured just now. Now, let alone forming combat power, he is already a complete burden to Onyxia, so Erwin hurriedly let the little red dragon take him closer, and he cast a healing spell for the injured Black Dragon Prince in midair. When Nefarian was wrapped in the holy light, he was shocked by the warm power. He had never enjoyed the treatment of holy light in his life. He knew that those charlatans who worshipped holy light could perform strange magic, but the Black Dragon Prince, who always claimed to be invulnerable and indestructible, never took human tricks seriously. But when he saw his broken wounds and dragon scales recovering visibly, Nefarian was completely convinced. Is this the power of holy light? Brother-in-law, you are really powerful, then I am invincible, right? Do whatever you want. Help me heal if you get hurt. Ha ha ha. Be careful or you will be pierced by Gruul like a dragon skewer. I can't save you if you are killed on the spot. Alvin yelled, asking Nefarian to give up the idea of pestering him. Sister, why don't we go first this time? Brother Alvin and his men have already snatched the dragon egg. Akaratasa also spoke. Gruul looked a little scary now. If they continue to fight like this, both sides might suffer. The Black Dragon siblings looked at each other and laughed. Nefarian has completely recovered after treatment. He stood up and said, Little Sister Red Dragon, you don't understand black dragons. The Black Dragon Legion will not retreat. If it were our father or your mother, what would they do? Akaratasa thought for a while, and bowed her head and said, We will fight to the death. That's right. We can't let our fathers down. The Black Dragon Legion will not fall today. After that, Onyxia and Nefarian raised their heads at the same time, and let out a long dragon roar. Then, the dragon roars sounded one after another. Alvin looked around and found that the entire Dota fortress had been almost razed to the ground by the black dragons. Ogres, Grons, no one could escape. The black dragons roared together, and the momentum was deafening. Well said. Nefarian. I help you. A powerful voice sounded from afar, and several black spots quickly approached and grew larger, and then landed beside Onyxia with a scorching breath. Sabrian is back. He has properly placed the dragon eggs, arranged for people to guard them, and brought his dragon to support Nefarian. Sabrian. Nefarian and Onyxia felt more relieved when they saw their brother coming. When the 3 siblings were in Azeroth, they didn't give in to each other and rarely met each other, because they would inevitably fight when they met. As a result, since arriving in Draenor, the 2 elder brothers have loved their younger sister Onyxia very much, and even fought with her when she was detained. Although the brothers and sisters still speak ill of each other, when facing a common enemy, they all know that the other party is their strongest helper. Now that the 3 of them have gathered together, plus other black dragons, this is basically the strongest army in the entire Draenor. There is no reason for such a black dragon army to retreat. Long live the Black Dragon Army. The black dragons roared loudly, and gathered towards their leader. Long live the Red Dragon Army. Akaratasa was also infected by the fighting spirit of her compatriots. She was already young and was more easily aroused, so she shouted without giving in. However, she was the only red dragon, which seemed a little weak. Ha ha ha. The black dragons laughed loudly. They knew that this red dragon was Alvin's dragon, and it was considered their own dragon. Usually, they just treated it as a little sister. It should be said that long live the dragon army. Alvin shouted. Yes, Long live the dragon army. Oh 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 oh! The dragons roared, shaking the ground around the entire Blade Tower fortress. Gruul looked around and found that his ogre subordinates and descendants were dead or ran away. Is the rule of Gorin and Gorgron going to end today? The giant roared unwillingly. He began to wave his weapon and launched a final charge towards the 3 black dragon brothers and sisters. Sabrian, you were really useless just now. If I hadn't helped you take that blow, you would have become a kebab. Nonsense. It was me who bit his arm and made him unable to move, so Onyxia had the chance to pull his head off. If you doubt my power, I don't mind sticking you on the sharp rocks of the mountains right now. Stop arguing, we should all thank Alvin. If he hadn't suddenly had an idea and used magic to blow a deep pit in the ground, and half of Gruul fell into it, could you have bitten his arm? And fortunately, Akalissa bit his other arm, so I finally had the chance to twist his head off. You know, if Alvin hadn't used healing magic to heal your injuries in the end, would you have recovered so quickly? Onyxia is right. It reminds me of the time when we fought other enemies together when we were young. It was really a good memory. In the temporary camp of the Black Dragon, several dragons have transformed into human forms, and are recalling the battle just now. The long-awaited joint action of the Black Dragon brothers and sisters was a huge success. First, Nefarian was hit by the stick as a meat shield, and then Alvin used Shadow Crash to blast the ground under Gruul's feet. When Gruul was trapped, Sabrian and Akalissa bit his arms one by one to make him unable to move. Onyxia took the opportunity to pounce on Gruul and broke off his head. Although Gruul was also very powerful, no creature could survive under the siege of such a group of dragons, and was directly torn to pieces. Afterwards, Alvin treated the injured Nefarian, and everyone returned to the Black Dragon's temporary residence on the plateau. Along the way, Nefarian and Sabrian were bickering, but it was obvious that this cooperation brought them closer, and no one quarreled or got angry because of it. After resting for a while, Sabrian asked Alvin when he would go to support the alliance, but Nefarian covered his mouth and pulled him away, saying that he wanted to talk about the protection plan of the dragon eggs. Before leaving, Nefarian turned back and winked at Alvin. Brother-in-law, you and Onyxia have a good rest tonight, and we will set off again tomorrow morning. Alvin was dumbfounded. Are these two uncles creating opportunities for him? What is this guy talking about? He made the atmosphere awkward. He turned around and wanted to say that this guy joked without knowing the occasion, but found that Onyxia and Akalissa were sitting on both sides, both blushing and lowering their heads, and didn't know what they were thinking. The silver moonlight sprinkled on the 3 people, and the ambiguity continued to spread. Alvin was a little at a loss. He looked left and right. This place was a flat land in the middle of the camp. Although it was not in broad daylight, it was also transparent from north to south. What on earth was this damn Nefarian thinking? I go to rest first. Akratassa stood up with a red face, but was held by Alvin. The little red dragon did not dare to break free, and had to stand aside shyly. Onyxia showed disappointment on her face, and she also stood up. Then I go to rest, you get up early. The moment she turned around, she was actually a little lost. Just as she was about to leave, she found that her hand was also held by Alvin. A force came and pulled Onyxia into Alvin's arms. Alvin smiled and whispered in Onyxia's ear, Sister Onyxia, I remember you said that a strong male can have many females. Today, no one is allowed to leave. Chapter 364. Alvin said, hugging both of them tightly. His heart was pounding. Although he felt something was wrong, his 2 dragons had a blood pact. No matter what choice he made now, it would be wrong. He might as well be thick-skinned and leave both of them behind. He thought the 2 would beat him up and run away, but Alvin miscalculated. Akalissa obeyed him unconditionally, and Onyxia was even more powerless after Alvin hugged her. The 2 fierce dragons that had just torn Gruul alive just stuck to Alvin like 2 puddles of mud. Don't do it here. Go to my cave. Onyxia finally broke free from Alvin's hands, dragged the 2 of them all the way, and ran into a warm cave. The 3 of them ran hard, and when they entered the cave, they mixed together and fell to the ground. However, the cave was already covered with thick haystacks, and the 3 of them didn't feel any pain when they fell on it, but laughed out loud. The light in the cave was dim, and Alvin could only vaguely see the 2 people with his human eyes. After laughing for a while, Alvin gently hugged the 2 people tightly. The soft grass bed and warm body were very comfortable. Akratassa, thank you for accompanying me all the way until now and saving my life several times. Onyxia, thank you for trusting me and leading the Black Dragon army back to the right path. He whispered, and then gently kissed the top of the head of the 2. I love you. The 2 turned over, one on the left and one on the right, and looked up at Alvin. In the darkness, the dragon's eyes still emitted a faint light. The little red dragon blushed, buried his face in Alvin's chest, and drew circles on his chest with a finger. Onyxia licked her lips seductively. "You are our knight, our master. Please don't speak now, but love us well." The warm cave was quiet until dawn. This night was full of imagination and creativity. Alvin fully utilized the power of the 3 Dragon Blood Covenant, and completely defeated the 2 evil dragons. One of the young dragons was defeated early, but the other dragon fought with the hero for a long time, using all his strength. In the battle, it awakened the young dragon that had been defeated before. While marveling at the strength of the Dragon Elder, the young dragon fully learned the excellent combat experience of the Elder, cooperated with the Elder, and the 2 dragons went up together. However, the hero was too powerful, and the 2 evil dragons still screamed and lost, and finally both were subdued by the hero. When Nefarian saw Alvin the next day, the Black Dragon Prince was arranging his men to pack all the dragon eggs in wooden boxes, and then had his dragon tie the wooden boxes firmly on its back. He saw Alvin at a glance, and immediately showed a meaningful smile on his face, clapping his hands and walked over. Nefarian first congratulated Alvin on officially becoming a member of the Black Dragon Legion, and then told him that Sabrian and he had arranged for someone to be responsible for transporting the dragon eggs yesterday. Sabrian had synchronized Nefarian with Alvin's next plan, and he fully agreed with Alvin's plan. "So, brother-in-law, what are we going to do next?" "First take the dragon eggs to Hellfire Citadel, which is already the Alliance's stronghold. Leave someone to protect the dragon eggs and the fortress. Then we will continue to go south to chase the Alliance troops, and try to find them before they reach Auchendown." "A wise choice. We will help you defeat the tribe, take away the artifact you mentioned, and then take everyone home." He looked at the surrounding environment and sighed. "In fact, I don't hate the environment here. We are simply gods here. Give me a few months, and I will rule this world. Just like I did in Blackrock Mountain, the orcs will become my slaves. It's a pity that the end of this world is coming soon, otherwise it would be a good place, a place suitable for my cruel rule." He laughed and said some lines from villains, which made Alvin sweat. It seems that even if he returns to Azeroth, he has to keep an eye on these restless guys. Alas, his poor territory. If the Black Dragon army really settles there, he doesn't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. Thinking of his own territory, he wondered how his father-in-law Ramath had renovated the place, and whether he would be able to live in a new house after returning. After Nefarian finished talking about business, his eyes rolled, and his signature smirk appeared on his face again. "Dear brother-in-law, I thought it would be you who couldn't get out of bed this morning. Your physical fitness really surprised me. It's comparable to a titan." He laughed and patted Alvin on the shoulder. "What are you talking about, brother?" "Ouch, ouch!" A voice sounded behind Nefarian, and then his arm was pinned behind his back. The man was merciless, and took down the Black Dragon Prince in an instant. "Nothing. My brother-in-law and I are discussing the next trip. I go make the arrangements." We set off after breakfast. Nefarian was frightened by Onyxia and broke free in a hurry, holding his hands in front of him, pretending to be innocent. "Haha, you guys chat, you guys chat." The second brother-in-law fled in panic. This guy is really afraid of chaos in the world. Onyxia smiled and turned her head, gently combing her hair with her hands. I don't know what magic was cast on her hands. As her hands combed through her long hair, the hair that was originally a little messy from sleeping was actually combed, as if it had been permed, and it became a long black straight hairstyle again. Then she combed Achilles' head, and made an outward curl for the little red dragon. She and Achilles held hands, and came to Alvin's side, with a blush on her face. "Brother Alvin. Good morning. Why did you get up first?" Akrotasa jumped over happily, and hugged one of his arms. One advantage of dragons is that even if you love them very much, they can recover quickly. This is the advantage of having a strong body. I just discussed the next thing with Nefarian. He told the two of them about the itinerary they had just discussed, and Onyxia nodded. This is the best choice. With the addition of the Black Dragon Legion, the alliance will be stronger. I originally wanted to kill Nazul, but this cunning guy actually sent the dragon eggs in the opposite direction. We have to give up the orcs first, and come to the north to find dragon eggs. You don't know yet. In fact, those ogres are Nazul's men. He told Onyxia what he heard in Gruul's lair. The black dragon's pretty face was immediately covered with a layer of frost. When she heard that the ogres asked the Grand to delay their time, and then she secretly cast shadow magic on the dragon eggs to try to create a war machine loyal to the tribe, Alvin could almost see the black smoke from the corners of Onyxia's mouth. Fortunately, We arrived in time and thwarted Nazul's conspiracy. Next is our revenge. I will let the orcs know the consequences of their offending the Black Dragon army," Onyxia said fiercely, with a gleam in her eyes. It was hard to imagine that this decisive and murderous woman was so delicate last night. Crazy father, cunning mother, stupid brother, and broken her. Alvin muttered, thinking that such a Black Dragon princess and such a native family were turned into what they are now by him. In a sense, it can be regarded as saving her. "Brother, what did you say? What's broken?" Akaratasa asked with her head tilted. "No, I'm just talking to myself, it's not important." Alvin looked at the little red dragon, who was a little excited, and his heart suddenly began to beat. He got the little red dragon Akalissa, and before that, he also got the green shadow. How should he face the red dragon Queen Alexstrasza in the future? It seems that he has taken her mother and daughter. There is something very strange, the little red dragon suddenly said, pulling Alvin's thoughts back to reality. "When I practiced by myself, I obviously couldn't do it, but how could I do it easily last night?" "What did you do?" Onyxia asked curiously. "It's the practice of touching your knees to your shoulders." Alvin's old face blushed and patted Akalissa's back gently. "Young man, don't be satisfied with a little achievement. At least learn your sister Onyxia's splits first." "Oh no." Onyxia covered her face with both hands. Chapter 365. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Donna's Trollbane was furious. The pain and unwillingness almost made the deputy commander of the Alliance lose his mind. He swung his two-handed axe like crazy, and cut down a tree that 3 people hugged in a few strokes. When the treetop fell, the huge vibration made his battle-hardened horse uneasy, and stamped its hooves restlessly. Things have developed to this point. I don't recommend that we continue to move forward rashly. The Quel'Dorei male ranger next to him said, his voice was flat and indifferent, and seemed rational and unkind. "Tisriza. That's Kurdran. Our brother. Kurdran is dead. I know you elves are emotionally indifferent, but do you really have no feelings at all?" Donnas threw the axe, pinched the Quel'Dorei shoulders with both hands, and shook them back and forth. His close-range roar sprayed a lot of saliva on Tisriza's face. The male elf didn't speak, or even have any expression, and let Donnas shake him. When Donnas let go, and slid to the ground and knelt crying, he gracefully took out a silk handkerchief from his leather armor, and gently wiped the pearl cream off his face. Tisriza, the Ranger Lieutenant of the Alliance Expeditionary Force, is one of Illyria's most capable assistants. After Turalian arranged for Donnas to become the Alliance Advance Team, he led a Ranger troop and the Dragon Hawk Knight squad led by Kurdran, and has always been Donnas' right-hand man. This is not the first time that the elves have worked with human commanders, especially this Donnas Trollbane. In Tisriza's eyes, he is young enough to be his great-grandson, or even younger grandson. Even his personality is like that of a child. In the words of the elves, this Donnas is very childish. He is always very emotional, and easily swayed by negative emotions. But these humans have a fearless and dedicated spirit. These soldiers are very brave, and never spare their lives in dangerous moments. If the chance of survival is limited, they will not hesitate to give the possibility of survival to their comrades. This is what Tisriza admitted. He has seen it many times on the battlefield. These humans, their lives are so short. The elf wiped the saliva on his face, looked helplessly at Donnas, who was crying on the ground, and finally gave his scarf to him. Donnas pushed away Tisriza's hand holding the scarf. "I've decided." He got up from the ground and wiped his face randomly. "Everyone, abandon your horses and rush into Auchendown with me. We are going to kill all the orcs in that haunted cellar." "I'm sorry, Commander, I can't let you give such an order." Tisriza shook his head and pointed to the sparse troops behind him. "Most of our people are cavalry. It is very unwise to abandon the warhorses. In addition, we are now out of touch with the main force because we are chasing too deep. When the road ahead is unclear, we should hold on and wait for help. What do you know? Don't you have family or friends who died on the battlefield?" Donnas waved his hands to add momentum to himself, a bit like an Italian. "You cold-blooded archery machine." The nerves on Tisriza's face twitched, but soon returned to normal. He raised his fist and put it in front of Donnas, then unfolded it, revealing the scarf just now. "This was given to me by my wife before she died defending Silvermoon City during the First War of the Orcs." Tisriza gritted her teeth and said this. "First, I am not your adjutant. I only take orders from Lady Illyria Windrunner. Secondly, we cannot move forward in our current situation. If you continue to act on your own, not only will you fail to avenge Mr. Kurdran, but you and your young men will also die in that haunted crypt." The elf ranger was right. Donas actually knew it. He looked at the silk scarf in Tisretha's hand, and knew that what he had just said was very offensive. And the elf was indeed not his adjutant, but he could not remember when Turalyon and Illyria arranged this guy to be by his side. Did they think he was too reckless, so they arranged this always calm elf to watch him? To be honest, this guy is indeed capable. Donas has no idea how many times his calm planning has saved him from death, and turned defeat into victory. It was also during the constant running in that Tisretha slowly became his de facto deputy, but he had not been officially appointed. The brothers actually believed in this elven ranger. I'm sorry. I feel sad about your wife's misfortune. It's okay. Tisretha put the scarf back into his pocket, and his face returned to calm, as if what happened just now had not happened. The troops need to rest now. This forest is a very suitable place, and there will be a turnaround tomorrow morning, please believe me. Looking at the elven ranger who vowed, Donas had no choice but to nod and announce to his troops that they should rest on the spot for the night, but they were not allowed to light an open fire to cook, because he had actually penetrated deep into the tribe's defense line, like a sharp knife. Donas slept well that night, and had a long-lost dream. I don't know if the magnetic field of Draenor is different from that of Azeroth. Since coming to this world, Donas hasn't dreamed for a long time, but last night, Donas dreamed of many things. Kurdran, this poor dwarf brother, and Turalyon, Khadgar, and brothers far away in Azeroth, many, very messy, but when he woke up, he couldn't remember what he dreamed about. He rubbed his eyes, and stood up from the big tree he leaned against. The scene in front of him made him a little distracted. Where is this? In the clearing in the forest ahead, several tents have been set up, and a circle of fences are built around them with branches and shrubs. The soldiers are busy in it in an orderly manner, just like a small camp. Are you awake? Tisretha's voice came, and the elf ranger hugged his arms in front of his chest, and looked at the confused commander leisurely. Welcome to our camp. We will use this as a relay station to support the front line. What did you do? Donas opened his hands, with his palms facing up. You said that we should rest for a night, and come out the next day, but you let our boys build a camp here overnight? You? Tisretha smiled. The warriors volunteered. This is the only green land since we came to Draenor. The orcs desecrated our homes, and destroyed our Eversong forest. We also want to occupy their forests. This is the revenge of Quel'Thalas. I really don't know what kind of revenge this is. Donas shook his head helplessly. The camp was almost built. It would be useless for him to be angry at this time. So has this camp been named? Illyria Fortress. Tisretha said with a smile, but don't worry, this camp is very easy to build. When you were asleep last night, our reinforcements came and helped build the camp. Of course, the camp was named by them. Reinforcements? Who came? There. Tisretha pointed to a man in a priest's robe in the camp, who was healing the wounded soldiers with holy light. The soldiers were all in high spirits, and cheered his name loudly. Elven Priest. Chapter 366. Alvin was also very surprised. He didn't expect that the matter in Gorgrond would be resolved in 3 days. When he returned to Hellfire Citadel on the Black Dragon, the main force had just set out for 2 days. Although the troops stationed in Hellfire Citadel were veterans, who had experienced hundreds of battles, they still could not gather many local Draenei refugees who gathered from all over. When the sentinels on the walls of Hellfire saw a large number of black dragons flying over Hellfire Citadel, they immediately sounded the alarm. But the miracle priest, who poked his head out from the back of the black dragon, immediately returned everyone from the gate of hell to the real world. It's the miracle priest who is back. Cancel the alarm. Cancel the alarm. It's Mr. Miracle Priest Alvin. The sentinel shouts soon rang throughout the city. People cleared a platform in the fortress for the dragons to land one after another. Alvin then jumped off Onyxia's back. The dragons also began to gradually transform. Most of the people in the city saw so many black dragons for the first time. Thinking of the dragons that were once the enemies of the Alliance, they had fought on the battlefield more than once, but now they have become allies. Things changed so unpredictably. Elvin soon learned that Turalyon and others had set out 2 days ago, and even earlier, Danath and Kurdran had left with the advance team. He discussed with Onyxia and decided to let her stay in Hellfire Citadel to arrange everything here and the dragon eggs, leaving Saberian to assist him, and he took Nefarian and the little red dragon to continue to move forward and chase Turalyon and others. The Black Dragon Princess, who has transformed into Lady Katrana Prester, can fully take on this responsibility. Most of the Alliance soldiers here are from Stormwind City, and they all know this female noble, who holds a high position in the kingdom. When they learned that her true form was a black dragon, everyone was still very surprised, but they soon accepted it. After all, she was a miracle priest, and it was no problem for her to trigger a few miracles, not to mention keeping a few dragons as pets. They had heard that miracle priests were double dragon knights. They had only seen red dragons before, and now black dragons finally appeared. Promise me that you must take good care of yourself. When everything here is arranged properly, I will catch up with you soon. Although the black dragon princess, who was in the stage of love, did not want to separate from Alvin, she also understood that there were more important things to do now, and she gently kissed Alvin on the face. Alvin quickly continued to set off, and finally caught up with the main force when he was about to reach Terraker Forest. Because the road was rugged, although he knew that the Temple of Shadow Moon Valley was to the southeast of him, if the army was marching, he still had to take a relatively wide and easy road. Fortunately, with Murad as a guide, he led the army to march westward first, bypassing the mountains that blocked the land, and then entering the Terraker Forest along the edge of the mountains. Finally, they made a circle before continuing to advance southwest. This forest was primitive and dense, with tall treetops that were taller than the oldest trees that Alvin had seen in Eversong Forest. The continuous vegetation covered the land tightly, and the bottom of the forest could not be seen at all. However, a group of dragons flying together, the target was huge, and it was difficult not to be noticed. Soon Khadgar and Calpurnia found them. Calpurnia was very happy. They didn't expect Alvin to come back so soon, and even brought black dragon reinforcements. However, the black dragons that Alvin brought were not so easy to talk to. They always gathered together and looked at everything around them with ill intentions, especially Nefarian, who had a cynical smile on his face. Alvin explained to everyone that he would continue to move forward, taking advantage of the dragon's fast movement, catching up with Donna's, and opening the road to Auchendown. Turalian had no objection, so Alvin continued to move forward. But this time there were a few more companions, Solanlian, Calpurnia, and Myra Greenshadow. None of the girls wanted to go behind with the main force, and they all wanted to go with Alvin. In the end, he had no choice but to take a few people with him. What surprised Alvin was that he chased Donna's for a long distance before he finally caught up with him. When he caught up with the advance team, they were resting in the forest. It was Urel who discovered Alvin's approach and was assigned by Murad to be the guide of this vanguard army. Urel and Ranger Tethriza received Alvin and others. He reported the current battle report, including the news of Kurdran Wildhammer's death. Donna's had just fallen asleep at this time, and Alvin insisted not to wake him up. He wanted this tired man to have a good night's rest. Alvin frowned and asked, "What happened? Did anyone see Kurdran being killed? We found his equipment and his griffin mount, but no one saw it. Everyone only saw him being shot by an arrow, and then falling off his griffin. Take me to see his griffin." Alvin had experience communicating with animals before, such as the leopard who wanted to have a relationship at Windrunner's house last time. He hoped to communicate with the griffin this time. Things went smoothly. The once majestic griffin was now huddled in the nest with its head turned and inserted into its wings. But it soon became energetic because it found that this human could actually communicate with it. Alvin was also surprised to find that this griffin was quite talkative. Like a chatterbox, it exaggerated the situation when they were attacked. In the end, it was Alvin who strongly asked it to get to the point, and finally sorted it out. When Kurdran fell, a group of orcs captured him. He should have been captured by the orcs. He is not dead. Instead, he was dragged into the dungeon by the one-eyed orc. Alvin came to the conclusion. He found the other two dwarf griffin knights, who went out to scout with Kurdran at the time, and confirmed that they did not see Kurdran being killed. Only then did he feel relieved. Dawn was still a long way off, and seeing everyone sitting on the ground, Alvin felt a little sorry, so he proposed to build a few tents and a small camp. Anyway, the follow-up troops would soon follow up, so it would be better to use this place as a temporary camp. His proposal was supported by Tethriza. Fortunately, everyone was fully equipped, and everyone worked together to quickly set up a few tents. In addition, some simple fences were made to prevent the invasion of wild animals. The camp soon took shape, and Alvin suddenly thought that there seemed to be a small camp here in the previous life. So when Tethriza asked him for the name of this camp, Alvin smiled and suggested that it be named after Illyria Windrunner, one of the sons of Lothar. The elves in this army were all Illyria's subordinates. They were very happy to see that this place was named after Alvin's own commander. When Donnas woke up, he saw what he saw in front of him. Alvin noticed that Donnas walked over rubbing his eyes, and greeted him with Tethriza with a smile. "Mr. Donnas, how was your rest?" "Very, very good, Mr. Irwin. Why are you here?" "It's not important. What's important is that Mr. Kurdlan should not be dead. Are you ready to rescue your friend?" Chapter 367. Actually, Alvin wanted to bypass Auchendown and fly over this ominous land directly with the Black Dragon, and directly appear behind Nazul's army to fire a shot. But Curdran's experience forced him to change his plan. He must first rescue the Wildhammer dwarves and eliminate the tribes and other evil forces entrenched in this place. Donas was overjoyed. He didn't believe that the optimistic and straightforward dwarf, who was braver than anyone else, would die easily. Since even the miracle priest said that he was not dead, what else was there to doubt? Let's set off immediately. Since he is still alive, I'm afraid the enemy will not let Curdran have an easy time. Alvin nodded. He also believed that rescue measures should be taken as soon as possible. After all, no one has heard of any policy of orcs to treat prisoners preferentially. Curdran was taken as a prisoner. Either the orcs wanted to get information about the alliance from the dwarves, or they had other purposes. No one knew whether the warlocks of the Shadow Council would cast some strange witchcraft on the dwarves again. Thinking of this, Alvin shuddered and secretly hoped that Curdran would not have any terrible experience. According to Alvin, the Auchendown tomb was divided into several copies in the past, which means that it was a very large area. And he knew that in the deepest part of it, there was a terrifying existence. The Air Lord who was as famous as the Fire Lord Ragnar's murmur. According to what Murad and Yrel said before, the explosion in Auchendown was probably the explosion caused by the tribe summoning Murmur. I don't know if this guy is wandering under the tomb now. It's better not to provoke this terrifying thing if you can. The power of the elemental lords should not exist in this world. The only purpose of this operation is to rescue Curdran, and try not to cause more trouble. Yrel, how much do you know about the catacombs of Auchendown? Alvin suddenly raised his head, and asked in Drenii. He knew that the network in the catacombs of Auchendown was crisscrossed. In such a dark place where the sun could not be seen, if you didn't know the way, and there were orcs ambushing somewhere, it would be as difficult to rescue a living person who was strictly imprisoned as running to outer space to burn Sardras, but with cigarette butts. Look at this, said Yrel. Alvin was surprised to find that the Drenii girl Yrel actually spoke the common language. Although it was a bit stiff, he could understand it. What he didn't know was that Yrel had been following Solanlian and Calpurnia these days, and learned some basic common languages from them. Here we have to mention Solanlian. As expected of a diplomat, she has a great talent for languages. She quickly mastered the simple Drenii language, and even spoke it back to Yrel. With Solanlian's careful teaching, Yrel can also communicate in the common language. Yrel took out a parchment scroll, and unfolded it carefully. It was a simple map. It turned out that since the Drenii girl learned that she might have to pass through Auchendown, she redrew the road and the tomb into a map according to her memory. But that place was originally an important place for the Drenii to commemorate their ancestors. Many places deep inside were not accessible to a little girl like her, so she also asked other Drenii compatriots, especially Murad, about the structure inside in detail, and has done her best to restore the road network under Auchendown. Great. Yrel, you really helped a lot. Alvin's hands were shaking a little, holding this simple map, as if he was holding an admission letter from Tsinghua University. I know, the path, children, have been there. Yrel stuttered. She means she knows a path, which she found when she was a child playing with her friends. Solanlian immediately interpreted it. The path? No orcs know. She means that orcs don't know this path. Go in, Shadow. Yrel sputtered out words intermittently, and finally found a word he didn't know, so he had no choice but to say it in Drenii, and then said a lot of things. Solanlian and Alvin frowned at the same time. She said that we can go to a place deep inside, called Shadow Labyrinth, but she has never been there. If the orcs imprison the dwarves there, they will have to face some unpredictable things. Shadow Labyrinth? Donas and Tisriza looked at each other. The name sounded ominous, and it was called Labyrinth. The future of this mission seemed a bit worrying. Seeing that everyone was in a low mood, Alvin felt a headache. How could they become depressed before they even set out? Ahem. Alvin coughed twice. Actually, I had a prophetic dream yesterday, and got the revelation of the holy light. Ah? Donas opened his mouth wide. He remembered that Alvin had said something similar before leaving for Silvermoon City. He had never been to Draenor, but he had drawn a complete map of this place. He had talked with Curdlan privately, and felt that Alvin's so-called revelation of the holy light was a bit too mysterious. It was believable or not, but when he really arrived in Draenor, he found that what he said was true. Alvin, tell me, what revelation did the old man of the holy light give you? It was a good supporting role. Alvin looked at Donas with an expectant face, and thought that he needed someone like you to continue with this. He cleared his throat and looked around. We will definitely succeed. This Shadow Labyrinth appeared in the revelation. As long as I in the place, the holy light can shine there. That place is no different from other places, just deeper. Now it is occupied by a group of warlocks from the Horde Shadow Council. If we must enter the Shadow Labyrinth, I will drive them out of the Draenei holy place. For our rescue mission this time, it is best not to directly engage in a large-scale head-on conflict with the Horde. I suggest that we can send a small team to sneak into Auchendown, but the composition of this team. Alvin had a headache. Everyone was staring at him, and no one wanted to stay here. Don't think about leaving me here. Calpurnia pulled Alvin's arm, fearing that he would arrange to leave himself behind again. Let's do this, Mr. Donnas. Ms. Yrel must come. We have to enter the haunted tomb. If Yrel, a local, is with us, we will have a better understanding. Then Green Shadow, her stealth and radar, and transformation ability will be of great help to us, plus my treatment, and finally there is a position. Alvin opened his mouth and proposed a standard 5-man team configuration. Maybe we need another mage. Then Akali is unfortunately out of the question, and the space in the dungeon is cramped, which is not suitable for you to perform. So Solanlian, Calpurnia, only one of you can choose. Let me do it. Let me do it. Sister is better at guarding the house. Sister can arrange many things in the camp, and I am completely useless in the camp. Solanlian looked at her sister speechlessly. Although she also wanted to follow Alvin, what her sister said seemed to make sense, so she sighed, Okay, Akali, and I will guard the house. You must pay attention to safety. Alvin, everyone is counting on you. The situation in there is unclear, and you must withdraw immediately after rescuing people. Don't worry. Alvin gently hugged Solanlian, and then hugged Akali. We will complete the task quickly, and I will leave it to you here. Turalian and the others should be here soon. Yeah. Calpurnia jumped up with his hands raised. Seeing Donna's serious expression, and thinking of Kurdran, who was captured and whose fate was unknown, Calpurnia stuck out her tongue. It seemed inappropriate to cheer like this. Also, what Calpurnia said just now is actually not right. The people who stayed behind also have important tasks. Alvin looked at the Ranger Tisriza. Mr. Tisriza, I would like you to launch a feint attack on the Horde's defenders to attract their attention, so that our infiltration operation can be more concealed. The orcs' heads will be filled with our rain of arrows. Chapter 368. Let's do it, Alvin ordered. Yrel nodded, bowed to the pile of white bones in front of him, and then began to move the bones around. This is the southwest side of the Bone Wilderness. Not far away is the ruins of Auchendown on the ground. Judging from the appearance of the ruins, there should be an explosion from the ground, which destroyed the entire building, leaving only some tall walls and stone pillars. The ground is covered with gray-white bones, and people will make a crackling sound when walking on them. According to the Draenei, these bones should be the remains of the bodies of the Draenei ancestors. Because of the explosion, countless corpses buried in Auchendown were blown all over the sky. At that time, the Draenei were defeated and couldn't even take care of their own lives, so how could they have time to collect the bodies of their ancestors? The orcs didn't care at all. In order to find a legendary Draenei artifact, they tossed around in Auchendown. They had to open the coffin and turn the corpse upside down. The corpse was directly discarded in the wilderness. Later, it was eaten by vultures and other scavenging birds. After a long time, only the bones were left, and the whole area around Auchendown became a place covered with bones. The Draenei people will get some realistic enlightenment through communication with their ancestors. This is a cultural custom of the Draenei. Yrel thought of the original glory of Auchendown, and then saw the ruins now. He couldn't help but feel sad, and tears fell to the ground. A cold wind suddenly began to blow around. The sun was still hanging high in the sky, but it became cold here. Calpurnia shivered in the cold wind, and accidentally saw something. She was so scared that she hurriedly grabbed Alvin's hand. Alvin looked in the direction of the elf's hand, which was chattering, and found that in the ruins of Auchendown not far away, a faint green light was lit up. The green light gradually spread and became translucent spirits. It was bright and clear in the daytime, and there was a haunting in broad daylight. Looking at the ghosts, they seemed to be coming for the crying Rel, and Alvin immediately understood what was going on. The dead are gone. If the living miss the dead too much, it will make the dead uneasy and deepen their resentment. The accumulated resentment will entangle the living. Alvin chose the skill Holy Nova in his heart, and used the surging power of Holy Light to dispel the haze here. Yrel shuddered suddenly, as if he had recovered from some controlled emotions. He immediately stabilized his mind, muttered something in his mouth, moved the bones while looking for the hole, and his tears stopped flowing. Alvin could only understand a few words in it, which should be the meaning of the Draenei's rebirth spell. Soon, a bluestone slab appeared. Yrel showed a surprised expression on his face. It's here. Several Alliance soldiers rushed forward and moved the slab away. A downward passage appeared, and then a foul smell of decay rushed up, choking the people around and making them retreat with their faces covered. Sorry, it's not. Too long, no one is here. It's okay. Alvin smiled. This shows that this place is really hidden. It seems that it has not been discovered for such a long time, since it was covered by the slab last time. Are you ready? He looked at everyone, and everyone nodded. I go ahead, you follow me to Sriza, I take care of the rest. Don't worry. Donas put his two-handed axe on his back, hugged the Elven Ranger in his arms, patted his back hard, and turned to enter the dungeon. Sriza was stunned. Maybe the elves had never had friends of other races in their lives. She was stunned by Donna's sudden move, and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Immediately afterwards, Yrel, Calpurnia, and Green Shadow entered one after another. Alvin looked back at Solanian and Akali Tasha, nodded slightly, turned around and followed the large group. At first, it was very narrow before people could pass through. After walking down about 50 steps, the cave suddenly became wider. The light from the torches in Donna's and Yrel's hands illuminated the interior of the tunnel. The two walked at the front of the team. The space was wide enough for more than a dozen people to walk side by side. The height was also enough. There were overturned stone slabs and coffins on the side, some of which were half buried in the ground. The flames were dancing, indicating that there was a slight breeze blowing, casting the shadows of the people on the ground and dancing irregularly. The cave was filled with the smell of corruption and dust, and the suffocating oppression filled the entire tunnel. Green Shadow had turned into a night blade leopard, following behind Alvin to cover the rear, while Calpurnia stood beside Alvin and held his hand tightly. The girl's hands were a little cold, and it seemed that she was very uncomfortable with such a depressing environment. Originally, it was very spacious and bright, and the construction here was very good. The explosion destroyed everything. Iriel's face was a little gloomy, but she spoke more and more fluently. Yes, I think the ogres can walk on stilts. Alvin said, there is only one way, it seems we have no choice. Let's go forward. In another hour, Solanian and the others will launch a feint attack, we must go deep enough. Everyone nodded, and Donna started walking forward holding the torch. Alvin, what is Yubindeo? Caponia held his hand and asked, well, it's the name of a magic club. Magic club? Why haven't I heard of it? Well, they are all low-level clubs that study some inferior magic, such as making men's bodies hard, making women cry, and developing some strange magic props. Is it so interesting? It sounds like some hardening and water-making spells. What are the functions of magic props? Alvin was helpless. This elf was a magic nerd. He liked to ask questions when he encountered the topic of magic. He didn't want to say it, but he found the Donnas also looked at him, and Green Shadow nudged him with his nose from behind, as if urging him to speak quickly. Alvin coughed twice in a pretentious manner. The magic props are just like the name of their club, which makes people follow the same path and rush to the end. When Caponia wanted to continue asking, their road came to an end and a stone door appeared in front of him. There was a lot of dust on the stone door. The movement of people drove the air to blow the dust down, revealing the original appearance of the stone door. It was the same as the one used by Elwyn in the Dreamy-Eye Temple before, but it was in the dark underground all year round without the sun's light, so it looked gray and foggy. You, stand back, I opened the door. Yrel hung the war hammer on her waist, approached with a torch, and looked for something on the wall beside the door frame. Soon she smiled. Just like in my memory. She turned a switch that could be turned clockwise, and then turned it half a circle counterclockwise. The stone door actually vibrated, and then slowly opened. Inside is Achanai, the crypt, the tomb of the Dreamy-Eye High Priest. We have to go through here. Hearing Rel say that the tomb was behind the door, Donna still swallowed nervously. Like most Alliance warriors, Donna's is not afraid of enemies that can be smashed with a hammer, even if the opponent is much stronger than himself. But he still has a deep fear of those ghosts that cannot be touched or hit. Green Shadow is fine. She and Alvin have explored the sunken temple together before. It is hard to say which is more terrifying, the troll mummy or the Dreamy-Eye zombie, but Calpurnia is very scared. She has completely lost the energy she had when she first set out. She almost shrank into Alvin's arms, and even closed her eyes. Squeak! The stone door made a strange sound and began to open gradually, and rows of messy coffins appeared in front of him. Chapter 369. This is a wide and long corridor, with several raised graves on both sides of the corridor, covered with bones. Some coffins broke out of the ground, Some had already been turned out of the ground, throwing the Dreenii skeletons inside a side, and some coffins were half in the soil and half exposed outside, which made people's scalps numb under the light of the torch. The road in the middle was quite wide, and the pile of graves buried most of the road. Only the crystal-clear floor tiles in the middle were exposed, telling the glory of Auchendown in the past. Alvin was not too scared, as he had seen more terrifying things than now, but Donna's was uncomfortable. The usually reckless warrior now just wanted to escape from this place quickly. He slowly reached out to touch his axe on his back, but was held down by a cold hand. This scared him, and he turned around with a shout, and found that it was Yrel, and the Dreenii shook his head at him. Please forgive the dead. Our friends have been captured by the evil orcs. We are here to rescue them. We will pass through as soon as possible and not disturb the dead's rest. Of course, Yrel spoke in Dreenii. After she finished speaking, she bowed to both sides, and then whispered, "Hurry, let's go." Donnas couldn't wait any longer. He just screamed like a young wife, and felt embarrassed. He wanted to save face, and walked ahead with a torch. Alvin pulled Calpurnia and followed closely, walking quickly through the long corridor. Someone is watching us from behind. The green shadow's voice sounded behind him. Alvin quickly crossed the end of the corridor, and entered a square compartment. He turned back, and saw a flash in front of him. The furry paw that was leaning against the half-buried coffin just now stretched back. Alvin rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had seen it wrong. He looked again carefully, but it was too far and too dark to see clearly. Fuck, a big Dreenii dumpling? Alvin whispered, "Green Shadow, did you see it?" His voice attracted the attention of Donnas and Yrel, and they turned around. Donna stammered, "Alvin, what did you see?" He didn't speak, but looked at Green Shadow. He completely believed in the dark vision of the night elf druid. If she didn't see it, it must be her own eyes. As a result, Green Shadow nodded. "Dreenii, big dumpling?" Yrel asked with her head tilted. She understood the 3 words Dreenii, but didn't know what the last 3 words meant. "It's a zombie. I just saw a hairy claw retracted in the coffin." After Alvin finished speaking, everyone was silent. There were some things that no one wanted to admit, let alone confirm. What should we do now? Calpurnia hugged Alvin's arm. At this time, she had no idea at all. Should we continue to move forward, or go back and see clearly? Keep moving forward. We can't waste the opportunity of Tisriza and the others' feign attack. If the things behind us have malicious intentions towards us, I'm afraid they would have pounced on us long ago. At this time, we can only pretend that nothing happened. Yeah, I think so too. Donnas held a battle axe in one hand and a torch in the other. With weapons in hand, the whole person seemed to be much more confident. Zombies, right? Listen to me. As long as it's not a ghost that can't be cut, anything that comes over, even if it's the ancestor of the Dreenii, I will cut off his skull and use it as a wine glass. Shoo! Alvin quickly winked at him. It's time now, and you still dare to talk nonsense? You know, this place is full of Dreenii ghosts. If they really hear it, they will come and fight Donnas to death. The key is that they have already died. So think about it this way. This business is a loss. What's more, there is a serious Dreenii girl next to him. Alvin wanted to comfort Yrel, but found that she didn't seem to understand at all, but raised the torch above her head to shine forward. Just like I remember, it's a spiral staircase. Yrel turned 360 degrees and looked up. Go up. We should reach the Bridge of Souls. Bridge of Souls? Yes, it's the Dreenii ritual bridge, which is a place only the dead can pass through, but now, we have to pass through it. Alvin thought, could it be the bridge guarded by the big-eyed monster in the Auchenai crypts before? Since we've come this far, we could only put the things behind us behind our heads, and continue to move forward, hoping that Guy will know how powerful we are, and stop following us. He nodded, silently chanted a spell, and added a power word shield to everyone. Let's go, be careful. The stairs spiraled up along the wall. Obviously, there were railings on the side before, but now they have collapsed. Only a few stone pillars stand on the side. Several people climbed up against the wall. Soon there was another small corridor. After passing through the corridor, they came to a small room. But Donnas in front stopped for some reason, and Alvin bumped into his back. What happened? Why did you stop? Alvin asked. Donnas' tall body blocked his vision, and he couldn't see the room clearly. Ai Alvin, do you think there is a kind of ever-burning lamp in the world? A candle that can be lit for a long time and never burns out? Donnas stammered, is there such a thing? I don't know you let you. Then, why is there a lit candle here? Donnas said, while turning to the side, and Alvin pulled Calpurnia into the room. The room is not big, and the exit can be seen at a glance. There is a strange altar against the wall. On the altar is a purple candlestick with 3 round candles inserted on it, emitting a dim purple light. Is this a candle? Is there someone living here? Alvin picked up the candlestick. The candle was almost burned out, and a faint shadow magic came from the wick. It's shadow magic. Alvin himself is also a leader in shadow magic, and he has a natural sensitivity to this kind of magic. Someone is casting a spell here. Uriel, are there still living people here? Alvin put down the candlestick and asked, while checking other things to find some clues of living people. Uriel shook his head. I don't know. At that time, the garrison commander Murad took all the survivors we could find away. Whether there are still survivors, I can't be sure. He took the candlestick from Alvin's hand, looked at it carefully, and suddenly seemed to remember something. He raised the candlestick and carefully checked the base of the candlestick, and his face changed. It's Achanai. This is an Achanai ritual prop. Oh my god, is there really a Drenai alive? Or a noble Achanai? What is that? Donna's held a torch aside, and the light of the fire made his Mediterranean head cool. Achanai, it seems to be a Drenai priest, Alvin explained aside. He had an impression of this. After coming to this place, Alvin had roughly remembered that this was the route, which was similar to the Achanai crypt. There was a female Drenai who could take the quest here. Going out should be the Bridge of Souls that Uriel mentioned. Yes, a Drenai priest, Achanai. Uriel held the candlestick excitedly, and her hands trembled a little. When she thought that her compatriots might still survive in the depths of this place, her voice trembled a little. Let's keep going. Uriel was a little anxious. She couldn't wait to go deep into the depths to find her compatriots. Alvin nodded. That? Alvin? Donna suddenly asked, do you think ghosts have shadows? Ghosts have no entity, so they can't have shadows, right? Alvin said, why do you ask that? Then look. Why is there an extra shadow on the ground? Alvin looked down at the shadow in surprise. Now it was his turn to have his scalp tingling. The dim purple candlelight and the torchlight cast a mess of shadows, but they could still be counted clearly. Why are there only 6 shadows on the ground? Who is playing the best 6-man here? Donna suddenly shouted and threw the battle axe in his hand with a swoosh. This sudden change, the battle axe flew over the heads of several people, drew an arc, and then suddenly sank, like a banana ball kicked by a football star, and chopped towards the door where several people had just entered. As a result, the axe didn't hit anything, but directly chopped into the floor tiles, with a lot of sparks. No! Donna's voice was a little disappointed. Green shadows suddenly jumped, and the cheetah's elegant body had already jumped into the endless darkness at the door. Green shadow. Don't run too far. Alvin shouted loudly after reacting. He was afraid that Green Shadow would go too far alone. But surprisingly, Green Shadow only disappeared for a few seconds and ran back, with a strange thing in his mouth. Chapter 370. Green Shadow shook his head, and threw the thing in his mouth to the ground. The light in the room was not good, and everyone couldn't see what it was for a while, but it was most likely an animal. The animal rolled on the ground twice, fixed its body, and tried to escape. Green Shadow let out a low roar in his throat, stepped forward and stepped on the guy with a claw. If you move again, I will step on you to death. Quack, quack. The animal was stepped on by the big claws of the night-blade leopard and could no longer move, making a hoarse cry. No, no harm. No, no malice. Everyone looked at each other. What on earth is this thing? How can it speak the common language? If you want to run away and get caught again, I promise that Green Shadow will crush you to pieces. Do you understand? Alvin said. He squatted down and wanted to take a closer look, but the animal stepped on by the big claws was completely invisible, so he had to threaten first. Don't run. You can't run. Intermittent words came out from under the claws, and the sound was still unpleasant. Alvin touched Green Shadow's smooth fur, signaling her to let go of this guy. Green Shadow nodded, gently lifted his claws from the animal, but opened his bloody mouth and growled a few times. I saw a thing covered with feathers lying on the ground and shivering, with a piece of tattered cloth hanging on his body, covered with dust and weeds, just a little taller than an adult dwarf, and 2 legs exposed outside. They looked like the legs of 2 unplucked birds, and the pale claws seemed to be the one Alvin saw in the coffin just now. Oh my god, what is this thing? Donnas approached the animal's body with a torch. This thing was the strangest thing he had ever seen in his life, nothing else. Fire! Stay away. It will burn your feathers. Stay away. The animal became excited again when it saw the flames approaching, and began to struggle. Seeing this, Green Shadow raised his big claws again, and it seemed that he wanted to hit him hard a few more times. Afraid that he would really step on this guy's intestines if he did it again, Alvin hurriedly stopped Green Shadow and pulled Donna's away. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Caponia chanted a spell, and a red light lit up at the tip of the staff. This light won't burn your feathers, don't be afraid. It seemed that the gentle voice of the elf had a soothing effect. The animal finally stopped struggling and poked its head out from the feathers and rags. It was a bird's head. This guy's head was like an eagle's head, with no nose on his face, eyes on both sides, and a huge yellow bird's beak, should be called a beak, occupying most of the face area. The face was full of messy feathers, and several feathers on the top of the head stood up angrily. There were several blood holes on the neck, which seemed to be caused by Green Shadow's teeth. It seemed that Green Shadow had spared her just now. If she put more force on her mouth, I'm afraid the birdman's neck would be bitten off. Crowman? Uriel said in surprise. Seeing that it was a crowman, not a ghost, Uriel was no longer afraid. She had seen this thing many times in her early years, but she had never communicated with it much. But why would a crowman be in Auchendown? Thinking of what these crowmen usually do, Uriel immediately became furious. She squatted down and lifted the crowman up by the feathers on his neck. A dirty crowman. A despicable thief. Why would you appear in the sacred Auchendown? And you are sneaking around. Are you here to steal? Quack, quack, quack. The crowman whose wound was being pulled fluttered his wings and screamed, and his wings flapped the dust on his body and in the room, making the room smoky. Ahem, Uriel, put him down first. Donnas covered his nose and coughed while persuading Uriel to leave. In my opinion, this thing may be a parrot or starling from another world. I have seen talking parrots. There are many in Stranglethorn Vale south of Stormwind. They can only pronounce, but I don't understand what they mean. Don't bother to compete with this bird. The crowman continued to quack, and Donnas took out half a piece of bread from his pocket, broke it into pieces, and put it in his hand, smiling and holding it in front of the crowman. Cuckoo eat, cuckoo. As if feeding a chicken, Donnas almost poked his palm into the crowman's face. The crowman trembled all over, and even his feathers exploded, like an eagle about to fight. Wait a minute, Donnas. Elvin smiled and pulled Donnas away. This guy is indeed a raven man, just like Uriel said. What's your name? Why are you here? Elvin asked, trying to keep his voice as calm as possible. According to his understanding, there is indeed a dungeon called Sethek Hall in Auchendown, which is full of raven men. There must be no dungeons in the real world. The dense and crisscrossing tunnel network under Auchendown must be connected. Maybe these raven men know the way inside, and can serve as a guide for the team. You? What are you? No, I have seen it. The raven man's feathers shrank back, as if he felt that there was no hostility in Elvin. Us? As you can see, we are from another world. The orcs invaded our world, but they failed. We are here to hunt down the orcs. Orcs. Bad guys. Orcs. Killing. Orcs. Betrayal. Hearing Alvin mention the orcs, the raven man became excited again, and after saying a few words, he started to quack quack again. Tell me first, what is your name? Why do you speak our language? Raven man, smart, listen and you can learn. The raven man pointed at himself and said, Grezik. It seems that this guy's name is Grezik. Alvin can't remember whether this name is the name of a famous NPC. After all, the raven man was a supporting role before, and he didn't learn about it carefully. So from what you mean, you don't like orcs either? Grezik shook his head. Orcs, Drenii, good people, but orcs, crazy, attack, destroy, kill Drenii. Are you saying that orcs were originally good people? Donnas looked at Alvin and Uriel in disbelief. Uriel had a complicated expression and finally nodded. The orcs and us were living in peace, but they suddenly launched a surprise attack on us and destroyed our home. Quack, quack. The crowman seemed very unhappy that Donnas interrupted him. He shouted a few times and tilted his bird head. The orcs have changed. Grezik seemed to have no idea what to say next. He suddenly started looking for it on his body. From this, he pointed to a yellow feather to this. Then he pointed to a green feather. You mean, the orcs have grown hair? I haven't seen that. Donnas scratched his bald head, then touched his beard and thought carefully whether he had seen orcs with feathers. Alvin patted Donnas speechlessly. He should be talking about the orc skin, which has changed from brown to green. Chapter 371. Yes, yes. Grezik quacked and continued. Why did the Arakoa appear in Auchendown? Who allowed you to come? Uriel continued to ask. In their opinion, these petty thieves were a cursed race. How could these people enter the holy land of the Drenii? King of the Claw. King of the Claw! Grezzik shouted loudly. Explode, destroy, the orcs promised to help them, and they can be Akelan. The words of the Arakoa made everyone more confused. You mean, the orcs asked a Arakoa named King of the Claw to help them, and then promised you to return to Akelan Peaks? Alvin recalled the past memories. Those Arakoas seemed to be divided into several waves. These short guys were one of the tribes. They originally lived in the Akelan Peaks in the south, but were later driven down the mountain. Yes, yes. Grezk nodded his head. Grezk, don't trust the orcs, exile, wander. Having said this, he basically understood. In other words, you came here under the leadership of the King of the Claws to occupy a part of Auchendown to help the orcs, but you are not united internally, and these dissenting voices were exiled. You had nowhere to go, so you wandered around here, and then you saw us and followed us all the way? Caponia made a summary statement, and then looked at Grezk. Thin ears? Yes. Grezk flapped his wings. You guy. Hearing Grezk's address to himself, the elf was furious, and punched out with a pink fist, knocking Grezk down. Grezk screamed on the ground. Alvin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but Yrel laughed happily. Donis quickly helped Grezk up, and everyone saw that one of the bird's eyes was swollen. Grezk was about to get angry again, and Alvin waved his hand. Your name just now is very offensive. You should call her Miss Starwish. And this is Mr. Donas and Miss Yrel. This is Miss Green Shadow. And my name is Alvin. He selected the skill icon of the powerful healing spell in his mind, to heal the wound on the Raven Man. Seeing that his wounds were magically healed, the Raven Man was also a little surprised. What are you doing here? One of our companions was captured by the orcs, and we are here to save him. Donna seemed to still treat Grezk as a parrot that had turned into a spirit. Seeing that the feathers on the Raven Man's head were always pricked, he reached out to smooth them out for him, but found that those feathers could not be smoothed out at all. Grezk dodged Donna's big hand, and suddenly said, Orcs, captured the meat man and locked him up. What did you say? When Donas heard it, he immediately squatted down and pinched Grezk's 2 wings with both hands. Did you see the orcs bringing prisoners in? Where are they? Quack! It hurts. Grezk escaped from Donas's big hand and shouted deep. To the depths. Shadow Labyrinth? Yrel suddenly asked. Yes. Shadow Labyrinth. To the Shadow Labyrinth. Everyone was silent. They didn't expect that in the end, Kurdran was sent to the most dangerous place in Auchendown. What does that person look like? Did you see him? Donas didn't give up and continued to ask. The Crowman thought for a while and continued. He is taller than Grezk. A lot of meat. Like a meatball. There are hairs on his face. His face is blue. Before he finished speaking, Donas had already sat down on the ground. He smiled bitterly and looked at Alvin. It was Kurdran. He painted his face with blue paint before he set out, saying it was the battle pattern of their Wildhammer clan, symbolizing the blue sky. The hair that Grezk mentioned. I think it was his beard. Alvin reached out and patted Donna's shoulder, then held his hand and pulled the warrior up from the ground. Isn't that better? Now that we know where Kurdran is imprisoned, our goal is also determined. He turned to Grezk. Grezk, do you know the way here? Can you take us to find the person you mentioned? Grezk thought for a while. You have to get rid of the Claw King first. I'm not discussing this with you. You little thing. Yrel said angrily. We don't trust you completely yet. The Claw King, guarding the entrance to the Shadow Labyrinth. The Crowman shouted and shouted to Yrel. Grezk wants to go home. Kill the Claw King before you can go home. It seems that the next plan can be determined, Alvin said with a smile. Go kill the Claw King, go deep into the Shadow Labyrinth, and rescue Kurdran. This makes things simpler. With a clear enemy, everyone has a goal, which is always better than bumping around in this darkness. Do you know the way? I know the one in front, but I don't know the maze. No one has been there before. Grezzik looked around. The green shadow bit him, the dreamy eye didn't trust him, and the pointy ears were too violent. He flapped his wings, flew up like a chicken, and landed on Donna's shoulder. Go this way. Grezk quacked, standing on Donna's like a big parrot to show people the way. Just now, we were delayed here for a while because of the matter of the Crowman. Now it is time to move on. Alvin nodded to Donna's. The warrior received the order, raised the torch in one hand, picked up his axe in the other hand, and walked out of the house first. The others hurried to catch up, and Yrel gradually slowed down and came to Alvin's side. The Crowman can't be trusted. It seems that she still has a grudge against these birdmen who invaded their holy land. I understand, we will keep an eye on him, but we still need his help at present, so we will take it one step at a time. As he said, he leaned out of the door, and was stunned by the scene in front of him. The Bridge of Souls. Outside the door of the stone chamber is the approach bridge. A gust of cold wind blew past, and Alvin discovered that outside the stone chamber was actually a bottomless abyss, and behind him was a cliff that stood thousands of feet high. The stone chamber was like a small hole in the middle of the cliff. The other side of the cliff was about hundreds of meters away. The so-called Bridge of Souls connected the two cliffs. Bursts of dark red light emanated from the abyss under the bridge, looming. Alvin wanted to see what was glowing, but the entire bridge was covered by a layer of hazy fog. He could only see the light, but not the source of light. Uriel. What's on the other side of the bridge? The Bridge of Souls. Only souls and Achanai priests who guide souls can pass through. I've only heard that the realm of the dead is ahead. I haven't been there. The Drenii residence is ahead. Cross the bridge, don't talk. Disturb the dead. Bad things. Grezik's droning voice sounded, and although everyone understood what he meant, it seemed that this guy's voice was still the loudest. It should be a survivor of the Achanai priest. Great. I can actually meet a distinguished Achanai. Uriel became excited, raised his torch and stepped onto the soul bridge first, and everyone followed immediately. The gloomy wind in the middle of the bridge was stronger than on the approach bridge, and the fog was thicker. People could hardly be seen 2 meters away. The torches of Uriel and Donna's flickered in the fog, and it seemed that they might go out at any time. The temperature was also gradually dropping. The abyss was clearly emitting red light, but this light seemed to have no temperature at all, but was abnormally cold. Achoo! A sneeze startled everyone. It turned out that the temperature dropped. The wizard Calpurnia always wore a very cool robe. Although he was protected by a fire spell, the elf was still shivering a little on this bridge where even the flames had no temperature. No! Loud. Disturbing the dead. It's terrible. Grezk was angry, and yelled at Calpurnia. His unpleasant duck voice echoed on the empty bridge, making the sound even louder. The crowman seemed to realize his problem, and quickly covered his mouth with his wings. What is that? The green shadow squinted and said vigilantly, as if he was disturbed by Calpurnia and Grezk. Countless red balls of light rose from the abyss. The ball of light was only as big as a football, and the unclear core emitted a dark red light. There were at least dozens of them. Alvin looked at Uriel, hoping that this local native could answer their questions. But he was disappointed. Uriel shook his head. I have a feeling that these may be the souls of the ancestors of the Drenii. I don't think they will hurt us. Uriel hung his warhammer on his waist, stood by the bridge and held the railing, stretched out one hand outside the bridge, as if he wanted to touch the red light balls. One light ball seemed to be inspired and moved towards Uriel's hand. Come, don't be afraid. The light ball slowly approached Uriel like a shy little animal. Seeing that the light ball was very close, the Drenii girl reached out and gently held the light ball up. Alvin could even feel that Calpurnia beside him was breathing faster. You see, my ancestors will not hurt me. Uriel turned around in surprise, and said to Alvin, Boom boom boom. The next moment, the light ball exploded in Uriel's hand. Chapter 372. The sudden change happened in an instant. Uriel's hand was instantly blown into a bloody mess, and the whole person was blown away by the shock wave generated by the explosion. Run! This thing is going to blow us to death. Green Shadow, take Uriel with you. He immediately issued an order, then pulled up Calpurnia and started running wildly, but the elf mage was weak and began to stagger after running a few steps. Alvin didn't think much about it, and quickly hugged Calpurnia across the waist and ran to the end of the bridge. In a flash, Green Shadow came to Uriel's side with a tiger leap, bit the unconscious Uriel's leg and flicked it lightly, carrying the Drenii across his back, and after a few jumps, he actually ran to the front of the crowd. Dozens of red balls seemed to turn on the switch at the same time and flew towards them. Alvin ran 2 steps and felt a chill behind him. Looking back, the nearest fireball had reached his vest and was about to hit his back. At this point, he had no choice but to use Word of Truth's shield to save his life. Alvin quickly cast Holy Nova on himself, and then used Holy Nova to explode. The moment Holy Nova hit the red ball suddenly stopped, vibrated twice in the air, and then exploded. The shock wave generated by the explosion hit Alvin's back and pushed him forward. Alvin staggered and almost fell with Caponia. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize his body in the end. It seems that these light balls can be made to explode in advance by causing damage. He immediately used the instant Dark Word Pain to detonate several light balls that were close to him, just like setting off a cannon. The vibration caused by the chain explosion was not small. Even several light balls that were close to him were actually caught by the exploding light balls, causing a secondary explosion. For a moment, The space beside the entire Seoul Bridge was like fireworks set off during the Chinese New Year, which made people's ears bulge and their eyes blur. Great! Alvin! Donna's laughed, but his smile soon froze on his face. The explosion woke up more light balls, and the overwhelming dark red light balls rose from under the bridge and floated around everyone. Now it was not only behind them, but also in the air in front of them. It looked like countless booby traps deployed in the air. The terrible thing is that booby traps will not move, but these light balls will track. Everyone come closer to me. Alvin had no choice but to ask everyone not to stay away from him, and then started the Holy Nova Infinite chain. Now he had to explode as many pieces as possible, and try to detonate all the light balls before they get close to them. The rumbling sound came one after another. The hemispherical distance of about 5 meters in Alvin's space was an absolutely safe area. Countless fireworks exploded outside this hemispherical space, which was extremely spectacular. Calpurnia was originally very scared. She was in Alvin's arms, with one ear plugged into Alvin's chest and the other ear covered with her hand, closing her eyes. But when she saw this magnificent scene, she couldn't help but open her eyes, and was stunned. Alvin lowered his head, and even saw the reflection of the fireworks that kept rising and exploding in the eyes of the elf. The explosion lasted for a while, and Alvin could hardly see the road ahead. He only knew to run forward along the bridge, and didn't know how far away from the end. But the light balls suddenly stopped in an instant. They seemed to find that they couldn't get close to these guys. Alvin saw clearly through this rare breathing opportunity that the bridge was less than 50 meters away, and it would end, but the accident happened again. The light balls began to gather towards one point, and countless small light balls gathered towards the air, and soon became a huge light ball with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters. Moreover, the small light balls that were not very bright at first gathered together, and actually emitted a dazzling light, like a small sun, above Alvin and his friends' heads. Alvin felt that the place above his head illuminated by the little sun was about to freeze, and was once again surprised by the strange characteristics of this flame. It is rumored that the will-o'-the-wisp of the dead is the flame of another world. This kind of flame does not generate heat, but freezes everything. Could it be that this is the will-o'-the-wisp produced by countless dreamy-eyed dead souls? But now Alvin has no time to think about this, because he found that the little sun began to move. If such a big thing explodes next to him, it is difficult not to affect him. The road ahead is still nearly 50 meters, and he can't hide anyway. What should he do now? At critical moments, Alvin always has some quick wits and uses some strange methods. This time is no exception. Everyone stop! Word of truth, barrier. Under his command, everyone stopped immediately. He selected the skill icon in his mind, and covered his team with a holy light shield. Little Sun had already rushed over at this time, less than 10 meters away from them. Green Shadow, throw me to the light ball. Alvin continued to give orders. He gently put Caponia on the ground. Green Shadow was stunned when she heard it. She thought she had heard it wrong. Caponia was so surprised that tears came out, and she held Alvin's clothes tightly. Hurry up! I have a way to protect myself. Don't worry. Under Alvin's anxious urging, Green Shadow had no choice but to bite his collar, and with a flick of his big head, he threw Alvin out of the light shield and flew towards the little sun. Alvin selected the skill icon Dissipate in midair. A second before hitting the little sun, Alvin disappeared, and he turned into a pool of pure shadow energy ball and hit the little sun. Boom! The violent vibration caused by the explosion shook the entire bridge, and the strong light and cold temperature hit instantly. Fortunately, there was the protection of the holy light shield. Several people closed their eyes, covered their ears, and staggered in the explosion. Caponia shouted Alvin's name, but the explosion had long covered the elf's screams. When everything was over and the magic in the air had all dissipated, Calpurnia opened his eyes, and found that Alvin was happily falling from the sky. It turned out that he used dissipation to turn into shadow energy to ignore the damage of this wave of explosions. After the spell effect was over, he cast a flotation on himself in midair, adjusted his direction in the air, opened his arms, and fell like an angel. Paw! The angel was greeted not by a hug, but a big slap. Calpurnia shed tears silently, and slapped the smiling Alvin in the face. Paw! Before he could react, a big black claw came over and hit Alvin's side directly, slapping Alvin and sending him flying sideways. This slap was given by the Night Blade Leopard Green Shadow. Alvin lay on the ground and struggled for a long time, but couldn't get up. When he finally got up, he found that the front of his mouth was very hot, and his hands were all bloody. This time, Green Shadow made his nose bleed. Then, Caponia threw himself into Alvin's arms and burst into tears, crying and shouting, "I thought you were going to do something stupid again." The two of them felt warm, and the Nightblade Leopard had already snuggled up to them, holding them in his arms with his claws. Chapter 373. What a bunch of strange people. Donas opened his mouth wide as he watched Alvin being beaten and flew away. He had never thought that the miracle priest Alvin would be beaten and flew away. Caponia rubbed Alvin's face, his eyes full of heartache. Alvin smiled awkwardly, and just wanted to say a few words to coax the two, but felt the bridge suddenly shake. Quack! Damn! The bridge is going to collapse! Run! Run! Gresk stood on Donna's shoulder and flapped his wings and shouted. At this time, he didn't care about others. He kicked his claws and ran towards the end like a rooster. Fuck! Donnas, who was kicked over by Gresk's claws, got up from the ground and cursed the shameless crowman. He didn't even want a torch and chase forward with an axe. Alvin didn't dare to stay any longer. He picked up Caponia and ran, and Green Shadow followed behind with Iroh on his back. As everyone ran, the bridge vibrated more and more violently, and finally there was a sound of a huge rock breaking, and huge cracks began to spread on the bridge deck. The speed at which the bridge broke apart was faster than the speed at which everyone ran. Alvin looked at the increasing number of cracks under his feet, and knew that the bridge would collapse at any time. Fortunately, it was less than 10 meters away from the end. He was about to remind everyone to pay attention to their feet, but the bridge deck in front of him collapsed before him, turning into rubble of varying sizes, and falling into the red abyss under the bridge. Gresk, who was running in the front, did not slow down at all. He flapped his wings fiercely at the place where he took the last step, and flew high like a rooster climbing a tree, flapping his wings and gliding in the air, and then landed on the approach bridge opposite the broken bridge. Don't slow down, Donnas. Jump up! Irvin shouted, waking up Donnas, who was slowing down in fear of the broken bridge. After all, he was a veteran who had experienced many battles. Donnas made up his mind, and jumped up like Gresk, followed by Alvin and Green Shadow. The three figures flew out of the broken bridge in an instant. At this moment, the bridge behind him could no longer hold on, and collapsed into the bottomless abyss. Holy light! Donnas shouted loudly, as if he was praying for the last time. Even Calpurnia in Alvin's arms covered his eyes with both hands. But the terrible thing did not happen. The three of them just floated slowly to the opposite side, like fallen leaves. Aye fuck. Donnas' embarrassing vocabulary made him only use these few words to express his feelings at this time. Calpurnia opened his eyes, and found that Green Shadow was paddling in the air, and Donnas was swimming breaststroke. Then he suddenly realized. It's levitation. Yes. Alvin smiled and lowered his head, kissed Calpurnia's forehead, and then landed safely. Quack! Strong. Strong. Too strong. Don't fight, don't fight. Quack! When Donnas landed, he rolled forward and then jumped to the top, instantly caught the fleeing Gresk, and pinned the two wings of the Raven Man on his back with both hands, and lifted him up. How to deal with this guy who escaped from the battlefield? Why not let Green Shadow eat him? Alvin said, put Calpurnia on the ground, and then took Uriel off Green Shadow's back and checked her injured hand. You don't know until you see it, you will be shocked. Uriel's hand has been blown into a human shape. The Dreamy-Eye girl has been unconscious, her face is covered with beads of sweat, and her eyes are closed tightly, her lips are bitten purple. Alvin quickly cast a healing spell, and the holy light flowed into Uriel's palm like a tangible stream of water, repairing her bones and skin. Green Shadow bared his teeth and came to the side of the Crowman, sniffing him maliciously. Quack! It's not tasty. Crowman, it's unpalatable. Wrong. Wrong. Donnas slapped Gresk, shut up. I was just kidding you. The treatment was quickly completed, and Alvin stood up with a smile. This kind of treatment was easy for him. The Green Shadow has more important things to do. How can it eat you and dirty its mouth? But you reacted quickly just now, as if you knew the bridge would collapse. These thieves are like mice, seeking profit and avoiding harm, so they can survive until now. Irel's voice rang out. It turned out that the Dreamy-Eye had recovered from her injuries and had woken up. She looked at her hands, which were even smoother than before. She knelt on one knee in front of Alvin. Thank you, son of holy light. Alvin waved his hand and didn't care. He looked around. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. There was a red light behind him, but the bridge collapsed and everyone couldn't go back. Caponia, the next light depends on your magic. Donnas, put Gresk down. He and we have always been in a cooperative relationship. There is no such thing as running away from the battlefield without helping. By the way, what are those white things in front? Alvin put his hands on the awning and looked forward. Caponia immediately lit up the staff and handed it forward. Like a flashlight, a beam of fire shone forward. In the firelight, 3 small hills made of white bones appeared not far ahead, and there seemed to be a door behind the hills. Oh my god, how many people's bones must have been piled up to form such a large pile? Donna's voice was trembling. Mei Chaofeng didn't use so many bones to practice the 9 white bone claws back then, right? Could it be that there are iron corpses from another world practicing some weird martial arts under the ground? Yrel, didn't you say this is a place to receive the dead? Is this a reception ceremony? Isn't it too weird? Delinei shook his head. I haven't been here. Logically, this should be the place for the honorable Achanai priests. But the weird scene in front of him didn't have the word honorable, noble at all. Forward, there is an exit. Gresk has been here. Gresk shouted, and several people glanced at Yrel awkwardly. It seems that this outsider has explored much more here than Yrel, a local. Alvin patted Yrel on the back. Keep going, maybe you meet the Achanai priest you mentioned soon. Although he said so, Alvin actually thought that he might have bad intentions. The candlestick plus the pile of skulls, who would do this for a decent priest? With the help of Calpurnia's magic, they continued to move forward and soon walked into the first hill of bones. When they got closer, they found that the room was not a hill of bones, but a whole room of bones. It was a pit of bones. There was no solid floor or land on the ground. Once people stepped on it, they would sink into the pile of bones. There was no feeling of stepping on the ground at all. Several people came to the first hill of bones, with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. They all did not stay for long and left quickly. However, Alvin saw that there was a purple candlestick in front of the hill, which was exactly the same as the one they found in front of the Soul Bridge. It seems that we guessed correctly. The candlestick is indeed a necessary instrument for performing certain rituals. Chapter 374. Sartharion began to shake. This feeling was already familiar. Only when there was a strong shadow energy around would Sartharion react so violently. Be careful, that Achanai priest may also know shadow magic like me, but he may not have good intentions. While reminding, Alvin urged everyone to hurry up, and at the same time pulled Sartharion out of his arms to deal with emergencies at any time. Everyone did not dare to stay any longer, and quickly bypassed the first pile of bones. The second pile of bones was almost exactly the same as the first one. With the help of Calpurnia's magic fire, Donnas raised his axe to clear the way in front. Several people were like small boats floating in the sea of bones, relying on the guidance of the little fire. Ah! A scream broke the tranquility in the tomb, and people were scared out of their wits. It turned out that Calpurnia's foot was tilted and not firmly stepped, and he almost fell down. Fortunately, Alvin was quick-witted and pulled the elf mage. Are you okay? Alvin asked worriedly. No, that's not right. There seems to be something under your feet. Calpurnia tried to stand several times, but found that her feet seemed to be stuck by something. She quickly reached down with her staff, and was surprised to find that a skeleton claw, whether human or animal, in the pile of bones just grabbed her ankle. Ah! The elf screamed even more shrilly, trying to pull her foot out of the skeleton claw, but found that it couldn't be pulled out anyway, and Calpurnia almost cried in anxiety. I help you. Alvin immediately squatted down and used both hands to pry the bone claw, but found that it didn't move at all. Ouch! The problem of Caponia has not been solved yet, and Donnas in front of him also groaned, and one leg seemed to step on the air, and his calf sank in. Alvin began to feel something was wrong. He found that he didn't know when his 2 ankles were also caught by bone claws. No! There is something wrong with these skeletons. They seem to be alive. Sure enough, when Alvin found out, everyone had been caught by the bone claws extending from their feet. Only Green Shadow was not caught, because her legs and claws were too big, and it was not possible to catch them with one claw. Green Shadow raised her claws angrily, and smashed the bone claws that stretched out to her, but countless claws still emerged from the pile of bones, and pounced on Green Shadow. Fortunately, Green Shadow was agile and dodged, so she was safe for a while. Quack! Skeleton! Skeleton! Alive! Gresk was originally standing on Donna's shoulder, but the warrior lost his balance and tilted his body. He climbed up and stood directly on Donna's Mediterranean bald head, screaming. This place is like a sea of bones, and the Croyan has no way to escape. Calpurnia struggled for a long time, but not only did he not get out of trouble, but his other foot was also caught by the claws on the ground, and he was so scared that his face turned pale. What should I do now? Calpurnia asked while poking the skeleton on the ground with his staff. After poking a few times, He felt that he had no power. He poked again, but the staff could not be pulled out. Only then did he find that the bone claws on the ground stretched out and grasped the staff. The bone claws pulled hard, and Calpurnia screamed and let go. The staff was dragged under the pile of bones and submerged. My staff. Calpurnia was about to cry this time. Not only was the staff gone, but now even the only light source was taken away, and the entire space fell into darkness. These ghost claws are pulling us down. Uriel's voice also rang out, informing everyone of a terrible fact. I also found out. These ghost claws are definitely not playing any pranks. They want to pull everyone into the pile of bones to keep them company. Quack! Gresk, no chicken claws. No chicken claws. The sound of flapping wings rang out in the darkness. It should be that the crowman couldn't stand the oppression of the darkness, and finally couldn't stand it anymore, and wanted to escape by relying on the short-term flying ability, but soon Gresk's screams rang out. Ouch! I've been caught! I'm going to be a chicken claw. Quack! Help! Idiot! You can still live a little longer on my head. If you fly down, you be caught. Donna's cursed angrily. Speaking of which, Alvin, you should say something. If we don't think of a way, we're really going to die here. Alvin didn't say anything or struggle. He had long discovered that the more he struggled, the faster he sank. The only thing he could do now was to quickly think of a way to escape, but until darkness fell, he didn't think of any solution. What should I do? Alvin's brain spun rapidly, and suddenly he found that the dark space was not completely invisible, but he could see everyone's faint outlines, and everyone seemed to have a layer of light purple. Purple light? Alvin muttered to himself, how can there be purple light? His body continued to sink, and he had sunk to his waist, but it did not affect his observation. As expected, he found the source of the purple light. It turned out to be the purple candlesticks in front of each hill of bones. The purple flames on them were flickering, and the flickering frequency was the same as the pulling frequency of the bone claws. Every time the candlelight flickered, the bone claw pulled down, and Alvin seemed to understand something. Green Shadow. Can you still move? Alvin shouted, it's okay, they can't control me. Quick! Go and destroy the purple candlesticks in front of each bone mountain. Those magic props are operating the skeletons here. Yes. Green Shadow answered neatly, and then saw a nimble figure jumping a few times in the dark, returning to the first bone mountain just bypassed. A crisp metal shattering sound rang out, and the candlelight went out. Alvin clearly felt that the ghost claw pulling him was stagnant, and even the force pulling down was much smaller. It works. Green Shadow. Keep going. Come on, Sister Green Shadow. Hurry up. Destroy the remaining 2 candlesticks. Alvin and Calpurnia shouted, and Green Shadow was shocked when she heard it. Caldorii lived in the dense forest all year round, and her darkness was very outstanding. She could see clearly even in a completely dark environment. After determining the location of the other 2 candlesticks, he quickly ran over and smashed the 2 candlesticks with his claws. At the moment when all 3 candlesticks were destroyed, the originally powerful bone claws suddenly lost all their strength, shook twice, and stopped moving. Long live. These guys who have been dead for a long time are still thinking of pulling living people to accompany them. I will turn around and burn them all with fire after a while. Donnas cheered and climbed out of the place where he was trapped in a few seconds. Stop cursing. Come and help us. Everyone, speak up. It's too dark and I can't see. Alvin said, darkness always makes people nervous, especially in this sea of skeletons. Even he is very uncomfortable. I've climbed out. I'm here to save you. Uriel's voice also rang out, Miss Uriel. I'm here. I'm here. Calpurnia called out anxiously. After a while, Alvin and Calpurnia were pulled out of the pile of bones by Donnas and Uriel respectively. My staff is still down there. I can make it glow. The elf said and chanted a spell, and a burst of red light really came out of the pile of bones. Donnas lay down and pulled twice, and pulled out Calpurnia's sulfur staff. With the light again, everyone's hanging hearts were put down. They checked each other, and found that they were not injured. It was just that Calpurnia's ankle that was caught just now was strangled with a circle of purple. Is something missing? Alvin suddenly asked. He didn't know why, but he always felt that something was missing. Oh no! The crowman is gone! Gresk is gone! It was Calpurnia, who was careful, and immediately found something wrong. Gresk! Where did you go? Donna shouted loudly, and probed the ground with his feet, but the guy just flew in the dark, and no one knew which direction he was going. Who knew where he was buried? He's here. The Nightblade Leopard Green Shadow said lightly, digging the ground with his 2 front paws twice. quickly digging out a big hole, and then stretched his big head in. When he came out, he was holding the unconscious crow man in his mouth. Chapter 375. Paw 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 paw. Donna squatted down and slapped Gresk a dozen times, leaving Alvin stunned. Are you sure you don't need me to treat you? It's okay, this guy was scared and fainted. This idiot. Look at my memory recovery technique. Quack. Don't hit him. It's recovered. Don't hit him. Gresk opened his two big eyes and looked around in a daze. He found that everything had returned to normal. He shivered as if he remembered something. Claws? Claws? All gone. Fortunately, Alvin found that those candlesticks were controlled by some mechanisms. Sister Green Shadow has destroyed all those magic props. Don't worry. Green Shadow said gently, reaching out to tidy up Gresk's feathers that were beaten into a mess. Who is it? Destroyed my precious soul device. Without any warning, a gloomy and hoarse voice exploded like thunder, as if speaking directly into the ears of people, making the head buzz. Who is speaking? What language is this? Donis asked while rubbing his ears. He and Calpurnia were confused and had no idea who was shouting. It's Drenii. I'm afraid it's the Achanai priest we just talked about. He's asking who destroyed his soul device. It should be the candlestick magic props we just destroyed, Alvin said, looking at Yrel. This Drenii girl was very happy when she learned that there were still surviving compatriots in Achandown, but after all these things, she probably had a premonition that the next person she would face might not be a distinguished Achanai priest, but a tribe member who had fallen to the dark side. Can she face these former tribesmen directly? I am Yrel. Holy light. Who are you? Where are you? There was a brief silence. It was obvious that the other side did not expect a Drenii to appear here. Yrel, why are you here? Well, come forward. I also need an assistant. The voice disappeared, but a puzzled expression appeared on Yrel's face. Miss Yrel, what did he say? He seemed to know me, but I couldn't remember who it was. This voice seemed familiar. I don't know. He just told us to keep going and said we needed an assistant. I don't understand what that meant. Assistant? Caponia thought for a while and said, is it something like a magic apprentice? Just like we all have to start as magic apprentices to be magicians. I'm afraid that's not a good thing. Alvin shook his head. Look at what we've experienced before, bombs and ghost claws, all revealing something weird. Who knows what this guy wants to do? Hey! If you ask me, who cares? If he cooperates with us, we get along well. If he's really doing something weird, I just use my axe to deal with him. Donna said, flicking the axe's blade with his finger, making a crisp sound. Don't worry, Yrel, we will all be by your side. Please follow your own decision. I believe in your decision. It was rare for Alvin to speak to someone in a serious tone. He himself felt that it was a bit inappropriate. Let's go. We will take it one step at a time. After saying that, he and Green Shadow walked towards the gate behind the last bone mountain in front. Well, Yrel, I didn't expect you to bring so many friends here. The Drenii in front of him said, well, let me see, what kind of creatures are these? I've never seen them before. What is this? A cursed raven man? Yrel, have you fallen to the point of associating with raven men? Who are you? Yrel looked up at the Drenii in front of him, but couldn't remember who he was at all. There was no obstruction on the road behind Alvin and the others. Maybe the Drenii in front of him knew that Yrel was coming, so he closed all the mechanisms. In short, everyone soon came to the room where the Drenii was. But this Drenii was completely different from the Drenii they had seen before. Although the Drenii refugees led by Garrison Officer Murad fought and ran all the way, even though they were obviously malnourished and in poor mental state, everyone gave people a feeling of deep purity like the sea. But this Drenii, from a distance, Alvin could sense the stench on him. It was not an ordinary stench, but the smell of a dead body. The skin was not blue, but a paler light blue. The muscles on his face had atrophied, and even the tentacles on his chin had atrophied. He looked like a Drenii mummy, but his eyes were emitting purple-red light. Seeing that Yrel didn't recognize him anymore, the Achanai priest smiled and said, Don't you recognize me? That's right, after all, it's been so long, everyone will change, right? I'm Nemurian. Mr. Nemurian? This. It's hard to believe, isn't it? The Drenii named Nemurian touched his face and laughed dryly. So what are you doing here? Who are these guys I haven't seen before? Why do you want to bring these outsiders into the holy land of the Drenii? Mr. Nemurian, we are humans and elves from another continent called Azeroth. We came to this world to hunt down the tribe. Seeing that Yrel looked embarrassed, Alvin took the initiative to take over the conversation. And the reason why we entered this holy land is because the orcs kidnapped one of our friends. They took our friend to the Shadow Labyrinth, so we entered here. Oh! An outsider who can speak Draenei. This is really rare. I can believe what you said, because the orcs once opened the dark portal and invaded your world, but you said later that you came to Draenor to hunt down the orcs? Humph. Nemurian showed a disdainful smile, shameless. What Alvin said is true. I witnessed those armies from another world with my own eyes. They called themselves the Alliance and easily swept through Hellfire Citadel. The orc chieftain Azul has gone to the temple of Karabear. They left a part of the army here to guard. Please believe us and lend us a hand. I see. No wonder there are more orcs recently. It turns out that another wave of orcs has come. Mr. Nemurian, I noticed that you said. Also, have there been several waves of people coming here one after another? Nemurian nodded. A long time ago, when the orcs began their bloody massacre of the Draenei, a group of orc warlocks from the Shadow Council led people into Auchendown. They said they were looking for an artifact, but they summoned the elemental lord Murmur in the depths. The explosion caused by that guy destroyed Auchendown, and only a small number of people survived. Of course, those orcs are still alive, and they are still fantasizing about absorbing Murmur's power. Until some time ago, another group of orcs came in and joined the orcs in front. I guess they are the troops you said, the tribe's troops. That's right. Yrel took a step forward and said excitedly, Please help us, Mr. Nemurian. Help? Nemurian smiled sinisterly. Of course, I am willing to. You will help me fulfill my long-cherished wish, and use your bodies to drive away these orc thugs. Chapter 376. Yrel, come forward. Let me take a good look at you. The gorgeous robes on Nemurian's body had long been filthy, as if they had not been washed for several years. As soon as he stood up, the fishy smell came to his face, and Calpurnia quickly covered her nose. The Auchenite priest stretched out his hand to Yrel. The hand was pale and thin, with thin and curly nails, like a mummy. Come on, Yrel, come and help me. Let's kill all the orcs together, and complete the great revenge of the Draenei race. Yrel, who was at a loss, unconsciously put her hands behind her back. She looked back at Alvin and found that Alvin and others were also looking at her, without saying anything, and it seemed that the decision was left to her. Lord Nemurian, how are you going to take revenge? And what about those skeleton claws in front? Seeing Yrel's movements and micro-expressions, Nemurian's face showed obvious displeasure. He snorted coldly, It seems that I am not the only one who has changed. The Auchini priest retracted his skinny hand, and the whole person seemed to shrink a circle. The sinister laughter echoed in the room. Look around. You should remember the former glory of Auchendown, but look again. Is there any trace of the past now? Nemurian walked slowly, returned to his desk, and fiddled with a magic prop on it. Alvin glanced sideways, although it was not clear, but it vaguely looked like the candlestick that had just been destroyed. We used to believe in the holy light, but in return, we ended up in destruction. Those orc warlocks destroyed Auchendown. It's me! Gathered the remaining survivors. It's me! Leading everyone to hide in this dark underground tomb. Where is the holy light? Ha! The ridiculous holy light did not respond to my prayers. We are the people abandoned by the holy light. Nemurian's hoarse voice was sonorous and powerful. Recalling the unbearable past again made him a little excited. He turned the candlestick in his hand, and then a crazy smile appeared on his face, and even his tentacles trembled excitedly one by one. Then the ground in the room shook, and the whole hall was filled with a boom-boom sound. 3 huge stone coffins arranged in the shape of a pin suddenly rose from the ground between Nemurian, Alvin, and others. Alvin and Donnas had long felt that something was wrong, so they stepped back a few steps, kept a distance from the coffins, and were ready for battle. Who knows what strange things will jump out of this coffin? Where are the survivors? Nemurian? Where did you hide everyone? Yrel did not retreat but advanced, standing between the 2 coffins that were close to each other. She clenched the warhammer in her hand, and her voice trembled a little. Where is everyone? Ha ha ha, you should have seen them. Just now, they wanted to pull you to keep company. Ha ha! You killed them? No. Nemurian shook his head. It was hunger and loneliness, and the encirclement of the orcs. The first person to die is lucky, because the people behind can only eat the corpses of their companions in order to survive. And I, after eating everyone, realized a truth. In this place, the dead are much more useful than the living. I caught an orc warlock and learned a lot of Shadow's secrets from that guy. After I learned it thoroughly, I ate that orc. From then on, I ate everything, orcs, crows, living people, dead people. But you know what's ironic? These creatures all taste the same. They're all so disgusting. Nemurian's eyes shot blood-red light. This guy has gone completely crazy. Years of living underground and hatred have wiped out the originally upright and kind Achanai priests, leaving only an evil ghoul. So there are no orcs in Draenei, no living people and dead people, only destruction. Nemurian slammed his staff heavily on the ground, sparks flying. You will also become my nourishment. Your bones will become my weapons. Next, I will kill all the Arakoa who occupy our sacred land, and then drive the orcs out of Achandown completely. I'm tired of these red tape. The shadow energy emitted by Nemurian's staff was divided into three, and entered three coffins respectively. The lid of the coffin began to move back, and dust and fine sand were scattered around the coffin. The harsh noise made by the friction of stones was dizzying. What the hell is going on? Donas was ready for battle with his battle axe in both hands. He didn't understand what Nemurian said at all, but the coffins rising from the ground were not a sign of hospitality. The most powerful garrison commanders and bishops in the history of Draenei are buried in Achandown. The owners of these three coffins are probably not easy to deal with. Come to our side quickly. Yrel? Alvin screamed in his heart that it was not good. This was really a knife pulling the ass. I opened my eyes. Could it be that the play in front of me was the other world version of reincarnation? Seeing that Yrel was still stiff-necked and trying to argue with the Nemurian, Donna stood between the two coffins without knowing how to dodge, and rushed over in a rage to pull her back. Let me go! And Achanai shouldn't be like this. Open your eyes and look. He is no longer the person you know. Donna's pulled Yrel, who was still stubborn, back. Now, take out your hammer and prepare for battle. If you don't want to fight, roll to the back. Don't get in the way in front. After saying that, he pulled Yrel behind him with force, and the Draenei sat on the ground. Calpurnia hurriedly helped the girl, who was stunned by Donna's yelling, to steady herself. While the commotion was still going on here, the lid of the coffin over there had been completely opened. Alvin and others were ready to fight as if they were facing a great enemy. Amid Nemurian's wild laughter, a rattling sound rang out, and a skeleton's big hand stretched out and held the edge of the coffin. Then three skeletons covered with dust and shrunken flesh stood up from the coffin. Three huge skeletons stepped out of the coffin. The two in front wore armor similar to that of the garrison commander Murad, and the last one wore a yellow and blue robe. He was tall, and was more than a foot taller than ordinary Draenei. The skeleton's deep and empty eye sockets emitted a terrifying purple light. The armor hung on the body without muscles, making a crisp collision sound, which was particularly harsh in the empty room. But what was even more weird was the skeleton holding a staff standing at the end. The originally dry muscles lost their original shape the moment they came into contact with the air, and they turned into cracked pieces of meat and debris and fell from the face. A face that was originally like a zombie turned into a skull in a short time. He raised his staff high, opened his mouth and chanted a silent spell, and the shadow magic in the entire space gathered towards the monster. Let you taste the revenge of the Draenei. Chapter 377. No, it should never be like this, never. Yrel looked at the Draenei skeletons and the hysterical laughter of Nemurian, and was furious. She was also tempered in the war of blood and fire, and her mind was much harder than that of ordinary people. She quickly recovered from the disillusionment with Achanai. If your so-called revenge is to use such a way to blaspheme the dead, I, Yrel, will punish you here. Just you? A half-grown child? Punishing a noble Achanai priest? Ha ha ha, it seems that your new friend has taught you a lot of humor. Nemurian waved his staff. You will die at the hands of my undead servants. Go! Kill them! The shadow energy shot out from his staff again, hitting three skeletons. The skeleton monster seemed to have turned on some kind of switch, and instantly aroused their ferocity. Their empty eye sockets emitted a dazzling dark purple light, and the two skeleton warriors standing in front were already rushing over. How come this disgusting guy can be found in every world? Donnas raised his two-handed axe, and faced a skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior had no weapon, but his finger bones were as sharp as iron swords. His bone claws stabbed at Donna's bald head, but Donnas blocked it with his axe. Roar! An angry roar sounded behind everyone, and the Nightblade leopard pounced forward, turned into a giant bear in the air, and faced another skeleton warrior who rushed up. The giant bear was much taller than the skeleton warrior. When the green shadow fell from the sky with unmatched momentum, the purple light in the skeleton warrior's eyes flashed, and he raised his claws to block it, but it was still a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and was crushed into bone slag by the giant bear. No one expected that Green Shadow's fighting power would be so strong, not even Alvin. Seeing one of the two terrifying skeleton warriors being smashed in an instant, Alvin's expression was the same as Nemurian's. Both of them opened their mouths wide, full of disbelief. Well done, Sister Green Shadow. Leave the remaining one to me. Caponia raised his staff and aimed at the head of the skeleton warrior, who was wrestling with Donnas from behind, and began to chant a spell. Go! Skeleton Mage. What are you waiting for? One of the 3 skeleton monsters that Nemurian had carefully prepared was killed in an instant when they first met, and he was half discouraged, and shouted and ordered the skeleton mage to act immediately. The skeleton mage was also stunned at first because his companion was killed in an instant, but after being awakened by Nemurian, he immediately raised his staff and began to chant a spell. But everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and a figure had already jumped to the feet of the skeleton mage. A golden light surged from her body, and a circular halo rose from the bottom of her feet. She raised the warhammer and rolled it upward, directly hitting the skeleton mage's jaw. With a crackling sound, the skeleton mage's mouth, which was used to chant spells, was smashed. Then a golden hammer appeared, and it appeared from the skeleton mage's big head, and hit the guy's head hard. You have become a garrison officer? Nemurian's eyes were wide open, looking at Iril in disbelief. He had never thought that Iril had been training as a garrison officer beside Murad. Evil demon! I will punish you here today. The skeleton mage's head had been completely shattered, and the remaining body was like a puppet with a broken string, shattered and disintegrated into a pile of dry bones. At this time, just when Donnas was about to give up, Caponia's spell had been chanted, and a fireball bigger than the front of a dump truck burst out from Caponia's staff and hit the skeleton warrior's head directly. Damn! It's so hot! The blazing fireball vaporized the skeleton warrior's shoulders and almost burned Donna's beard. The warrior shouted and moved away from the skeleton warrior, who had already fallen apart. The fireball did not stop, but hit one of the coffins directly, and finally exploded, breaking the big coffin. Alvin scratched his head. We are all so strong. How do you want me to perform? Having said that, Alvin was also very excited. With such a strong team, why worry about not being able to save Curdlon? Green Shadow and Caponia were obviously more powerful than before. Caponia only used the most commonly used fireball spell, and the power was so great. Isn't this really a turret method? And Green Shadow, her giant bear wasn't that big before. Now, as long as she turns into a bear, with a size comparable to that of a sea giant, it's probably hard to meet an opponent. But the most surprising thing is Yrel, who has been keeping a low profile before. But it turns out that Yrel is actually a paladin, like Turalian and the others. But in their Draenei world, it seems that this kind of warrior who uses holy light to fight is called a garrison officer. Is the golden halo that just rose up the halo of the paladin? And the golden hammer, it should be the judgment of the night. No wonder Murad and Turalian have been so close recently. It seems that they are also teaching each other and improving each other's strength. Devil, are you ready? The holy light and the people you betrayed are here to punish you. The battle continued. Yrel was shining with golden light and charged with his hammer. Come on! Come on! Let me show you the power of shadow. Nemurian had recovered from his initial surprise and continued to gather shadow energy. He shot a dark whip at Yrel, who was rushing over, and wrapped it around Yrel's neck. Ah! Yrel was hit by magic and stumbled to the ground. Alvin, that's the magic you used before. Yes, this guy is indeed a shadow priest. Silence. Although he had guessed it long ago, when he saw this guy use shadow whip, Alvin was still surprised. This was the first time he saw the same kind after crossing over, a Draenei shadow priest, but unfortunately they were not of the same kind. Alvin quickly took action. Gah! Nemurian, whose magic was interrupted, was immediately attacked. The attack of shadow energy was more severe than other magic elements. Nemurian had obviously never experienced such pain. He dropped his hair and knelt on the ground. His already shriveled body became blue and violent. Blood and tears flowed from his dark red eyes. He covered his head with his hands and groaned in pain. Uriel, who had just been injured in the neck by the shadow whip, had stood up at this time. She didn't care about her own injuries. Now she was thinking about punishing Nemurian, the scum of the Draenei, and ran towards him again. Alvin wanted to continue to suppress Nemurian, but was stopped by Donna's. Leave the rest to the little Draenei girl. Looking at the golden Uriel on her body, Alvin smiled and nodded. Yes, Uriel is a Draenei. She is the most qualified person to punish the filth within the Draenei. As he spoke, Uriel had come to Nemurian's side. Seeing Yrel approaching, the Achonai priest stood up despite the backlash of the shadow, and swung his staff to hit him, but Yrel knocked the staff away with a hammer. Without a weapon, Nemurian didn't care, and stepped forward to fight Yrel. Why? Why can't you understand my revenge? Nemurian, you are just a ghoul now. The Draenei will usher in real revenge under the leadership of the Son of Light, and you, a traitor to the light and the people, can only be destroyed here. You have no power. You don't. Before Nemurian could shout, Yrel had already raised his hammer and hit him on the top of his head. Chapter 378. Swoosh. Donnas whistled. Without any hesitation, Yrel had killed Nemurian with his own hands. His resolute attitude was surprising. Paladins are warriors with extremely strong wills, such as Turalian and Yrel. But it was very uncomfortable for Yrel to execute his former compatriots with his own hands. The Draenei girl looked at the blood-stained hammer and felt a little dizzy. The golden light on her body was gradually fading. She cleaned her weapon and turned back to force a smile. Keep going, the traitor has been eliminated. Your choice is correct. We will prove what is just revenge. We are your strong backing. Miss Yrel. Alvin and Calpurnia patted Yrel's back from left to right. Quack! The man-eating monster is dead. It's the turn of the King of Claws. The Raven Man Grezzik jumped out from nowhere, still landing on Donna's shoulder, flapping his wings and shouting. Donna said speechlessly, "You kid disappears when fighting, and runs away after the battle. What kind of comrade are you? Raven Man, you are not good at fighting. Not good at fighting. Then what use are you? Lead the way! Lead the way!" Grezzik shouted, "Go forward, there is a hole leading to the sewer of the C-Tech Hall. Here! Here!" While shouting, the Raven Man flew down from Donna's shoulder, bypassed the corpse of Nemurian on the ground, and came to the last wall of the room. Donnas wanted to set a fire to burn this place, but Alvin was afraid that the ventilation in the crypt was not good, and the burning ashes and thick smoke would affect his own people, so Donnas had to give up. I don't know what mechanism Grizz triggered. A brick wall of the wall that was originally empty suddenly sank backwards, and then moved to the left to reveal a hole that could accommodate a person more than one person tall. Inside was a dark staircase that led down to the bottom. It's here. Here. How do you know everything? Steal. Explore. Grezz likes to explore. Go explore. I think you are here to steal things. Donnas patted the Crow Man's head and cursed. Not bad, at least it helped. Alvin now regards this guy as a mascot. He once raised a parrot in his previous life, and the experience is a bit similar. Yrel leaned down and said in a threatening voice, "If I know that you have any conspiracy and lure us into your trap, I think you should know what the consequences are." As she said this, she threw the hammer next to the Crow Man, which was still stained with the enemy's residue. The pungent smell made the Crow Man shiver, and Grezz shouted flatteringly, "Loyalty. Friend. Loyalty." Donnas laughed loudly. Such a man who knows the times is also a good change on this journey. Caponia, I leave the lighting to you, let's go. After saying that, Alvin entered the cave first. The air was filled with a damp and rotten smell, and every step was accompanied by an echoing sound, as if the entire passage was whispering to Alvin and others. The magic wand in Caponia's hand emitted a faint light, illuminating their way forward. The magic elements in the air were disordered, and the invisible magic elements flowed around like air, causing Caponia's fire to jump irregularly, and appear and disappear from time to time. No one spoke, even the most noisy Arakoa. Grezzik shut up. Alvin looked at both sides of the passage in the light, and found that the walls were engraved with ancient runes and patterns, which were traces left by the ancient Draenei. Yrel stopped from time to time, carefully observed the runes, and tried to interpret their meaning. His friends remained alert, and ready to deal with possible dangers at any time. The words and symbols on it tell some of the history of Draenor, and it mentions some interesting things. Yrel whispered, "Anyway, it's boring on the road, tell us, just as if you are listening to a story." Donna said, "Just don't be as quiet as before. This environment is suffocating." Yrel organized his words and continued, "It says that the ancestors of the Arakoa once created very brilliant achievements." Quack. Yes. The Arakoa are very strong. Shut up. Don't interrupt other people's stories. The civilization they created is called Epsilon. The civilization of the Crowmen has some different beliefs. Let me see, there are Wind Snake Sethek, Crowansu, and a Firebird Rukma. Real paused and continued, "Unfortunately, a civil war broke out in the Crowman society, and several gods fought against each other. Then the Apis civilization was destroyed, and some Crowmen were exiled. The things after that are not clear, and can't be seen clearly. Civil war everywhere. Before the orcs came, we humans were also fighting a civil war." Donna sighed, This story seems to be consistent with what Gresk said before. But who is the king of claws that this guy talks about killing every day? Grezik, the exile. Grezik tilted his head and listened quietly from beginning to end. Alvin didn't know if he understood. He knew that the Crowmen did have a glorious civilization, but that was a long time ago. Now the Crowmen always looked like they were missing a string in their heads. The Crowmen continued to croak and speak his iconic intermittent language. The king of claws. Cursed. Hibernation. The explosion of Ochendown is a sign of return. Croak. Aegis, pretending to be the king of claws. Madman. Sacrifice. The Crowmen became more and more angry as they spoke. They jumped from Donna's shoulders to his bald head. Their sharp claws scratched several red lines on Donna's head, making Donna's grin in pain. Who can translate for me what this guy is saying? And I tell you, if you dare to shit on my head, you're dead. Caponia said, are you trying to say that you once had a leader called the Claw King, but later he was cursed and fell asleep, and then a Crowman named Aegis pretended to be the Claw King, and after the explosion of Ochendown, he thought it was a sign of the return of the Claw King, so he came here? That's right. That's right. So where does this road lead to? Alvin tightened his clothes. The cold environment here made him very uncomfortable. Now everyone can breathe out when talking. It is obviously a deep tomb going down. Why is the temperature getting lower and lower? Gresk suddenly lowered his voice. It's almost there. It's almost there. Suddenly, a cold wind blew. A low roar came from the depths of the passage. Alvin frowned. What was in the depths of the tunnel? Did Gresk really lead them into a trap? Donna's was quick-witted and had already grabbed Gresk like a chicken. Good boy, it's a trap. What's in front? The Crow Man was also dumbfounded and shook his head frantically. It's an animal. The green shadow suddenly said, I can detect it. It looks like a bird. Crow, crow, run! Gresk shouted breathlessly, looking like he was facing a great enemy. At this time, the tomb passage also came to the end, and a spacious hall appeared in front of him. For stone pillars supported the ceiling of the hall. A large bird with blue and green feathers was curled up in the middle of the hall. Chapter 379. The fluffy blue-green feathers, the gorgeous tail, and the powerful wings, it is hard to describe the appearance of the bird in front of us. But when it raised its head, everyone was stunned, with its empty eyes, bird face, and only half of its beak. Alun, who is so cruel to treat this beautiful creature like this? Green Shadow exclaimed in amazement. She couldn't help but walk forward quickly and surpassed Alvin. In order to facilitate walking in the narrow tomb passage, the druid had already changed back to the appearance of a night elf, and still walked at the end of the team. Quack! Don't! Danger! Gresk was like standing on a hot pan, jumping around anxiously. Alvin held Green Shadow's hand, wanting the Caldorii to be calm. But Green Shadow gave him a look of peace of mind, and gently but firmly broke free from Alvin's hand. Don't worry, druids are friends of animals. As if it had sensed the movement around it, the big bird stood up alertly, tilted its head, and its empty eye sockets were not facing the direction of the Green Shadow. Alvin guessed that the big bird's eyes must have been damaged a long time ago. In this dark area, it may have evolved the ability to use hearing to collect environmental information. Sure enough, the big bird quickly confirmed the direction of the Green Shadow, opened its wings towards her, and all its feathers exploded, and its entire body seemed to expand by twice. Gaw-gaw! It made a hoarse sound, as if a piece of charcoal was stuffed into its throat to destroy its vocal cords. The green mucus sprayed from the bird's mouth was thrown everywhere with the big bird's head, and it looked very poisonous. Green Shadow still walked straight towards the big bird without hesitation. Brothers, don't you want to do something? It looks like the situation is not good. Donas clenched his hands and held the axe tightly. Gresk's nervousness had been transmitted to him, and he was ready to rush up and kill the big bird at any time. Alvin stretched out his hand to stop him, and made a hush sound with his index finger on his mouth. Trust Green Shadow. Seeing that Alvin said so, everyone had to put down their weapons first and choose to trust Green Shadow's judgment. Quack, quack! The big bird could no longer bear it, and made an unpleasant cry. It began to flap its wings violently, and the magic elements in the air gathered instantly. It was obvious that this was still a magical creature that could use magic. Alvin quickly cast a spell, and put a shield on Green Shadow. Green Shadow gave a grateful look, then chanted a spell, and stretched out a hand to the big bird that was roaring at him. A warm green light flowed out from the edge of her palm, enveloped the big bird, and entered its body. The violent bird suddenly became quiet when it was enveloped by Green Shadow's magic, just like a toy that suddenly lost power, and stopped there like a wooden chicken. Alvin got closer, and saw that Green Shadow was also the same, with his eyes out of focus, not knowing what he was looking at, and his whole body was wandering. What's going on? What should we do now? Donis held his weapon, not knowing what to do. Alvin said, it's a skill of soothing animals. A druid? She is in spiritual contact with the bird. All we can do now is believe her. Gresk, what's going on with this bird? Why is there a bird here? Gresk looked at the big bird nervously. Hush. Quiet. It's the raven god. Ansu. Aegis actually caught Ansu. Alvin's heart moved. Raven god Ansu. Isn't it the place where many people went to swipe the crows before? The hidden boss, which can only be opened by a druid who is doing a quest. What quest is it, Big Bird? Yes. Alvin suddenly remembered that it was a professional quest for the druid to do the flying form. With the quest item, you can summon the raven god Ansu, and then after passing the boss, you may drop the crow mount, and the druid has also completed their professional quest. Looking at the Green Shadow, who was communicating with Ansu, Alvin suddenly had a sense of fate. Is it also her destiny for the Green Shadow to come here with him? Finally, the green light disappeared, and the Green Shadow took 2 steps back, and was supported by Alvin. How is it? Its name is Ansu, the spirit of the crow. It said that its people were cursed, and it could not escape the curse. Its body is very weak, and it is about to die. Alvin, please try. Can your holy light save it? As she spoke, she nervously held Alvin's hand, and even used a pleading tone. Alvin was surprised by the druid's expression, as if there were few things that could make her show such an expression. Don't panic, I will treat it immediately. As Alvin said this, he had already selected the skill icon of Holy Word Calm in his mind. The crow Ansu seemed to sense the flow of strange magic, and became nervous again, and the feathers on its body that had been calm exploded again. From its mouth came a mumbled sound like a drowned person. Green Shadow immediately reached out to comfort it, gently smoothed its feathers on its head, and continued to chant the ancient Kaldori spell. The crow Ansu calmed down again. The dazzling holy light lit up, and pure energy rose from Ansu's feet, and entered its body. Although Ansu's face was disfigured, it seemed that it still looked peaceful. It lowered its head, and the mumbling sound gradually decreased, but the expression on Alvin's face became more and more solemn. After a while, the light dimmed. Alvin saw Green Shadow's expectant eyes, and he shook his head. I checked its body. It is actually a spirit in a sense. Holy light can heal the body and purify the mind, but it has no effect on these spirits. Alvin reached out, and gently stroked the blue feathers on the big bird's head. Alvin said so, it must be hopeless. Green Shadow sat down beside the crow dejectedly, and Calpurnia also came to the side, and held Green Shadow's hand. It is a god in the crow people's faith, the crow god Anzu mentioned by Miss Irel just now. But its believers are cursed, and it killed many of its own believers after it went crazy. Now it has been completely abandoned. King Aegis of the Claws captured it, and used the magic of the orc warlocks to absorb its essence. Then it escaped and came here by accident. Even if it didn't meet us, it was just waiting to die. Green Shadow sighed, and told everyone about her communication with the crow god. Brother Alvin, is there really no way to save it? After hearing Ansu's story, Caponia cried sadly, it's so pitiful. Alvin spread his hands in embarrassment. This is really difficult for me. I don't quite understand how to save this kind of spirit. Will it work to find some believers now? Gresk, what do you believe in? Come here, believe in Ansu immediately. Quack, no, be afraid. No. When Gresk heard Alvin mention himself, he was so scared that he hid behind Donis. Forget it, Alvin, Ansu said this method is useless, but it thanks you for helping it. Green Shadow turned around and said, it seems that this is its fate. Caponia had a flash of inspiration. Alvin, I have a way. Chapter 380. Capernia was a little excited. As she spoke, she reached behind her neck and took off the necklace. When she opened her palm, an arcane crystal pendant appeared in front of everyone. Green Shadow asked in confusion, a pendant? What does that mean? This is Alvin's fell energy infusion. Alvin felt bad when he saw the elf take out the pendant. He had roughly understood Calpurnia's intention, but it was too late to interrupt Calpurnia. Swoosh. Donis blew the whistle with gloating, and looked at Alvin with a sly smile. Green Shadow's face was already red. He grabbed Calpurnia to prevent the elf girl from saying other tiger and leopard words, and glared at Alvin fiercely. Alvin laughed awkwardly. It's just a weird name. Fell energy? Alvin? Yrel said seriously, leave it to me. I will eliminate the fell energy in your body. Alun. Green Shadow covered Yrel's mouth awkwardly, and looked at Alvin with resentment. Why don't you say something? Ahem, Alvin coughed twice in a pretentious manner. Green Shadow knows that I am powerful in my fell energy infusion. I don't need to tell your sister Green Shadow about Calpurnia. And there is no need to eliminate it. It's just a random name I made for fun. It's actually very normal. Ignoring Green Shadow's murderous eyes, and Urel's innocent eyes, he continued, I understand what Calpurnia means. You want me to put Anzu's spirit into the gem, right? Alvin paced left and right for a few steps and thought for a while. But I'm not sure if the spirit can be sealed into the gem like magic. I have to try. If it doesn't work, I'm not sure I can keep the spirit alive. Besides, the Raven God is an intelligent creature after all, and I can't force it to do this without considering its feelings. Anzu was lying on the ground at this time, with his face resting on the soles of Green Shadow's feet. His steady breathing made his body rise and fall regularly, and he seemed to have fallen asleep. But after hearing Alvin's words, Anzu suddenly raised his head, revealing his disfigured face, and called quack quack to him a few times. What did he say? Green Shadow heard the end and saw Anzu lying down again after finishing speaking, then explained, it agreed. It's better to fight to the death than to lie down and wait for death. Great. Caponia clapped his hands and jumped up. I believe Alvin will succeed. But Alvin still shook his head. But I don't have the gem with me. It's already this time. Where can we find it? I have it. Green Shadow said loudly, and then reached out to take off a necklace from his neck. Green Shadow has always cherished this necklace. He didn't take it off when he and Alvin did something good. The necklace was very long and wrapped around the neck of the night elf for several times. When he finally took it off, he found a crescent-shaped silver gem hanging on it. It's a moonstone. It contains rich arcane energy. Calpurnia recognized it at a glance. She grew up in a noble family, and was well informed. I heard it's a rare gem from Kalendor. I've only seen it once. Green Shadow shook his head. I don't know what it is. I found it at the end of the Wrath of the River many years ago, when I was playing in Azhara. It was stolen by a goblin at that time. I chased him across most of the map before I got it back. Later I wanted to give it to the Green Dragon Queen, but the Queen asked me to keep it, so I always carry it with me. Green Shadow smiled and handed the moonstone to Alvin. I didn't expect it would come in handy here. Alvin took the moonstone and thought that maybe this was fate. Who would have thought that in this deep underground tomb, there would be a druid carrying a moonstone? I try my best. He closed his eyes, expanded his mind, and carefully explored the moonstone. As Calpurnia said, it contains a lot of arcane magic. No wonder Green Shadow is a wild druid, but her moonfire is as powerful as the moon god railgun. It turns out there is such an arcane amplifier. Alvin is not good at arcane magic. The moonstone would have rejected him, but after blending with Green Shadow, some of Green Shadow's magic remained on him, which made the gem accept him, and let him clearly see the fine structure and magic flow inside the moonstone. This is easy. It's about to start. Anzu, are you ready? The golden light on Alvin's body lit up, which was particularly dazzling in the dark underground hall. Although Anzu couldn't see anything, it still felt the warmth of the light. A person who is so favored by the holy light should also be a gentle person, right? Anzu quacked twice, indicating that he was ready. The next moment, Anzu's body gradually disappeared, and the whole body emitted a light blue light, gradually fading, and finally turned into a ball of pure arcane energy. That ball of energy was Anzu's spirit, and it slowly turned into Anzu's original appearance. It's so beautiful. There are such beautiful animals in the world. Even Uriel couldn't help but admire it. Alvin was concentrating on cutting the gemstone. He controlled his magic power precisely like operating a scalpel, adjusting the magic element in the moonstone to almost the same frequency as Anzu. Here it comes! Alvin roared and began to cast spells on the moonstone continuously. The holy light shone on the moonstone, stimulating the power of the gemstone itself. A powerful arcane energy was catalyzed and slowly shot out from the gemstone, forming a light blue light band, connecting to Anzu's spirit. As if a resonance had occurred, Anzu's spirit suddenly glowed with blue light, much brighter than the dim appearance just now. Gaga. Everyone heard Anzu's cry in their ears, but they knew that Anzu would never make a sound at this time. Donnas thought he was hallucinating and patted his ears. Then, the spirit and the arcane energy merged into one and returned to the moonstone. Alvin continued to increase his magic output, and the moonstone became brighter and brighter. Finally, a burst of blue light like a supernova explosion burst out from the moonstone, blinding everyone. It's done! It's done! Come and see! Green Shadow heard Alvin's excited cry, while she was still covering her eyes. She rubbed her eyes, and finally recovered from the dazzling light just now, but found that Alvin was having fun with the gem. Look quickly. Why did it become like this? Green Shadow took the moonstone from Alvin and was surprised to find that the crescent-shaped gem had been deformed. It turned into a cylinder with a crow relief. There was also a small crow statue on the top, which looked like a super mini version of Anzu. I named it the statue of the god of crows. Chapter 381. Everyone gathered around and carefully observed the statue of the raven god that Alvin mentioned. Alvin, your skills are better than before. This little crow is so lifelike. Calpurnia clapped her hands and said, it seems that next time, I will ask you to help me make a better one. Oh my god, I didn't expect you to be a jeweler. I don't know what to say. No wonder every country wants to keep you. Donas touched his bald head. When I return home, I will also propose to my King Thoradin to keep you in strong guard. Alvin I. Uriel found that Green Shadow and Calpurnia actually had magic gems made by Alvin, and she was a fleeing paladin. Not to mention gems, she didn't even have any jewelry, so she had to shut up awkwardly. I will give you a suitable one. Alvin whispered in Uriel's ear, and then turned to Green Shadow. Try it now, and see if it works? Okay. Green Shadow excitedly held the statue of the raven god in her hands. She was so excited that she couldn't remember the last time she was so excited. Well, being intimate with Alvin was one example. If we go back further, it might be the time when she saw the Green Dragon Queen when she was young. Alvin and the others waited for a long time, but Green Shadow didn't make any moves. Just when they were wondering, Green Shadow raised his head and asked calmly, how do I use it? Everyone was speechless. Calpurnia immediately gave a live teaching. Use your own magic to awaken the power in the gem. It's better to shout out the name of the skill, the effect will be better, Alvin said with a smile. Green Shadow ignored him, and just closed his eyes. Soon, the statue lit up with a faint blue light. Green Shadow's eyebrows moved slightly, and then an ecstatic expression appeared on her face. She opened her eyes, and smiled at Alvin, who was curiously watching in front of her. Green Shadow's body began to change, her mouth began to stretch forward and become a bird's beak, her two forearms became wings, and her body began to grow blue feathers. Almost in that instant, the raven god appeared in front of everyone. Quack! Raven god! Quack! Gresk was almost frightened to the point of fainting. He fell to the ground like a rooster, prostrating himself, and not even daring to raise his head, shaking all over. Anzu waved his wings and took off on the spot. He flew lightly in the hall, and landed in front of Alvin. I seem to be able to become a crow. Anzu made the voice of Green Shadow. When everyone was surprised, Green Shadow had turned back into the appearance of a night elf. Sister Green Shadow, are you saying that you can transform into Anzu and fly? Green Shadow nodded and spread out her palm. The light of the crow statue inside was gradually dimming. Anzu's soul is in this statue. It entrusted its power to me, and gave me the ability to transform into a storm crow. Then aren't you the first druid in the world, who can transform into a big bird? Alvin was surprised. This is a big deal. Who would have thought that a druid would actually gain a new transformation ability in the world of Draenor? When we return to Azeroth, should Mr. Staghelm give you the title of a great druid? Green Shadow stretched out his finger, and tapped his chin for a while, and there was no happy expression on his face. But this transformation ability doesn't seem to bring about an increase in strength, it just allows flying. But that's fine, you can transform and fly on me in the future. That's true, but why does it sound so strange? Green Shadow strung the statue of the raven god with the long necklace just now, and hung it around his neck. Erwin was quite happy that a fierce fight that was expected to happen was eliminated invisibly. Now we have walked a long way down. According to the agreement, Solanlian and the others will launch a feint attack on the top, and the progress now is definitely not fast. The key is that no one expected that the road after entering the tomb would be so roundabout, and we have to fight through it layer by layer. Thinking of this, Erwin was a little anxious. He looked around and wanted to find Gresk, but found that the crow man was still lying on the ground with his 5 bodies prostrated, muttering to Green Shadow. Alvin pulled Gresk up. Are you done yet? How do we go next? Quack! Here! Here! Where does this lead to? How far is it from the Shadow Labyrinth? The magic hall of the Claw King, right above, right above! Gresk shouted, stretching out his degenerated wings and pointing at the corner of the ceiling of the hall. Sure enough, there was a round manhole cover with 2 air holes on it, which seemed to be the exit. It was like he was taking a detour to the underground of the magic hall of the last boss of the C-Tech Hall. No wonder the structure here looked so familiar. It seemed that the 4 pillars in the hall still supported the hall upstairs. But the height here is not low. Even if I ride on Donna's neck and form a human wall, I can't touch the ceiling. And the manhole cover is very smooth, with no place to touch. Are you kidding us? How can we get up like this? Stacking people? Donna shook Grez's shoulder dissatisfiedly. Quack, I fly up, open it. The crowman said, flapping his wings, kicking his feet hard, and flew up like an old hen climbing a wall. Well, you can really fly so high. Paw, boom! Before Donna's praise fell to the ground, Grez fell to the ground first. The crowman hit the bottom of the manhole cover, and the manhole cover did not move at all. Grez screamed and fell to the ground like a rag, and did not move. Ariel stepped forward and kicked him. He's knocked out. Donna's raised his head and covered his eyes with his hands. Oh my god, I still had illusions about this guy. Alvin released a recovery for Grez and carefully observed the condition of the manhole cover. It was about 2 meters high, and several people could definitely climb it. The manhole cover should be opened upwards. I hope there is no lock or heavy objects on it. Just when he wanted to ask Donna's to come over to help him step, Green Shadow pulled him back. Have you forgotten the ability I just got? He said, and he turned into the God of Crows. Come up, I take you up. Great. Sister Green Shadow is great. Caponia clapped his hands and cheered, and Alvin remembered that our druid could fly. Now druid has really become a jack of all trades. Alvin quickly climbed onto the back of the crow, moved forward, and hugged the crow's neck. Green Shadow opened its wings, and Alvin's legs could just fit into the sides of the crow's body. Ready! Green Shadow reminded him, and flapped its wings, lifting Alvin up easily. Alvin stretched out his hand to support the manhole cover from the bottom up, and with a light push, he pushed up a crack in the manhole cover. He didn't dare to come up directly, but looked around first, until he was sure that there was no one else in the hall. He completely pushed the manhole cover open and moved it aside. Then, he exerted force with both hands, left Green Shadow's back, and jumped up to the upper hall. Chapter 382. Alvin climbed up to the upper hall. There were some dim lights on the wall. Alvin did not dare to delay. He first confirmed whether there was anyone around. After confirming that it was safe, he took off his robe and twisted it into a long strip, and then hung it down from the well. The second person to come up was Uriel. She was more powerful. After coming up, she and Alvin pulled Calpurnia and Green Shadow up. The last person to come up was Donna's holding Grez. The crow that Green Shadow turned into was still too big to fly out of the well directly. In the end, he was pulled up by everyone in the form of a night elf. Looking at his wrinkled robe, Alvin smiled and said, "My robe of eternal light has done a great job. I have to thank my father-in-law when I go back. Of course. But I don't know how my father has managed the territory. I really want to return to Azeroth as soon as possible." As Caponia said this, he kicked a round object under his feet. A gurgling sound was heard. The elf squatted down curiously, and picked up the ball. He leaned over to the top of the staff to take a look. A round skull was grabbed by the elf's white hand, and his fingers were locked in the skull's black eye sockets. Caponia was silent for 2 seconds. She swung her arm in a standard baseball pitcher's action, and threw the skull at a speed of 150 kilometers per hour with a flick of her wrist. The skull accurately hit Grez's head, who had just stood up. The crowman let out a scream and fell straight down. Not good. Alvin, such a loud noise would wake up even the dead, let alone the living crowman. Sure enough, before Caponia's shouting stopped, the hall suddenly lit up, and the light from several light sources on the wall made Alvin and his friend's eyes, which had not seen light for a long time, sting. Noisy footsteps, and the unique noise of the raven sounded, and a large group of ravens rushed in from the entrance of the hall. These ravens looked similar to Grez, but they were much better dressed than Grez. Some of them were holding staffs and daggers, and it was obvious that they were divided into different professions. At first glance, they were an organized criminal gang. A group of black ravens rushed in from the door like a tide, and instantly surrounded Alvin and his friends. These guys made harsh and unpleasant noises, but they didn't know the common language, so no one knew what they were shouting, but looking at their fierce eyes, it was probably not a good thing. They were clamoring and waving their sharp claws and beaks. They looked extremely ferocious, as if they would pounce on Alvin and his men at any time to start a bloody fight. These Arakos seemed particularly angry with Uriel. Most of their roars were directed at the Drenii, but Uriel was not afraid at all. He also roared and held a hammer as if he was going to hit them, which frightened the Arakos. Gaga! A loud and piercing cry sounded, and the Arakos took the initiative to separate and make way for the middle road. Alvin looked up and found that a strange-looking Araco walked out from among them. The feathers on his body were longer than those of the other guys, and they were flaming red. It seemed that this was their leader. The leading crowman stopped in front of everyone, stabbed his staff into the ground, and the feathers exploded. Crack, crack, crack. Unfortunately, Alvin and the others didn't understand anything. In fact, they didn't need to understand, because there was no room for compromise. Aegis? Alvin asked. He believed that this name should be a transliteration, and no matter which language it was translated into, the pronunciation should be similar in the end. Sure enough, the chattering leader crowman heard Alvin's words and immediately began to nod, and then said a lot of gibberish. I'm looking for you. Alvin suddenly got angry while speaking, and chose the 3-hit combo of the holy fire and the sky flame in his mind. The crowman didn't expect that the other party would decisively attack without even wanting to say anything. Aegis was directly hit by the instant holy fire, and the red feathers were immediately covered by golden flames. The screams of the King of Claws resounded through the hall. Quack, quack, quack. When the crows saw their leader being hit, they were in chaos. Some wanted to fight, while others wanted to escape. You despicable thieves who occupied the holy land of my people, accept the punishment. Yrel couldn't help it any longer. When he saw Alvin making a move, he rushed out with his hammer. Donas was afraid that Yrel would suffer alone, so he also rushed up with his axe. The two men were like tigers rushing into a flock of sheep, beating the crows and making them run away. Donas laughed loudly, shouting while beating them, I've never fought such a crushing battle. The crows were not even as tall as Dona's thighs, so they were no match for the two men. Some of them couldn't even last a round. Either their weapons were knocked away, or they were directly hit and either died or injured. For a while, the crows were in a mess and fled to the door. Alvin suddenly succeeded in his attack, and did not want to give the Claw King another chance, but threw out the remaining 2 holy fires in succession, hitting the crow man. To everyone's surprise, Aegis had no power to resist, and was burned to charcoal and fell to the ground and died. Alvin looked at his hands in disbelief, and couldn't believe that he had killed the Claw King in one blow. Alvin, you are really stronger than before. Caponia wanted to support Alvin, but she was also stunned when she saw the scene in front of her. Just a basic holy fire actually killed the crowman who looked very cruel? Alvin looked at Green Shadow and found that her eyes were full of surprise and a hint of surprise. He was a little suspicious, maybe because of the bonus given to him by Green Shadow's blood. After all, Green Shadow was once the guardian of the sky. Even if she was reincarnated as a Kaldorii, she still had many magical things. Quack! Where is Grezg? At this time, Grezg, who was stunned by a skull, woke up. He stood up shakily, and was shocked to see the corpses of Iraq people lying on the ground. Then he remembered that they had entered the Sethek Hall. Looking at the blackened body in front of Alvin, he suddenly became ecstatic, and even his hunched body straightened up a little. Quack, quack! I don't know what Grezg is saying. He shouted at the Iraq people. At this time, the Iraq people had collapsed. This Trini and this human they had never seen before were too strong. Without a backbone, they just wanted to escape quickly. Don't kill them! Don't kill them! They have to surrender to us. Make a way for us. Chapter 383. Yrel and Donna stopped, first because they heard Grezg's shouts, and second because the crows had given up resistance and knelt down on the spot, like a nest of chickens waiting to be slaughtered. This was no longer a battle but a massacre. No more fighting. No more fighting. The fake King of the Claw is dead. I have convinced everyone. Grezg, who was excited, spoke the common language more smoothly. Everyone will return to the Sketty's crow's nest, and no longer be accomplices of the orcs. As he said this, he said a few more words to the crows, and the crows shouted and knelt down to Alvin and the others. I told them that you have been blessed by Anzu, the god of crows. Alvin asked them if they saw the orcs escorting a dwarf through here? Where did the guy go after being locked up by the orcs? Grezg asked again, and several crows answered a few sentences. According to the translation, it should be that a fat man was captured by the orcs and taken to the Shadow Labyrinth, but he was not dead yet, and they didn't know what the Shadow Labyrinth looked like. It was a dangerous place that only orcs could go to. Alvin nodded, and it seemed to be the same as before. Tell them again to clean up the places they made dirty before leaving. Stay honestly when you get home. If you dare to help the tribe again, we will definitely go and completely destroy the crow's nest. Okay. Grezg hurriedly conveyed the words to the right place, and the crows below nodded and screamed, as if they had entered a chicken farm. Now let's go leave here, go back to your crow's nest, and never come back. Alvin shouted and made a gesture of driving away with both hands. Now the crowman understood without Greth's translation. They jumped up and rushed out of the hall, faster than when they came. Alvin, there is a treasure chest. Let's go and see. Caponia looked around with wide eyes, and immediately found the treasure chest behind a pillar. Treasure chest? Alvin also became interested when he heard it. This fake king of claws has occupied this place for so long, maybe he really found some Draenei artifact. Open it, and take a look. Okay. Donna's had already arrived in front of the treasure chest, and the warrior opened the lid of the treasure chest with force. A green long-handled weapon, and a small red gem appeared in the treasure chest. Donna's picked up the long-handled weapon, and looked at it carefully. The tip of the staff was made of 2 triangles made of green gems, and there was an emerald green gem in the middle of the 2 triangles. Donna said curiously, this is not a long handle, but a staff. It looks really strange. Little elf, take it. Since it is a staff, Caponia is the only mage in his group who needs it. He handed the staff to Caponia. Sure enough, when Caponia took the staff, the emerald on it lit up. This weapon is even stronger than my sulfur staff. It contains huge magic power. What are the words on it? Caponia touched the staff excitedly, and found some words engraved on it. Tarok Shadow's staff. Greth leaned over to take a look and found that it was the words of the crowman, so he quickly translated it. Then take it and use it, Alvin smiled, picking up the remaining ruby in the treasure chest. What is this? There are words on it, too, and it seems to be the words of the Draenei. Uriel, come and take a look. Uriel took the gem after hearing this, and in an instant, the red light emitted by the gem illuminated the entire hall. This is the Holy Covenant. It is the holy relic of the Draenei garrison commanders of all generations. Uriel held the Holy Covenant with trembling hands, carefully stroking the lines on it, as if she had established a connection with her deceased ancestors. She read the words on the Holy Covenant word by word, Holy Covenant of Eternal Rest. Uriel raised the Holy Covenant with one hand, and recited the holy words of the Draenei language. The ground under Uriel's feet suddenly began to shake, and golden light emanated from the ground, and then a golden flame ignited. Quack! Get out of the way! The frightened Grez quickly moved away from the land of boiling golden flames. This is the Paladin's consecration. I've seen Turalian and his men use it before. It doesn't hurt their own people. Look! Donna stood within the range of the flames, unscathed. Elvin asked, what is the effect of this Holy Covenant? It increases some of the damage of consecration, but not the rest. However, this Holy Covenant is a relic of successive garrisons, and it means a lot to us. I'm going to give it to Murad when I get back. Paladins are the purest people in the world. They serve the holy light all their lives, without any distractions, and have no intention of taking good things for themselves. Okay, then you can use it first, and then hand it over to Murad. Elvin asked, what's next? How do I get to the Shadow Labyrinth? Quack! It's my turn. It should be here. I saw Aegis open the door here. Grez came to the right side of the hall with his wings fluttering, fiddling with something on the stone pillar on the right. After a while, a crisp click sounded, and a secret door on the wall recessed backwards and moved to the left, revealing another downward tunnel. How deep is this hellhole? Donis poked his head into the cave. It was dark with some dim light, and there was no end in sight. Suddenly thinking that he seemed to have slandered the holy place of the Draenei, he hurriedly said, well, this holy place is really deep. Uriel carefully hung the holy contract on his waist. Not angry at Donna's offense, you are right. This place is indeed haunted now. It is a hellhole. I can smell the stench of the crowmen and orcs here. Alvin took over the sulfur staff that Caponia replaced and carried it on his back. Okay, let's move on. We've gained a lot this time. It's not a wasted trip. Let's move on. Next is the main course. According to what they said before, there are quite a few orcs, and there are also warlocks from the Shadow Council. I remember clearly that last time I fought against a guy from the Shadow Council, I was almost blown to death by him. Everyone be careful, I don't want to suffer that again. He took the torch off the wall, nodded to everyone, and saw that everyone was ready, so he stepped into the dark cave entrance first. It was another long tunnel. The entrance was very narrow at first, but fortunately it became wider and wider as you went further back, and there was wind coming. It seemed that the entrance was just ahead. But what was more annoying was that the end of the road was half submerged in water. Alvin said helplessly, it seems that we have to swim armed next. I hope the water in front will not cover our heads. I lead the way. Some people were happy and some were sad. Just when others were still depressed about having to soak in the water, Green Shadow had turned into a cute little seal. Hey, hey, hey. Green Shadow transformed too early. The little seal was still nearly 1 meter away from the water. It crawled hard on the ground, looking very cute. Well, Alvin, help me. Alvin suppressed his smile, picked up the little seal, and moved it above the water. Plop! The little seal jumped into the water with a leap. Wait for me. After that, it disappeared under the water, and ripples appeared in the water, and soon it became calm. This is the first time I've seen a night elf. Druids are amazing. Donna sat down by the water and turned to ask, "How did you meet?" Alvin said, "So Lanlian and I were caught by the trolls and thrown into a pot to cook. Then we ran into Green Shadow, who was also being cooked in the pot. What a magical encounter. I think that scene must have been very exciting." Donna's laughed. "What about you? Little elf, how did you meet Elvin?" Caponia raised her head, raised her pretty little nose, and said proudly, "When Elvin was almost killed by the forest trolls, I killed the trolls with a fireball and saved his life." "Roar, so awesome. Our strongest miracle dragon rider priest was saved by you." "Yes. If you don't believe me, ask him." But the next second I was knocked unconscious by the trolls, and Elvin turned back to save me. As Caponia was talking, the water surface suddenly shook violently, and a cute seal head popped out of the water. The water is not deep. There is air in front that is not submerged. There is a sluice gate at the end. There is a road outside. It should be the Shadow Maze. Chapter 384. Alvin is not very good at swimming, and can hardly swim. Although the water level here is not high, Green Shadow still insists that with Alvin's height, he will definitely not be able to stand at the bottom of the water and move forward. The water level will submerge his head, so in the end, it was decided to let Alvin hold Green Shadow and move forward, just like in the sunken temple before. Gresk also can't swim. In his words, the Crowmen used to be a race that controlled the sky and disdained to go into the water. And frankly speaking, if the feathers of the Crowmen absorb enough water, they will sink directly to the bottom, so he could only let him continue to stand on Donna's head. Although it was a bit difficult, the few people still successfully arrived at the place where Green Shadow mentioned the sluice. Donna's and Irel took a long time to move the gate. The few people passed quickly, and the waterway ended. The few people went ashore, and Capernia cast a spell to quickly dry everyone's clothes before continuing on the road. The winding passage soon came to the end, and Green Shadow suddenly grabbed Alvin. "There are people ahead, many people. They should be orcs." Alvin knew her radar had never missed a thing, so she nodded. "It's finally time for dinner. A lot of time has passed. I believe our friends have already launched an attack up there, and the orcs are right in front of us." Alvin turned around and said to everyone, "We have entered the deepest part of Auchendown, and those orcs don't know we are here yet. I don't want to leave any regrets. Our goal is to rescue Kurdran. After we rush in, attack all the enemies in front of you. The more you kill, the better. We have to give them the biggest shock right from the start. Try to use your most powerful skills to scare them out of their wits, so that they will be killed before they know what's going on. Again, don't leave any regrets." Alvin pulled out a dagger from his pocket, and waved it twice fiercely. "Donna's and Calpurnia, you two follow me. We have to find Kurdran as soon as possible. Try to catch a live person first and ask where Kurdran is imprisoned. Then Green Shadow and Yrel, show your most ferocious side to these green skins." "Yes." Several people waved their weapons to show that they were ready. Alvin stopped talking, turned his head, and continued to move forward. Sure enough, when he reached the end, he saw a banished demon with brown wings and a room full of orc warlocks. It seemed that the warlocks summoned this demon, but they could not enslave him, so a group of people had to rely on some kind of spell to banish this demon. It was somewhat similar to the impression. Elvin waved his dagger, "Charge." Green Shadow rushed out first, and turned into a giant bear in the air, and let out an exciting roar. The sound was like a loud bell in the closed hall, and he directly pounced on 3 orc warlocks, and trampled them into meat patties. "Son of Lothar! Charge!" For the Draenei. Donna's and Yrel also shouted and jumped into the battle group, waving their weapons at the heads of the orc warlocks, who were stunned by the giant bear, and then rushed left and right, killing several people in an instant. The giant bear Green Shadow was not idle either. After initially smashing 3 warlocks to death, it charged and swept across, beating the warlocks to pieces. These warlocks were originally casting spells to suppress the demons, but they never thought that a group of alliances jumped out from behind the demons. At first, they thought that the big demon summoned the little demons, but later they found that it was the alliance who came in, and they quickly organized a resistance in shock and anger. But suppressing the demons had wasted a lot of magic, and they were really powerless to resist these humans. The scouts sent for help reported that the gate was harassed by the Alliance army and could not provide support, so they had to bite the bullet and push forward. But what can a group of warlocks without magic do? Some warlocks use skills to convert life into magic. Although this kind of magic is weird and harmful to the body, it is necessary to fight when it is critical. Unfortunately, Donna's and Yril are too fast. They can withstand a few more hits before they are transformed, but after the transformation, their health is already very low, and many of them were killed instantly. Donna's enjoys himself now. As the deputy commander of the Alliance, he often has to command half of the Alliance troops, so he rarely takes weapons to fight the enemy himself. He swung an axe left and right, just splitting the head of an orc and flattening the nose of another orc. He shouted excitedly. He knew that these weak warlocks were the elite mage troops of the tribe. Now was the perfect opportunity to weaken the orcs' manpower. If they were more ruthless, they would almost certainly die. Yril had the same idea. The Draenei, who had been hunted all her life, had witnessed countless tragedies and how her compatriots were slaughtered by the orcs. Now she urged the holy light, with golden light in her body, and swung a hammer with great force. She used all kinds of skills of punishment, judgment, and dedication as if they were free. The orcs were helpless for a while. Go! Kill all the guys you can see! While shouting, Alvin threw out a ball of shadow impact formed by the aggregation of shadow energy, which directly hit the heads of the orcs who were gathered together. Many orcs were so painful that they threw their weapons and rolled on the ground. It seems that the damage of the skills amplified by the 3 dragon bloods is already super powerful. Alvin is secretly happy. He no longer has to be so timid as before. Now he will take this opportunity to destroy the tribe. Alvin! Pay attention to that demon. Leave this to us. The giant bear shouted loudly in human language. She had faced the Burning Legion before, and had been fighting with the Satyr demons for many years. She knew that the biggest opponent here was actually the Control Demon. At this time, the orc warlocks had died or escaped, and the restraint on the brown-winged demon had disappeared. Finally free. You scum! The demon suddenly began to speak human language, shouting loudly, spraying deadly green venom from his mouth all around. Everyone get out of the way! Let me kill him in seconds! After saying this, Alvin held the dagger across his chest, concentrated his energy, and selected the skill icon in his mind. But before he could cast the spell, the demon suddenly roared, and the people in the hall, including the Alliance, and the remaining orc warlocks including Alvin, all ran uncontrollably. What's going on? Donna's cursed. Why am I afraid? It's the skill of that demon. Get through the fear first. Alvin shouted, but the demon didn't seem to want to give them time to breathe, and rushed directly to the seemingly weakest mage Calpurnia. Ah! Alvin, save me! No! When the demon's big claws hit Calpurnia, Alvin's heart was broken. He didn't put on a protective fear barrier for himself, and now he had no way out. But with a ding sound, Calpurnia had sealed himself in a huge block of ice. Refrigerator? Alvin was surprised. Great. So you know how to use a refrigerator. But before Alvin could sigh, the duration of fear had ended. Alvin didn't give the demon any chance, but chopped down 3 consecutive holy fires, sending the demon back to the twisted void. Chapter 385. Don't stop. Brothers. Keep pushing. Alvin saw that many orcs were retreating to the door on the right. That must be the next gathering area for the orcs. They must not be allowed to inform their companions. Caponia, stop them. Caponia had just come out of the ice shield. When she heard Alvin's call, she knew that the situation was urgent. She immediately activated the gem Alvin's fell infusion to speed up the casting, and threw the swirling firestorm into the door. The raging fire burned, and the orcs inside were vaporized without even shouting. The flames disappeared quickly, leaving only a door hole blackened by the flames. Keep going! Catch them off guard! Alvin shouted, and had already rushed into the aisle, but was blocked by a huge stone door in front of him. The stone door was flowing with light green rune energy. Yril exerted his strength, and his body was shining with golden light. He shouted and swung his hammer to smash. The shocking crash with sparks burst out, and the stone door was instantly shattered from the middle. Yril kicked out another hoof, knocking down the door completely, and jumped into the hall behind the door. Orcs! Repent for the sin of desecrating our holy land. She stepped on the dedication again, and rushed into the orcs, as if she knew no fatigue. Seeing this, Alvin hurriedly shouted, Follow Yril. Don't let her be surrounded. Yril was a little too fanatical. Her way of fighting without caring about her own life made even Donna's, who was used to seeing life and death on the battlefield, stunned. Everyone quickly followed and found that it turned out to be another hall in the room. The orcs were sitting together in groups of 3 or 5, worshipping in front of the hall while eating the food in front of them. It was like a strange religious ceremony. The Alliance's attack took them by surprise. The giant bear Green Shadow rushed into the crowd like a locomotive, and her 2 paws opened left and right, tearing everything in front of her to pieces. The orc's broken limbs flew everywhere, and no one could stop her. Calpurnia stood still, and sent down a firestorm to the place where Green Shadow ran over, burning all the lives that were still alive. Catch someone alive. Curdran's affairs come first. Alvin shouted loudly, I think I found a good target. Iriel narrowed his eyes, raised his hammer, and pointed at the high platform behind the hall. Alvin looked in the direction, and saw a tall orc shaman with white paint on his face, forming a skull. Behind him was an orc dressed as a warlock, who was talking to a 2-headed ogre. Then the white-faced man turned around and looked at the crowd. As if he had a telepathic connection, he saw Alvin in the crowd. The shaman's cold eyes passed through the chaotic battlefield and met Alvin's eyes directly. It was as if time had stopped. The two stared at each other, as if everything around them no longer existed. Come to the Black Temple to find me. I will kill you in the land of fate, and lead my people to destroy one world after another. The shaman's mouth moved slightly, but no sound came out. However, the words flew directly into Alvin's brain like a pair of magical wings. Nazul? That person is Nazul. For some reason, Alvin could feel that the orc chieftain he had been chasing all the way was standing not far away from him. Stop him! Donnas and Yrel shouted and rushed towards Nazul. The shaman laughed with a wide grin, full of sarcasm, and looked at Alvin again, then turned around and left in style. The orc warlock behind him gave a few more instructions to the 2-headed ogre, and also left with Nazul. The ogre faced the 2 people who rushed up and blocked their way with his huge body. Be careful. This guy will confuse the mind. Alvin's past memories suddenly came to his mind. The 2-headed ogre looked at him in surprise, but immediately came back to his senses and chanted a spell. The moment they heard the spell, the 2 people who had already approached the ogre suddenly stopped moving. Oops! I got hit, Alvin cried out in his heart. It seemed that there was no solution to this skill in his memory. Everyone could only stay away from each other, and wait for the charm to pass. Sure enough, when Uriel and Donnas looked up, their eyes changed completely, turning blood red, like zombies whose minds were controlled, and they roared incomprehensibly, swinging their weapons to slash at each other. Puff! In just one round, both of them were bleeding. Uriel, whose mind was confused, smashed one of Donna's arms with a hammer, and his thigh was also chopped by Donna's axe. Gura! The 2 screamed in pain at the same time. The madness made them give up defense long ago, and only knew to attack blindly. They threw away their weapons almost at the same time, and fought each other. Ha ha ha! Kill each other! See the power of the instigator Blackheart! Ha ha ha! The ogre saw the magic take effect and laughed. Come on! Come on! Don't just watch, come and join the carnival! Green Shadow! Don't get close! Alvin shouted at the Green Shadow, who had turned into a leopard and wanted to sneak attack the ogre. This is a range magic. Once you enter a certain range, you will be confused immediately. Don't take risks. At this time, Donnas and Iriel were already covered in wounds. If they continued to fight, someone would die. Alvin, what should I do? Calpurnia was about to cry when she saw her 2 companions killing each other. It's too far. My spell is out of range. If I use the Fire Phoenix, I'm afraid I will accidentally hurt Iriel. What should I do? Alvin's brain was working fast. He found that the ogre could only stand still when casting a spell. In a hurry, he chose the skill of Shadow Demon in his mind. An ugly shadow demon tore through space and appeared in the real world. Go! Attack that ogre. Alvin commanded, since humans can be enchanted, let the shadow demon fight. It's not possible that this shadow creature from another world can be enchanted, right? As Alvin expected, the shadow demon howled and rolled towards the ogre, leaving a pool of sticky black liquid on the ground. Get out! Disgusting creature! Get out! The instigator Blackheart watched the ugly shadow demon approach him, grinning with countless disgusting mouths, and a circle of small teeth bit his calves, and a chill instantly surged to his head. Beast! Die! Unable to bear it any longer, Blackheart stopped the magic, clasped his fists together, and smashed down on the shadow demon like a sledgehammer. The poor shadow demon was smashed into a black meat paste, and the disgusting juice splashed all over the ogre's head and face, which was extremely terrifying. He panted and looked up at the enemy, and found that the two controlled enemies were seriously injured and lying on the ground motionless. The other two were still looking at him from a distance. "Ha! If you don't take the opportunity to attack me, you will have no chance. Since you don't come over, it's my turn." The instigator Blackheart laughed wildly, kicked away the shadow demon that was about to dissipate in the air, and ran towards Alvin and the others. "As long as they enter the range, these two people will also be controlled by me and kill each other." Blackheart was so proud that he didn't expect that these powerful enemies would be killed by me alone. But it's strange. Isn't there another person? Where is that person? Before Blackheart's brain could turn around, there was a sudden sharp pain from behind, as if a large piece of meat on his calf was torn off, and Blackheart fell to the ground with a scream. A black night-blade leopard with a mouth full of blood appeared behind him. Chapter 386. The green shadow's sneak attack caught the ogre off guard, and a large piece of flesh was torn off his leg. Blackheart was furious. He was one of the first people to enter Auchendown and occupy the Shadow Labyrinth. He was once loyal to Gul'dan. Later, the tribe that had been occupying here thought that they had been forgotten. It was the recent arrival of Nazul that made them realize that Gul'dan had betrayed the tribe after invading Azeroth. They swore allegiance to Nazul's tribe, and the first task assigned to them was to stop the alliance. Blackheart once believed that the power of the tribe was invincible, and the reason why the tribe failed was entirely because of Gul'dan's betrayal. If they attacked head-on, no one could stop the iron hoof of the tribe, not the Draenei, and not the humans. He did have the capital to be arrogant, and his charm skills were indeed powerful. Within a certain range, almost no one could escape his magic. But it was also his arrogance that caused his failure. He didn't expect that the human would see through the weakness of his magic so quickly, and there was a beast that attacked him from the shadows. Blackheart waved his arms angrily, trying to catch the night-blade leopard, but the green shadow was like a ghost, lightly dodging the ogre's attack, and occasionally launching fatal counterattacks. Soon the ogre was injured in many places. "Go to hell, die!" One of Blackheart's heads screamed, controlling the body to attack continuously, while the other head yelled for the body to defend. The two heads quarreled and fought at the same time, and the scene was quite weird. Green Shadow seized the opportunity and rushed forward when the ogre threw a punch and used a move that was unprepared, and grabbed the neck of one head with one claw. Blackheart's only remaining head screamed in pain, and his nose and tears all flowed out. At this time, the neck of one of the ogre's heads was broken, and the head turned 180 degrees and hung behind him. The other head cried bitterly and knelt on the ground, knocking the ground with his arms, making a thump-thump-thump sound. At this time, Alvin had taken advantage of the two people fighting and snatched Iriel and Donna's away with Calpurnia. Alvin quickly used healing magic to heal the two, and then Calpurnia took care of the two downstairs, and he came to Blackheart. "Ogre, where did you hide the dwarf you brought in before?" "Dwarf, don't understand. Everyone must die. You die, I die, everyone dies." Blackheart raised his head and held up the other broken head with his hands. "You killed my brother, but it's good. From now on, this body belongs to me alone." "Ha ha, and you have already failed. Listen to the sound coming from the depths." Alvin frowned. He did hear some movement. It seemed that many people were chanting some kind of spell together. Is it the orc who left just now? What ceremony are they holding? Are they summoning something strange? Alvin shouted loudly, "Green Shadow, the ogre is in your hands." He followed behind, "And the rest of you follow me." Uriel and the others have regained consciousness, and their bodies have been healed. Hearing Alvin's order, they quickly approached him. "You will definitely fail. My mission is to delay you as much as possible. As long as Nazul reaches the Black Temple, ha ha. And you will all be buried in Auchendown forever. You." The ogre's voice suddenly stopped. It should be the Green Shadow that gave him the final blow. But Alvin could not care about these things. He did not want to fight with the Air Lord Murmur again in the depths of the ground. If there was another explosion, he and his people might really be buried in Auchendown. There was a passage in front of him. Alvin and others passed through it quickly. The sound of the spell chanting became louder and louder, and Alvin's scalp was a little numb. He urged everyone to hurry up, but halfway, they found Curdlan tied to a pillar. Donnas quickly put the dwarf brother down from the pillar. The dwarf was unconscious, and had obviously suffered serious abuse. His hands and feet were broken, and one leg was almost shattered as if it had been crushed by a millstone. There were scars all over his body, lying on the ground like a rag, and only the rise and fall of his chest could prove that the dwarf was still alive. No, 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 Kurdran, my brother, what did they do to you? Donna's almost collapsed. He had imagined almost all the reunions. He still had Kurdran Stormhammer with him, and he was thinking about killing this guy right away. Maybe he would blame himself for not bringing his weapon, so that he could kill the enemy. But when they really met again, the pain Kurdran suffered still made this strong man cry. Get out of the way, Donnas. If you want Kurdran to die quickly, keep crying. We may also go to accompany him soon. If you want to solve all this as soon as possible, get out of the way and let me treat him. Yes, yes, you are right. Your holy light just saved me. Hurry up, treat Kurdran. He is dying. Alvin quickly took over Donna's position. He concentrated and selected the skill icon of Holy Word Silence in his mind. The holy light suddenly lit up and flowed into Donna's body like a silent stream. Kurdran's original wound began to heal quickly. The holy light was like an invisible scalpel, repairing the dwarf's body. Ah! The dwarf suddenly struggled to wake up as if he had a nightmare. Damn green monster. Don't think of getting any information about the Alliance from me. Kill me if you have the guts. The dwarf yelled and waved his arms, but was held down by Donnas. Quiet, old friend, quiet. We have rescued you, and you are safe now. Donnas was heartbroken. Judging from Kurdran's reaction, the orcs did want to get information about the Alliance from him, but even though the dwarf was tortured, he still did not reveal any information. You are a tough guy. My old friend. You are safe now. Ah! Kurdran gasped for air, and gradually regained consciousness. When he saw Donnas and Alvin in front of him, he began to regain his composure. He recovered. Oh my god, this is really dangerous. If I had come a minute later, Kurdran would have died, and I would have been powerless to save him. Alvin said, the vitality of the dwarves is really tenacious. Alvin, my old friend, and Donnas. Why are you here? Did I bring my weapons? Of course. Here. Be careful, you have just recovered from your injury, so you can't do strenuous exercise. Just leave this message here and leave the rest to us. Chapter 387. Kurdran's rescue finally made everyone feel relieved, but now they are not happy at all. The mission has been perfectly completed so far, and there is no problem in withdrawing from Auchendown now. But Nazul is right in front of us, and as long as we take one more step forward, we may catch the instigator. And what is the purpose of the evil rituals of the orc warlocks? If this question is not solved, it will be like a big stone pressing on Alvin's heart. Alvin originally wanted to propose that the troops be divided into two groups now, let Donnas lead everyone to leave Auchendown first, and then go forward. But this proposal was quickly rejected by everyone. Calpurnia's pink fists fell on Alvin's shoulders like raindrops, and Green Shadow also caught up, and the Night Blade Leopard immediately bit Alvin's head. Surrender? Surrender? Let's go together. Let's go together. Alvin patted Green Shadow's chin, and the Night Blade Leopard let go and let Alvin out. More people means more strength. I will not be satisfied until I tear that warlock who tortured me into pieces. Why rest? When I die, I will have plenty of time to rest. Ha ha ha. Kurdran said as he led the way in front. That guy was wearing a gray robe and had a big beard. He almost took my life. Did you see him later? Did you kill him? The guy you are talking about should be in front. I just saw him leave with Nazul. Alvin remembered the orc who left behind Nazul before. He looked very similar to what Kurdran said. Very good, I will let him know how powerful my hammer is. Then, guys, what is this? The hybrid parrot you raised? Kurdran noticed Gresk standing on Donnas' shoulder and wanted to touch his head, but he had to give up because he was not tall enough. Quack! Gresk! Raven Man! Raven Man! Gresk was very dissatisfied with being classified as a parrot by the dwarves, and he flapped his wings and shouted. Gresk is a Raven Man living here, Donnas explained immediately. He is very familiar with the terrain here and is our guide. Without him, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to find you so quickly. I see. Kurdran saluted carelessly. Thank you, Raven Man brother. I am a Wildhammer dwarf, a rough man. You are my benefactor, and the Wildhammer dwarves will not forget your help. Quack! You'd better remember the contribution of Lord Gresk. Dwarf! Quack! Gresk was not modest at all, and proudly puffed out his chest. The crowmen also don't like the horde, so he's working with us now, said Alvin. If everything goes well, we catch up with Nazul here and solve this. Ha! That sounds really exciting. What's our plan? Alvin spread his hands. Go in and kill whoever you see. Ha ha ha. This is exactly the plan the dwarves like best. I can't wait to put the orcs' heads on sticks and bring them back. Turalian will be shocked. Kurdran laughed and high-fived Daneth, who was also laughing. Green Shadow suddenly said, "There are a lot of people ahead, we're almost there." Alvin nodded, and everyone stopped joking. The road had come to an end. Alvin entered another corridor first, and walked a little further to a wide stone door. Strange green runes were lit on the door, and the sound of orcs chanting came from inside the door. "This is it. The magic elements inside are just like a tsunami in the sea." Alvin stroked the door, feeling the magic power surging inside. "It may be locked inside. Can it be opened?" "Let me do it," Yrel said, raising his warhammer. "And me." Kurdlan smiled. "Let your old dwarf play a role." No one opposed him. After all, he had been holding back for a long time. Everyone covered their ears, watching Yrel and Kurdlan look at each other, counted down 3 times, and swung their hammers at the stone door at the same time. Sparks burst out with the roar of thunder, and the two were even broken by the recoil. The stone door began to crack from top to bottom, and after a while, dust and fragments began to fall off, and then the stone door shattered into pieces. A long corridor appeared in front of everyone, and in front of the left side of the road was a circular hall. Some orc warlocks in blue robes were kneeling in groups of 3 on the corridor, kneeling towards the hall at the end. The warlock who had left earlier stood at the front of all the orc warlocks, with his back to the crowd and his hands raised high, as if he was performing some ritual. The orcs turned around in surprise, as if they didn't believe that the alliance could rush in so quickly. "Orcs! Your doom has come!" Kurdran roared, waving his warhammer and rushing in first. Donaz was afraid that Kurdran would suffer, so he quickly followed. After the initial chaos, the orcs quickly organized a counterattack. Alvin no longer held back at this moment. He had been worried that the orcs were performing a strange summoning ritual. If they really summoned the Air Lord Murmur, it would be bad. The explosion caused by the last summoning destroyed Auchendown and created the Bone Wilderness. He didn't want his bones to be scattered on that wilderness. The battlefield is not an arena. There is no so-called skill exchange first, and then exchange to counter the opponent's moves. All you have to do is focus your fire and kill the enemy quickly with the greatest firepower, causing the enemy to lose people in a short time. Although the orcs are numerous, the tribe cannot play the advantage of numbers in the long corridor. The only ones who can face Alvin and his team are the ones in front. But Alvin's side is full of elite personnel. Green Shadow has turned into a giant bear, advancing and sweeping like a locomotive. Yrel and his team followed to make up for it, and chased down the fish that escaped the net. Alvin and Caponia threw all kinds of terrifying magic at the tribesmen in the back. For a time, the orcs were defeated and quickly broken through by Alvin and his team. "Orcs! I'm here for revenge. I will give you back all the pain you inflicted on me." Kurdran shouted loudly to the front, trying to attract the attention of the orc in the front. The dwarf's loud voice worked. The orc slowly turned around, his face expressionless, as if he didn't care about the situation at all. He raised his staff and began to chant a spell. The orcs all showed fear, which was seen by Donaz one by one. "What is he doing? Why are his men so scared?" Alvin shook his head. No one knew what strange magic the orc warlock would use. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew in the corridor. On both sides, a dark spacetime singularity appeared at intervals. The singularity attracted the surrounding air, like a passage to another dimension, sucking everything into it. The orcs gave up resistance, and all knelt on the ground and began to pray. This made it impossible for Yrel's already raised warhammer to hit it down. What is going on? The suction of the singularity became stronger and stronger, and it actually sucked an orc not far away. The orc was instantly crushed and sucked into the singularity without even screaming. Everyone was stunned by this horrifying scene. Even Alvin swallowed his saliva. What kind of magic did this orc warlock use? Why did he kill his own people? Just when Alvin was wondering, the singularity suddenly became larger, forming a spiral door, and a large and burly dark creature emerged from it. Chapter 388. Alvin took a deep breath. It was the Blue Fat Man, also called the Void Walker. After coming to this world, Alvin rarely fought against warlocks, because there were no warlocks in the Alliance at that time. The first group of people who studied the way of warlocks were still hiding in the cellar of the Lamb to be slaughtered in the Mage district of Stormwind City, secretly reverse engineering the magic of orc warlocks seized after the 2 wars. Among the orcs, the warlocks he met were not able to directly summon these demons, so this was the first time Alvin met the Blue Fat Man. It's the Void Walker. Everyone pay attention. Void Walker? What is he? Isn't he just a slow-moving blue fat man? Look, I'm going to blow him up with one hammer. Kurdran screamed and rushed up waving the storm hammer. Come back. Don't go in melee. Irvin remembered that the blue fat guy would move slowly towards the warlock. If he hit the warlock himself, it would cause an explosion and cause the whole group to lose health. Now the blue fat guy is not going to the warlock, but moving towards him. Who knows what strange things will happen? So the best way is not to go in melee, let the ranged one kill him. Irvin quickly selected the skill Holy Leap in his mind, and pulled the dwarf back to his side. Caponia, leave it to you, blow up the blue fat guy. Yes. Facing a slow-moving target, it's just like target practice in the Magic Academy. Caponia quickly chanted a spell, and the hot flames gathered at the tip of her staff. A blazing fireball flew out, and shot straight at the blue fat guy. At the same time, Alvin also selected the skill icon of punishment in his mind, and attacked the blue fat man together with Capernia. Ha ha ha. The exploding fireballs, and the continuous punishments continued to weaken the vitality of the Void Walker. The blue fat man, who was already unstable, became more manic, but his slow movement speed limited his performance, and he could only watch his life value being slowly depleted. Boom! Just as the Void Walker ran out of life, his body began to swell like a blue balloon, and almost instantly turned into a huge blue balloon. The blue balloon could not continue to expand, and exploded directly on the spot. But the explosion did not produce any sound. The blue fat man seemed to have created a spherical area with a radius of more than 2 meters, and then swallowed up everything in the area. Damn, a void bomb. Fortunately, I didn't go over. It was Alvin who saved you, otherwise you might only have half of it left. Uriel ruthlessly exposed Curdlon. But the matter was far from over. More and more points began to tear the space apart. The powerful suction sucked the orcs in the tunnel all over the place. However, no matter how they struggled, they were still torn apart by the singularity, and then more Void Walkers came out. He is using his own people as sacrifices to summon Void Walkers. Green Shadow quickly turned into a human form, and we will cooperate with Calpurnia to defeat these blue fat guys. Alvin quickly issued an order. Uriel, Donnas, Curdlon, you rush over and kill the warlock immediately. If he continues to summon like this, we will all be swallowed by the void explosion. Catch the leader first. This is exactly what I want to do. Let's go! Curdlon shouted loudly, moving his short legs quickly and running towards the warlock. Green Shadow also changed back to human form, and he and Calpurnia Alvin launched an attack on the Void Walkers pouring in from all directions. Alvin selected several skill icons in his mind. Now it was a critical moment. The void explosion was no joke. If he was really taken away, I'm afraid no healing magic could save him. Shadow Form, Void Burst, Void Torrent, Shadow Collision, Void Arrow, Destroy. Alvin almost instantly fired all the bursts he could use, and countless silent explosions immediately occurred around him, and circular craters appeared around him. The 3 people on Curdlin's side were not idle either. They quickly rushed to the circular hull. If they could not interrupt the warlock's spellcasting, then they would eventually face endless void explosions. Orc, your life will end here. The Wildhammer dwarves will take your fangs away and make them into trophies. Curdran stood in the front, with Yrel and Daneth on the side. The 3 of them slowly approached the orc warlock. The warlock still had an expressionless face. He glanced at Curdran and said, "My name is Master Vorpal." It was a common language with a heavy accent. Curdran was so familiar with this voice. It was him who tortured himself. Vorpal slowly took off his shirt, revealing a body of tendons. He knocked his staff on his body, making a bang 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 sound. "I haven't been to Azeroth, but I heard that you once defeated Gul'dan's tribe. All this will end here today. You will be the first Azeroth people I kill, but you will never be the last. You will all die here." Curdran looked at the familiar ugly face of Vorpal, which had something strange painted on it. Although he was a warlock, the orc's muscles were definitely no less than any of his orc warriors. He threw his staff aside, and bent down to pose for a fight. It seemed that he wanted a glorious duel. Curdran's blood was boiling, and he threw his hammer to the ground. He decided to give the orc Vorpal a glorious death. The dwarf patted his chest. "Very good, you are not a coward. I am Curdran, the commander of the Alliance Griffin Knights. Unlike you, I have killed many orcs. You are not the first and will not be the last." After saying that, the dwarf clenched his fists and rushed towards the orc, throwing a hook. Vorpal blocked Curdran's punch with both arms, then changed his fists into claws, and grabbed Curdran's arm. Curdran hurriedly screamed and struggled to break free. Looking at his arm, he saw 5 bloody streaks. The orc laughed and licked the blood on his nails. Curdran was furious and did not retreat. Instead, he clenched his hands and smashed at Woper. The orc did not expect the dwarf to not flinch after being injured. He was punched in the thigh and screamed in pain. Woper took a step back. Kurdran did not want to give his enemy any breathing space. He lowered his head and kicked at a lower position. This time, he kicked directly at the orc's calf. The orc screamed and squatted to cover the place where he was kicked. Kurdran took the opportunity to punch the descending orc in the face. The punch was very heavy. Woper screamed and flew backwards. His mouth was crooked and several teeth were spit out with a puff. His mouth was full of blood and even his face was crooked. Chapter 389. Ah! Master Woper, who was hit hard, roared with his face up. He put his hand into his mouth and covered it with blood, then smeared it on his face, making his ugly face look even more terrifying. Arrogant orcs, do you think you can bully people just because you are big and strong? Let me tell you, I don't know how many times I have fought with you orcs. Well done. Kurdran. Donas cheered loudly when he saw Kurdran had the upper hand. Uriel had been carefully observing the orc's every move, and suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" But it was too late. Kurdran cried out ouch and fell down with his face covered. Fool! When fighting a warlock, you have to be careful of our curse spells. Curse of pain. Corrosion. Haha, suffer, suffer. Suffer to death. Woper laughed and cast magic continuously. When he saw the dwarf fall, he immediately pounced on him, sat on him, and punched him in the face with both fists. Kurdran. Uriel shouted loudly and was about to go up to help, but was pulled back by Donas. Don't worry, look. Ah! The one who screamed was Master Vorpal. He raised his hands in surprise, and looked at his bloody hands in disbelief. Ha ha! Do you think you can hurt me with these strange magics? Kurdran laughed loudly, kicked the orc away, and then stood up with a somersault. Uriel found that the face and hands of the dwarf Kurdran had turned gray. The rosy flesh and blood just now had disappeared, and his flesh and blood body had turned into hard rock. What kind of witchcraft is this? Why would a dwarf turn into stone? Uriel asked in confusion. Donas quickly explained, it's the racial talent of the dwarves. They are born with the ability to turn themselves into rock for a short period of time, immune to all bleeding and magic effects. The orc thought he could take the opportunity to smash Kurdran's face, but in fact he only hit the rock and crippled his hands. Those magics won't hurt him at all. Despicable dwarf. He actually used such a sinister skill. According to you, when fighting a dwarf, you have to be careful of the dwarf's ability. Ha ha ha. That's right, Vorpal, you have failed. Tell us, where is Nazul? Alvin and Calpurnia have also dealt with those void walkers. It really took some effort, but fortunately, the strength of several people has increased greatly recently, and the current values are already a bit supermodel. The three people who dealt with the blue fat man quickly rushed over, and the winner here was basically decided. Hee failure. What do you mean by failure? Nazul has already gone to the Black Temple. The purpose of all the people left in the Shadow Labyrinth is to delay your pursuit of Nazul, Woper said, slowly getting up from the ground. He wiped the blood off his face, and a smile appeared on his numb face. This is the task Nazul gave me, and I will complete this task perfectly. All of you will stay here forever, and Nazul will lead the new tribe to other worlds. Just you? Want to keep all of us? Kurdran asked with a smile. In his opinion, this guy was just exaggerating. Hee, arrogant dwarf, I have successfully delayed you for a long time. The chieftain has already gone far away. Now I will not be dragged down by anything, and I don't have to worry about accidentally hurting the chieftain. Let me show you Master Voper's final masterpiece. As he said, in the surprised eyes of everyone, the orc clenched his fist and punched his chest hard, and a mouthful of black blood spurted out of his mouth. And in the middle of his chest, a blue singularity appeared. For the tribe. The strength of the singularity's suction has been confirmed by countless orcs just now, and this singularity is obviously different from other singularities. It is larger, and the storm it triggers is more intense. In addition, the location where it appeared was almost zero distance from the orc's chest. Even though Master Voper was very powerful, it only took a moment for his body to be torn apart, and his muscles, bones, and even his soul were stripped away by this powerful suction. Alvin saw the orc's last look, which was a calm and relieved look, a look of acceptance of the fate he was about to face. This frightened him secretly. He didn't expect that the orcs would not care about their own lives in order to delay his steps. The determination of these orcs made him a little breathless. Everyone, get away. He sacrificed himself. Everyone knew how powerful this magic was. If a powerful void walker was summoned, it would be very tricky. He immediately shouted and asked everyone to stay away from the singularity as much as possible. The terrible singularity was still changing. Everything around was sucked into the singularity, including the magic elements flowing in the surrounding air. All tangible or intangible substances were swallowed up the moment they came into contact with the singularity, just like a drop of water falling into the sea. Several people were in a mess, holding on to the stones on the ground tightly. Grez was almost sucked away, croaking. Fortunately, Donna's was quick and reached out to grab the wings of the crowman, which saved him. Finally, the suction of the singularity reached its peak, and Master Voper's body disappeared completely in it. And the suction of the singularity suddenly disappeared, just as it suddenly appeared. The air was only calm for less than a second, and a hurricane suddenly blew out from the singularity. The people who were almost sucked over were blown away by the strong wind blowing in the face. This time, the wind was even stronger than the suction just now. Several people couldn't hold the stone at all. They were blown away and hit the wall, and then stuck to it tightly and couldn't fall off. Then, a loud noise was heard, like an airburst bomb exploded, which made everyone's ears buzz, and they covered their ears. Who disturbed me? The turbulent airflow began to calm down gradually, and a huge air lord appeared in the middle of the circular hall. His body was made of air that flashed with blue light. His shape was not fixed. Only the upper body, head, and 2 arms were clearly distinguished. One of them held a silver glowing hammer. He had no lower body. The entire lower body was a ball of air that was constantly swirling. His voice roared like a storm, full of power and majesty. Every word was like a thunder. How dare you, stupid creatures, summon me? Momo's voice was like thunder, full of ferocity and anger. His eyes were like a sharp sword, looking at Alvin and others. Everyone was shocked by his momentum and speechless. This was the first time for everyone to face such a terrifying scene. Do you think you can control me? Do you think you can use me? Momo said angrily, it seems that the lessons I taught you before were not enough. I will let you know how wrong it is to disturb me. You will pay the price of your life for your stupidity. Chapter 390. Alvin wanted to explain to this terrible elemental lord that he was not the one who summoned him. But Momor acted too quickly, and did not give them a chance. Alvin's words were interrupted by the wind pressure before they were in his throat. It was like an 8-level gale blowing in the face. Everyone felt a strong pressure coming in the face. Alvin shouted to everyone, but the whistling wind covered their voices. Momor's power has completely exceeded everyone's imagination. The pressure of this air lord is so great, and the speed of his attack is so fast, that the world has never seen it. Alvin could only watch the huge war hammer falling towards him, and he could only roll to the side with all his strength. With a loud bang, Momor's war hammer hit the floor. The whole hall seemed to tremble, and Alvin's body was blown away by the shock wave generated by the bombardment. The hard floor was instantly smashed into pieces, and fragments flew everywhere. Some gravel even scratched Alvin's cheek, leaving small blood marks. The furious Momo was like a tireless pile driver, swinging his hammer continuously, bombarding everyone like whack-a-mole. Caponia was slow to move, and was about to be hit. Alvin immediately used Holy Leap to pull the elf mage over. While Alvin dodged, he looked at the others and found that Momo not only beat him without any ability to fight back, but he also threw a white gas ball at everyone. Everyone was busy dodging, and was in a mess for a while, unable to free their hands to attack. This can't go on like this. Alvin's subconscious told him that he had to pull Momor's hatred to one person as soon as possible, otherwise everyone would suffer. Quack! Crowmen are not good at fighting. I run first, you fight. Grez saw that Alvin and his group were at a disadvantage, and he was still frightened by the last explosion. He wanted to run away. Alvin was about to call him to stay away, but it was too late. Momor lowered his head, and saw Grez flapping his wings, and fleeing away. He was furious. No one is allowed to leave. Sonic boom. The elemental lord raised his head, opened his mouth and roared. A circle of white magic barrier spread out from his side. Everyone had no way to avoid it, and was hit. Grez found that his body was like lead, and he could no longer move. He could only move forward slowly. Looking back, Momor's huge body was floating behind him. He was so scared that he kicked his legs and fainted directly. Green Shadow. Turn into a giant bear and hold off Momor. I heal you. Caponia, go hide in a safe place far away. Momor's body has not been fully summoned and cannot move. Use long-range spells to attack him. Alvin took advantage of Momor's attention being attracted by the crowman, and quickly assigned tasks to everyone. Uriel, Kurdlon, Donnas, The three of you are responsible for melee output. Pay attention to your position. Green Shadow quickly turned into a giant bear and ran to the side of Momor. Caponia also hid in a relatively safe place by the wall of the hall. Uriel and others quickly fled behind Momor. Huh? Ridiculous bug. What kind of trick is this? Seeing the annoying crowman fall, Momo was satisfied. When he reacted, he found that the others had already scattered. He looked at them as if they were clowns. You still want to resist me? Resist a powerful elemental lord? Foolish family. Your mother is dead. A quiet voice suddenly sounded. Momo's roar that echoed between heaven and earth like thunder was interrupted. The hall that was originally howling with cold wind suddenly became silent, and Momo's huge body trembled slightly, and the air around him became distorted. The elemental lord was stunned. He thought he had heard wrong. His eyebrows, like white thunderstorm clouds, were tightly furrowed. He roared, "Who is talking?" The giant bear Green Shadow cleared his throat and said again, "Your mother is dead." Uriel, Curdlon, Donnas and others also stopped attacking and opened their mouths. The calmness of Ms. Green Shadow along the way showed that she was a very stable and reliable person, but now, the filter was broken. Momo laughed instead of being angry. His body seemed to beat more violently. It was obvious that he was deliberately suppressing his anger. You want to provoke me? Unfortunately, I am an elemental lord and I have no mother. Alvin took a breath of cold air. Can he fight back like this? Everyone looked at the triumphant Momo like a fool, and turned to look at Green Shadow, wondering how she would respond. However, Green Shadow just said lightly, "Then I will be your mother from now on." Everyone was completely dumbfounded. They have always regarded Green Shadow as a noble lady, but now Green Shadow can be so sharp when scolding people. Curdran muttered quietly on the side, "I will never dare to talk back to Caldorii again." Alvin almost clapped his hands. Is this the power of sarcasm? Momo was completely enraged by Green Shadow's words. His blue eyes turned red. Although he had no flesh, it seemed that all the muscles in his body were tense. He turned to Green Shadow with a roar, raised his war hammer, and smashed it down. This blow carried the power of destroying the world. If it was hit, I'm afraid everything around would be razed to the ground. Green Shadow was not in a hurry. She gently moved her, but to the left, and avoided Momor's fierce attack. Momor missed the attack and became even more angry. He waved his left hand and used some magic. A bunch of white balls swept towards Green Shadow. Alvin was not idle either. He quickly put a shield on Green Shadow to add blood, and threw a golden feather under Green Shadow's feet. Green Shadow stepped on the feather and moved faster. Although his body was huge, his movements were extremely light, and he dodged Momo's attacks continuously. Is this the value of high agility and high dodge? Alvin didn't have time to think about this. He shouted for everyone to launch an attack. Several companions immediately started their own bursts and output desperately, pouring tons of damage on Momo. Momo's head had been burned by anger. Sometimes, Caponia's fireballs were too damaging and hurt him. Momo was about to deal with the mage, but Green Shadow pulled his hatred back with a sentence, "You look like a fat pig." Green Shadow dodged and counterattacked at the same time. She stretched out her huge bare paw and swept across Momo's body, blowing away the gas that made up Momo's body. Momo saw that his attack was so easily dodged by Green Shadow, and his anger reached its peak. His body began to emit a stronger light, which was a sign that he was preparing to launch a more powerful attack. Momo waved his other hand towards the sky, and a powerful storm suddenly formed. A bunch of white balloons flew towards him and Calpurnia from the storm, instantly covering everyone. Taste the touch of Momo. An explosion broke out under everyone's feet, making it almost impossible to stand. But it was not over yet. The huge explosion threw them high up like powerless leaves, away from the ground. They tried to grab something to stabilize their bodies, but there was no leverage in the air, and they fell to the ground in an instant. Chapter 391. If you fall from this height, you will be crippled if not dead. Momor felt that the situation was already decided. His arrogant laughter resounded throughout the hall, fall into pieces. Alvin quickly adjusted his posture in the air and shouted to Caponia in the sky in the distance, "Caponia, cast a slow fall spell on you and your people. I take care of my side." "Okay." As the two shouted, they began to buff everyone. What was more funny was that even the giant bear Green Shadow was floating in the air, looking so helpless. Its limbs were waving in the air, trying to grab any place to land. However, everything in the air seemed to be avoiding its touch. A soft light flashed in Alvin's hand, and the floating spell was directly added to everyone. At the same time, Caponia waved her staff, and released layers of slow fall spells flashing with soft light. The magic was like a gentle big hand, gently dragging up every figure struggling in the air, slowly descending, ensuring that everyone could return to the ground safely. Momo waved his warhammer, and each swing was full of thunderous power. His hollow eyes burned with angry flames, and each blow was heavier than the last. However, the green shadow in front of him was agile and nimble, always cleverly avoiding Momo's attack when it was about to arrive. The green shadow jumped and rolled in the air. Although his bow was big, it was a flexible but Alvin looked at all this, and couldn't help feeling a little worried. After fighting for so long, Momo's strength did not decrease at all. He was hit by so many magics and injuries, but he was still like nothing happened. The people on his side were already tired. Kurdran even began to pant with his hands on the warhammer. He looked at Calpurnia and found that the elf's face was flushed, sweating, and looked exhausted. He didn't know how long they could hold on, but it would definitely not be too long. The battle must be resolved quickly. Alvin thought about it and suddenly said to Momo, "Momo, I have something to say. Let us stop. We have no ill intentions, we just want to withdraw from this place. It was the orcs who summoned you. Look carefully. We are not orcs. We are here to hunt down orcs." To everyone's surprise, Momo actually stopped the attack and turned to look at Alvin. There was still a flame of anger flashing in his eyes, and through the battle just now, he also knew that the person who was speaking was the commander of these people, and these people were acting according to his command. For a long time, the Sound Lord Momo has always been at the same level as the 4 elemental lords. Mortals have no right to talk to them. They have long been used to being unrestrained. It is the first time that people like Alvin, who can't be killed no matter how hard they fight, have been seen. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his anger, and then turned to Alvin. "Explain," he said, "mortal. What are you? Where is this place?" Alvin and Calpurnia looked at each other, and saw the relief in each other's eyes. He slowly came to Green Shadow's side, gently stroked Green Shadow's fur, raised his head, and said to Momo, "We are from Azeroth. The orcs invaded our world, and we are here to hunt them down. And this is the Shadow Labyrinth of Draenor, which was originally the tomb of the Draenei. The first time was because the orc warlock summoned you here to gain your power, and the second time was because an orc warlock named Master Vorpal sacrificed his life to summon you in order to stop us. Frankly speaking, you are used as a tool by the orcs. This has nothing to do with us. Momo is an elemental lord. His face is made of white air, and his expression cannot be seen at all. He was silent for a few seconds, and then said, 'You seem to be right. You look different from the guy who summoned me before. So, the arrogant orcs want to get my power, and you are the enemies of the orcs. Interesting, interesting.' Momo touched his chin with his hand. Alvin didn't know how to describe it. In short, the hand formed by fog touched the chin formed by clouds, which looked very strange. However, what I want to say is that I have no interest in the fights between you mortals. Who you are has no effect on me at all. Momer picked up the warhammer again. I just want to kill and vent now. I will raise this place to the ground. Whether it is you or the orcs, they will all turn into dust here. Alas! Why can't you, the elemental lord, make sense? I have said that it has nothing to do with us. You are still not willing to give in. Be careful that I will get angry, and let the phoenix burn you to death. Caponia has never seen such an unreasonable person. When she got angry, she didn't care about anything and just started to fight. Come on, I want to see what other means you mortals have not used. After destroying this place, I will also destroy the whole world. This is the end of offending me." Momer did not show any weakness, and immediately retorted, "Humph, it's been a while since we last met. Is a small elemental lord so arrogant?" A voice that had never been heard before sounded, and everyone looked around. Could it be that someone suddenly appeared? After searching for a long time, they found that the voice was indeed from Alvin's mouth. Green Shadow and Calpurnia knew that the mysterious woman in Alvin's dagger appeared again. Every time she appeared, it was when Alvin was in danger. Unexpectedly, she appeared again this time, and they were surprised and happy. "Why did your voice change? What tricks are you playing?" Momo was confused when he saw that the originally gentle Alvin suddenly stopped communicating and spoke a woman's voice. But why did the woman's voice sound familiar? And she said she hadn't seen it for a long time. Could it be an old friend? You know, the elemental lords existed as early as when Azeroth was just born. At that time, the world belonged to them, and they really ruled the world. Unfortunately, everything changed later. The appearance of the old gods ended the elemental lords' management of Azeroth. The power finally fell into the hands of the old gods, and the elemental lords quickly turned around, became corrupt with the old gods, and became the slaves of the old gods. Tell me, who are you? Hee hee Momo, you have improved a lot. A black shadow force emerged from under Alvin's feet, floating his body, almost lifting it to the edge of Momo's eye sockets. You once knelt in front of me and swore to me that you would always be loyal to me and be my slave. Have you forgotten it? Do you need me to help you remember it? As Alvin said, he ignited a black shadow flame in his palm, and even his eyes changed from gentle to sharp. This familiar voice and tone brought endless pressure to Momor. Alvin was already close to his eyebrows, but Momor didn't dare to move at this time. The Elemental Lord's mind was also recalling rapidly, mobilizing his memory, and suddenly he remembered. Could it be? Could it be? Lord Zalata's? Chapter 392. Both Calpurnia and Green Shadow had seen Xalatath before. His arrogant attitude and powerful strength were simply not a force that should exist in this world. The elf didn't know much about history, nor did he know what the old gods were. He just thought it was a bit strange that Alvin was possessed so many times. Although Green Shadow was also confused, he was actually very clear about major events. After all, with Kaldoriai's nearly endless life and broadcasting experience, he was almost a walking encyclopedia. Naturally, he knew about the old gods, especially thousands of years ago, when she had fought against the old god servants. The Kyra Zerg. The past experience made Green Shadow worried. Originally, she didn't care much, but after getting along with Alvin, she put her heart completely on him, and began to worry about things that she didn't care about before. Alvin gently hugged the two of them in his arms. He knew that they were confused because of their concern. On the one hand, he was grateful for their concern for him. Only the most caring people would care about these things. On the other hand, he felt a little sorry for them. After all, he always dragged them into crises that he could not handle, and finally had to rely on Zalata's to clean up the mess. After all, this is a real world. Although Alvin has a plug-in, he is just a mortal. He could not really pull together a 40-man team to fight a large group like in the game, especially those very powerful enemies, such as the Fire Demon King or the Blood God Hacker. Such monsters are not opponents that can be defeated by one person, and others can defeat them with fierce output. So in the end, we still have to take advantage of the situation, use some other forces, or be clever to get through. Don't worry, I have a plan in mind. Alvin touched Calpurnia's head, pulled the elf over and kissed her forehead. Sartharian is my good friend. She has no ill will towards me. I think we can trust her. With her character and ability, no one can really control her. Since she helped me, I should also trust her. Green Shadow shook his head. I think I know more about the old gods than you, at least from the experience of the past Quicksand War. Those Karaji insects don't think they are brainwashed at all. They really think Thun is their master, and it is natural to help their master occupy this world. The Archdruids in the Cenarian Council have inferred that Thun has a strong brainwashing ability. He controlled those Kyra insects without knowing it. You know, it's not just a few people, but all the races in the whole city. So Alvin, I'm worried that you have been brainwashed but don't know it. Really? Alvin laughed. I think as long as I keep a heart to pursue beautiful women, I shouldn't be brainwashed, right? Those who are brainwashed by the ancient gods seem to be wholeheartedly engaged in their careers, right? People like me who run after beautiful women every day, the ancient gods don't like me either. Looking at the speechless expressions of the two girls, Alvin immediately said, when I start to focus on my career, it means that I have been brainwashed. At that time, you can punish me severely, seduce me, and keep me awake. Isn't that enough? Calpurnia clapped her hands and said seriously, Alvin, this is a really good idea. Then I will accompany you every day with my sister Green Shadow, so that you can't be brainwashed. Is that good for you? Haha, yes, yes. What do you mean yes? Calpurnia, don't listen to his nonsense. He is trying to take advantage of us. Green Shadow said unhappily. She originally wanted to talk about this issue formally, but now that Alvin made a joke, she didn't have any idea to talk about it anymore. Just at this time Donna's, Kurdlan, and Urel also came over. These orcs are so stingy. They didn't leave anything behind. They actually attacked us and cleared the land. We fought for so long but didn't get any spoils. I feel so bad. Donna said fiercely, I've never fought such a bad battle. Kurdran hung the hammer on his waist. Come on, you black hand, when can I get rich by going on a mission with you? I either get some orc shaman equipment or some hunter, warlock equipment, and I don't even bother to say anything to you. Nonsense, is that because I have bad luck? It's obviously you guys who have caused me trouble, you. We all wear plate armor. If I can't get plate armor, you will slander me for having bad hands and bad faces. Can't you equalize your professions? Haha, don't be sad. You know I'm a jeweler. When you go back, you can give me your gems, and I will help you make jewelry," Alvin said hurriedly. After all, it seems that all the good things this time seemed to be taken by his side. Green Shadow got the statue of the Raven God and the Sonic Spear, and Calpurnia got the Terric Shadow Staff. The others really didn't get anything. After so much trouble, it was really a bit disappointing. But Kurdran was rescued after all. Since everything is fine here, it is time to leave. We cannot go back the way we came. First, the distance is too far, and second, some places have been destroyed. For example, the Soul Bridge on the side of the Sethek Hall is broken, so we can't go back even if we want to. But with Gresk here, we don't have to worry too much about the road. Although he has never been to the Shadow Labyrinth, he has been stealing things here for many years. Many terrains are actually similar. Coupled with Alvin's past memories, everyone quickly found the exit of the Shadow Labyrinth. The orcs on the outer layers saw Nazul leave with their own eyes. Although they don't know what task he has arranged for Master Vorpal, it is obviously not a good choice to stay. In addition, the Alliance has been harassing them. Later, everyone discussed and simply chased in the direction where Nazul went. At that time, they said that they couldn't defend it, and had to come to the chieftain. When Alvin and his party saw the sky and stepped on the ground again, even though it was a gloomy and terrifying wilderness of bones, they were still moved beyond words. It was so great to be able to stand on the ground again. When they entered, they were on the southwest side of the outer circle of the Auchendown ruins, and when they came out, they were on the inner south side of the Auchendown ruins. Although the Arakoa and tribes inside Auchendown had been cleared, there were still many dead Dreenii souls floating around the periphery, which made Alvin feel very uncomfortable in broad daylight. The crowd did not make any more trouble, but went straight back to the Aurelia fortress. When they arrived at the fortress, they were surprised to find that the fortress had completely changed in just a few days. The wooden fences that used to be wooden fences have become high walls, and the tents that used to be piles have been built into several new houses. Everyone thought they had taken the wrong road, but the strong Quelthala style of the fortress made Calpurnia firmly believe that this place must have been built by the elves. Sure enough, when they arrived at the entrance, Turalian and Khadgar had already come out to greet them. Chapter 393. Alvin showed a bright smile on his face, which scared Iril and others. "Fortunately, your brain is still useful, otherwise I'm afraid I would not be able to help but take it down to see if there is water in it." "My lord." Momar's attitude softened significantly, and he even bent down in a flattering manner. It is hard to imagine that a powerful elemental lord would bow and scrape to a human. "You hid too well, I didn't recognize you at first. It turned out to be Lord Zalatas. I thought you were sealed like the other lords. You were all on vacation, ha ha ha. Hee, no need to say it so nicely. We were sealed anyway, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. We are still sealed, but my situation is special, and my seal will be lifted soon. Ha! This is really the best news in the past 1,000 years. I often recall the heroic figures of the lords. That era is really nostalgic. Hee, that era was not interesting either. It was much worse than now." Alvin laughed. He floated next to Momo's big face, obviously close to the center of the storm, but Alvin's clothes and hair were not blown up at all. "All right. Stop blocking the way, and go back to your world. When I need you, I will call you, and you must obey the call and come to my side. Do you understand?" Alvin suddenly spoke in a stern voice, and the black flames on his hand surged towards Momo, igniting Momo's white eyebrows. Momo was so scared that he hurriedly retreated. Alvin laughed and snapped his fingers, and the flames went out. But in just a moment, Momor's body actually shrank a circle, and even his spirit was a little sluggish. "My lord, I'm wrong. I was summoned out in a bad mood, all because of those orcs. I will go home immediately, and wait for your summons." I? Go away." "Yes." A turbulent flow blew, and the tall Momor turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared, returning to his own world. He ran too fast and forgot to take the mist with him. The big hammer turned over in the air, and fell to the ground with a bang sound, landing in the center of the hall. Alvin also floated down from the sky, and the black light in his eyes gradually dissipated, and returned to his original appearance. "Alvin! What's going on?" Kurdlan and others, who had seen it, immediately surrounded him. Alvin knew that he had to explain again, but he didn't expect that Zalatas and Momor were old acquaintances. But it makes sense when you think about it. I remember that in the ancient times, the old gods had a great battle with the elemental lords. The battle lasted for a long time, and ended with the elemental lords' tragic defeat. After the defeat, the elemental lords quickly turned to the old gods. Since they could not dominate the world, they became the younger brothers of the world hegemons. They became the most loyal servants of the old gods. Of course, these stories were told a long time ago. Curdlon and others were amazed when they heard them, and they repeatedly sighed at the rich adventures of Elvin. Is there any way to take this guy's hammer away? I bet it must be a divine weapon. Curdlon stood under Momo's hammer. With his size, standing under the hammer was like standing in front of a small mountain. It seems that this thing is too heavy. Yrel pushed the hammer hard, his face flushed, but the hammer still did not move. Don't take this thing, it is not a weapon for mortals at all. It is better to look for other loot left by other orcs. Alvin said, and walked towards Donna's. The deputy commander of the Alliance was squatting beside a furry thing in the distance. Alvin, come quickly. Grezg needs treatment. He raised the head of the raven man anxiously. The guy had a mouth full of blood and kept coughing. Gwa, Grezg, I'm going to die, Gwa. Alvin then remembered that when he was fighting with Momo, this guy once again showed his traditional skills. Deserted the battlefield, but was discovered by Momo while escaping and knocked him down with one blow. Shut up, you idiot. Donnas cursed and raised his head. Please save him. This guy has helped us a lot after all. Of course, if he hadn't attracted Momo's attention, we wouldn't have been able to take the opportunity to organize an effective attack. The adventure in Ochendown was neither long nor short. During this period, Grezg got along well with everyone. Although he would flee from the battlefield every time, he didn't cause any losses to the team. Instead, he provided everyone with a lot of jokes like a mascot. It seems that Donnas really treats Grezg as a pet parrot. As Alvin said this, he chose a powerful healing spell in his mind and released it on the crowman. His hands flashed with dazzling light, and a warm power began to flow out of his hands, and slowly flowed to Grezg. Grezg's wound began to heal miraculously, the blood stopped flowing, and the fallen feathers began to grow again. His eyes slowly opened and looked at Alvin, his eyes full of surprise. Quack! Grezg, resurrected? Not dead. Not dead. All right, keep your voice down, it's so noisy. Curdlon cursed, but a stone was put down in his heart. This unlucky parrot. Donnas. Curdlon laughed loudly, rummaging around beside Momo's hammer, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Yohu, what is this? The dwarf seemed to have discovered something, and moved a few large stones away from the ruins, then leaned in, and pulled out a light blue long-handled weapon. The upper part of the weapon was a blue spear tip, and there were 1 or 2 downward hooks under the tip, forming a blue acute triangle as a whole. The whole weapon was flowing with light blue magic ripples. Sonic spear? Alvin picked up the long-handled weapon in surprise, and saw that the large spear did not weigh much. It's very light, isn't it? I suspect it's made of some animal's bones, which are hollow in the middle, so it's very light. Maybe it's the bones of a wind snake? It increases agility, which is not suitable for us warriors and paladins. It seems that only your Lady Caldorii can use it. Myra Green Shadow has turned back into human form, and is talking to Calpurnia. Alvin ran over with a sonic spear. Green Shadow, look, there is a weapon you can use. Huh? The moment Green Shadow took the spear, the light blue light on the weapon became brighter, and it seemed that it had found its right owner. Thank you, Caldorii said, as he put the weapon on his back. The tall and slender night elf carried a long blue sonic spear on his back, which was indescribably suitable, making Green Shadow's waist look thinner, and his figure better. I saw many night elf female hunters and druids in the past, and it feels better to see them in person, but Green Shadow's face didn't look very good, and so did Calpurnia, who was staring at Alvin with a pout. Alvin swallowed his saliva and laughed dryly. What's wrong with you? You don't look very good. Calpurnia sighed, took Alvin's hand, looked into his eyes and said, Is that Xalatath dangerous? Can she occupy your body anytime and anywhere now? Chapter 394. It turned out that after Elwyn and his men set out to enter Ochendown, only 1 day later, Turalian's large army caught up. Everyone was very worried when they heard that Curdran was captured. Some people wanted to split their troops to attack Ochendown, but they were still stopped by Murad and Khadgar. The Draenei garrison commander knew the dangers in Ochendown, and Khadgar completely believed in Elwyn. Since Elwyn had already set out, everyone just waited here with peace of mind. Curdran laughed loudly. This escape from death was also a lesson for him. Anything could happen on the battlefield. Next time, he would never take such an adventure of going deep into the depths alone. When they found out that the proposed camp was named after Illyria, the elves were very excited. They had not been to Nagrand at this time, and thought that this was the only forest in the entire Draenor. The elves were very interested in this kind of revenge, for taking away the orc's treasure. So with the support of reinforcements, the camp was quickly expanded to its current appearance. Elvin informed Turalian of Nazul's whereabouts. After discussion, Khadgar suggested that Elvin and his team take a day off, while Turalian and other fresh troops set out to pursue Nazul first, and Elvin and others would follow after they recovered their energy. After finishing the business, they dispersed and rested. Elvin and Yrel first went to find Murad to explain the current situation in Ochindan. When he heard that the last Ochinite priest Nemurian was blinded by the flames of revenge and turned into a monster, Murad also sighed. When I led people away, I thought he was dead, but I didn't expect that he survived and became what he is now. Yrel took out a pink gem from his bosom, held it up with both hands and handed it to Murad. This is the Vindicator's covenant found in Ochindan. Now I give it to you. Murad was also very excited when he heard it. He looked at the covenant from left to right. I still remember that the previous Vindicator showed it to me. It should be able to increase the risk of damage. Murad closed his eyes, held the covenant, and prayed for a while. After opening his eyes, he returned the covenant to Yrel. Looking at Yrel's inquiring eyes, Murad smiled and said, "This world is still for the young in the end. I am no longer young, and you are my most outstanding disciple. This thing will be left with you. I hope you can stick to the will of the generations of Vindicators and protect the order of the Drenii." Yrel looked at Murad in disbelief. She had always been undisciplined and had given Murad a lot of headaches, but now, the strict Murad actually recognized her and gave her such a precious covenant. "Yes. I will not disappoint the trust of the garrison commanders and your expectations." When night fell, the Black Dragon Princess Onyxia also arrived. Groups of black dragons flew overhead, covering the sky and the sun, which really made the coalition nervous. Onyxia transformed into Countess Katrana Prester, who was still graceful and elegant. She no longer hid her identity, which shocked many coalition soldiers. After all, Countess Katrana was a hot figure in Stormwind City before. She was always by the king's side, and had a high position and power. Unexpectedly, the Countess was also a black dragon, and a dragon of a miracle priest. In this way, Calpurnia, Solanlian, Akalissa, Onyxia, and Green Shadow, several ladies stood together, forming a beautiful landscape, attracting people to stop and watch. The women basically knew each other, and they chattered a lot. Only Green Shadow and Onyxia were not very familiar with each other, but Green Shadow was indifferent by nature, and she just smiled and nodded when others said anything. After Alvin finished his official business, he was ready to go back and rest. He had been drilling in the dungeons for the past few days, and had hardly rested. Now he took the opportunity to take a good rest. Turalian and others followed the plan and marched out of Shadow Moon Valley without stopping, chasing towards the Dark Temple. After the army left, the originally bustling fortress suddenly became deserted. Alvin was assigned to a large room. He went in, and saw that although the interior of the room was simple, it was also quite in the style of the hotel in Silvermoon City, with light gauze dancing and bead curtains hanging diagonally. I don't know where the elves got the materials in such a short time. Dinner was casual. Yrel moved the food directly into Alvin's room. Several girls also filed in, and ate with Alvin. Alvin was very surprised that Yrel came to deliver food. "Where is the chef? Why are you here to deliver food?" Yrel took out the food from the boxes she brought and placed them on the table. Then she came to Alvin and said shyly, "The Maid of Holy Light is of course responsible for the daily life of the Son of Holy Light. This trip is so hard. You should go back and rest. You have to get up early tomorrow." When Yrel heard this, her body shook, but her feet did not move. Tears flowed first. Alvin was embarrassed to see this. "Why is this strong paladin crying? I remember you were a man who smashed the stone door with a sledgehammer." So Lanlian stood up, took Yrel's hand, and looked at Alvin helplessly. "Let Yrel stay. Their prophecies have revealed Yrel's fate. Why do you have to do this?" I. Alvin was a little embarrassed. There were so many girls in the room, and he was afraid that they would fight. He looked around, and the 6 girls were all beautiful in their own way. They all looked at him, hesitant to speak, and were shy. There were girls of all races. It seemed quite spectacular. Onyxia walked up with a smile, but twisted Alvin's waist, making him grimace in pain. "How many confidants do you want to find?" The Black Dragon Princess said with a half smile. "Although I said that a strong male can find many females, aren't you looking for too many? A lot?" "Ha." Alvin smiled bitterly, and took the Black Dragon Princess's hand from his waist, and held it tightly. "I won't let anyone down. Alvin, we agreed that we can't increase the number anymore." Calpurnia held Alvin's other hand. "If you increase the number, we will have to divide you into several pieces." I promise, I promise. Sister Calpurnia, there is no need to divide it equally. We can accompany Brother Alvin together, just like me and Sister Onyxia before. I was afraid of Sister Black Dragon before, but Sister taught me a lot. Stop talking. Onyxia quickly covered Ecolatas's mouth, not daring to let her say any more tiger and wolf words. Her face was also red, and she was laughing as she looked at everyone. But what kind of scene had the Black Dragon Princess not seen? She quickly recovered. I can guarantee that even if there are more people, Alvin can handle it. I swear in the name of the Black Dragon, he is really great. Chapter 395. Wow! There was a commotion in the room. Some people covered their faces, some smiled at Alvin, and even Yrel blushed. His blue face turned dark blue, and his tail shook quickly like an electric fan. Alvin's old face also turned a little red, but thinking that Onyxia was bragging about herself, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. After all, with the blessing of the blood of 3 dragons, it would be a waste if it didn't work. What's the matter? Isn't Alvin great? What are you laughing at? A simple voice sounded in the laughter. It turned out that Calpurnia was looking up and asking questions without knowing why. She really couldn't figure out what Alvin was going to do. Sister Green Shadow, what is it? She asked while pulling Green Shadow. Caldorii, who was smiling, was stunned and his face turned red, and he couldn't laugh anymore. Sister, tell me quickly, what are you laughing at? Green Shadow raised her head, and saw that everyone was looking at her, as if they were watching a good show. Her face turned even redder, but the little sister asked urgently, and she had to explain. She had to bite her lip, glared at Alvin, lowered her head, and whispered in Calpurnia's ear. Calpurnia nodded and listened. At first, she could still respond twice, but the more she listened, the more frightened she became. She secretly looked at Alvin from time to time, and her eyes changed. After listening, she whispered a few words in Green Shadow's ear, as if to confirm something. Green Shadow looked at Alvin helplessly, and finally nodded. Calpurnia looked at Alvin with admiration, with a look of sudden enlightenment on his face. Although I don't know what they said, I seem to know it. Then I want to try it today. No words were spoken all night. That night, Curdlon took Donna's with a bottle of wine and wanted to talk to Alvin, but was stopped by Donna's. Curdlon was puzzled. He can't just sleep. They are all comrades who have fought together. What's wrong with chatting with him? Quack! Idiot! Dwarf idiot! Before Donna's could speak, the crowman Grez on his shoulder yelled, You damn big parrot! I pull all your hair off! Curdlon said, as he jumped up and wanted to pull the crowman off. Donna smiled and said, We've been apart for so long. Didn't you see the way his confidants looked at Alvin? They looked like they wanted to eat him. Don't bother them. There are even 2 dragons in that room. Curdlon shuddered, looking at the window of Alvin's room illuminated by the dim oil lamp, and said with lingering fear, Oh my God, I hope Brother Alvin can survive this night. The next morning, when it was bright, Alvin walked out of the room. Curdlon, who was fetching water to wash in the camp, was shocked. Alvin, who was in high spirits, had a happy smile on his face, without any trace of a big battle. Good morning, Curdlon. Did you rest well? Good, good. How about you? Very good, thank you for your concern. Is this a gift? In Curdlon's eyes, Alvin's image instantly became more than 100 stories taller. Everyone got up quickly, packed up a little, had breakfast, and then set off. The reason why Alvin was so leisurely was, of course, because he had enough confidence to catch up with the main force quickly, because he had black dragons. The black dragons that covered the sky took off one after another, flying in the direction where Turalian and his companions had advanced the night before. Alvin and his companions rode huge black dragons, like black comets dancing in the sky, and flew quickly towards the direction of Shadowmoon Valley. After a while, the black dragons crossed the forest and entered the ruins of Auchendown. The ruins were very shocking when viewed from a high altitude. The buildings in the ruins had been eroded by the years and were dilapidated. The ancient stone walls and towers lay there quietly like sleeping giants. The broken stone road was winding and twisting, as if leading to an unknown abyss. Everything in the ruins was shrouded in a thin layer of gray mist, and some looming ghosts were floating in it, making the whole scene look more mysterious and lonely. Yrel gently held his heart with his hands, as if bidding a final farewell to his fellow countrymen who had passed away in Auchendown. As the black dragon's wings flapped gently, they passed the edge of Terraker Forest. The trees in the forest were tall and dense, and their canopies were like a green ocean, surging. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves, forming mottled light and shadows. The creatures in the forest jumped between the treetops, making all kinds of cheerful calls. Quack! That's the Skeddy's woodland, the home of the crows. Alvin looked down, and the Skeddy's crow's nest stood deep in the forest, like a black castle. Those tall and ancient trees, with trunks as thick as giants' arms, and canopies like huge umbrellas, covering the sky and the sun. The giant trees in the forest were cleverly connected by the crowmen to form huge treetop platforms on which they built their homes. When the black dragon flew over, the crowmen seemed to be disturbed from their peaceful lives. Their figures poked their heads out from between the treetops, staring closely at the black dragon and Alvin in the sky. Some crowmen even knelt down to pray, their eyes full of awe. These crowmen who had lost their ability to fly had a deep worship and awe for the sky. Grez fluttered his wings and quacked, "Lord Alvin, Lord Donnas. Come to the crow's nest when you have time. Welcome. Welcome." The black dragon deliberately turned a few circles in the sky before carrying them to the distant sky. However, when they passed the edge of the forest and entered Shadow Moon Valley, everything changed. Shadow Moon Valley is a basin surrounded by high mountains. The surrounding peaks are like huge screens, completely blocking the sunlight. The sky here presents a deep blue, as if a huge sapphire is embedded in the sky. The earth is also covered with the same blue, which is a unique scene formed by the reflection of the sky. Everything in Shadow Moon Valley is shrouded in a mysterious shadow, making the whole world look quiet and deep. As he flies, the full picture of Shadow Moon Valley gradually appears in front of him. The sound of fighting came from a distance, and this noisy sound did not match the quiet environment at all. "Elvin, there's a battle on the ground ahead. It seems that Turalian's people and the tribe have started a war." So Lanlian looked forward. The vision of the elves is very good and can see far away. Elvin quickly used mind vision to synchronize the vision of Onyxia under him. Sure enough, at the bottom of the valley in front, a fierce battle was going on. Turalian's alliance army and a group of ferocious orcs launched a desperate confrontation. The soldiers of the alliance army wore armor, holding spears and shields. Their movements were uniform and obviously they had undergone rigorous training. The orcs are known for their strong physique and brutal fighting style. They have green skin, and the warriors hold huge axes and hammers, and every swing is accompanied by a deafening roar. In the center of the battle, Turalian's figure is particularly conspicuous. He wears armor shining with magic light, and holds a huge broken sword. Every swing of his sword is accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, as if to tear the air apart. Under his command, the defense line of the Alliance army is as solid as iron. Although facing the fierce offensive of the orcs, they still maintain their formation. Prepare for battle, brothers. Alvin overlooked all this from high in the sky. He couldn't sit back and watch the battle continue. Support Turalian. Defeat the tribe. Chapter 396. At the moment when Alvin shouted, the deep blue sky of Shadow Moon Valley seemed to be torn apart by the huge dragon roar. The Black Dragon Legion immediately launched an attack. They crossed the battle lines of the Alliance and the Horde and directly broke into the rear of the Horde. They were like a flash of lightning that cut through the sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The appearance of Alvin and the Black Dragons boosted the morale of the Alliance army, while the warriors of the Horde began to waver. Their black scales flashed a strange metallic luster under the purple sunlight, and every flap of their huge wings brought a whistling sound of wind. Some smart orcs had already understood what was going on, dropped their weapons, and began to flee towards the Dark Temple in the east, leaving only some people who were enraged by the battle and lost their minds, or did not participate in the last Azeroth expedition. The Horde's formation began to loosen, and those who were fighting with the Alliance did not know what happened, but felt that there seemed to be fewer and fewer comrades around them. Then, more than 20 black dragons began to spit fire at the orcs' camp at the same time, and the rear of the tribe's front line quickly fell into a sea of fire. Wildhammer Knights. Charge! A shout that shook the world roared out, and from the rear of the Alliance camp, a group of Griffin Knights came overwhelmingly, cooperating with the Alliance ground forces to launch an attack on the orcs, who were resisting stubbornly. The orcs had to deal with the Alliance ground forces, while paying attention to the storm hammers dropped from the sky by the Alliance Air Force, which was hard to defend against. They wanted to turn around and run away, but found that there were no teammates behind them, only a sea of fire. However, the warriors of the tribe were not easy to deal with. Relying on their familiarity with the land and their desire to survive, they launched a tenacious resistance. It was not until the warriors of the tribe realized that they could not win on the front battlefield that they chose to retreat. As the orcs began to retreat, the formation of the tribe collapsed instantly with their fighting will. Some of them turned around and jumped into the fire, and some fled to the north. Victory belongs to the Alliance. The overall situation was decided, and Alvin shouted loudly on the Black Dragon. Oh, 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 oh! Victory! 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 Turalyon and Khadgar also raised their weapons and cheered excitedly. The air in Shadow Moon Valley was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. The black dragon was still circling in the sky, chasing the fleeing orcs. The cruelty of war was vividly displayed at this moment. As the tribe withdrew, the Alliance army began to build a new fortress in the south of Shadow Moon Valley. Let's call it Wildhammer Fortress, to commemorate my Curdran's escape from Auchendown. Khadgar smiled, twisting his beard. No, no, being captured is not an honorable thing. There is nothing to commemorate in that damn place. The dwarf waved his hands and rolled his eyes. In my opinion, let's call it Honor Hold. To commemorate the great actions of the Alliance in this world. Honor Hold? This name is really good. It's really good. It's hard to imagine that such an appropriate name came from the mouth of a dwarf. Illyria came from a distance. The elves' long ears are not only long, but their hearing is also much better than other races. Perhaps the only one who is better than them is their Kaldori cousins. Turalyon smiled and nodded. Then it's decided. Our fortress in Shadow Moon Valley will be called Honor Hold. Alvin laughed dumbly. Well, it seems that because of the influence of this little butterfly, even the location of Honor Hold has been moved from Hellfire Peninsula to Shadow Moon Valley. My ranger saw a group of orcs fleeing into the valley in the north. I want to go and take a look. Maybe I can find the camp of the tribe. Illyria told Turalyon that although the ranger troops basically obeyed Illyria's command, Turalyon, as the commander-in-chief of the Alliance and the husband of Illyria Windrunner, still had to get Turalyon's consent on many things. Illyria, you need to rest. Turalyon held Illyria's hand. You have hardly rested since you came here. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about your rangers. Illyria shook her head. This may have reached the limit for you humans, but for the Quel'Dorii, it's nothing at all. Seeing that the two people were getting more and more tense, Danath and Curdlon both smiled bitterly. These two people obviously love each other, but for some reason, they always quarrel over trivial matters. Alvin looked at Khadgar, and found that Khadgar had already started chatting with Curdlon and others, and seemed to be used to the dispute between Turalyon and Illyria. You two listen to me. Alvin interrupted the two people who were already arguing and sweating at their temples. Or we can follow Marshal Turiang's arrangement. Miss Aurelia, take a rest. I will take the others to take a look. Anyway, we are just tracking some orc remnants, and we just rested. It would be good for everyone to take turns. I go with you, Green Shadow heard and came to Alvin. Tracking and searching for enemies was her strong point. Even if she didn't say it, Alvin would take her with her. Moreover, as a druid, Green Shadow could now transform into a storm crow and fly, which was really convenient. I also bring Yrel with me. It will be much easier for us to move with a local. Yrel, can you? No problem. The north is a forest. I went there to play when I was a kid. The orcs had already hidden in the forest. Okay, Alvin nodded. Although the others had a lot of opinions, Alvin decided to act with the three of them. After all, Onyxia was responsible for commanding the Black Dragon army, and the Starwish sisters had to stay to build the Wizard Tower of Glory Hold. The little red dragon also wanted to go, but was still held down by Alvin. It was a very simple task, and it didn't require so many people. Alvin and Yrel sat on the back of the storm crow Green Shadow and entered the sky above the northern forest. The Green Shadow sometimes flew quickly, sometimes circled in the air, and Alvin carefully observed the ground below, looking for traces left by the orcs. There were some broken sticks and stones scattered on the ground, which were obviously traces left by the orcs in a hurry. Alvin flew forward along these traces, and soon they found a series of deep footprints. These footprints were obviously much larger than those of ordinary people, and were obviously left by orcs. Yrel counted and there were about 6 or 7 orc footprints. It's very close. My radar can already sense them faintly, and our direction is correct. The Green Shadow said to Alvin. Alvin nodded. Let the Green Shadow land, and several people began to walk forward. He didn't want to alert the enemy. If he could find the orc camp, it would be great, and he should be able to ask a lot of information about Nazul. Chapter 397. There are a lot of orcs ahead, Alvin. The Nightblade Leopard Green Shadow suddenly stopped and turned to Alvin. The few people followed the orcs' footprints in the forest. They were already far away from the Alliance's base. The forest was full of withered trees, and there was almost no green. The purple light sprinkled on the dry branches, as if eroded by evil magic. Thanks to Green Shadow and Yrel who were good at tracking, Alvin alone could not even distinguish east, west, south, and north in the forest, let alone track the orcs. There are traces of blood. It should be the orcs' deserters, Iril checked the ground and found a few drops of blood that had almost turned black. But why are the orcs fleeing in this direction? As far as I know, there shouldn't be any bases here. Alvin shrugged. We know if we go over and take a look. I think a group of orcs who are deserting should not be our opponents. Let's catch them and ask them about Nazul. After a short rest, the three continued to set off, and soon they found an orc village. This village is located in a dense forest, surrounded by tall trees, with only a narrow path leading to the center of the village. The buildings in the village are all built with rough stones and wood and look very simple. There is a huge stone building in the center of the village, which is obviously where the orc leader lives. There are some orcs patrolling around the village, obviously to prevent outsiders from invading. Alvin carefully avoided these patrolling orcs, made a big circle, and finally approached the village from the back. Do it? Drell held the warhammer tightly in his hand and asked Alvin in a low voice. He shook his head and signaled Drell to stay calm because he was surprised to find that there were some orc cubs and old orcs who took care of them, as well as many wounded soldiers living in this village. This might be an orc shelter. Observe it for a while, Alvin whispered. Green shadows suddenly said. The people inside seemed to be arguing. Alvin also heard the orcs in the village seemed to be arguing. He followed the sound and finally found the target. A one-eyed orc, one arm was tied with a bandage and hung around his neck. The blood on the bandage had not dried yet. Even so, he seemed to be one of the strongest people in the camp. The one-eyed orc was shouting at a white-haired orc, and his voice came along the wind. I'm going to take all the warriors here with me. We're going to find the great chieftain Nazul. He needs us. Ha, why do you think your chieftain left you behind? The voice of the white-haired orc was also wild and hoarse, but the tone and voice were completely different from those of ordinary orcs. Alvin was surprised to find that this was a female orc. You are just Nazul's abandoned child. He didn't even think that you could find him alive. You were used by Nazul. You idiot. The white-haired female orc mercilessly scolded the one-eyed orc who was shouting in front of her. The orc was extremely angry and seemed to be ready to explode at any time. Alvin could hear the roar from his throat from a long distance, but surprisingly, the one-eyed orc still suppressed his emotions. Those humans are different. I told the war chief early on that after the attack on Stormwind failed, I didn't believe what those who escaped back said at first. But after I fought with them in the Swamp of Sorrows, I knew that what they said was true. A dark law enforcer appeared among the humans. His ability is stronger than our strongest warlock. Frankly speaking, even Gul'dan is probably not his opponent. The one-eyed orc suppressed his anger and continued. Later, we were defeated again and were forced to retreat to the Black Temple. All I could do was stay and delay the Alliance's pace so that the chief could reach the Black Temple. To die on the battlefield is nothing to me, but dying for glory is one thing, and losing your name inexplicably is another. I witnessed. The Alliance destroyed our Hellfire Citadel with terrifying magic. I also heard about our disastrous defeat in Auchendown. But all we can do is keep fighting. There is no other way. I brought back these wounded soldiers with my best efforts. They must be treated and then go to the Black Temple with me. The white-haired female orc shook her head and sneered. How ironic. Is this what you call glory? According to the usual practice of you and your clan, shouldn't you rush in and kill all of us who don't like you, and then occupy our village? Kilrog Deadeye? If your only remaining eyeball is not blind, I think you should be able to see clearly that you greenskins are no longer orcs. What does the life and death of you guys have to do with me? The white-haired female orc said, coughing violently. She was so angry that she gasped for a long time. Alvin then noticed that the white-haired female orc was brown-skinned. That means she didn't drink the devil's blood, and the one-eyed orc was actually Kilrog, the chief of the Blood Ring clan. This old guy is not dead yet. Grandma Guyan. Kilrog gritted his teeth angrily, and made a sound from between his teeth. It can be heard that this guy is very angry, but his words still carry respect for the other party. He had known the Gayan grandmother in front of him since childhood. Although she had aged and her hair had turned white over the years, it still seemed as thick as before. What did her curved mouth mean? Was it a mockery of himself? We were invaded by the Alliance this time. They broke into Draenor. Aren't you one of the orcs? Kilrog waved his uninjured arm angrily, but it seemed to affect other wounds, and the one-eyed orc's face twitched. I just said that they have broken through Auchendown and just defeated us in Shadowmoon Valley. They will soon reach the Black Temple. If the war chief is defeated, the orcs will be finished. I want to remind you. You are also an orc. Grandmother Guyan grinned and said disdainfully, I just said that what do you greenskins have to do with me? Hellfire Citadel, Auchendown, Black Temple, these ominous names have nothing to do with me. Kilrog's face turned from green to red, like a red-hot iron ball, and it seemed that he had accumulated endless anger. I say it one last time, Grandmother Guyan, you are also an orc, we live and die together. Do you want to see our world occupied by the Alliance and our people massacred by the Alliance? Grandmother Guyan smiled bitterly and stared at Kilrog with her red eyes. It was you who invaded the human world, and this is the consequence. Chapter 398. Kilrog opened his mouth wide, as if he was shocked by what Grandma Guyan said. The orc took 2 steps back to stabilize himself. He pointed to the forest beside him with his one arm and shouted, "Look at the outside. It's desolate everywhere, and the ground is cracked everywhere. Draenor is finished. This is a place where death is inevitable. And Nazul can open the space portal. Just like Gul'dan did before, he will lead the orcs out of this hellhole. We will have many other homes, Grandma Guyan, and you too, you will have a world that belongs only to you. For you and your patients." "Haha, you still have the nerve to say." Grandma Guyan laughed instead of getting angry. "Draenor has become what it is now. Isn't it because of the vicious magic pollution caused by those stupid warlocks of the Shadow Council you said? And here," Grandma Guyan stomped her feet, causing a wave of dust, "this is my hometown. Even if it becomes like this, I still like it. But this is a dying world. It's just a part of it." Grandmother Guyan shook her head. "I know, the wind told me that part of Draenor will collapse, but Nagrand will not. I will lead my people back to Nagrand, back to that vibrant and green place." "Your people?" "My people, we are pure-blooded orcs, who have never drunk the dirty blood. Now our name is Maghar." "Ha ha ha, Maghar, what a pure-blooded orc." Kilrog pointed at the door of the house and shouted, "Look, how fragile the pure-blooded orcs are. An infectious disease made all of you sickly people fall down?" He pulled away the door curtain, revealing the inside of the room. There were weak brown-skinned orcs lying all over the floor. These guys were tortured by illness, and were almost thinner than the green-skinned orcs. "Yes, we will get sick and may even die from illness, but life and death are part of nature. At least we are not polluted by your dirty black blood." Grandma Guyan laughed, "But we are not like you. At least we are not missing limbs. As long as we are cured of the disease, we are still good warriors." Kilrog laughed. "That's exactly what I want to say. Your warriors are not missing limbs, they are just weak. Now let them stand up, pick up their weapons, and go to the Dark Temple with me." Grandma Guyan laughed dumbly. "Do you want me and them to accompany you to the battlefield and die?" She pointed with her hand. "Go, try to pull them up from the ground and put weapons in their hands to fight." Kilrog looked at the female orc angrily. He could no longer bear his contempt for Grandma Guyan. He forced himself not to think about her words anymore, but pulled down the curtain and went into the room. The one-eyed orc reached out his hand and tried to pull a Maghar lying on the ground, but when he almost touched the sick guy on the ground, he didn't dare to do it anymore. He found that the guy was curled up. His face was full of pain, and there were many yellow pustules on his brown skin, with white dots on the pustules. Some of the pustules had burst and oozing white and green pus. "What's going on?" "It's a rash disease." Grandmother Guyan also came in and asked her men to apply herbs on the healed rash. "Weak brown skin." "Bah!" Kilrog spat and retracted his hand. He continued to move forward to see if anyone could stand up, until he saw a young orc, supporting his weak body, applying medicine to other orcs. The rash on his body seemed to have disappeared a lot. It seemed that his illness had improved a lot, and he could stand up to take care of others. "Hey guy, stand up. Let me see you." Kilrog shouted at the orc, and the young orc turned around when he heard the shout. The one-eyed orc was shocked. He could hardly believe his eyes. He knew this young man. "Uncle Kilrog? Why are you here?" The young man was not fully recovered, and stumbled to Kilrog and Grandmother Guyan. "Are you here to help grandmother? Or the tribe is nearby?" Ouch." The young man groaned in pain while speaking. He had just recovered a little and climbed up. He was in so much pain that he was sweating coldly in just a moment. "Lie down. Garrosh, I warned you that the most important thing for you now is to take care of yourself, not to take care of others." Grandmother Guyan helped Garrosh sit down. She touched him directly with her hands, and she didn't seem to worry about being infected, or she was not afraid at all. The young orc panted and looked at Kilrog in front of him. Kilrog knew Garrosh, and he knew his father, Gromhel Scream, even more. The powerful orc was once a sharp knife of the tribe. He was unruly, but very powerful. He was a headache for Nazul, and an indispensable fighting force for the chief. Unfortunately, he failed in the attack on Nethergard, and was captured by the Alliance. His life or death is unknown now. Garrosh. Aye. Say he is here to capture men to serve on the front line? How can he be so embarrassed? Kilrogg stuttered, I am here to seek treatment from Grandmother Guyon. Look! He raised his arm hanging around his neck to prove that he was telling the truth. This is the warrior you are looking for. What are you going to do? Grandmother Guyon sneered. She looked at Kilrogg with gray eyes. The one-eyed orc felt uncomfortable being stared at. He stepped back a few steps, not daring to look at Grandmother Guyon's eyes, let alone Garrosh's eyes. He was afraid that the young man would ask about his father. No, they are not warriors at all. They are just patients. My injury is almost healed. I have to leave now. You? Kilrogg stared at Grandmother Guyon, Garrosh, and the patients in this village and the people who took care of them. He wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. You should take good care of your health and leave this damn place quickly. If you want to go to Nagrand, go quickly. This place may soon become a battlefield. He suddenly raised his voice, like a roar. The only thing you guys can do is to survive. For the tribe, survive. After he finished speaking, he immediately turned around, walked out of the house, picked up his battle axe with his one arm, and left with his remaining warriors. But where can we go now? Kilrogg was confused. With these defeated soldiers, even if they went to the Black Temple, they would only be a burden to Nazul. Nazul had abandoned his former brothers one by one like chess pieces, leaving them to fend for themselves. What good results could he get if he went there? Now that he had done his best, Kilrogg did not feel that he owed Nazul anything. It would be better to take these people and find a place to hide first. The Alliance seemed to know that the world was going to end. Their target was only Nazul. As long as they defeated him, they would definitely leave and return to their world. By then, these people would become powerful again, and maybe one day, they would be able to take Hellfire's Citadel back again. Kilrogg became more and more excited as he thought about it, and even the pain on his injured arm was much less. Boss, where are we going now? The Black Temple? His adjutant asked, and Kilrogg smiled. No, let's go west first, then north to Gorgrond. Chapter 399. What did he say? Grandmother Guyon? Any news about my father? Garrosh struggled to get up. He wanted to chase after Kilrogg, but he had no strength at all and stumbled and fell again. Grandmother Guyon looked at the young orc and stretched out her hand to help him up, but Garrosh shook her hand away. She wanted to scold this guy, but her lips moved and her voice was much kinder. Go back to your seat and lie down. What you need now is rest. What happened to my father? What did you say? Looking at the young man's expectant eyes and hoarse throat, Grandmother Guyon looked away, probably because she didn't want to answer his question. Is Grom dead or alive? She didn't know. Ever since those greenskins followed their tribe to Azeroth, Grandmother Guyon has been wandering around with these Muggar. She didn't know and didn't want to know about those guys. Including from Hellscream and other chieftains, they all had their own insistence on glory. But since drinking Gul'dan's demon blood, everything has changed. They have become more violent and cruel, and the desire to kill has surpassed everything. Those greenskins have abandoned the ancient shamanism of the orcs, and have degenerated into another terrible race. It doesn't matter whether these guys are alive or dead. Even if they are still alive, they are already hopeless. Grandmother Guyon shook her head. Kilrogg didn't mention your father, but Fulmer told me that he is still alive and well. If Grom was dead, Kilrogg would have told you just now. Garrosh had no strength left. At the insistence of Grandmother Guyon, he was helped by the old woman to his own position and laid down. He turned over and curled up, with a cold sweat on his head. Can this young man survive? Grandmother Guyon didn't know. He was already one of the strongest among the orcs. If he couldn't bear it, would all the Mag'har die in this rash infection? She picked up the torn door curtain, hung it on the door again, and slowly walked to the middle of the village. Grandmother Guyon didn't see Kilrogg dead-eye off, nor did she look at the place where they left. She looked to the west, which was the direction of Nagrand. She closed her eyes, and seemed to be able to feel the fragrance of green grass, and the dazzling sunshine brought by the wind. Come out. There are no warriors here. You have been hiding there for so long. Isn't it a good time for you to take action now? She looked at the forest beside the village, and said to the forest. The branches shook, and a beautiful night saber leopard jumped out of the forest first, followed by a Draenei, and then a humanoid creature who looked very weak. Apart from the Draenei, other humanoid creatures and animals, Grandmother Guyon had never seen in her life. Are you the Alliance they are talking about? Grandmother Guyon didn't know if they could understand her language, so she tried to speak slower. The humanoid creature came out. Hello, as you said, we are indeed the Alliance. My name is Alvin Priest, and we came here to chase Kilrogg. So, are you going to kill us all now? Alvin smiled and said, Why do you say that? I don't think you're afraid at all. Grandma Guyan looked into Alvin's eyes and shook her head. If you wanted to do it, you would have done it long ago. Kilrog, that big fool, is no match for you at all, and you don't exude any malice. What do you want to do? Grandma Guyan tried to calm herself down. She had seen many powerful orcs and other races in her life, but the guy in front of her gave her the feeling that she had no feeling at all, like a ball of nothingness. She couldn't see how powerful this person was. This unknown made Guyan shudder. I see your skin color. It's the most traditional brown, which means you are not affected by the blood of the devil, and you have not participated in the invasion of our world, so you are not our enemy. Alvin looked around, and many people had seen the three outsiders, staggering around them. Some people had already picked up wooden sticks in their hands, and the children who were playing just now had been pushed into the room by adults. Stop, these guys have no ill intentions, you retreat. Grandma Guyan turned around and shouted. She had supreme authority in this village. Seeing Grandma Guyan said so, the orcs put down their weapons, and went back to do their own things. You are very respected. Can I ask your name? I am just a little older. My name is Guyan, and they all call me Grandma. Alvin's mind spun quickly, searching for this person's name. Then he remembered nothing. Alvin of the 10,000-year alliance didn't know what was going on in the horde. Okay, Grandma Guyan, I tell you the truth. We have no ill will towards you. I've seen a brown-skinned orc before. His name is Ganner, from the Frostwolf clan. Grandma Guyan's eyes lit up. The Frostwolf clan, they really didn't surrender to Gul'dan. So you've seen him? How are they? I thought they were all killed by Gul'dan. No, Ganner returned to Frostfire Ridge. Some of the other Frostwolves followed Orgrim to Azeroth, but Gul'dan sent people to assassinate Durotan and his wife. Their old shaman Drekthar took the remaining Frostwolves away from the tribe, and lived in the snowy mountains of the Alterac Mountains. Guyan's eyes lit up even more. Fomer, you actually know so many people's names. The old woman stood up and paced left and right, feeling a little excited. So some of the Frostwolves have settled in your world. Poor Durotan, he is an excellent chieftain. And Drekthar, I didn't expect this old guy is still alive. If the epidemic hadn't attacked the Maghar, I would have entertained you. Thank you for the news you brought. Elwyn translated what Grandmother Guyan said to Yrel and Green Shadow. I noticed that most of your people seem to be sick. What's going on? It's a curse brought by the devil. Gul'dan once said that only by drinking the blood of the devil can you recover, but that means selling yourself to the devil. My people didn't drink it, so all kinds of diseases followed, and the spirit of the earth no longer responded to our call. Maybe it's nature's punishment for the sins of the orcs. Chapter 400. Grandma Guyan sighed, but even if we die, it will be much cleaner than those green skins. She stood up and looked into Alvin's eyes. What do you want? Alvin spread his hands. Information about Nazul, but I think we came here in vain. I don't want to disturb your rest and recuperation, but I need to remind you that the Alliance army has camped in the south. I'm afraid the battle will soon start in the Black Temple. You need to get away from here as soon as possible. Even if I want to leave, I'm afraid I can't leave now. Grandma Guyan pointed to the room in the village. My people are sick, they are very weak, and it's impossible for them to leave now. However, the information about Nazul you mentioned. I think I still have some, please wait. The old woman said, waving to Alvin and the others, motioning them to sit down and wait, and she walked to a small house, pushed open the door and went in. The sound of ding-dong-dong sounded. It should be Grandma Guyan looking for something. Ha, it's here, a happy voice came from the room, and the grandmother pushed the door open and walked out, holding a parchment scroll in her hand. This is the map of Shadowmoon Valley. I think you might need it. Grandmother Guyan opened the parchment scroll and laid it flat on the ground. The map was drawn very roughly, but everything was there, very similar. On the easternmost side of the map, there was a huge building. Grandmother Guyan picked up a branch and pointed. This is the Dark Temple. I see there is a Draenei beside you. I think I don't need to tell you more about the history of the Dark Temple. The Black Temple was originally a holy place for the Draenei. In the last battle that broke out there, the Draenei were completely defeated. They also united with other clans, such as the Raven Man. But they were all crushed by Gul'dan without exception. Gul'dan is more powerful than you can imagine. His evil spells can even change the terrain and summon a volcano on the ground. After he conquered the temple, he also made a lot of modifications in it. The current Black Temple is a veritable war fortress. In my opinion, it is hundreds of times stronger than the Hellfire Fortress you have seen before. Grandma Guyan said a lot of words in one breath and panted, as if she remembered the memory she didn't want to recall. She pointed east with a branch. You have to go east first until you reach the devouring lake. Don't think about crossing the lake because it is formed by green magma. The devouring lake is backed by the volcano summoned by Gul'dan that I just mentioned. That volcano is now called the Hand of Gul'dan. You need to go south, bypass the lake and the volcano, and then go east. You can see the ugly building without looking for it. That is the Black Temple. Alvin took a cold breath. He remembered that when he came to Outland in his previous life, Shadow Moon Valley was already the last map. There was a volcano in the middle of the map. That volcano was called the Hand of Gul'dan. At that time, I didn't understand why it was named this way. What is the relationship between this volcano and Gul'dan? I didn't expect that it was actually Gul'dan who summoned the volcano. Alvin boasted that he was powerful, but he didn't have such ability. Moreover, even the magma flowing out was green. It couldn't be a serious magic at all. It must be some kind of evil spell. With such fell magic being used wantonly on the earth, it's no wonder that the world of Draenor collapsed. It's not unfair at all. Alvin took the map handed over by Grandma Guyan. Thank you, Grandma Guyan, your advice is very valuable. I will report this information to the Alliance commander as soon as possible. The old woman nodded and sighed. You go, the orcs here are not as hospitable as me. They are a group of rigid and traditional guys. Of course, we will leave here as soon as possible. Alvin took the map back into his arms, and glanced at the inside of the village. He saw the weak orcs and their vigilant eyes, and knew that he was indeed unwelcome. Then he bowed to the old woman, and left with Green Shadow and Yrel. Alvin, I don't understand. Yrel couldn't wait to leave the orc village. She had been ready for the battle, but she didn't know why Alvin didn't do it. Alvin waved his hand. Green Shadow, let's go home and explain to you on the way. On Green Shadow's back, Alvin and Yrel sat in front and back, with Yrel holding Alvin's waist. You know, the orcs were originally divided into many clans, but they united under a guy called Gul'dan. Alvin patted Yrel's hand and explained the history and changes of the orcs in detail to the two. In other words, these guys are not the orcs who massacred the Draenei. That's right. In fact, you have lived with the orcs for a long time. You should understand what traditional orcs are like. All this happened after the warlock Gul'dan surrendered to the devil, and he led the orcs on a road of no return. Yrel's little hoof trembled rhythmically with the running of the Green Shadow. No wonder the orcs suddenly attacked us like crazy. The Dark Temple was originally our sacred Karabaer temple, but it was also polluted by the orcs and turned into the current Dark Temple. We have been fleeing since the war began. I never thought that we could fight back. Yrel held Alvin's arm slightly and tightened Alvin's arm. But after the war is over, where should we Draenei go? What are you thinking? Now the Draenei are part of the Alliance, so of course they have to go to Azeroth with us. Alvin turned around and flicked his head at Yrel's forehead, scaring the Draenei to cover his eyes. Didn't you say that you were my mate in the prophecy? Of course you will go with me, or do you regret it? Yrel shook his head, stuck to Alvin's back from behind, and rested his head on his shoulder. As long as you don't chase me away, I will always follow you. Great. Curdran is going to scout with his Griffin Riders. With this map, when Curdran comes back, we can start to make a battle plan. Turalian spread the map brought back by Alvin on the table in the temporary command post, leaning on the table with his arms to look at the map carefully. I didn't expect that there would be opposition among the orcs. Aurelia looked at the map. The map is indeed very detailed, but how can you be sure that this is not an enemy trap? What map? What trap? Let me see. The door curtain was lifted, and the dusty dwarf walked in. The blue iconic tattoo on his face was covered with sweat and black dust. Curdran, you are back just in time. Take a look at this map. Turalian looked up and saw Curdran taking off his cloak, and hurriedly asked him to come over and take a look. Curdran frowned, leaning on the table with both hands, observing the map carefully. Very detailed, exactly the same as what I have discovered so far. Everyone, it looks like we can prepare for the attack.